Super Devouring System Chapter 856 to Chapter 940. Among the 8 people, I've already controlled one. The other one is a high priest of Silverwing City's city lord residence. The remaining 6, Xian thought to himself. He was not using the Eye of Control casually. Instead, he was looking for someone who was stronger. The Giant Elephant clan had already controlled one, so the Barbarian Bull clan and the humans each controlled one. A Barbarian Bull clan expert and a human expert cried out in pain one after another. This time, the surrounding people could not help but frown. All 3 of them cried out. There was definitely a problem. However, these 3 people all said that they were fine, so the others did not know what to do. Young master, do you want to try controlling a 4th Tribulation Supreme? Luolua's voice suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. Now, Yixian controlled 3 peak supremes from the Giant Elephant clan, the humans, and the Barbarian Bull clan respectively. There were 2 spots left. Therefore, he also wanted to try controlling a 4th Tribulation Supreme. That Hu Jia is a royal expert and is from the Fox Charm clan. She is resistant to the Eye of Control and is more difficult to control, Yixian thought to himself. If Hu Jia was eliminated, then there were only 3 people left. Xianxia, the Barbarian Bull clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme, and the humans' 4th Tribulation Supreme. Immediately, Yixian attacked the humans' 4th Tribulation Supreme. Burning Eye. This middle-aged human suddenly felt an irresistible pain in his heart, and he also cried out in shock. However, his realm was higher than the others, so the chances of him immediately using the Eye of Control were not high. What's wrong with you? Xianxia asked loudly from the side. I don't know. My heart is burning. Someone is plotting against me. This human supreme gritted his teeth and shouted. Plotting? When Hu Jia and the other 2 4th Tribulation Supreme heard this, they also trembled and began to be on guard. Although they were now working together to resist this Demon Fox Guard, once the Demon Fox Guard was killed, the formation would be activated. At that time, they might have to fight. Who broke the agreement and plotted against him? The Barbarian Bull clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme shouted. It's not me. I'm the furthest away from him. Xianxia shouted as she attacked. Hu Jia was the closest to the middle-aged man, but she did not make a move, so she was secretly observing to see if anyone else was noble. At this time, the effect of the burning eye had already passed. That human supreme martial artist was sweating profusely from the fever, and his vision was blurred. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. Once probably won't do. Let's do it again. Yixian's eyes flashed as he activated Burning Eye once more. The human supreme being, who had originally been able to breathe a sigh of relief, was struck again and immediately cried out in pain. Hu Jia trio was on guard, but they did not discover who was playing tricks. It's the Fox Princess Consort. It must be the remnant left behind by the Fox Princess Consort. The supreme being of the Barbarian Bull clan shouted. After his reminder, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. So many people were watching, but they couldn't see who was the culprit. That meant that it must have been someone they didn't notice that was playing tricks on them. For example, the Fox Queen Consort. Hee. Outside, when Yixian heard this, Yixian grinned. This time, he directly used the Eye of Control on that human supreme being. After being burned twice, this human supreme being's willpower was extremely weak, and his combat strength had decreased by at least 30%. This was a good opportunity for Yixian to make his move. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Now that Yixian had one person under control, it was time for the second one. The second target was the Barbarian Bull clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. After Yixian activated Burning Eye, the Barbarian Bull clan's 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist let out a few wild cries, trying to find out who was attacking him. He would never have thought that the one who attacked him was Yixian, who had mixed in with the crowd. When the Fox Charm clan used their charm, their eyes would turn pink. Moreover, after the charm was successful, the eyes of the person who was charmed would temporarily turn red. However, Yixian's Burning Eye was impossible to guard against. Hold on a little longer, the Fox Demon Guard is going to die. Hu Jia shouted. At the same time, she was glad that she wasn't the one who was affected. The same went for Xiangyuan. Now that the human supreme being and the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supreme martial artist's combat strength had decreased, if the fox demon guard died, they might be able to obtain another treasure chest. Although the fox demon guard was a peak fourth tribulation supreme martial artist, the four of them were very strong. When they joined forces, the fox demon guard couldn't fight back. After all, it was just a puppet. Everyone estimated that in another 3 seconds, they would be able to kill this demon fox guard. However, Yi Xian had to subdue the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supreme martial artist before they did. Ding! Control successful. The second system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had 2 fourth tribulation supreme martial artists and 3 peak third tribulation supreme martial artists. His and Luolua's side was the strongest. Boom. 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 The group was still attacking the fox demon guard crazily. At this moment, the fox demon guard's arm had been chopped off, and its chest was badly mutilated. It was already at the end of its strength. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, the formation that separated them from the treasure chest disappeared. The array is gone, quick. Xiangyuan's eyes widened, and she immediately rushed over. There were 5 treasure chests, and they had to obtain at least one of them. Seeing this, Hu Jia quickly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the nearest treasure chest. It's finally open. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The moment the array disappeared, he controlled the 2 fourth tribulation supreme martial artists to rush to the 2 treasure chests. Crack, the 4 treasure chests opened one after another, and the 4 of them quickly retrieved the interspatial rings inside. As for the last treasure chest, it was between Xiangyuan and Hu Jia. This is mine. Xiangyuan kept the interspatial ring and quickly rushed to the next one. At the same time, Hu Jia had also obtained her spoils of war, but she did not have time to check what was inside. She rushed towards Xiangyuan. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had already controlled them to rush towards him. You 2 go and help, I'll hold them back. Yi Xian shouted and rushed out. At this moment, Luoluo also knew that the 2 of them were controlled by Yi Xian, so she followed and prepared to put on a show. As for Ho Wen and the others, they went to help Hu Jia. They could not hurt the fox demon guards, but Xiangyuan was only a 4th tribulation supreme martial artist, so they were still useful. Give me the items. Yi Xian said to the 2 of them in a low voice. However, he still had to act on the surface. Boom. 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 Yi Xian first engaged in close combat with the middle-aged man, then secretly emptied the 2 interspatial rings of the middle-aged man. Boom. With a muffled sound, Yi Xian was sent flying by the barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supremacy. Although the scene was witnessed by others, no one knew that the items in the 4 interspatial rings were already in Yi Xian's devouring space. 100 jade blood essence pills and a red crystal? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Those were the items in the 2 treasure chests. 100 jade blood essence pills. If all of them were given to Luoluo, her strength would soar by several times. As for the red crystal, Yi Xian didn't know what it was. You 2, take some people to guard the entrance of the maze. Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man and the barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supremacy. Everyone, stop. Gather. Shouted the middle-aged man and the barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supremacy. The group of humans and barbarian bull clan's experts looked at each other and hastily stopped fighting. Then, they gathered together. Let's join forces now. When they're done fighting, we'll attack, said the barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supremacy. Both sides nodded silently. However, they didn't understand when their leaders had joined forces. At the same time, Luoluo had already killed her way into the giant elephant clan's army. Not only that, she had also charmed 2 third tribulation supremacies to work for her. As for the giant elephant clan's supremacy that Yi Xian had previously controlled, he had already been killed by Luoluo. Now, Yi Xian had one more quota. Hu Jia, stop fighting. They've joined forces, shouted Xiangyuan when she saw that her people had suffered heavy casualties. Hand over the interspatial ring and I'll spare your life. Hu Jia snorted coldly. Humph, what a joke. Now that they've joined forces, not only are you not worried, you even want to extort me? At most, I'll give you the treasure chest, shouted Xiang Yuan. As for Hu Jia, she had been paying attention to the last treasure chest. She was a royal expert of the Humei dynasty. Naturally, she knew what the fox princess consort had stolen several hundred years ago. The interspatial ring she had obtained just now only contained some martial arts techniques. There wasn't what she was looking for. Alright, let's join forces. Hu Jia suddenly agreed. Now, the four supremes had teamed up in pairs. However, the last treasure chest was still taken away by Hu Jia. Inside, she still couldn't find what she was looking for. There was only a pair of mid-grade supreme divine weapon gloves that the Fox Queen had once used. Seeing this, Luoluo and Yixian looked at each other. Hee, Luoluo smiled mischievously. Luoluo, you deal with the others later. I'll control Hu Jia first, Yixian communicated with Luoluo in his mind. Alright. Luoluo immediately understood. Now, 2 of the 4 supremes of Fourth Tribulation were his people. As long as he controlled Hu Jia, he wouldn't need to control Xiang Yuan anymore. He would kill her directly. All of you, hand over your interspatial rings. They belong to my Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Hu Jia said coldly. Haha. What a joke. Your Fox Charm Holy Dynasty snatched the territory of the human Holy Dynasty. Moreover, haven't you heard of the phrase those who can obtain treasures? Supremacy Barbarian Bull suddenly laughed. If that's the case, then we have nothing to talk about. Hu Jia said as she quickly calculated in her mind. Of the 10 people she brought, none of them were killed. At the same time, there were 2 more combatants, Yixian and Luoluo. Not only that, but Luoluo also controlled 2 peak Third Tribulation Supremes of the Giant Elephant clan. Therefore, their side was still very strong. However, what Hu Jia didn't expect was that 2 of the 4 forces were controlled by Yixian. Help me take them down and the Silverwing City Lord will be promoted. Hu Jia said to Luoluo who was running over. Sure. Luoluo replied with a smile. At this time, the mastermind, Yixian, also controlled 2 Supremes of Fourth Tribulation and launched an attack. The 4 Supremes of Fourth Tribulation were fighting in pairs. The Barbarian Bull clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy was fighting Hu Jia, while the middle-aged human attacked Xiang Yuan. As for Yixian and Luoluo, they were having a great time. Their division of labor was very clear. Luoluo dealt with the small fries while Yixian helped to clean up. At the same time, he used his eye power to cast Burning Eye in an attempt to control Hu Jia. A great battle was about to begin. In order to prevent the people of the Silverwing City Lord residents from dying, Luoluo also put in a lot of effort to kill the human and Barbarian Bull clan experts. Yixian controlled the Barbarian Bull clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy to attack Hu Jia while he directly cast Burning Eye on Hu Jia. Hu Jia was hit and couldn't help but cry out in pain. A heart-wrenching pain caused her body to stop moving. Go to hell. The Barbarian Bull clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy punched Hu Jia in the chest and sent her flying. While Hu Jia's willpower was greatly reduced, Yixian cast Eyes of Illusion on Hu Jia again. Go and get her interspatial ring. Yixian ordered the Barbarian Bull clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy. Immediately, the Barbarian Bull clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy swept over. Before Hu Jia could react, he had already taken away the 3 interspatial rings on Hu Jia's body. Then, he directly rushed into the maze. Burning Eye. Yixian cast Burning Eye on Hu Jia again. Next was the Eye of Control. Although Hu Jia was a Fourth Tribulation supremacy of the Fox Charm clan and was slightly resistant to spiritual attacks, she still couldn't resist the power of the Eye of Control after 2 uses of Burning Eye. Ding. Control successful. Now, 3 of the 4 Tribulation supremacies were under Yixian's control. At the same time, Luoluo also killed all the members of the Barbarian Bull clan and the Human Sacred Dynasty. Let's go. The Giant Elephant clan's Fourth Tribulation supremacy. Xiang Yuan's expression changed drastically. He quickly rushed toward the entrance of the maze, but was stopped by the middle-aged human. Shortly after, the Barbarian Bull clan's supremacy also successfully arrived. Hu Jia, come and help me. Xiang Yuan hurriedly shouted when he saw two four tribulation supremacies staring at him. However, Hu Jia was currently under Yi Xian's control. Coincidentally, Hu Jia could find an opportunity to heal the wound on her chest instead of helping Xiang Yuan. Since I've already controlled 3, why don't I control all 4? Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to kill Xiang Yuan directly, but that wouldn't end well, so he might as well subdue him first. The barbarian bull supremacy and the human supremacy joined forces to attack Xiang Yuan, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, Luo Luo also shouted to the people in the city Lord Manor, "You guys go out first." The peak third supremacy consecrator said, "Young city lord, I can help, I don't need your help. Don't be a hindrance here." Luo Luo immediately replied. When the consecrator heard this, he thought for a moment, then left with Ho Wen and the other 9 people and rushed into the maze. As they left, Luo Luo suddenly attacked the remaining 2 supremacies of the giant elephant clan. Rip! Rip! Now, there were only 6 people left, Yi Xian, Luo Luo, and Hu Jia, the 4 supreme tribulation supremes. I don't have much eye power left. I can only use the burning eye and the eye of control once. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he used the burning eye on the elephant garden. Ah, who's playing tricks? Xiang Yuan felt like he was going to fly into the sky. The pain in his heart was tormenting him. He wanted nothing more than to tear his chest apart and pour a bucket of water on it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. "Young master, let me do it." Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Then, she clawed out. This claw was so powerful that it shocked Yi Xian. This girl's claw intent had increased to 40%, which was 10% higher than his. After a whistling sound, Xiang Yuan's chest was torn open. Although Luo Luo was only a peak level 3 supreme, her strength was not inferior to Xiang Yuan's. Eye of control. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the eye of control. Ding! Control failed. Although Xiang Yuan was injured and his willpower was worn down by the burning eye, he was still one of the best in the Mammoth Sacred Dynasty. How could he be so easily controlled? Ah, I forgot to let Luo Luo and Hu Jia charm him first. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Now, he did not have much eye power left. He could not even use the eye of control once. At this moment, his vision was a little blurry. I wonder if I can overdraw my eye power. This thought suddenly popped up in Yi Xian's mind. At that moment, he used the burning eye on the elephant garden again. The remaining eye power was not enough to use the burning eye, but Yi Xian actually used it. Xiang Yuan was hit by the burning eye again, and he screamed in pain. However, Yi Xian's left eye suddenly dimmed. This was the after effect of overdrawing his eye power. The more he overdrew his eye power, the more he would temporarily lose his sight. I only have half of my vision left. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel the vision in his left eye slowly recovering. This meant that he could recover from overdrafting his eye power. Since that was the case, he would overdraft again. Eye of control. Ding! Control successful. The system prompted. Elephant Yuan was successfully controlled, but Yi Xian had thrown in a large amount of eye power. His eyes could no longer see anything, only a vast expanse of white light. Fortunately, even though he was temporarily blind, his eye of perception was still effective. He could sense Luo Luo and the other 5. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Yi Xian waited for a full 5 seconds before his vision returned to normal. If a normal person was blinded for 5 seconds, they would have been killed hundreds of times over. Hurry up and give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian ordered Hu Jia and the others. Then, he took everyone's interspatial rings. 100 jade blood essence pills, a mysterious red crystal, a huge amount of draconic luck, a mid-grade supreme divine weapon used by the Fox Queen consort, various martial arts, these were the items in the 5 treasure chests. However, when Yi Xian took out the mysterious red crystal, Hu Jia exclaimed, "Charm fusion crystal." Yi Xian frowned. He turned to Hu Jia and asked, "Is this what you are looking for?" "Yes, master." Hu Jia nodded. Everyone present was Yi Xian's men. Moreover, the people from the Silverwing City's City Lord Mansion had already entered the maze. Yi Xian did not sense anything, so he was not afraid of others knowing. What is this? Yi Xian asked again. Yi Xian guessed that the royal family of the Fox Charm dynasty was looking for this red crystal. However, he did not know what it was. This half of the charm fusion crystal is a precious treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty. It was later stolen by the Fox Queen consort. This charm fusion crystal can be fused into the body of the Fox Charm clan. After refining it, it can greatly increase one's charm ability and cultivation speed. Hu Jia explained. After refining it, it can greatly increase one's charm ability and cultivation speed? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "You are saying that this is only half of it?" Yes, the Fox Queen consort only stole half of it. The other half is still with the royal family. If it is fused into a whole crystal, the effect will be greatly improved, Hu Jia nodded and said. Luo Luo, this is for you. Yi Xian directly threw the half of the charm fusion crystal to Luo Luo. After receiving it, Luo Luo smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." For the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty to attach so much importance to it, the effect would definitely be unexpected. Luo Luo could only charm opponents of the same level. It would be difficult for her to charm opponents of a higher level, but if she fused with the charm fusion crystal, it wouldn't be so difficult. Of course, the most important thing was that it could increase one's cultivation speed. Unfortunately, it was only effective for the Fox Charm clan's people to refine. I have no use for these. You can have them all. Yi Xian also gave the rest to Luo Luo. Luo Luo was already grinning from ear to ear. This secret realm had greatly improved her strength. When she entered, she was only an early-stage third supreme being. Now, she had broken through to the peak of third supreme being and was about to undergo her tribulation. Now that the items had fallen into Yi Xian's hands, there was no need for them to stay here. Wait, I want you to put on a show. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He wanted the barbarian bull tribe's fourth tribulation supremacy and the humans' fourth tribulation supremacy to join forces and quickly leave the secret realm. Then, the rest of them would continue to leave. Their purpose was to put on a show for the Silverwing City's consecrators. When the time came, even if the royal family came, they could say that the items were with the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy. However, to be safe, Yi Xian still kept the items with Luo Luo, just in case. Let's go, let's go. Yi Xian directly controlled the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy to rush into the maze. He, Luo Luo, and Hu Jia followed closely behind. When they were about to reach the entrance of the palace, they started to attack. Then, the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy left under the gazes of the 10 consecrators of the Silverwing City's City Lord Mansion. Young City Lord, are you alright? The consecrators of the Silverwing City's City Lord Mansion surrounded them and asked about their well-being. Of course I'm fine. It's just that the items were taken away by those two people. Luo Luo pretended to be very depressed and said. The others also believed her. After all, even Hu Jia was seriously injured. It was already good that Luo Luo was still alive. Let's go, let's go. Hu Jia, who was seriously injured, immediately ran toward the secret realm's entrance. The show was over. Just now, Yi Xian put the spoils of war in his devouring space to be safe. He felt that they might bump into other people. His premonition was right. When they left the secret realm, they bumped into a group of Fox tribe experts. Their auras were not weak. One of them was Luo Luo's father, the Silverwing City Lord. Luo Luo, you little brat. How dare you come to the secret realm? The Silverwing City governor immediately scolded when he saw Luo Luo. However, in the next moment, he sensed that something was wrong with Luo Luo's aura. Peak level 3 supremacy. Father, I'm not any weaker than you now. You can't defeat me, Luo Luo said casually. The Silverwing City governor was shocked and turned to look at Yi Xian. The latter's aura was also at peak level 3 supremacy. Were there so many fortuitous encounters in the secret realm? However, this wasn't the time to ask about this. Beside the Silverwing City governor, there were a few men and women from the Fox clan in gorgeous clothes. Hu Jia, did you get that item? A man from the Fox clan asked. Hu Jia was already under Yi Xian's control. She shook her head and said, it was snatched away by the barbarian bull clan and a human. I got nothing. These men and women from the Fox clan were the experts from the royal family who had just arrived. However, the barbarian bull clan's four tribulation supreme being and the middle-aged human had left before they arrived. Therefore, the blame was naturally pushed to them. Hu Jia, I'm sorry. Hand over all your interspatial rings, the man from the Fox clan said without listening to Hu Jia's words. As expected, upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. Fortunately, Yi Xian had kept the items in his devouring space. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Immediately, everyone handed over their interspatial rings. The man from the Fox clan glanced at them. After confirming that no one was hiding anything, he began to check the interspatial rings one by one. Soon, he was done checking the interspatial rings. As expected, there was nothing related to the Fox Queen. There were only some jade blood essence pills. The royal family had many jade blood essence pills. Therefore, they weren't too precious to the experts from the royal family. Hu Jia, tell us everything that happened. The man from the Fox clan threw the interspatial rings back to everyone and asked. Hu Jia began to narrate her experience. For example, she and the others discovered the secret realm together. Then, they went to Silverwing City to ask for help. She also told them what happened after that. However, she was already under Yi Xian's control. What she said was only half true and half false. So, that means that the two interspatial rings you obtained didn't have that item? The man from the Fox clan asked. Yes. Hu Jia nodded. The Fox man paused and said, quickly draw the faces of those two people. Put them on the wanted list throughout the country. The charm fusion crystal was the most precious treasure of the Fox charm holy dynasty. Hundreds of years ago, no one had been able to refine it, so they had opened it up. Unexpectedly, the Fox Queen had stolen half of it. Now, the Fox Queen's secret land had appeared, but the charm fusion crystal had been stolen by someone else. Fortunately, the charm fusion crystal couldn't be refined by people who weren't from the Fox clan. Therefore, it was useless for those two people to steal it. However, what no one expected was that the other half of the charm fusion crystal was currently in Yi Xian's devouring space. The matter had come to an end. Immediately, the Silver Wing City Master led Luo Luo and the others away. As for Hu Jia, she followed the imperial family experts. Huff, huff. Fortunately, young master, you took it away. Otherwise, the matter would have been exposed. Luolua's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The fox man who took the lead just now had a very strong aura. He was even stronger than the demon fox guard. He was most likely a fifth tribulation supreme. Since you are going to undergo the tribulation tomorrow, you should find a quiet place to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Yi Xian said. Okay, Luoluo nodded. Half a day later, they returned to Silverwing City. Then, Yi Xian and Luoluo went into seclusion. They were the ones who benefited the most from the Fox Queen's secret land. Although they couldn't refine the charm fusion crystal, they still had the huge amount of dragon luck. Yi Xian started to refine the dragon luck with the help of the elixir. As for Luoluo, she was trying to refine the large amount of jade blood essence elixir in her body. As for the remaining 100 jade blood essence elixir, they would wait until they had a breakthrough. After all, there was too much elixir in Luoluo's body. If they were to forcefully refine it, their bodies would explode. A day later. Young master, I have refined half of the elixir. I can undergo the tribulation now. Luolua's excited voice sounded in his mind. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian opened his eyes and stopped refining the dragon luck. His mission today was to protect Luoluo. However, at the moment when the two of them met, the Silverwing City's city master suddenly appeared. Luoluo, where are you going? The Silverwing City governor looked at the two of them. Father, I can undergo the tribulation now. We are going to find a quiet place outside the city to undergo the tribulation, Luoluo replied. This sentence made the Silverwing City governor's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly said, "Why do you have to go outside the city to undergo the tribulation? There are so many experts in the city governor's mansion to protect you." "No, I just want young master to protect me." "Let's go," Luoluo said and flew up. Yi Xian glanced at the Silver Wing city governor and hurriedly followed. Although there were no 4 tribulation supremes in the Silver Wing city, the Silver Wing city governor secretly followed them. However, his tailing was easily discovered by Yi Xian. "Your father is following us. Go through the tribulation first and refine the charm fusion crystal," Yi Xian reminded Luoluo. Luoluo nodded to show that she understood. The charm fusion crystal couldn't be known by a third person. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Supremacy Barbarian Bull and the middle-aged human controlled by Yi Xian had already flown far away under Yi Xian's control. When Yi Xian's strength was enough, he would release them. Soon, Luoluo found a remote mountain and began to undergo the tribulation. Luoluo took 30 jade blood essence pills. Even before she finished refining the pills, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. After she landed, she began to undergo the 4 tribulation supremes. Boom! The tribulation lightning struck down. However, Luoluo's golden sovereign body was comparable to a 4 tribulation supremes. The tribulation lightning was as weak as an itch. Boom! 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 The other 3 tribulation lightning bolts were stronger than the previous one. However, they still couldn't pose a threat to Luoluo. When the 4th tribulation lightning struck, Luoluo broke through to the 4 tribulation supremes and began to reconstruct her golden sovereign body. When the Silver Wing city governor saw that Luoluo had easily passed the 4 tribulation supremes, he heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "It seems that this girl doesn't need my protection anymore." Luoluo was now in the same realm as him. However, Luoluo had already comprehended 40% of the claw intent. Her strength was much stronger than his. Moreover, Luoluo had Yi Xian beside her. Even he couldn't see through him. With the 2 of them together, there wouldn't be any danger in this area. Therefore, the Silver Wing city governor turned around and left. "Young master, my golden sovereign body has improved by at least 50%. After Luoluo finished reconstructing her golden sovereign body, she said excitedly, "Yes, these 100 jade blood essence pills are for you. If you refine all of them, you might be able to break through to the middle stage of the 4th stage of the Supreme Martial Saint Realm," Yi Xian said as he took out the half of the charm fusion crystal from his devouring space. The royal family even sent a 5th tribulation Supreme Martial Saint. It seems like this half of the charm fusion crystal is quite valuable. However, not everyone from the Fox Charm clan can refine the charm fusion crystal. "I wonder if I can." Luoluo took the half of the charm fusion crystal and swallowed it. She started to refine it. Yi Xian stood quietly at the side and watched, helping Luoluo to protect her. It might not be easy to refine the charm fusion crystal. However, Luoluo's physique was extraordinary. She could refine the jade blood essence pills that others would need a few days to refine. What was this charm fusion crystal? Yi Xian looked at Luoluo. He felt that Luoluo's aura seemed to have changed. "You can refine the charm fusion crystal?" He raised his eyebrows. It was good news that Luoluo could refine the charm fusion crystal. As long as Luoluo refined half of the crystal, he would help Luoluo get the other half. At that time, Luoluo would refine both halves of the charm fusion crystal. Her cultivation speed would be much faster in the future. The process of refining the charm fusion crystal lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, Luoluo finally opened her eyes. "Young master, I succeeded." Luoluo was very excited. She gave Yi Xian a big hug. "How is the effect?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "The spiritual energy required for the charm fusion crystal has been reduced to a quarter. Moreover, my cultivation speed has increased by at least 40%, Luoluo explained. 40% increase in cultivation speed? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If she could get the other half of the charm fusion crystal, wouldn't her cultivation speed be doubled? It is indeed a good item. Young master will find a way to get the other half of the charm fusion crystal for you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. Luoluo widened her eyes and asked, "But the other half of the charm fusion crystal is in the hands of the royal family, it's fine." don't we have a spy? Let Hu Jia help us enter the Imperial City to investigate. Let's see who has the other half of the charm fusion crystal, or where it is. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Thank you, young master. Luoluo stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yi Xian on the cheek. Alright, things aren't over yet. Let's go. Yi Xian brought Luoluo to a certain place. The barbarian bull supremacy and the middle-aged human were wanted by the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, so Yi Xian had to get rid of them. Half a day later, Yi Xian arrived at the place where he had ordered the two of them to hide. The two of them were indeed hiding there, but Yi Xian did not attack immediately. Instead, he released them and gave them back their freedom. However, this did not mean that they could survive. Charm. Luoluo, who had refined the other half of the charm fusion crystal, immediately used her charm on the two of them. The charm fusion crystal could increase the charm ability. In an instant, the eyes of the two of them turned pink. So powerful. She succeeded in the blink of an eye. The charm effect has at least doubled. Luoluo was shocked by herself. Charm required the support of spiritual energy. After refining the charm fusion crystal, the charm effect had increased, and the consumption of spiritual energy had decreased. This meant that she could charm many people. Of course, the most important thing was her cultivation speed. This was the key. Alright, let's get rid of them. Yi Xian said. Okay. Luoluo nodded slightly and rushed over. Soul-rending claw, 40% claw intent. In two crisp sounds, the barbarian bull supremacy and the middle-aged human fell one after another. After seeing Luoluo's attack power, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. He was only at the peak of the third tribulation supremacy, and he still needed some heavenly treasures to pass the tribulation. Moreover, he only had 30% sword intent, which made him feel pressured. If Luoluo can completely refine the 100 Jade Blood Essence pills, she can at least break through to the middle stage of the fourth tribulation supremacy. I better hurry and break through to the fourth tribulation supremacy, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Luoluo had already passed the fourth tribulation supremacy, and the charm fusion crystal had been refined. The two of them were also killed. The next step was to head to the imperial capital. The Fox Charm dynasty is a mid-grade dynasty, and it's considered one of the stronger ones. That Fox princess is just an ordinary princess, but she's already a fifth tribulation supremacy. It seems like it won't be easy to get the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Yi Xian thought to himself and returned to Silverwing City with Luoluo first. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to sneak into the Fox Charm dynasty's imperial palace to find the other half of the charm fusion crystal. This was one of the reasons why he kept Hu Jia alive. However, when they returned to Silverwing City, they found that two people were already guests in the City Lord Mansion. Luoluo, come here quickly. The Silverwing City Lord hurriedly called out when he saw Luoluo. At this time, there were already two figures in the City Lord Mansion's pavilion. One of them was Hu Jia, who was under Yi Xian's control. Not bad, not bad. You're only 14 years old, but you're already a fourth tribulation supremacy. You're not inferior to those princes at all. A woman beside Hu Jia said. Yi Xian and Luoluo moved closer to her. The Silverwing City Lord hurriedly introduced, this is Lord Xianxia, the captain of the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guards. Greetings, Lord. Luoluo greeted obediently. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and said, I heard from Hu Jia that Miss Luoluo's aptitude is not bad, so I'm here to bring Miss Luoluo into the Imperial Capital to be nurtured by the Imperial family. The Silverwing City Lord already knew about this matter, and he hurriedly said, Luoluo, why aren't you thanking Captain Hu? Thank you, Captain Hu. Luoluo called out softly again. This was Yi Xian's plan, but Yi Xian didn't expect Hu Jia to bring along a fifth tribulation supremacy. At this time, Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and said, this little brother is the Yi Xian that Hu Jia mentioned, right? Your aptitude is passable, if little brother is willing, you can follow Hu Jia. Many thanks, Captain Hu. Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. However, the tragedy was that Luoluo was nurtured by the imperial family, while he was going to join the imperial guards. His status was obviously much lower than Luoluo's. Alright, since that's the case, both of you will follow me back to the imperial capital. Xian said. Yes. Xian and Luo said in unison. It seemed like the first step of infiltrating the imperial capital was successful. Xian and Luo immediately followed Xian and Jia out of Silverwing City. Silverwing City was a little far from the imperial capital. Xian was carrying out a mission somewhere else and happened to be nearby. That was why she was able to arrive so quickly. Xian and the other three spent a total of 5 days on the road before arriving at the imperial capital. At the same time, when they arrived at the imperial capital, Luo was almost done refining the medicinal efficacy of the jade blood essence pill. Luo, suppress it. Don't break through so quickly. Otherwise, you will be suspected, Xian hurriedly said to Luo. Luo was his woman. The stronger Luo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. However, they were now in the imperial capital of the Fox Charm dynasty. If Luo's strength improved too quickly, it would be over if they were exposed. Yes, I know, young master, Luo replied. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed it, she would have broken through to the mid-stage 4th Supreme being long ago. Soon, Xian led the three of them into the imperial capital. Jia, make arrangements for him. Luo, come with me. Xian left with Luo. Fortunately, Xian and Luo could communicate across space. It was much more convenient than the Eye of Control. Master, I am the captain of the Imperial Guards. I will arrange for you to be the vice captain later. Jia said softly. Alright, do as you wish. Give me a copy of the information on the Imperial family when the time comes. Xian nodded. Yes. Jia nodded. Now, Xian only had Jia as his servant. There were still 4 positions left. However, he had been hesitating whether to use the advancement point to improve the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. There was only one advancement path for the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. One advancement point could improve the effect of all the Heavenly Eyes. Moreover, the number of people who could control the Eye of Control could be increased to 10. It was very cost-effective. However, the devouring beast was extremely rare. So, he would not use it unless necessary. Master, this is your residence. Jia said respectfully. Alright. Xian didn't have any requirements for his residence. He just wanted to give him some space. After settling Xian down, Jia left immediately. Xian stayed in the house to wait for Jia's information on the imperial family. However, just as he was waiting, suddenly, someone stepped into the range of his senses. It was 3 people, and their footsteps were hurried. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Who is it? Xian opened the door in surprise and found 3 youths from the Fox clan. Are you our new vice captain? The leader of the Fox clan asked. Now, Xian understood who the 3 of them were. They should be the 3 from Jia's team. In Jia's team, the previous vice captain had died during a mission, so the vice captain's position was vacant. At the same time, he also sized up these 3 people. The 3 of them were all 3rd-grade supreme martial artists, and their strength was not bad. Who's your team member? If you want to be our vice captain, we'll have to see how strong you are. The young man in the lead shouted coldly. Was. Is that so? Xian walked out and said, if that's the case, then the 3 of you can come at me together. The moment these words were spoken, the 3 of them trembled. Xian was at the same level as them, but he dared to challenge 3 of them at once. He was courting death. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Attack! The leading young man shouted and clawed out. 30% claw intent. Xian had only comprehended 30% sword intent, but he had the bloodline of the sword god. Why would he be afraid of him? Whoosh! 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 A cold light flashed and easily defeated the leading young man's claw intent. Then, it struck his opponent. Bang! 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 The 3 peak supremes were instantly sent flying by Xian. Moreover, Xian had shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have already died. Defeating 3 opponents at the same level in an instant was enough to intimidate the 3 of them. What are you doing? At this moment, Hu Jia suddenly walked over with quick steps. In fact, Yi Xian had already noticed Hu Jia's arrival. However, he asked her to wait outside. After all, he had to make a move when it was time. If Yi Xian held back, the 3 of them would definitely not listen to him. Captain. The 3 of them were not seriously injured. They hurriedly got up from the ground and shouted. From now on, he will be your vice-captain. If anyone disobeys, apply for a transfer yourselves, Hu Jia said coldly. Yes. The 3 of them nodded and left dejectedly. This was just a small interlude. If the 3 of them dared to provoke Yi Xian outside, Yi Xian would not mind killing them all. Master, this is the information you asked for. Hu Jia walked over and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. At the same time, she handed over a yin and yang ring. Very good. Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring. Then, he asked, are there any benefits to becoming an imperial guard? Yes. Hu Jia hurriedly explained to Yi Xian. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Those who are vice-captain and above can enter the floating shadow pavilion to watch the battles of experts for 1 day every month. The floating shadow pavilion was a place that was specially used to comprehend sword and saber intents. Sword intent, saber intent, claw intent, and so on all depended on one's aptitude to comprehend them. There were even some who comprehended 50% or 60% sword intent when they were 4th Tribulation Supremes. Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad. If he went to the floating shadow pavilion to watch for 1 day, he might be able to gain something. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he asked Hu Jia to bring him to the floating shadow pavilion. Hu Jia had already given Yi Xian an identity token. With this identity token, he could enter and leave the floating shadow pavilion. The floating shadow pavilion had a total of 6 floors. The first floor displayed battles of incomplete to 10% sword intent. The second floor displayed battles of 15% to 20% sword intent, and so on. Yi Xian directly entered the floating shadow pavilion. There were dozens of rooms on the first floor, and 10 of them displayed sword intent. However, the first floor displayed incomplete to 10% sword intent. Most of the people in the rooms were probably children. He directly went to the 4th floor. There were many rooms here, and they were all labeled with sword intent, saber intent, and so on. 100 years ago, Great General Wei Wu's scryer recordings? Yi Xian's gaze swept around and landed on the first room on his left. Beside it was a stone tablet that explained Great General Wei Wu. Great General Wei Wu of the Humei Holy Dynasty. At his peak, he was a 5th Tribulation Supremacy. This is just a scryer recording of his battles when he was young. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly walked in. Whoosh! Suddenly, an image appeared on the stone wall. It was a man from the Fox clan, but his fur was golden, which was rare. Most of the foxes in the Charming Fox clan were white foxes, and there were very few foxes with other types of fur. Therefore, the members of the Charming Fox clan were all surnamed by, not Hu or Jean. Yi Xian began to watch the scryer recording. In the scryer recording, 2 people began to fight. The great General Wei Wu was quite handsome when he was alive, and his opponent was an old man from the Giant Elephant clan. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Although this great General Wei Wu is only an early-stage 3rd-grade supreme being, he has comprehended 35% sword intent. His aptitude is not bad, Yi Xian thought as he began to watch the scryer recording carefully. The scryer recording was carefully selected by the Charming Fox clan, and it was very useful for comprehending sword intent. Although Yi Xian didn't see the battle with his own eyes, he felt the same way. In just a short while, he had gained a lot of new knowledge about sword intent. 1 hour, 2 hours, after Yi Xian watched the scryer recording 1,000 times, he finally heard a notification sound. Ding! 30% sword intent has transformed. Currently, it is 35% sword intent. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian was shocked as well. He broke through just by looking at it. His aptitude wasn't as bad as he imagined. Many thanks, Great General Wei Wu. Yi Xian used his identity token to close the scryer recording. He had spent more than 3 hours watching the scryer recording. There are still 20 more hours. I estimate that I can at least reach 40% sword intent. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He entered another scryer recording room, and this time, he was going to fight an expert who had comprehended 40% sword intent. This time, he spent a total of 8 hours to transform his 35% sword intent into 40% sword intent. This floating image pavilion is really a good place. In just half a day, I actually managed to increase my sword intent by 10%. My current strength is at least 5 times stronger than before. Yi Xian became more excited as he thought about it. Right now, his offensive prowess was comparable to that of a mid-4th stage Supreme Being. The golden body of Supreme Being was slightly weaker, probably only at the mid-4th stage. However, he had obtained a large amount of draconic luck from the Fox Queen Consort's secret realm, and he had only refined a fifth of it. Once he refined all the draconic luck, he would be able to raise his sovereign golden body to the middle stage of the 4th Supreme Stage, or even the pinnacle of the 4th Supreme Stage. 12 hours left. Let's go to the 5th floor and take a look. Yi Xian planned to use up the remaining 12 hours. Perhaps he could raise his sword intent to 45%. A person who had comprehended 40% of the sword intent was already considered an expert in the royal family. Under normal circumstances, they would be at the middle or peak of the 4th stage of the Supreme Martial Artist realm. Yi Xian went straight up to the 5th floor. However, what he didn't expect was that all 6 of the 5th floor's sword intent scryer rooms were actually being used. What a tragedy. Let's wait and see if anyone leaves. Yi Xian waited outside the scryer room. 2 hours later, someone came out as expected. It was a middle-aged man from the Fox clan. His aura was very strong, and he was at least at the pinnacle of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Stage. He glanced at Yi Xian, then went downstairs. Yi Xian wasn't picky. He directly walked into the scryer room and began to observe. 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours, very soon, Yi Xian used up the remaining 12 hours. However, he had no choice but to leave. In these 12 hours, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. His comprehension of the sword intent had increased by quite a bit. If he had a few more hours, he would be able to transform his sword intent to 45%. However, just as he was about to leave the scryer room, "Bastard, you're the one who made me wait for half a day?" Suddenly, a discordant voice drifted over. Yi Xian frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young man from the Fox clan wearing the uniform of a captain of the Imperial Guard walking over. Middle stage 4th Supreme Stage? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The strength of the captains of the Imperial Guard varied. Hu Jia was considered one of the weaker captains. She was only at the early stage of the 4th Supreme Stage, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the 4th Supreme Stage. As for the young man from the Fox clan in front of him, he was at the mid-stage of the 4th Supreme Stage. His strength wasn't bad. A mere vice-captain dares to come to the 5th floor? Are you courting death? The young man from the Fox clan walked over and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as he spoke. If someone dared to point at Yi Xian's nose like this outside, Yi Xian would definitely beat the crap out of them. However, this wasn't the place to stir up trouble. It's important to pursue strength, but you can't bite off more than you can chew. Scram to the 4th floor and don't let me see you again. As the young man from the Fox clan spoke, he directly walked past Yi Xian. This person's face really made Yi Xian feel disgusted. However, before Yi Xian could say anything, he entered the scryer room and closed the door with a bang. The next time I see you, I'll let you experience what heart-wrenching pain is like. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. If that young man from the Fox clan hadn't run away quickly, he would definitely have pulled him onto the stage and ruthlessly beaten him up. However, the fact that he was able to enter the scryer room meant that he also had 40% sword intent and was working hard towards it. It's awesome to have a good father. I've been watching scryer recordings since I was young. Yi Xian was slightly helpless as he walked out of the floating image pavilion. Although having a good father wasn't bad, using one's twin to increase one's strength was even more impressive. You might have a powerful background, but so did others. If your father wasn't a universe master, there would definitely be others who were more powerful than your father. This was what it meant to say that there was always a mountain taller than the one before it. Yi Xian returned to his residence. He had already copied Hu Jia's information into the swallowing space, but most of it was from the Imperial Guard. After all, Hu Jia was only a captain of a small team. When he returned to his residence, Hu Jia was already waiting for him. "Master, this is all of my wealth." Hu Jia handed over a yin and yang ring to Yixian. She had grown up in the imperial city and had made many contributions to the imperial family after becoming an imperial guard, so her wealth was quite considerable. At this moment, Yixian was about to reach the shackles of the third stage of the supreme stage. These things were enough for him to receive the lightning punishment. All right. Yixian took the yin and yang ring and immediately swallowed it. Ding, the host has reached the shackles of the third stage of the supreme stage. You can receive the supreme tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you wish to undergo the tribulation? The system's notification sounded in his mind. At this moment, Yixian immediately chose yes. Ding, beginning the tribulation. Yixian was currently undergoing the fourth stage of the supreme tribulation. There were a total of 4 supreme tribulation lightning bolts, each stronger than the previous one. However, the system's notification said that Yixian's success rate was 100%, so he wasn't worried at all. Rumble. Soon, the first supreme tribulation lightning bolt struck down, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Ding. Tribulation successful. Current fourth tribulation supreme being. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through to the fourth tribulation supreme being level. His tribulation had attracted many onlookers, but they quickly dispersed. After all, it wasn't a big deal to pass the fourth tribulation supreme being level. There were many vice captains in the Imperial Guard who were fourth tribulation supreme beings. Congratulations, Master. Hu Jia said softly. You can go now. Yixian nodded silently. It was all thanks to Hu Jia's wealth that he was able to pass the tribulation successfully. Therefore, he was still grateful to Hu Jia. He wouldn't kill Hu Jia like he did to the Raging Bull Tribe's supreme being and the middle-aged human. In the next few days, Yixian stayed in his own room and continued to refine his dragon luck before raising his sovereign golden body. After breaking through, his sovereign golden body was much stronger. He estimated that if his sword intent hadn't reached 40%, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, on his 5th day in the Imperial City. "Young Master, can I break through?" Luolua's voice suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. "Yes." Yixian replied. Before entering the Imperial City, Luolua was already at the 4th Tribulation Supreme Being level, so she didn't need to pass the tribulation to break through. After a while. "Young Master, I broke through." Luolua reported excitedly. Yixian replied, then asked, "Luoluo, how many scryer recordings can you watch every month?" "Scryer recordings? There's no time limit for us Imperial consecrators. We can watch as long as we want. However, I'm an important person to nurture. If young Master wants, I can get one," Luolua replied. "No time limit?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. This was the F*King difference. However, he was 9 years older than Luoluo, and his realm wasn't as high as hers. Therefore, the imperial family didn't take a fancy to his aptitude. "Okay, get me a set." Yixian was overjoyed and immediately shouted. Luolua was a great help. After all, he could only go to the floating image pavilion for 1 day every month. If he could obtain a set of scryer recordings, the transformation of his sword intent would be much faster. A day later, Luoluo personally came to find him. She even brought a set of scryer recordings of sword intent. "Girl, you've been a great help." Yixian hurriedly accepted the set of floating image stones. "Young Master, this set of scryer recordings only has up to 50% sword intent. I can't get anything higher than that." Luoluo pouted. "It's fine. 50% is enough." Yixian touched Luolua's hair lovingly. The latter enjoyed it very much. Although the two of them only had a master-servant relationship, Yixian had long treated Luoluo as his younger sister. Luoluo was the same. "Young Master, I have also comprehended 45% of the Claw Will. In a few days, I will be going out to carry out a mission." When the time comes, will I join your team? Luo asked. Mission? Sure. Xian nodded. Luo was a consecrator of the royal family. It was natural for her to lead a few small teams when she went out to carry out missions. I heard that this time, the mission is to search for the barbarian Bull clan and the human Fourth Tribulation Supreme. Luo suddenly smiled knowingly. What? Xian raised his eyebrows. Those two people were previously under his control, and their corpses were also kept by him. Now, they were still in the devouring space. It should be because they look alike. So pitiful, they were misunderstood. Young master, I will go back first. Luo giggled and then left. After that, Xian continued to refine the dragon luck in the room, increasing the strength of his sovereign golden body. 3 days later. Young master, I have already chosen your team. Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Good. Xian opened his eyes in the room. As expected, Hu Jia came in a moment later. Master, our team has been chosen. They are going to carry out a mission. Hu Jia said. Okay, let's go. Xian nodded. For this mission, apart from Luo, there were 2 more consecrators. Each consecrator would choose 2 teams, so there were a total of 6 teams. Luo had chosen Hu Jia's team, then randomly chose a team with a mid-stage Fourth Tribulation Supreme as its leader. When Xian followed Hu Jia to the gathering point, he found that there were already many people there. Each team had 5 people, so there were a total of 6 teams. Including the 3 consecrators, there was a total of 33 people. Xian quickly swept a glance and found that apart from Luo, the other 2 consecrators were both at the peak of Fourth Tribulation Supreme and were quite young. As for the other 2 teams, their leaders were only at the mid-stage Fourth Tribulation Supreme level. However, Xian's gaze was fixed on one person. It's him? Xian raised his eyebrows. The one who caught his attention was a young man from the Fox clan. This young man from the Fox clan was the one who had scolded him on the 5th floor of the floating image pavilion. Not only that, he had seen one of the consecrators before. It was the middle-aged man who had given up the floating image pavilion to Xian. What a coincidence. The corner of Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. At this moment, the young man from the Fox clan had also noticed Xian. His eyes were shining with a sinister light. Brat, I couldn't do anything to you in the floating image pavilion that day. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. That day, Xian had made him wait for more than 10 hours. He had to take revenge for this. Xian also thought the same. Luo, is that young man with a mole on his neck in front of you from the other team? Xian's voice sounded in Luo's mind. Hearing this, Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, she quietly replied, that's right. What happened to the young master? This brat scolded me that day. Xian said. When Luo heard this, she angrily said, scolded the young master? Humph, he's dead for sure. Luo, don't do anything. I'll do it myself. Xian reminded her. That day, there was an expert in the floating image pavilion. If he had caused trouble there, he would have died a horrible death. Now, that young man from the Fox clan had been selected. This was going to be fun. Immediately, Xian asked Hu Jia for that person's name. He was called Hudong. However, this Hudong seemed to have a strong background. His father was a captain of a 5th Tribulation Supreme. However, even if he provoked Xian would still kill him. Although it's not time yet, everyone is here. Let's go. The middle-aged man from the Fox clan said. Immediately, the 33 of them set off. Young master, how are you going to deal with him? Luo followed behind the 2 consecrators and communicated with Xian in her mind. Kill him. Xian said in his mind. However, in the next moment, he changed his mind. Forget it, just control him. After all, we still have to investigate the other half of the charm fusion crystal, okay? Luo also understood. She was thinking that when the time came, she would create an opportunity for Xian. This time, they rushed for 3 days before arriving at Lianshan City. Yes. The others replied. Let's gather here. We'll gather here one day later. The middle-aged man from the Fox clan said to Luo Luo and the other person. Then, he led the two teams and left. The other person also led his team into the city. Finally, it was Luo Luo's turn. You two teams, follow me into the city from the west. Luo Luo said to Hu Jia and the other team leader. Yes. Hu Jia and the young man from the Fox clan replied. Although the young man from the Fox clan and Luo Luo were both at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, Luo Luo was a consecrator of the imperial family. She was someone who was heavily nurtured. Hence, the young man from the Fox clan could only obey obediently. Luo Luo led the two teams into the city from the west. Along the way, they were treated differently from the others. Look, it's the Imperial Guards. Wow, that young lady looks to be around 15 years old. She can actually lead a small team of Imperial Guards. Could she be the princess of the Imperial family? She must be. The commoners from the Fox clan secretly exclaimed. No one dared to say anything bad for fear of being overheard. After all, even the city lord of Lianshan City had to be respectful to the Imperial Guards. You two teams, the ordinary members will gather information in the city. The four of you will follow me out of the city and search. We'll gather here half a day later. Luo Luo said. Yes. The 6 ordinary members immediately replied and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Luo Luo suddenly said to an early-stage supreme being from the Fox clan, you, the vice team leader, go with them. Go to the city lord's mansion and gather information. Yes. The man from the Fox clan nodded and left. Now, only Luo Luo, Yi Xian, Hu Jia and Hu Dong were left. The 3 of you, follow me out of the city. Luo Luo's beautiful eyes suddenly turned. The moment she turned around, a crafty expression appeared on her face. At this moment, Hu Dong still didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Luo Luo led Yi Xian and the other 2 away. There were many families and towns outside of Lianshan City. Hence, Hu Dong didn't suspect anything. After running for a while, they stopped in a mountain range. Lady Luo, what should we do now? Hu Dong walked to Luolua's side and said in a low voice. He wasn't someone without a background. His father was a captain, so when he saw a cute girl like Luoluo, he naturally wanted to get closer to her. If he could marry her, that would be even better. Oh, I'm a bit bored. Why don't you guys fight around and let me watch? Luoluo suddenly smiled mischievously. Fight? After hearing this, Hu Dong was startled. Then, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. This was a rare opportunity to show his strength to Luo Luo. However, there was a problem at hand. Hu Jia and Yi Xian were only 4 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists at the beginning stage. Their realms were 1 level lower than his. Even if it was 2 against 1, he would still have the upper hand. That's right, you 2 men should fight. Luo Luo smiled and said. This, Hu Dong pretended to be gracious and said, but my realm is higher than his. This is a bit unfair. There's nothing unfair about it. There's no fairness in this world. Luo Luo said impatiently. After hearing this, Hu Dong's eyes flashed again. He was just looking for an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. He didn't expect that there would be such a good opportunity right in front of him. He looked at Yi Xian. If he wanted to fight, he had to get Yi Xian's permission. I have no objections. Yi Xian smiled, his smile was very wretched. This Hu Dong still didn't know that they had colluded. In fact, the moment they entered the mountain range, Yi Xian could have made a move on Hu Dong. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he wanted to cripple Hu Dong first and then use the Eye of Control to control him. Most importantly, the other party didn't know at all. This feeling was extremely satisfying. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist and fight you. Hu Dong shouted, appearing very magnanimous. However, his words and actions were so unbearable in front of Yi Xian and the other 2. He was a complete clown. No need. You don't need to suppress your realm. It doesn't matter. Yi Xian grinned. What? Hudong raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. You want to challenge me? Even if you're at the peak of the fourth tribulation supreme martial artist, I can still fight you." Yi Xian looked like he didn't care, which made Hudong very unhappy. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Luo Luo, who was nearby, and replied, "All right, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, the forest suddenly quieted down. "Why aren't you making a move?" Yi Xian looked at Hudong and said strangely. "You're courting death." Hudong had actually been waiting for Yi Xian to make a move. After all, he was a realm higher than Yi Xian, but now, he couldn't take it anymore. Soaring fist. Hudong wore a pair of gloves that were low-grade supreme divine armaments and fiercely threw a punch at Yi Xian. 30% fist intent. Yi Xian was a little surprised, because when Hudong competed with him for the sword intent in the floating image room, it meant that Hudong's strongest point should be the sword intent. But he didn't expect that Hudong had actually comprehended 30% fist intent. This was quite rare. "You dare to show off a mere 30% fist intent in front of me?" Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he directly slashed out with his sword. It was the annihilation slash that was at full power and had fused 40% sword intent. Pfft. The fist image was easily cut open like a piece of tofu. What? Hudong was shocked. He was a mid-stage supreme divine being with 30% fist intent. In his estimation, it was enough to deal with Yi Xian, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would easily break through his attack. But what he didn't expect was that the power of this attack was even stronger than his full-strength attack. Boom! The annihilation slash instantly struck Hudong's body, and the huge impact instantly sent him flying. "This is impossible!" Hudong shouted as he felt his injuries. He had refined over 100 jade blood essence pills, and his sovereign golden body was extremely powerful, but he was seriously injured by the sword. However, in the next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was so painful that he let out a loud roar. His voice echoed throughout the entire mountain range, startling countless birds and beasts. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. "Young master, you're really ruthless. What if you accidentally kill him?" A clear voice fell into Hudong's ears. At this moment, he just happened to land on the ground. But he didn't get up in time. "Wasn't this voice Lualua's?" "No, I know what I'm doing." Another voice fell into his ears. Hudong was shocked. He hurriedly got up from the intense pain and looked in horror. "Oh, the effect of the burning eye has passed." "Do it again." Yi Xian's eyes widened. Hiss. Hudong instantly lay on the ground again and roared loudly. He couldn't understand what was going on. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Luo joined the royal family at the age of 14 as an early-stage supreme being. She quickly broke through to the mid-stage supreme being level. She was no less talented than the princes, so she immediately became popular and was nurtured by the royal family. However, such a talented girl actually called a vice-captain of the Imperial Guard's captain. This really scared him. "Forget it, it's a pity to kill you. I have control." Yi Xian looked at Hudong's pained expression and glared at him. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. Yi Xian immediately removed the effect of the burning eye on Hudong. After all, Hudong was now under his control and was now his servant. Greetings, master," Hudong said while shivering. Just now, the burning eyes had almost burned his soul away. His combat strength had dropped by at least 60%. "Very good, give me the interspatial ring." Yi Xian nodded and said. Hudong immediately handed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian directly emptied his interspatial ring. "There are still 50 jade blood essence pills. Luo Luo will give them to you." Yi Xian threw a few jade bottles over. It's amazing to have a background. I only got 30 jade blood essence pills for this mission." Luo Luo wrinkled her little nose and looked very unhappy. However, this expression disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Damn, I only got 5 jade blood essence pills." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. However, the jade blood essence pills were very precious to the beastmen. To him, they were completely useless, so he gave all of them to Luo Luo. There are quite a lot of things, but this isn't all you have, right? Yi Xian turned around and asked. There are still quite a lot. Hu Dong answered truthfully. Good, give them all to me when we go back. Yi Xian nodded silently. He was in a good mood. Hu Dong's father was a 5th Tribulation Supreme Captain. Naturally, Hu Dong wouldn't be poor. Alright, Luo Luo, take the 2 of them back. I have a place to go. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in his mind. Young master, where are you going? Luo Luo asked. I've called my doppelganger over. I'm going to fuse with it, Yi Xian replied. Fusion? When Luo Luo heard this, her eyes couldn't help but widen as she exclaimed, I want to see it too. Yi Xian was defeated. It's just a fusion of the same person, not a fusion of a man and a woman. What are you looking at? We've already killed those 2. Just pretend to search for them. Oh, okay, Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian immediately left. As for Hu Jia and Hu Dong, the 2 servants, they obeyed Luo Luo. Actually, there was no need to worry about the eastern continent. The mysterious expert, old immortal Tianju, had already covered the entire eastern continent. Outsiders would not be able to enter. Moreover, there were already quite a few supreme beings in Lianyan City, so there was no need to worry at all. Therefore, Yi Xian called his doppelganger over. This time, he wanted to work on 2 fronts. He wanted his doppelganger to search for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well. Because the devouring space was shared, it was very efficient. Yi Xian spent 3 days before he finally saw his doppelganger. Immediately, he fused with his doppelganger. His doppelganger's realm, sword intent, and martial arts were instantly upgraded to the level of his original body. Early stage supreme being, 40% sword intent, and various bloodlines allowed Yi Xian to have a battle prowess comparable to a peak stage supreme being. There was a dangerous place nearby. Even a 5th Tribulation Supreme Being might not be able to come out alive if they entered. Therefore, Yi Xian directly let his doppelganger enter to train. In the future, he would fuse with his doppelganger to upgrade his strength. After that, Yi Xian directly returned to the Imperial City. These few days, Luo Luo had been reporting their progress from time to time. Their trip wasn't completely fruitless. They had captured 3 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings and 3 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings from the barbarian bull tribe. However, these 6 people weren't the ones who entered the Fox Queen's secret realm that day. Under the charm of the middle-aged fox, their words were still credible. Helpless, Luo Luo returned to the Imperial City first. At this time, Yi Xian was rushing to the Imperial City. After a few days, he returned to the Imperial City, then returned to the Imperial City. Hu Dong, give everything to me. Yi Xian directly controlled Hu Dong and took away all of his assets. After all, he was just a servant. He didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. Hu Dong had a 5th Tribulation Supreme Being as his father, so naturally, he wasn't poor. Hu Dong's assets weren't small, but it wasn't enough for Yi Xian to break through to the mid-stage 4th Tribulation Supreme Being level. Good heavens, there are actually 300 jade blood essence pills, Yi Xian was shocked. However, he didn't give the pills to Luo Luo. In the Fox Queen's secret realm, there's also the pill formula for the jade blood essence pills in the same yin and yang ring as the 100 jade blood essence pills. As long as I gather the materials, I can make unlimited amounts of pills. Yi Xian thought to himself. Since a long time ago, he had to forge and refine weapons and pills by himself. Now that he had the pill formula for the jade blood essence pills, he could make money. Immediately, he called Luo Luo and left the Imperial City. He was going to sell these 300 jade blood essence pills and then exchange them for the materials to refine the jade blood essence pills. Originally, he could do this alone, but Luo Luo was a consecrator of the royal family, so maybe she would get a discount. Young master, so you know how to refine pills? Luo Luo asked in her mind as she held on to Yi Xian's arm. Of course, as long as you have the materials, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the 6th Tribulation Supreme Being level, Yi Xian said very proudly. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Imperial City's largest auction house. Although the owner of this auction house wasn't from the imperial family, everyone guessed that he must be. Otherwise, how could he become the largest auction house in the imperial city? "My lords, what do you need?" An auction house attendant immediately came up to them. "We want to buy some things, and also some jade blood essence pills," Xian replied calmly. "What, jade blood essence pills?" When the attendant heard this, his eyes widened. Jade blood essence pills were specially provided by the imperial family. Only the imperial family could refine them. Usually, those who bought jade blood essence pills were the imperial family's experts. Xian's previous mission reward was 5 jade blood essence pills. Other than that, there was no other reward. Therefore, the imperial family allowed everyone to sell jade blood essence pills. "My lords, this way please." The attendant immediately led Xian and Luo into a private room. The jade blood essence pill seller wasn't at the level of an attendant, so he asked for a supervisor. "My lords, how many jade blood essence pills do you want?" the fourth tribulation supreme being asked respectfully. 300. Xian directly answered, then took out an interspatial ring and handed it over. 300 pills? The auctioneer swallowed his saliva. Other people would only buy a few jade blood essence pills. He had been in this business for decades and the most he could buy was 100 pills. But this time, there were 300 pills. This was a huge order. "Sir, do you want to sell them directly or in the afternoon?" the auctioneer asked. "Oh? There's another auction in the afternoon?" Xian narrowed his eyes. This was too much of a coincidence. Only a fool would directly bid for it. Something as good as the jade blood essence pill would naturally be auctioned off. "Go ahead, 5 pills for 1 bottle, 60 bottles." Xian replied. Yes. The auctioneer nodded immediately. Then, he asked, "Sir, do you need anything else?" "Yes, take a look." Xian took out a list. On it were the remaining necessities for the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. The auctioneer took the list and took a look. He smiled and said, "Sir, there's 1 void crystal in the afternoon auction." "What?" When Xian heard this, he immediately exclaimed, "Void crystal?" Originally, he didn't have much hope. But now, there was one. This was too much of a coincidence. The void crystal was necessary to open the Eye of the Void. The Eye of the Void was a magical heavenly eye. Once it was opened, it could be used to locate a target. If there was a problem in the future, it could break through the void and return to the target in an instant. Simply put, it was teleportation. Teleportation, of course, the Eye of the Void had a distance limit. There was also a positioning limit. The distance couldn't be too far. At the beginning, it could only locate 1 target. If it located a second target, the first location would be erased. "Sir, it's true. Although the void crystal is rare, it's not expensive. Only a small number of people use it to cultivate martial arts," the auctioneer said. "The auction in the afternoon?" "I know. There are many martial arts here. Take a look." Xian's eyes flashed. He was determined to get the void crystal. Even if he had to spend 300 jade blood essence pills, he had to get it. The auction was in the afternoon, so Xian and Luo decided to rest in the private room. The director of the auction gave Xian a token and left. Soon, it was time for the auction. Coincidentally, this auction was going to be very popular. It was said that there would be a decent mid-grade Supreme Divine Weapon up for auction. Speaking of Supreme Divine Weapons, Xian also had one. No, to be more precise, Luo had one. It was the Fox Queen Consort's weapon. However, Luo didn't dare to use the Fox Queen Consort's gloves. Xian reckoned that after this auction ended, he would become a tycoon. Previously, he had used the Eye of Revelation to copy countless martial arts. Their value definitely exceeded those 300 jade blood essence pills. When the shoot was about to start, Xian and Luo entered a VIP room and waited quietly. The public seats were filled with all kinds of people. There were humans, Fox Clan, Barbarian Bull Clan, Ferocious Tiger Clan, Giant Elephant Clan, Demon Snake Clan. The enmity between humans and beasts didn't seem to be popular in the Fox Clan. Perhaps only low-grade clans like the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would have such hatred. There were a total of 10,000 people in the audience seats. Just the entrance fee alone was an astronomical figure. Hee, this is the first time I'm participating in an auction. Luo was a little excited. She held Yi Xian's arm and sat beside him. I'm also a little inexperienced, Yi Xian said indifferently. Indeed, he rarely participated in auctions. Most of the time, he would kill people in the wild and snatch treasures. At this time, an old fox walked up to the auction stage. The auction starts now. The old auctioneer shouted. His old voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone sat up straight. There were so many people in the audience. In fact, many of them were here to watch the show and broaden their horizons. Yi Xian, who was in the VIP room, watched quietly. The first item was a martial art. However, he didn't lack martial arts in his current situation. Martial arts didn't require a lot of martial arts. What mattered was its quality. Very soon, this martial art was bought by someone. Then, it was time for the second item. Young master, there seems to be a lot of experts in this auction. Luo suddenly said. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I feel it. There are at least 3 fifth tribulation supremacies. The old auctioneer is one of them. However, a 5th tribulation supremacy wasn't strong for him. After this auction, he would be able to break through to the mid-stage 4th tribulation supremacy. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of a 5th tribulation supremacy. The items were auctioned off one by one. None of them went unsold. Among them were Yi Xian's martial arts, which were equivalent to 50 jade blood essence pills. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to be auctioned off. Void crystal. Void crystals usually grow at the entrance of secret realms. A small number of martial arts can be used to assist in cultivation. The starting price of this void crystal is 100 high-grade supreme pills. Each increment must not exceed 5 high-grade supreme pills. After the old auctioneer finished speaking, he also smashed his hammer. 100 high-grade supreme pills. Someone immediately shouted. 105 pills. 110 pills. 120 pills. Although the void crystal wasn't very useful, there were so many people present. There was bound to be someone who needed it. At this moment. 300 high-grade supreme pills. Suddenly, someone directly doubled the price. This person wasn't Yi Xian, but someone in the VIP room to Yi Xian's left. The person who shouted this price seems to be that 5th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian raised his brows. He had the perception eye, so he could sense that every single movement in the entire auction venue was within his senses. However, he needed this void crystal very much. He definitely couldn't give it away. 500 high-grade supreme pills. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The 2 people in the VIP room paused, then a man's voice sounded. 1,000 high-grade supreme pills. As soon as this was said, the tens of thousands of spectators below were shocked. This void crystal was worth at most 200 high-grade supreme pills, but the bid of 1,000 was too high. This was too rich. However, they also understood that what they were fighting for now was not this void crystal, but face. Tisk, Yi Xian looked disdainful and continued to shout, 2,000 pills. Wow. There was another uproar below the stage. The price had risen to 10 times the estimated price. Even the old auctioneer didn't expect this scene. 3,000 high-grade supreme pills. 3,000 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. 1 jade blood essence pill was worth at least 10 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. Yi Xian's 300 jade blood essence pills were worth at least 3,000 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. Now, the price had exceeded 300 jade blood essence pills. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he had a lot of martial arts to back him up. Master, he seems to have a powerful background, Luo frowned and reminded him softly. Yes, I know. Yi Xian nodded. He also understood that the person in the other private room must have a powerful background. However, for this void crystal, he was willing to go all out, even if he had to offend the gods. This price made the person in the other private room pause. 5,000 pills. Yi Xian finally called out the price. The entire auction hall was silent for another 2 seconds. Then, a man's voice came from the other private room. "Who are you?" Just in case, Yi Xian was too lazy to answer. In an auction, the highest bidder would win, regardless of identity. The entire auction hall was silent for a few seconds. Then, the old 5 Tribulation Supreme Auctioneer knocked with the mallet in his hand. Bang! 5000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills going once. Bang! 5000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills going twice. After shouting this, the old drummer deliberately paused. However, the person in the other private room didn't move. Bang! 5000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills going thrice. Deal. The void crystal was bought by Yi Xian at the price of 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills. The price was more than 20 times higher than the estimated price. It was simply unbelievable. Immediately, the auctioneer that received Yi Xian immediately brought the void crystal with him, knocked on the door, and walked in. "Master, this is the void crystal you bought." The director of the auction house was shocked. Only a fool would spend so much money to buy a void crystal. However, this was a matter of pride, so it was understandable. "Very good. I won't be bidding for the rest of the martial arts. We'll go according to your auction house's price," Yi Xian said as he accepted the void crystal. Ding! The Eye of the Void has been successfully activated. With a system notification, Yi Xian activated his 5th celestial eye. Hearing this, the auctioneer's eyes lit up and he immediately said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, I will calculate it immediately." At this moment, Yi Xian threw out another list. "This is a list. I want to buy these materials. You can exchange the remaining high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills for these." Yi Xian said. "Alright, I'll do it right away." The head of the auction house nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly stopped by Yi Xian. "I have control." Ding! Control successful. To be safe, Yi Xian still controlled him. As this was the Fox Charm dynasty, it was the holy land of charms. However, the people in the auction house were not charmed. Once someone was charmed, they would immediately be arrested and investigated. However, no one could see through Yi Xian's eye of control. After these valuable items were sold, there would be a break. The void crystal was sold for a sky-high price of 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills, which allowed the people present to calm down. Soon, the auctioneer brought out all the items. 1,000 sets of jade blood essence pill materials. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and directly put the materials into the devouring system. Ding! The batch of jade blood essence pills has been successfully refined. There are 1,000 of them. Using the devouring system's alchemy function, Yi Xian instantly obtained 1,000 jade blood essence pills. Quickly exchange them for another 1,000 sets of materials, and exchange the rest for heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian ordered the auctioneer again. Yes. The auctioneer left again. After a while, he brought back all the items. However, the amount of jade blood essence pills was not enough. "Master, one of the ingredients is almost monopolized by the imperial family, so there are not many in stock. There are only 500 sets." The auctioneer handed the items to Yi Xian. "Okay." Yi Xian silently accepted the items and then swallowed the large amount of heaven and earth treasures. In the next moment, he heard a series of system notifications. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 4 Tribulation Supreme. Now, Yi Xian was not afraid of the 5 Tribulation Supreme in the private room. "Young master, are we still going to participate in the auction?" Luo frowned and asked. "No, we have the items. Let's go." Yi Xian shook his head and then directly left. The auctioneer did not stop them. After all, the guests could leave at any time. Besides, he was already under Yi Xian's control. Why would he stop his master? The auction house had a confidentiality policy. No information about the guests in the private room could be leaked. However, the guest in the private room was not received by the auctioneer controlled by Yi Xian, so he did not know who was in the private room. However, Yi Xian had made a big profit this time. One had to know when to be satisfied. It was better to leave first. However, after he left the auction house with Luo Luo, he sensed another expert coming out of the auction house. "Young master, someone is following us." "It's a peak 4 Tribulation Supreme," Luo Luo said in his mind. "Yes, it should be the subordinate of that 5 Tribulation Supreme. Let's leave the city." Yi Xian nodded. With his current realm, he did not need to fear a peak 4 Tribulation Supreme. This time, his purpose of leaving the city was to control this person and ask who was in the private room. At that moment, Yi Xian and Luo Luo directly left the imperial capital. Sure enough, the tracker also left. This stalker's identity could not be determined from his clothes. He was a peak 4 Tribulation Supreme. After Yi Xian and Luo Luo left the city, they went straight into a forest. "The two of you, please wait." An old voice sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo stopped in their tracks and turned around. "Just now, the two of you were fighting with my master for the void crystal?" The old fox narrowed his eyes and asked. "Yes, and then?" Yi Xian nodded silently. He had already used the void crystal to open the eye of the void. "Sorry, you can't take away the item that my master has set his eyes on. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the void crystal and kneel in front of my master. My master may spare your lives," the old man said with an arrogant look on his face. It seemed that he did have a powerful background. "I'm quite interested in your master as well. However, I'll say this first. If you were to make a move, the one who would kneel would be your master." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lightly curled up. "How dare you?" The Fox Elder possessed 45% sword intent, which was enough to break through Yi Xian's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with either, so he immediately slashed out with his sword. Annihilation slash. Boom. The 45% sword intent clashed with the 40% sword intent, but what remained was Yi Xian's attack. What? The Fox Elder was shocked. He was a level 4 supreme being with 45% sword intent. How could such an attack be broken by a level 4 supreme being brat? Burning Eye. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly used his secret technique on the Fox Elder. In the next moment, the Fox Elder felt a heart-wrenching pain. The Eye of Illusion was suitable for dealing with a group of enemies. After all, it didn't consume much eye power and could instantly affect several people. However, the Burning Eye was still the best way to deal with a single enemy. It could burn the enemy's mind and reduce their combat strength. A mere level 4 supreme being dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Let me see who your master is. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This time, he suddenly made a move, and that was to use that precious advancement point to upgrade his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Ding! Heavenly Eye clan bloodline upgrade successful. All Heavenly Eye abilities have been upgraded. The system notified. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline only had one advancement path. Every time it was upgraded, the effects of all Heavenly Eyes would be upgraded. The effects of the Eye of Insight, Eye of Illusion, Burning Eye, Eye of Control, and Eye of the Void had all been upgraded. The positions of the Eye of Control had been upgraded from 5 to 10, while the Eye of the Void's position had also been upgraded from 1 to 2. Burning Eye. Yi Xian's eyes widened again. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was curled up on the floor, constantly twitching and screaming. With Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even need to make a move to kill a level 4 supreme being. This was the strength of the bloodline. Eye of Control. After the bloodline upgrade, the power of the Heavenly Eyes had increased significantly. After using the Burning Eye twice, the Fox Elder's combat strength was estimated to be only 30% to 40%. This was the strength of the bloodline. Ding! Control successful. The system notification rang out. In the next moment, Yi Xian removed the effect of Burning Eye. Greetings, M Master. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. His body was covered in mud, and his hair was a mess. He looked like a crazy person. Who was your previous owner? Yi Xian asked without hesitation. Yes, the current 6th prince. The Fox Clan Elder answered without hesitation. Indeed, Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard this reply. There weren't many Fifth Tribulation Supremes in the imperial capital. Only the imperial family would dare to be so arrogant. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and went straight to the old fox's yin and yang ring. Then, he took away all the good stuff inside. There were 500 jade blood essence pills in the white fox elder's interspatial ring. He was indeed worthy of being the prince's servant. Take a break first. After saying that, Yi Xian led Luo Luo and the fox elder into the forest. Now, he wanted to do an experiment. The reason why he used the advancement points to upgrade his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline was because he wanted to use the Eye of the Void. Before the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline evolved, the Eye of the Void could only locate the target once. After the evolution, the distance increased, and the location increased as well. Coincidentally, his clone was in the charming Fox dynasty, so he wanted to see if the Eye of the Void could allow him to fly to his clone's side. Luo Luo, come in. Yi Xian brought Luo Luo into the storage space. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Luo was confused. She only knew that the void crystal was useful to Yi Xian, but she didn't know what effect the Eye of the Void had. You'll find out soon. Yi Xian smiled devilishly and used the void to locate the target. At the same time, his clone, who was training in the dangerous land far away, also located the target. The original body and the clone located the target at the same time. The void door, open. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed, emitting a dark light. Then, the space in front of him suddenly opened up a hole. This was the void door opened by the Eye of the Void. Its effect was the same as a secret land. As long as one passed through it, they would enter another world. At this moment, Yi Xian directly passed through the void door and arrived at the location of his clone. It works. Yi Xian was overjoyed and let Luo Luo out. Luo Luo saw that the surrounding environment had changed greatly, and at the same time, she saw Yi Xian's original body and clone. She was shocked. Young master, where are we? Luo Luo asked with a confused expression. Yi Xian grinned and merged with his clone to upgrade his clone's strength. Then, he said, the Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 dangerous lands in the charming Fox dynasty. What? The Ghost Swamp? Luo Luo was shocked and turned around to look. The environment there was extremely bad. The sky was filled with boundless dark clouds. The heaven and earth essence chi in the air was disgusting. From time to time, there would be some strange cries. This was indeed the Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 danger zones of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. Why are we here? The imperial capital is several days away from the Ghost Swamp. Luo Luo asked in surprise. Haha, this is the young master's newly opened Eye of the Sky. Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he opened another void door and brought Luo Luo back to the forest outside the imperial capital. This time, Luo Luo passed through the void door by herself. However, the Eye of the Void consumed a lot of eye power, and with the void door, the eye power would be consumed quickly. After using the Eye of the Void twice, Yi Xian's vision was hazy, and it took him a few seconds to recover. The amount of eye power the void eye consumes is calculated based on the distance between the coordinates. The further the distance, the more eye power it consumes. Using the void eye twice has already depleted my eye power. However, using it once to escape is not a big deal. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then let Luo Luo out. Wow, this secret skill is so powerful. Doesn't this mean we can go anywhere? Luo Luo was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. You're thinking too much. This void positioning must be done personally, and the distance can't be too far. But it's good for escaping. Yi Xian grinned. The Eye of the Sky bloodline's effect would increase as his cultivation level increased. So, the Eye of the Void might be able to return to the eastern continent directly from the charming Fox dynasty. After the experiment was successful, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. If he ran into any trouble in the future, he could just break through the void and leave. Alright, you've rested enough. Change your clothes and call your previous master out. Yi Xian said to the Fox Elder. Yes, master. The Fox Elder nodded respectfully. He changed into the same set of clothes and entered the imperial city. What was Xian's purpose in coming to the imperial city? It was to obtain the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Originally, he wanted to control a prince to gather information. He didn't expect a prince to come to him on his own accord. This was good news. Luo Luo, take 500 jade blood essence pills and refine them. Xian threw 500 jade blood essence pills to Luo Luo. Even with Luo Luo's unique physique, it wasn't easy for her to completely refine 500 jade blood essence pills. It would take at least half a month. Luo Luo would probably reach the peak of the fourth tribulation supremacy in half a month. Now that my doppelganger's strength has been upgraded and I have a lot of resources, I should go to the major cities to purchase the jade blood essence pills and refine them without limit, Xian thought to himself. Then, he ordered his doppelganger to leave the ghost swamp. That day, he sent his doppelganger to train because he wanted to kill a supremacy sacred beast to break through. Secondly, he wanted to search for treasures. Who knows, he might find something necessary to open his sky eye. However, now that he thought about it, it would be more convenient for him to go to the city to purchase the treasures. After all, money makes the world go round. The auction was still going on, and the sixth prince probably wouldn't come out halfway. Hence, Xian and Luo Luo waited outside for a while. About half an hour later, the fox elder led a young man in white into the forest. This young man was the sixth prince, Bai Chuan. So it's you two trash. You want to compete with me? The sixth prince snorted as he approached. Xian didn't waste any time. He directly used the burning eye on the sixth prince. At the same time, the fox elder behind the sixth prince also attacked. 45% sword intent. Bang! Although the sixth prince was a fifth tribulation supremacy, he didn't expect his most loyal servant to attack him. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was incomparably strong. After all, he grew up eating the jade blood essence elixir. 45% sword will was actually unable to break through his sovereign golden body. What a powerful sovereign golden body. However, can you withstand a spiritual attack? Xian's eyes widened again, shooting out two beams of light. Eye of Illusion, with the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, the effects of the Heavenly Eye clan's Heavenly Eye had been greatly enhanced after its evolution. The combination of the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion had caused the sixth prince's mental strength to plummet. His strength had also been reduced by at least 20%. However, Xian knew that this was not enough to control the sixth prince. Do it! Xian bellowed. In an instant, he, Luo Luo, and the fox elder all attacked the sixth prince at the same time. In terms of comprehension, Xian was only at 40% sword intent, while the fox elder and Luo Luo were at 45%. However, in terms of attack power, Xian's attack power was above Luo Luo's. The sixth prince had to endure the immense pain while also enduring the attacks of Xian and the other two. One was ravaging his mind while the other was ravaging his body. He could not help but howl at the sky. You're courting death. The sixth prince roared and launched an attack at Xian. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled. The sixth prince's punch was infused with 50% of his fist intent. If it landed on Xian's body, he would probably be smashed into minced meat. Fortunately, the sixth prince was under the effects of the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion. He was only attacking casually, so Xian easily dodged the punch. Damn, a fifth tribulation supremacy is no ordinary person, Xian thought to himself and attacked again. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Boom. 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 One attack after another landed on the sixth prince's body. At this moment, the sixth prince's sovereign golden body was broken, and his body was covered in blood. Among the three of them, apart from the fox elder, Xian and Luo Luo could barely break the sixth prince's sovereign golden body. Of course, they could only barely break it. Moreover, Xian's intention was not to kill the sixth prince, but to control him. Their attacks were only coordinated with the Burning Eye to weaken the sixth prince's willpower. Due to the difference of two realms, Xian used the Burning Eye on the sixth prince 5 times. At this moment, the sixth prince's willpower was almost worn down, and his combat power was less than 50%. The sixth prince, who had finally escaped from the illusion, was shocked. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You dare to attack me? If my father finds out, your entire family will be executed. Your entire family will be executed. I have control." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A wave of energy drilled into the sixth prince's brain. In an instant, the sixth prince's eyes changed. Ding! Control successful. After hearing the notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under the siege of the three of them, the sixth prince had finally submitted to him. At this moment, the sixth prince was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. He raised his head in a daze, and weakly shouted at Yi Xian, "Greetings, master." Yi Xian did not waste any time. He directly threw a few blood bottles containing his own blood. The sixth prince drank the blood bottles, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, because his sovereign golden body was too strong, he had to drink 3 bottles to recover to his peak. Huff, huff. The sixth prince rested for a while, and his spirit began to recover. At the same time, Yi Xian walked over and took off his interspatial ring. "Mother *Ker, you really bought a lot of things. Fortunately, most of them are heaven and earth treasures. I can swallow them." Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He did not argue and swallowed all the things inside. Unfortunately, these things could not help him break through to the peak of 4th stage Supreme Being. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He said to the sixth prince, "All right, I have something to ask you. Have you heard of the charm fusion crystal?" "Yes." The sixth prince nodded. "Do you know where it is?" Luo Luo suddenly asked. After all, this matter was related to her. The charm fusion crystal was divided into 2 pieces. The first half was stolen by the Fox Queen several hundred years ago. Recently, the Fox Queen's secret realm appeared. It was said that she was taken away by 2 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings from the Barbarian Bull clan and the Human clan. Its whereabouts are still unknown. As for the other half, it should still be in the Imperial City, the sixth prince replied. "Tell me more about the other half," Yi Xian said. "I am not sure about the other half, but my mother might know," the sixth prince replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. The mother that the sixth prince mentioned was the sixth prince's mother. At the same time, she was also one of the emperor's most beloved concubines. "All right, then go and ask." Yi Xian nodded. It wasn't easy to refine the charm fusion crystal. Firstly, one had to be a member of the Fox clan. Secondly, even a member of the Fox clan might not be able to refine the charm fusion crystal. Otherwise, the charm fusion crystal would be in the hands of the current emperor of the Fox clan. Yi Xian immediately asked the sixth prince to change his clothes and tidied up his attire. He then brought the 3 of them back to the imperial city. No one would have thought that the sixth prince, a 5th tribulation supremacy, would be controlled by Yi Xian. With the Eye of Control's ability, even the emperor wouldn't be able to find anything strange about it. "Luo Luo, you should go back first. Refine all the jade blood essence pills first," Yi Xian said. "Okay." Luo Luo nodded and left. She still had 500 jade blood essence pills. With the charm fusion crystal and the enhancement of the beast god bloodline, it was enough for her to break through to the peak of 4th tribulation supremacy. As for Yi Xian, he also returned to his residence and continued to refine the dragon luck. However, he had already sent his clones to the major cities to sell and refine the jade blood essence pills. As for breaking through, he wasn't worried. After all, the sixth prince was already under his control. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't break through. The sixth prince was very efficient. On the second day after they returned to the imperial city, he found Luo Luo. After all, with his identity, he couldn't find Yi Xian in private. "Master, I found out what you wanted me to find out." In Luo Luo's residence, the sixth prince respectfully handed over a document. Some things were better left unsaid. "Well done." Luo Luo praised him like a little adult. Then, she checked the document. "That half of the charm fusion crystal has been refined by the crown prince?" Luo Luo's face turned pale. Then, she hurriedly informed Yi Xian. "What? The crown prince?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The crown prince of the Fox clan had been appointed. He was the sixth prince's elder brother. It was said that he was already a fifth tribulation supremacy. However, the charm fusion crystal was in the hands of the crown prince. This was troublesome. After all, he had already refined the charm fusion crystal. If he wanted to take the charm fusion crystal out, he would have to dig it out from his body. This would severely injure the crown prince. If we forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, the crown prince's realm might fall. At that time, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Fox charm dynasty had a sixth tribulation supremacy, which wasn't something he could deal with now. However, he would definitely help Luo obtain the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Right at this moment. Sixth brother. An unfamiliar voice suddenly came from outside. After hearing it, Luo turned to look at the sixth prince in surprise. It's Big Brother's voice. The sixth prince immediately recognized him. Big Brother, this shocked Luo. Wasn't that the crown prince? At the same time, the crown prince was the owner of the other half of the charm fusion crystal. The crown prince was probably looking for the sixth prince, so he came looking for him. Immediately, the sixth prince opened the door and walked out with Luo. Sixth brother, what are you doing here? A young man from the Fox clan asked outside Luo's residence. He was the crown prince of the Fox charm dynasty. By long Big Brother, I'm looking for Miss Luo. The sixth prince hurriedly explained. Oh? Luo? Bai Long looked at Luo and said, You're the girl that Xian brought back, right? You've broken through to the fourth tribulation supremacy realm at the age of 14. You're quite talented. Thank you for your compliment, Crown Prince. Luo quickly replied. Luo's small face was very delicate, and it was considered top-notch in the Fox charm clan. However, Bai Long was the crown prince of the Fox charm dynasty. What kind of beauty had he not seen before? However, for some reason, Bai Long felt that there was a strange feeling between him and Luo, but he couldn't explain it. Sixth brother, I have something to talk to you about. Bai Long didn't think much about it and said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince knew that he couldn't let Luo interact with Bai Long, so he left with Bai Long few. After Bai Long left, Luo heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she revealed a sly smile. Young master, I can confirm that half of the charm fusion crystal is in Crown Prince Bai Long's body. Luo quickly told Xian about it. You sensed it? Yes, I sensed it in his body, but the Crown Prince is very strong, much stronger than the sixth prince. He's at the fifth tribulation supremacy realm at the very least, and he might even be at the fifth tribulation supremacy realm. Luo replied. Alright, I understand. Try not to interact with him as much as possible to prevent the charm fusion crystal from resonating and exposing the secret. Xian reminded her. I understand. After the crown prince of the Fox charm dynasty finished talking with the sixth prince, Bai Long returned to his palace. However, at this time, there was already a beautiful woman waiting for him in his bedroom. Mother, why are you here? Bai Long said in surprise. The beautiful woman was the empress of the Fox charm dynasty, and she was Bai Long's mother. I'm just here to take a look. How's the refinement of the charm fusion crystal going? The empress asked. It took me a month to refine it, Bai Long replied honestly. Very good. Although it's only half of the charm fusion crystal, with your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the seventh tribulation supremacy realm. At that time, the Fox charm dynasty will be able to enter the ranks of the high-grade holy dynasties. However, there's no news about the other half of the charm fusion crystal, and we don't know where it went. Your imperial father sent many people to investigate, and he even sent people to the barbarian Ox holy dynasty and Songkong holy dynasty. The empress said slowly. The Songkong holy dynasty she mentioned was a human holy dynasty neighboring the Fox charm dynasty. The Songkong holy dynasty was also a mid-grade holy dynasty, and it wasn't weak. At this time, Bai Long suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh right, mother, I saw that consecrated Luo by chance, and I feel that there's a strange, what? The empress asked curiously. I suspect that there's a charm fusion crystal in Luo's body. Bai Long said solemnly. As soon as the words came out, the Empress's body trembled violently, and she exclaimed, "What did you say? A charm fusion crystal? Mother, didn't you say that the charm fusion crystal is the most precious treasure of our clan? In fact, every clan member has the opportunity to condense a charm fusion crystal. Our ancestors' charm fusion crystal was obtained after a super genius of our clan died. Therefore, I suspect that Luo has a charm fusion crystal in her body," Bai Long guessed. "It can't be wrong," Bai Long said solemnly. The Empress was silent. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a problem and said, "Wait, that lady called Luo seemed to be brought back by Xianxia. It is said that she was also in Fox Princess Consort's secret realm. Mother, are you saying that the charm fusion crystal in Luo's body is the half that Fox Princess Consort stole back then?" Bai Long's eyes suddenly lit up. No, their Qian Kuan ring was checked and there was nothing in it. Even if it was refined in the secret realm, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, even you spent more than a month to completely refine that half of the charm fusion crystal. The Empress suddenly denied her own idea. After her reminder, Bai Long also felt that something was wrong. Even he took more than a month to refine it, how could Luo only need a day? So you're saying that the charm fusion crystal in her body is complete? White Dragon's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of cold light, mixed with a trace of killing intent. It was better to keep the charm fusion crystal a secret. Therefore, he decided to kill Luo and take out the complete charm fusion crystal. Although it was possible to forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, Luo had to die in order to keep it a secret. Wait, we don't have to kill Luo. The Empress felt Bai Long's killing intent and quickly said, "Mother, do you have any other way to take out the charm fusion crystal?" Bai Long asked. "If there is a complete charm fusion crystal in Luo's body, as long as you marry her, you will be able to condense half of the charm fusion crystal," the Empress said. Bai Long's eyes lit up again when he heard that. The half of the charm fusion crystal in his body was condensed by a super genius of the Fox clan. It was not condensed by him. This charm fusion crystal was naturally better than the one condensed by him. If he married Luo and the two of them got together, the charm fusion crystal in his body would be affected by the one in Luo's body. He might be able to condense the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal. This was a good idea. Luo is a consecrator of the imperial family. As long as you tell your father about this, your father will definitely support," the Empress said. "All right." Bai Long immediately agreed. "If that's the case, I'll go look for your father." The Empress did not delay and directly stood up. Soon, the Emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty heard about it. Naturally, he agreed. For the sake of the White Dragon, the Empress personally made a move and directly sent someone to call Luo. However, at this time, Luo was with Yixian, handing over the sixth prince's wealth to Yixian. "The sixth prince isn't doing very well, but these things are enough for me to break through to the fourth level of the supreme martial artist realm." Yixian narrowed his eyes and devoured everything in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the fourth tribulation supreme stage, the system prompted. However, the sixth prince's wealth was not enough for him to reach the shackles and pass the tribulation. Yixian was also helpless. If the sixth prince had not spent a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to improve his sovereign golden body, Yixian would have been able to directly undergo the fifth tribulation of the Supreme Being. Later, I'll get the sixth prince to call his brothers out. I'll control them one by one, Yixian thought to himself. Now that he had advanced to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, the number of people he could control increased to 10. Hu Jia, Hu Dong, the old fox, the sixth prince, and the director of the auction house. There were only 5 people here, so he still had 5 more people. However, at this time an expert suddenly stepped into Yixian's range of detection. Yixian raised his eyebrows. The area he lived in should not have a fifth tribulation supreme martial artist. At the same time, he also felt that this expert seemed to be Xianxia from that day. "Miss Luo." A voice sounded. Yixian and Luo heard it. It was indeed Xianxia. Yixian and Luo immediately opened the door and walked out. Xianxia ignored Yixian and said to Luo, "Miss Luo, the Empress invites you in. What? Yi Xian and Luoluo were shocked. The Empress invited Luoluo over. Wait, the Empress seemed to be the Crown Prince's mother? Yi Xian suddenly widened his eyes and said in his mind, the Empress? Isn't that the Crown Prince's mother? She called you over, could it be that she found the charm fusion crystal? I'm not sure either. At that time I felt it, so the Crown Prince might have felt it too. Luoluo said with a worried expression. Let's ask first. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Sister Hu, I wonder why the Empress is looking for me. Luoluo asked. I'm not very sure either. Hu Xian shook her head. At this time. Burning Eye. Yi Xian directly used his Heaven's Eye on Hu Xian. Hu Xian's strength was weaker than the sixth prince, so Yi Xian dared to make a move here. Ugh, Hu Xian suddenly grabbed her chest, looking like she was in pain. Her face was filled with shock, not knowing what had happened. Aya, Sister Hu, what's wrong? Luoluo hurriedly pretended not to know anything and moved closer. I don't know, my heart hurts so much, as if it's burning. Hu Xian gritted her teeth. She would never have thought that it was Yi Xian who did this to her. What's going on, Sister Hu, did you make a mistake in your cultivation? Luoluo asked again. I'm not sure. Hu Xian hurriedly sat down cross-legged, but at this time, Yi Xian used the burning eye again, weakening her willpower again. Hu Xian didn't understand what was wrong with her. After all, with her realm, even if a peak fifth tribulation supreme expert sneak attacked her, she would know. However, the pain just now came out of nowhere without any warning. Burning Eye. Yi Xian used the burning eye one last time, and then used the eye of control. When he fought with the sixth prince that day, he was only a fourth stage supreme expert. Now that he had broken through to the fourth stage supreme expert, it shouldn't be a problem for him to control Hu Xian. Ding, control successful. The system's voice sounded. Then, Yi Xian let Hu Xian rest for a while, and then asked, why is the Empress looking for Luoluo? Master, I'm not sure either. Hu Xian shook her head, her face still as pale as snow. Yi Xian walked over and took away Hu Xian's wealth, and then said, okay, then you lead the way. Although he didn't know why the Empress was looking for Luoluo, he still wanted to be safe by Luoluo's side. At that time, if something happened, he could hide Luoluo in the storage space. At worst, he could use the Eye of the Void to leave. After all, they already knew who had the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Yes. However, as long as Yi Xian was given the chance, he could leave the imperial capital with Luoluo and arrive at the doppelganger's side in an instant. Soon, Hu Xian brought Yi Xian and Luoluo to the Empress's palace. Wait, only she can enter. Just as Hu Xian was about to bring Yi Xian and Luoluo in, a silver-armored general suddenly stopped them. Fifth Supreme Being Peak. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This silver-armored general was probably the Empress's bodyguard. An expert of this level wasn't someone he could deal with right now. If this silver-armored general at the fifth Supreme Being Peak attacked, his head would probably explode in an instant. Luoluo, report to me immediately after you enter. If there's anything wrong, we'll leave immediately. Yi Xian said to Luoluo in his mind. Okay. Luoluo replied. After all, she could communicate with Yi Xian in private. No one else could hear them. Yi Xian watched her enter the Empress's palace. His heart was burning with anxiety. He suddenly regretted not bringing Luoluo out of the imperial capital just now. At this moment, Luoluo had already entered the Empress's palace. Luoluo was led by a palace made to meet the Empress and the White Dragon. Yi Xian was still waiting outside. Fortunately, Luoluo would report to him from time to time. Young master, they think I condensed the charm fusion crystal myself, Luoluo suddenly said. What, they think you condensed it yourself? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, and then? And then, they want the crown prince to marry me and make me the crown princess. Luoluo replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luoluo wouldn't be in danger for the time being. However, if Luoluo refused, no, the Empress would never allow Luoluo to refuse. Yi Xian was very clear about this point. Luoluo, agree to them first. I agreed. They said that we'll get married in 3 days. Okay, remember to ask for a betrothal gift. Xian smiled slyly outside the empress's palace. If Luoluo became the crown princess, there should be a lot of betrothal gifts, right? Not long after, Luoluo came out of the empress's bedroom. Young master, I brought a lot of good stuff. Luoluo jumped down the stairs and said to Xian in her mind. Betrothal gifts. Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at Luoluo's excited expression, it seemed that she had gotten a lot of benefits. After all, she was about to become the crown princess. If the crown prince by long ascended the throne in the future, she would be the empress. Unfortunately, Luoluo wasn't limited to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. After Luoluo entered, Xian had been using his Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. When he realized that the other party didn't do anything to Luoluo, he was relieved. Yes, there are many betrothal gifts. Give me more so that I won't run away. Luoluo understood the empress and the white dragon's intentions. In the entire Holy Dynasty, the number of people who want to marry the crown prince is enough to destroy the entire imperial capital, and you're still not willing? Xian grinned and said in his mind. Hateful, young master, are you willing to marry me off? Luoluo said with some dissatisfaction. I can't bear to. Xian replied. Luoluo's bloodline was extremely strange, and her cultivation speed was probably comparable to his. How could he let Luoluo submit herself to a mid-grade holy dynasty, then, Xian left with Xian and Luoluo. Young master, this is for you. On the way back, Luoluo gave Xian an interspatial ring. Damn, the imperial family is so generous. They gave me 10,000 jade blood essence pills and countless other treasures. Xian was shocked. 10,000 jade blood essence pills was enough for Luoluo to break through to the mid-stage or even the peak of the supremacy realm. If he had those treasures, it would be enough for him to break through to the 5th tribulation supremacy realm. This time, he really made a huge profit. At that moment, Xian directly swallowed some heavenly and earthly treasures, raising his cultivation to the point where he could transcend the 5th level of the sovereign tribulation. Young master, what do we do now? Luoluo asked. In 3 days, you will marry the crown prince by long. If we leave now, I'm afraid your father will be in trouble. So, we still have to put on a show in 3 days. Xian said as he planned in his heart. This time, there was going to be a big scene. Young master, are you going to rob the wedding? Luoluo understood Xian's intention and laughed. No, I'm not going to rob the wedding. I'm going to rebel. Xian shook his head. Rebel. When Luoluo heard this, she couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly knew what Xian was going to do. Would 3 days be enough? If it was an ordinary person, it definitely wouldn't be enough. However, Xian had the eye of control, so it was enough. After leaving the empress's palace, Xian quickly left the imperial city and found a place outside the imperial city to undergo the tribulation supremacy realm. Ding! The tribulation supremacy realm begins. After obtaining the Eye of the Void, Xian could summon his doppelganger to merge with him at any time. After merging with his doppelganger, he had a 100% success rate of passing the tribulation supremacy realm. Soon, the 5th tribulation supremacy realm descended. Boom! 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 5 consecutive supremacy tribulation lightning struck Xian's head. After the 5th tribulation lightning struck Xian, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has successfully passed the tribulation supremacy realm. You are currently at the 5th tribulation supremacy realm. Then, he swallowed all of Luoluo's betrothal gifts and stabilized his cultivation. I finally broke through. Now, even if I face the crown prince, by long, I'm afraid I can still fight him. Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he ordered his doppelganger to use the Eye of the Void and leave the imperial city. I'll let Luoluo charm Hu Jia and the others. I'll use the remaining slots to control the princes. Xian already had a relatively complete set of information in hand. He cooperated with Luoluo and quickly transferred Hu Jia and the others to Luoluo's command. Originally, the Fox clan was innately resistant to secret techniques like charm. However, Luoluo had half a charm fusion crystal, so it was not difficult for her to charm someone of a higher level. Hu Jia, Hu Dong, the Fox clan elder under the sixth prince, and the manager of the auction house were all transferred to Luo Luo by Yi Xian. As for the sixth prince, he personally tied him up. It's about time. The second prince should be here soon, Yi Xian thought to himself. When he left the imperial city just now, he asked the sixth prince to summon his elder brothers one by one. These princes were not weak, but none of them could compare to the crown prince, by long. The strongest one was the second prince, who was at the mid-stage fifth supremacy realm. Soon, the second prince arrived. Sixth brother, why did you call me out of the city? The second prince asked in confusion. Second brother, there's someone you must really want to meet. The sixth prince deliberately kept him in suspense. Who? Just as the second prince finished speaking, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! It was the sound of something breaking through the air. Sneak attack. The second prince instantly reacted, but in the next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back. There was also a sneak attack from behind, and the attacker was his sixth brother. Boom! Boom! The second prince was attacked from both his front and back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian had obtained a complete set of sword essence phantom scrolls from the sixth prince, and after a period of cultivation, he had raised his sword essence to 55%. Even if the second prince had a strong physique, he could at most withstand 50% of the sword essence without being injured. Burning Eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked and directly used his trump card on the second prince. Sixth brother, what are you doing? The second prince gritted his teeth and shouted. However, there was still some distance between them and the imperial capital, so Yi Xian dared to attack. I didn't do anything. The sixth prince shouted in a low voice and attacked again. 50% of the fist essence was enough to break the second prince's sovereign golden body. Boom! 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 Under the joint attack of Yi Xian and the sixth prince, the second prince had no strength to fight back, and soon, he was controlled by Yi Xian. Ding! Control successful. The strongest prince in the Fox Charm dynasty was the crown prince, who had reached the peak of fifth supreme being, followed by the second prince, who was in the middle of fifth supreme being. As for the rest, they were at most in the early stage of fifth supreme being. Very good. When you come out, remember to bring all your belongings. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said to the second prince. Yes, master. The second prince and the sixth prince responded and left. Yi Xian estimated that as long as he could control the 9 princes, he could at least break through to the middle stage of fifth supreme being. At that time, he would not be afraid of the crown prince, and even if a sixth tribulation supreme being came, he would have the strength to fight. Soon, the second prince and the sixth prince brought people one after another. They were queuing up to deliver benefits. This time, the second prince and the sixth prince had brought along the third prince. His strength was at the initial stage of the supreme martial artist fifth stage, and it was estimated that he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the supreme martial artist fifth stage very soon. Unfortunately, even the fifth supreme martial artist second prince had been subdued by Yi Xian. What more him, under Yi Xian's burning eye, the third prince was easily subdued. As for the rest, it was the exact same pattern. These princes who were under the control of Yi Xian had offered all of their wealth to Yi Xian. Regrettably, although they were princes, they could not simply reach out and ask for cultivation resources. However, with these princes added together, Yi Xian had successfully broken through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level 5. After Yi Xian subdued the 10 princes, he finally broke through to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist. Now, he had the capital to rebel. The 10 of you, go back and secretly mobilize your troops. When Crown Prince Bai Long chooses his wife, listen to my orders. Yi Xian said to the 10 princes. Yes, master. The 10 princes replied in unison. If there was anyone present at this moment, they would probably be scared half to death. The only person who could subdue the 10 princes of the Fox Sage dynasty was the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty. Actually, Yi Xian could have tried to lure the crown prince, Bai Long. However, Yi Xian heard that this brat had someone secretly protecting him, so he decided to forget about it. This was because the person in the dark might have reached the level of a sixth tribulation sovereign. This was not something he could defeat right now. Yi Xian only took 1 day to subdue the princes, so there were still 2 days left. Coincidentally, he obtained a good martial art from one of the prince's interspatial rings. This martial art was called the art of swallowing whale, and it could quickly absorb the dragon luck to refine the sovereign golden body. It was much better than the imperial heavenly tyrant body. If it was combined with those elixirs, Yi Xian could probably devour all the dragon luck in 2 days. No wonder these princes were so poor. They probably exchanged their wealth for dragon luck to refine the sovereign golden body. Ding! The host has learned the art of swallowing whale. Yi Xian began to refine the dragon luck. The day after tomorrow was Luo Luo's wedding day, and it was also the day of his rebellion. The 10 princes had joined forces to send out an army, which was something no one had expected. These princes' cultivation levels were not low, and they had already used their charm on the generals under their command. Hence, this time, the army would be very strong. Very quickly, 2 days passed. Young master, I have broken through. Luo Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Peak 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His current cultivation level had already surpassed Luo Luo's, but when Luo Luo obtained the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal, her speed might directly skyrocket. Young master, I have already created a fake body. I will come to you now. Luo Luo said and went to find Yi Xian directly. Yi Xian was also a little surprised, but just in case, it was safer to hide Luo Luo in the cosmic space. Luo Luo soon found him, and when he saw her, Yi Xian asked, "Can your fake body hide from them?" Hee, now that I have unlocked my inherited memories, the fake body's vital signs are exactly the same as mine. As long as I don't use it to fight or get close to the Crown Prince and the 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I should not be discovered, Luo Luo said with a smile. Alright, then you can hide here. Yi Xian let Luo Luo enter the cosmic space. Tomorrow was the day the Crown Prince would choose his Crown Princess, and the 10 princes controlled by Yi Xian were secretly mobilizing troops under the guise of guarding the imperial city. Just in case, Yi Xian used the Gate of the Void to upgrade the strength of his doppelganger. Although his cultivation level did not increase, after swallowing so much dragon luck to temper his sovereign golden body, his strength had increased by a lot. At this moment, his doppelganger had already arrived in the imperial city. Yi Xian wanted to use 2 of his doppelgangers for this rebellion. As a mid-stage 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, his combat power was comparable to a 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, and his doppelganger were 2 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Today was the day the Crown Prince, by long, chose his Crown Princess. After 3 days of preparation, the entire imperial city knew about this matter. At the same time, Yi Xian was also fully prepared. The 10 princes had joined forces with more than 55th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, which was almost half of the Fox Charm dynasty's combat power. At this moment, Yi Xian was patrolling the imperial city. As a vice-captain, he was not qualified to participate in such a grand event. Those who were allowed to participate were all senior captains, who were 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Although he was already a mid-stage 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, he had been hiding his aura and did not take the initiative to apply, so he was still a vice-captain. Young master, what is your plan? Wait for the right time, then send the troops to make the imperial family think that we are rebelling. My first target is the Crown Prince, by long. If possible, I want to control the entire imperial family. Yi Xian replied. However, controlling the entire imperial family would not be so easy. After all, the current emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty was a 6th Tribulation Supremacy. Apart from the emperor, there were 2 other 6th Tribulation Supremacies. One was in charge, and the other was protecting the Crown Prince. Therefore, there were 3 6th Tribulation Supremacies in total. That was why Yi Xian was not confident. Yi Xian estimated the time. When he felt that it was about time, he remotely controlled the 10 princes. Whoosh! 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 One signal after another rose into the sky. Not long after, a loud rumbling sound rang out in the imperial city. It's starting! It's starting! Luo Luo shouted in the cosmic space. She certainly did not expect that she would be able to witness such a scene. Most importantly, she was rebelling personally. Seeing Luo Luo so excited, Yi Xian also wanted to release her, but just in case, it was better for her to stay in the cosmic space. The show is about to start. With a thought, Yi Xian's clone, which had already entered the imperial city with the identity token, directly rushed to the place where the imperial city was the most crowded. At the same time, his real body did the same. At this time, outside the Fox King Palace where the civil and military officials of the Fox Charm dynasty were gathered, Your Majesty, many battles have broken out in the imperial city. A general of the Fox clan reported. Are they people from other sacred dynasties? Why are there so many battles at the same time? What do they want to do? The emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty frowned. In fact, the crown prince's consort had not started yet, so the 10 princes had not arrived yet. However, the emperor would never expect that the people who were fighting were the 10 princes and their subordinates. Crown Prince Bai Long, who was beside the emperor, felt a little strange and said, Father, I feel that this is not a small matter. Humph. Unless those old guys from the neighboring sacred dynasties come, these troublemakers will all die. Hu Lai, you go and deal with them. The emperor snorted coldly. Soon after, a black figure descended. This person was one of the 3/6 tribulation supremacies of the Fox Charm dynasty, who was in charge of protecting the crown prince Bai Long. Yes. Hu Lai responded, then quickly rushed out. Not only that, there were also many generals present. However, their footsteps came to a halt one after another because they saw a group of densely packed black figures appear. The experts under the 10 princes first made some noise, then gathered into a powerful group and pressed toward Fox King Palace. As for Yi Xian, he had already blended in with them. When the emperor saw the leader of the 10 people, he was also shocked. Wasn't this his son? What are you guys doing? The emperor's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. The surrounding officials were also shocked. Was this a coup d'état? At this moment, the second prince suddenly walked out and said, Imperial father, you favor Big Brother too much. Do you know what he did? What did he do? The emperor asked. He wants to kill us. The second prince bellowed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The crown prince wanted to kill his 10 brothers. At first, some people were suspicious, but when they saw that there were 2 or 3 princes who had a good relationship with the crown prince beside the second prince, they hesitated. If there were only 1 or 2 princes, they would definitely be suspected. However, there were 10 princes gathered together, which was a little strange. Bai Long, is what they said true? The emperor turned to look at the crown prince, Bai Long, and asked in a questioning tone. That's impossible, Imperial father. I'm already the crown prince. Why would I harm them? Bai Long was also shocked. Today was the day he was going to be the crown prince's consort, but he was framed by his 10 brothers. What was going on? When everyone heard that, they felt that it made sense. He was already the crown prince, and he would be the emperor in the future. If this happened before the crown prince was appointed, it would make sense. However, everyone thought that the crown prince could be deposed. Perhaps this happened before the crown prince was appointed. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. The emperor obviously believed the 10 princes' words. Unexpectedly, the second prince was not going to stop there. He directly shouted, Imperial father, I have offended you. Father, I'm sorry for offending you. Go, capture Bai Long. In an instant, the group of experts behind him rushed over, while Yi Xian's original body and clone were mixed in with them. Yi Xian's original body and clone looked exactly the same, but no one noticed that at this time. Not good, stop them. The emperor was shocked. He was the most powerful person in the entire Fox Sage dynasty, but today, his words were ignored by the 10 princes. This was the first time he had seen it. In the 10 princes camp, there were 3 peak 5th supreme being experts. Although they were not charmed, they only obeyed their master's orders. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked Bai Long presumptuous. Hu Lai shouted and instantly blocked in front of Bai Long. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly glared at Hu Lai. Burning eye. Not only that, Yi Xian's clone swept past the others and began to use the Forbidden Eye of Illusion. The Forbidden Eye of Illusion consumed only a little more eye power than the Eye of Revelation, so it was not a problem to use it continuously. What's going on? Hu Lai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, which made him unable to understand. However, he was one of the 3 Sixth Tribulation Supreme Beings of the Fox Sage Dynasty, and his strength was incomparably powerful. Even if he endured the pain, it was not something the 3 Peak Fifth Supreme Beings could compare to. Hundreds of people swooped down, and this momentum scared away many officials. Although these officials were strong, the civil officials were only 3rd Supreme Beings and 4th Supreme Beings. Only a few generals rushed up. Bastards! The emperor cursed. He did not expect the 10 princes to directly attack. Not only that, but there were already casualties. This was serious. They are rebelling, kill them. The emperor immediately ordered. A great battle broke out. Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, locked his eyes on the crown prince. The crown prince's bodyguards were already entangled by the 3 Peak Fifth Tribulation Supreme Beings. Peak Fifth Tribulation Supreme Beings were considered the peak battle strength of the Fox Sage Dynasty, so Hu Lai did not kill them. At the same time, the selection of the crown prince's concubines seemed to be very ordinary, so there were not many experts present. Seeing that the situation was one-sided, the emperor waved his sleeves. Now, he was going to take action himself. Bastards, you are courting death. The emperor roared and released a powerful aura, which instantly shocked several people, and then rushed toward the second prince. Good chance. Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly had his eyes lit up. In the next moment, his original body and clone rushed toward Bai Long Annihilation Slash. 2 slashes tore through the air and slashed at Bai Long. At the same time, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger used the Burning Eye and the Forbidden Illusion Eye in succession. However, Bai Long had refined the Charm Fusion Crystal and was exceptionally strong mentally. The damage caused by the Burning Eye to his mind was even lower than that of Hu Lai, who was in the early stage of the 6th Supreme State. How dare you touch my son? You're courting death. At this moment, a beautiful woman suddenly charged out. She was the Empress, Bai Long's mother. What surprised Yi Xian was that she was also a 5th Supreme State peak. However, Yi Xian had already raised his sword intent to 55%. His attack could even hurt a 6th Tribulation Supreme State, let alone a 5th Supreme State peak. Bang! The Empress failed to block the attack of Yi Xian's doppelganger and was sent flying. Mother! The white dragon's eyes widened as it watched its mother fly out. It was furious. However, apart from the doppelganger, Yi Xian's original body was also attacking him. Boom! Bai Long quickly slashed out with his sword and defeated Yi Xian's attack. His sword intent was also at 55%, and his attack power was not any weaker than Yi Xian's. Let's see how many times you can block. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked crazily. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Burning Eye on the Empress. You're courting death. The white dragon angrily roared as it charged towards Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had indeed underestimated the strength of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. In this situation, he seemed somewhat powerless. If the 3rd Sixth Tribulation Sovereign of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty appeared, he would probably have to run. In an instant, Yi Xian was fighting with Bai Long. At the same time, he had to divert his attention to continuously use the Burning Eye to burn Hu Lai and the Empress's minds. Although the Empress was a 5th Supreme State peak, she did not have the Charm Fusion Crystal. Therefore, Yi Xian's Burning Eye was extremely painful for her. Bastard, what did you do? Bai Long shouted angrily. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he attacked with all his might. After using the Burning Eye 3 times, the queen's willpower was very weak, and she was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Of course, before taking control of the Empress, Yi Xian had freed a prince, and this prince was coincidentally sent flying by his father. However, it had to be said that the white dragon was very strong. Yi Xian's original body and avatar were only able to fight him to a draw. This white dragon's strength was probably enough to fight a 6th Tribulation Supreme. At this time, the emperor suddenly noticed this place. Not good, that emperor is coming. We have to take this white dragon away as soon as possible. Yi Xian's heart trembled, but at this time, the empress had also recovered some of her fighting strength. Huff huff. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. White Dragon shuddered, because this sound came from behind him. Bang! The queen punched White Dragon's back. The latter was shocked. He didn't expect to be attacked by his own mother. What was going on, however, he knew that this must be Yi Xian's doing. Good chance. Yi Xian's avatar's eyes flashed, and a void gate opened right in front of White Dragon. As White Dragon was sent flying, he was hit by Yi Xian's sword, and his entire body entered the void gate. At the same time, Yi Xian's avatar also rushed in, and the void gate closed immediately after. This void gate was very far away, and it was a few days' journey from the imperial capital. Done. Yi Xian's original body's eyes flashed, and he hurried over to take the queen's interspatial ring. Bastard, where did you take him? The emperor saw White Dragon disappear at this time, and he immediately roared. Half of the charm fusion crystal from hundreds of years ago had been stolen by the fox princess consort, and the other half was now in White Dragon's body. However, White Dragon disappeared right in front of his eyes. As the ruler of a country, how could he remain calm? Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor threw a punch at Yi Xian. This punch contained 60% of the fist will, and it was enough to destroy anyone present. However, Yi Xian was already prepared. Boom. This punch was suddenly blocked by a person's body. This person was the queen, who had just been controlled by Yi Xian. What? The emperor was stunned. He had actually punched a hole in his wife's abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere, scattering like mist. Goodbye. Yi Xian's original body broke open another void gate and entered it. Then, the void gate disappeared without a trace. Now, this mess was left to the emperor to deal with. Although the secret of being able to control people was exposed, this was the only way to protect Silverwing City. After all, Lualua's fake body had been killed by a prince controlled by Yi Xian. The battle in the imperial city continued, and Yi Xian appeared in a barren mountain range a few days' journey from the imperial city. Bai Long found himself in a strange place. In front of him, there were only two people who looked exactly the same. Who are you? Bai Long asked with a frown. Yi Xian's means had also frightened him. His first reaction was that this was an illusion. After all, he had already fallen for the illusion once. However, this time, he really left the imperial city because he was confident that he could quickly break through the illusion. Now, 2 to 3 seconds had already passed. Who I am is not important. You just need to know that I need the charm fusion crystal in my body. Yi Xian's original body replied. Are you the one who framed me and made my brother start a coup? Bai Long asked again. So what if I am? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Although he was confident that he could take Bai Long down, he still couldn't let Luo out just in case. After all, if Bai Long escaped, the Silverwing City Lord would be in trouble. Then what did you do to my Empress Mother? Bai Long still asked in confusion. You don't need to know that. I'll give you a chance now. Take out the charm fusion crystal yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to live if I take action. Yi Xian said coldly. Shameless boasting. I'll capture you first and slowly interrogate you. Bai Long attacked as he said so. At the same time, he only thought that Yi Xian and Luo were twins. Whoosh, a cold light flashed, but it was instantly defeated by Yi Xian's original body and clone. Since they were both at 50% sword intent, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him. Young master, do your best. My charm fusion crystal depends on you. Luolua's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. No problem. I'll definitely get it for you. Yi Xian said solemnly. Bai Long had refined half of the charm fusion crystal and his spiritual power was extremely strong. The effect of the burning eye was probably only 1/3 of its effect on him, not to mention the eye of control. Therefore, he could only use force. Boom. 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 Damn it, their realms are lower than mine, and their sword intent is at 55%. Why are their attacks on par with mine? Bai Long couldn't figure it out. Not only that, but the scene in front of him would also change from time to time. This was an illusion. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he broke through the illusion almost instantly. However, although the effect of the burning eye was reduced, it was still effective on him. The original body and the clone don't share the same eye power. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. The eye power of his original body and clone were different. If they merged, their eye powers would stack up. Of course, it wouldn't exceed the maximum value of the eye power. Originally, Bai Long was a little overwhelmed when facing two Yi Xian whose strength was similar to his. Now, Yi Xian kept using the burning eye to weaken his willpower, causing his battle strength to decrease continuously. Meanwhile, the battle strength of the two Yi Xian didn't decrease at all. They were still at their peak. Over time, the gap between them widened. After hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian's original body slashed Bai Long with his sword, instantly breaking his sovereign golden body. Bai Long was the crown prince. At his realm, no one's sovereign golden body was stronger than his. Even Yi Xian, who had transformed his sword intent to 55%, could only injure him. However, if there were a few more minor injuries, it would become a major injury. It's time to give you a fatal blow. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he merged with his clone. His battle prowess instantly doubled. What? Bai Long was shocked. How could two people merge into one? Was the one just now a fake? He began to wonder if his willpower had decreased too much and he fell into the illusion again. Die, Bai Long. Yi Xian shouted loudly and slashed with his sword. Whoosh, boom, this sword slashed Bai Long's body fiercely, opening a hole in his chest. Young master, I feel the aura of the charm fusion crystal. It's in his chest. Luoluo suddenly said. Okay, young master will take it out for you. Yi Xian shouted loudly. His whole body rushed toward Bai Long like a flash of lightning. Along the way, he split into two. His clone restrained Bai Long while his original body stretched out his hand to grab Bai Long's chest. No. Bai Long shouted angrily, but his battle strength was less than 70%. He was no match for Yi Xian. Poof, Yi Xian's left. The charm fusion crystal had already been refined by the white dragon. Now that the charm fusion crystal was forcefully taken out, the white dragon's vitality was greatly damaged. Its realm instantly dropped. In the end, it stopped at the initial stage of Supreme Being level 5. Of him. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity and glared at him again. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. Bai Long was indeed a piece of trash after losing the charm fusion crystal. He was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Yes, young master. You did it. Let me out. Luoluo couldn't calm down. Yi Xian let Luoluo out. He cleaned the blood in his hand and passed the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal to her. Luoluo quickly threw the charm fusion crystal into her mouth. Although it was dug out from Bai Long's chest, it was nothing. Half of the charm fusion crystal increased Luoluo's cultivation speed by a lot. If she combined the two halves, her cultivation speed would definitely catch up. Master. Bai Long, whose cultivation level had dropped, took the initiative to offer his universe ring. He was also very pitiful. It hadn't been 2 months since he refined the charm fusion crystal, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. His cultivation had dropped to the early stage of the supremacy level 5. He had wasted the past few years of cultivation. But, this was the reality. Yi Xian took the universe ring silently. There were many things inside, but it wasn't enough for him to break through to the peak of the supremacy level 5. The Imperial City is probably still fighting now. However, the Imperial family has a 6th tribulation supremacy. Those princes will probably be dealt with soon. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His original goal was to obtain the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal. If possible, he would overthrow the entire government and become the emperor. Unfortunately, he underestimated the imperial family's strength. If Bai Long, the emperor, and that emperor joined forces to attack, he would still have to escape. Fortunately, he brought Bai Long here. Even if that emperor had 10 legs, he wouldn't be able to catch up with them. When Luoluo started to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal, Xian also felt the change in her aura. If Luoluo succeeds in refining and combines the two halves of the charm fusion crystal, her cultivation speed should be doubled. At that time, her charm ability will be greatly improved. Xian thought as he quietly guarded beside Luoluo. The last time Luoluo refined the other half of the charm fusion crystal, it took her half an hour. This time, Luoluo's refining speed was extremely fast. It took her less than a minute. However, she didn't wake up because of this. She was still in a strange state. After half an hour, Xian was surprised to see that she didn't wake up. What's going on? It shouldn't take this long to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal. What happened to Luoluo? Xian was very surprised. At this moment. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement routes have been upgraded. When this system notification sounded out in Xian's mind, Xian's entire body shuddered and he was almost scared to death. The beast god bloodline had mutated again. He quickly took a look and realized that the advancement routes of the beast god bloodline had been upgraded again. His agility advancement had reached 7 points. This meant that the beast god bloodline could increase his movement speed by 70%. Luoluo's bloodline is really extraordinary. Xian came to this conclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Luoluo's body and sent Xian flying. Pfft! Xian's ribs were broken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the most tragic one was the crown prince, Bai Long. His head was crushed by the impact and he died instantly. Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The reason why Bai Long was killed in one blow was because his sovereign golden body's strength had decreased as his realm fell. While Xian was surprised, Luoluo's body also mutated. What? Golden hair? Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw a few strands of golden hair on Luoluo's snow-white hair. Some golden hair grew from her ears and tail. What exactly is Luoluo's bloodline? Xian couldn't understand. Luoluo was a white fox, so why would she grow golden fur? It really affected her beauty. However, the two mutations of the beast god bloodline were really beyond his expectations. A 30% increase in growth speed and a 30% increase in all attributes would make Luoluo a super general under Xian's command. At this time, Luoluo's mutation was not complete. What? Her aura is rapidly increasing? Xian hurriedly retreated. Luoluo was at the peak of the 4th supreme stage and couldn't pass the tribulation, but in the blink of an eye, she had increased to the point where she could receive the 5th supreme tribulation. Xian looked up and saw that the tribulation lightning had begun to gather above Luoluo's head. The 5th supreme tribulation, Xian didn't know what to do. Luoluo hadn't woken up yet and was in a strange state. If the 5th supreme tribulation struck, what if Luoluo couldn't withstand it? Xian could stop it now. After all, the 5th supreme tribulation was extremely easy for him. If he stopped Luoluo, although Luoluo's realm would regress, her life wouldn't be in danger. Luoluo is undergoing a mutation, so the 5th supreme tribulation is inevitable. I can't interrupt. After thinking about it, Xian felt that he should wait and see. The first tribulation lightning of the 5th supreme tribulation wasn't very strong, so Luoluo should be able to withstand it. He would observe the situation first. If Luoluo couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning, he would go and block it. Boom! While he was thinking, the first tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's head. However, Luoluo, who was in a strange state, didn't even frown, which made Xian feel relieved. Boom! The second tribulation lightning struck, but Luoluo still didn't move, and her aura was stable. Xian just watched quietly. Soon, the third and fourth tribulation lightning struck. The power of the 4th tribulation thunder was enough to kill an ordinary peak 4th tribulation supreme being. Without a strong golden body of sovereign, it was impossible to pass the 5th tribulation supreme being. When Xian saw that Luoluo didn't react, he didn't stop her. Boom! Finally, the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning finished condensing and struck down. At the same time, Luoluo's aura suddenly surged. 5th stage Supreme Martial Artist. Phew, we finally made it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luolua's aura continued to strengthen. In less than half a minute, she had risen to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level, which was on par with Yi Xian. 5th stage Supreme Martial Artist? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Half a minute ago, Luoluo was still going through the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation. But half a minute later, Luoluo broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation. Most importantly, it was still going on. Supreme Martial Artist Level 5 Peak. After sensing that the aura was stronger than his, Yi Xian was about to cry. It wasn't easy for him to rise to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level, but Luoluo had already reached the peak of Supreme Martial Artist level after one transformation. Soon, Luoluo's aura reached the limit of Supreme Martial Artist level 5. In the sky, tribulation lightning started to condense again. 6th Tribulation Supreme Being, Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. Luoluo, who had just passed the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation, received the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation. Was this heaven-defying? Boom. The first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation struck down. This 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation wasn't something that Yi Xian could withstand. He was afraid that he could only withstand 1 or 2 bolts at most. The third bolt of tribulation lightning might be able to destroy his soul. Now, he could only hope that Luoluo's body was strong enough to completely pass the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation. However, his worries were unnecessary. Luoluo safely passed the first bolt of tribulation lightning. Not only that, but also the second, third, and fourth bolts were the same. At this time, it was already the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning. The power of this tribulation lightning would definitely be able to destroy Yi Xian's soul. Boom. The tribulation lightning struck down, but Luoluo didn't move at all. She safely passed the tribulation lightning. It seems that Luoluo will definitely enter the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation Supreme Being. Yi Xian thought to himself. In this situation, he couldn't interfere. If Luoluo failed to pass the tribulation, even he couldn't do anything. However, once Luoluo passed the tribulation successfully, she would become a 6th level Supreme Being. At that time, no one in the Fox Charm dynasty would be a match for her. Yi Xian watched quietly. Soon, the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Boom. The tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's small head. However, what shocked Yi Xian was that Luoluo didn't even frown. A 6th level Supreme Being. F*CK, she has already passed the tribulation, but her aura is still increasing. Yi Xian was already full of admiration. Could it be that Luoluo was going to reach the mid-6th level Supreme Being in one go? However, he was thinking too much. After successfully passing the tribulation, Luoluo's aura increased a little slowly. In the end, it stopped at the early 6th level Supreme Being. However, she was only halfway to the mid-6th level Supreme Being. At this time, Luoluo finally opened her eyes. Young master, Luoluo moaned softly. Her actions revealed a sense of seduction. If Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, he would have been seduced. Luoluo, you're finally awake. What happened just now? Yi Xian asked hurriedly. I don't know. After I refined that half of the charm fusion crystal, I suddenly fell into a strange state. It should be because of my bloodline. I also unlocked some inherited memories. Luoluo shook her head. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed, Young master, quickly bring me back to the imperial capital. I want to kill everyone. Cough, you just passed the tribulation, and your claw intent hasn't increased. At most, you can deal with a 6th tribulation Supreme Being, right? Yi Xian frowned. Who said that? My claw intent is already at 60%. Moreover, my current strength is enough to deal with those 3 6th tribulation Supreme Beings. Luoluo suddenly puffed up her chest and looked serious. After Yi Xian heard this, he asked in surprise, Really? Of course. Luoluo replied solemnly. Yi Xian looked at her small face and said in a low voice, Good, in that case, you can charm the Empress of the Fox Charm dynasty. No problem. After Luoluo finished speaking, Yi Xian's clone used the eyes of the void again. Then, he took Luoluo and stepped over. At this time, more than half an hour had passed since the rebellion of the 10 princes. The 10 princes had probably been captured. Not only that, but the empress was probably the same. However, since Luoluo was so confident, Yi Xian went over to observe Luoluo's true combat strength. In the next moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo appeared outside the imperial capital. The eyes of the void could pinpoint 2 places. One was the place where White Dragon fell, and the other was outside the imperial capital. Yi Xian pinned it. Let's go. No, it wasn't that Yi Xian was carrying Luoluo, but that Luoluo was carrying Yi Xian. Luoluo, an early-stage 6th supreme being, was at least 3 times faster than Yi Xian. In Luoluo's eyes, Yi Xian was like a snail. Soon, they rushed into the imperial city. After such a thing happened, the imperial city was locked down, and a defensive array was activated. Hehe, it's just a defensive array. Luoluo raised her hand with a smile, then clawed down. Bam, a big hole was instantly opened in the defensive array. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This girl's attack power was at least 10 times stronger than his. She could tear him to pieces with a single claw. After the defensive array was broken, Yi Xian and Luoluo quickly rushed in. The general guarding the imperial city was shocked, but he was instantly killed by Luoluo's claw. Yi Xian quickly went over and took his interspatial ring. Today, the Fox Charm dynasty was going to change. At that moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo rushed to the Fox King Palace, where the battle happened half an hour ago. At this moment, although Yi Xian didn't see the tragic scene of corpses everywhere, there was a river of blood. The corpses should have been taken away by someone long ago. How dare you fly in the imperial city? At this moment, a man suddenly rushed over. It was another general. Generals were at least mid-stage 5th supreme beings, but at this level, even Yi Xian could be killed in an instant, let alone Luoluo. In an instant, the general was killed, his head chopped off by Yi Xian. When we take over the Fox Charm dynasty, I'll let my father be the emperor. Luoluo said proudly. If she married the crown prince, by long, she would be the crown prince's wife. However, she didn't want to be the crown prince's wife. She would rather be a princess. Luoluo's 6th tribulation supremacy aura was quickly detected by the emperor. Who are you? The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty flew out of the Fox King Palace. When he saw that the newcomers were Yi Xian and Luoluo, his entire body trembled violently. Just now, wasn't it Yi Xian who took Bai Long away? It's you? The emperor's gaze locked onto Yi Xian, but in the next moment, he felt that something was amiss. This was because the person who exuded the aura of a 6th tribulation supreme was not Yi Xian, but the young lady beside Yi Xian. The white dragon is already dead, and I took out the charm fusion crystal. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll protect your Bai family from destruction. Yi Xian took 2 steps in the air, his voice spreading throughout the entire imperial city. Bastard! Shouted the emperor furiously. His Bai clan was a clan that had established a country. The ancestor of the Bai clan was the founding emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty. But now, the charm fusion crystal had fallen into the hands of an outsider. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that only 2 of them had come and wanted the Bai clan to submit. How was that possible? Hu Lai, come with me and kill them! Shouted the emperor. Another figure flew out of the Fox King Palace. It was Bai Long's bodyguard, Hu Lai, one of the 3 6th tribulation supremes of the Fox Sage dynasty. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Luoluo snorted coldly, and her bright eyes suddenly turned pink. Charm. After refining the entire charm fusion crystal, Luoluo's charm ability was extremely powerful. Originally, the people of the Fox Sage clan had an innate resistance to mental attacks, but under the power of the charm fusion crystal, this resistance was close to 0. Immediately, the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty stopped moving, and his eyes began to turn pink. This wasn't the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty using charm, but he was charmed. Not good, you're courting death. Hu Lai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly charged towards Luoluo. He was also a member of the Fox Sage clan, and he knew that as long as he killed the charmer, the person who was charmed would be liberated. Unfortunately, in front of Luo Luo, his strength was still unable to stir up a big wave. When Hu Lai's eyes turned pink and he stopped moving, Yi Xian was shocked. This was the effect of the charm fusion crystal. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability had greatly increased, and even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was instantly charmed. Hee, success! Luo Luo clapped her hands. Now, she was very proud. After all, even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was charmed by her. As long as she thought about it, the emperor and Hu Lai would slit their throats and commit suicide. Very good, in the future, your father will be the emperor, and the entire Fox Sage dynasty will be yours, said Yi Xian with a smile. To be honest, he was very lucky to have signed a master and servant blood contract with Luo Luo. Originally, he thought that there would be someone who could keep up with his footsteps, but he didn't expect the devouring system to level up so quickly, and those people could only look at his back and shake their heads. Now, there was finally someone who was more heaven-defying than him, and that person was Luo Luo. At this moment, there are two powerful auras coming. One is an early-stage 6th Supreme Being, and the other is a mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. Luo Luo's expression suddenly became serious. When Yi Xian heard it, he was shocked. Mid-stage 6th Supreme Being, where did it come from? Previously, he learned from the second prince that there were only 3 6th Tribulation Supremes in the entire imperial capital, and they were all early-stage 6th Supreme Beings. Then, who was this extra mid-stage 6th Supreme Being? Young master, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a mid-stage 6th Supreme Being? Luo Luo clenched her small fist and said confidently with a look of disdain. Although she said so, Yi Xian was still a little nervous. After all, the other party was a mid-stage 6th Supreme Being, and might come from a high-grade holy dynasty. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Yi Xian and Luo Luo stood there quietly. At this time, many people had already rushed out. Half an hour ago, there was a coup d'état here, and now, someone threatened to destroy the imperial family, so naturally, the experts guarding here would come out. Soon, two people were reflected in Yi Xian and Luo Luo's eyes. A man and a woman, an old man and an old woman. That old woman seems to be a mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. Yi Xian could feel the aura emitted by the other party. It was very strong. After all, she was a realm higher than him. Who are you? The old man asked. Yi Xian understood that this person was the previous emperor, Bai Long's grandfather, the retired emperor of the Humei Holy Dynasty. As for the old woman, he didn't know. In the face of this question, Luo Luo didn't waste time and directly used charm on the old man. Be careful. The old woman hurriedly covered the old man's eyes. Charm was the same as the eye of control, it needed to be used through the eyes. As long as the eyes were closed, the charm wouldn't succeed. Luo Luo snorted in dissatisfaction and locked her eyes on the old woman. Charm. You want to succeed with a mere charm? The old woman's eyes flickered, and her pale white hair suddenly began to flutter. Charm didn't work on her. How can it be? It's just a realm difference, how can it not work? Luo Luo exclaimed in surprise. The cultivation technique that my absolute Yin Palace cultivates is a spirit-type martial arts. You still want to charm me, you lowly girl? The old woman shouted in a low voice. Yin Palace. When these two words entered the ears of Yi Xian and the other two, they were surprised for a moment. The old woman was not from the Fox Charm dynasty. She should be from a high-grade holy dynasty. Moreover, it should be a human holy dynasty as she was not from the Fox Charm clan. You old witch. How dare you scold me? You're courting death. Luo Luo was very angry and rushed out. Bitch, I'll skin you alive. The old woman was also angry. She took out a long whip and lashed it at Luo Luo. Now, this level of battle was not something that Yi Xian could interfere in. However, for Luo Luo's safety, Yi Xian used the burning eye on the old woman. Unexpectedly, the old woman was not affected at all. She did not even frown. The Yin Palace cultivates spiritual martial arts that directly attack one's mind. For example, illusions, and so on. That's why it resisted my burning eye, Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, the main reason was that he was only a 5th stage supreme being, which was 3 realms lower than the old woman. You too, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hulai. The two of them had been charmed by Luo Luo, so they obeyed Yi Xian's order and threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. Kid, you're courting death. At this time, the retired emperor suddenly shouted and charged at Yi Xian. He could not defeat Luo Luo, but he could defeat Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian caught the 2 interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 5th tribulation supreme being. As his realm increased, his aura suddenly surged. Yi Xian immediately turned his head. Burning Eye. The retired emperor did not cultivate any spiritual martial arts except for the Fox Charm clan's innate resistance. Therefore, he could not resist the Burning Eye. You too, don't do anything. I'll do it myself. Yi Xian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hulai. In an instant, he was fighting with the retired emperor. The retired emperor was an old man who had cultivated for dozens of years. His state of mind was extremely high. He could withstand the Burning Eye. I don't believe that you can withstand it forever. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used the Burning Eye again. When the Burning Eye burnt his soul for the second time, the Grand Emperor couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, he didn't stop attacking Yi Xian. Luo 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 Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, and Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo 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 Luo, and Luo Luo Luo. Luo 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 and Luo 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 were evenly matched. Yi Xian was also paying attention to Luo Luo when he was fighting with the retired emperor. However, his worries were unnecessary. Luo Luo had the upper hand in the other battle. Kid, you dare to be distracted? Die. The retired emperor suddenly condensed a huge claw and slashed down from the sky. However, Yi Xian had seen through it and dodged it first. Luo 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 was in the sky, so his agility advancement was useless. It was difficult to deal with the retired emperor. However, if he wanted to, he could let the emperor and Hulai join the battle. Then, it would be 3 against 1. The retired emperor would definitely die, however, he would not do that. After all, the retired emperor was a 6th tribulation supremacy. He would be charmed by Luo Luo. At this moment, old monster, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Goodbye. Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Her voice fell into the ears of Yi Xian and the retired emperor. They could not help but glance at her. Whoosh! They saw the phantom of a golden fox suddenly condense behind Luo Luo. Then, with a flash of cold light, the cold light hit the white-haired old woman's body. In the next moment, the white-haired old woman's head was grabbed and sent flying. Yi Xian was shocked. A mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy white-haired old woman was killed in one move. Gulp. The retired emperor was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He knew the identity of this white-haired old woman. She was an expert from a high-rank holy dynasty. However, she was killed by a young girl who was not even 15 years old. Was she still human? At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly turned to look at the retired emperor. Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed, but it was too late. His eyes turned pink in an instant. He was charmed by Luo Luo. Done. Luo Luo clapped her hands and shouted cheerfully. She charmed 3 6th tribulation supremacies and killed a mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy. This achievement was already beyond Yi Xian's reach. In the future, this girl will be the one to help me show off and soar, Yi Xian sighed. Young master, here, Luo Luo leaned over and handed the old woman's interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Not bad. These things are enough for me to reach the limit of 5th tribulation supremacy and receive the 6th tribulation of supremacy. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously and directly poured the contents into his devouring space. Ding. The success rate of the host's tribulation is 80%. The system prompted. Compared to other people, Yi Xian's golden body was not bad. However, compared to the crown prince, by long, his golden body was not good enough. However, what he devoured just now was only some cultivation items. Those natural treasures that could improve his golden body naturally had to be specially devoured. Ding. The success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? The system's prompt sounded again. Yes. Yi Xian replied. The next moment, tribulation lightning began to gather above his head. The officials of the Fox Charm dynasty who came out to watch were stunned. Yi Xian and Luo Luo jointly launched a coup d'état and killed people. Now, they were actually undergoing the tribulation in the imperial city. However, they also understood that the Fox Charm dynasty was about to change dynasties. The retired emperor and the other two were still shouting, but now they were standing there quietly and doing nothing. Obviously, they had been charmed. They understood that as long as they did not seek death, the new emperor would not kill them. They would continue to attack them, but it would be a different emperor. Boom! Hundreds of people watched Yi Xian undergo the tribulation, while Luo Luo stood aside and watched. Of course, even without Luo Luo, Yi Xian was not afraid of being disturbed. After all, his success rate of passing the tribulation was 100%, which meant that the tribulation lightning could not hurt his golden body. Soon, the sixth tribulation lightning was all over, and Yi Xian also heard the system's prompt. Ding! You have successfully passed the tribulation. You are now at the early stage of sixth tribulation supremacy. He had successfully passed the sixth tribulation of supremacy. Now, Yi Xian was on the same level as Luo Luo again. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. One should know that even the emperor was seriously injured by the sixth tribulation lightning when he was undergoing the tribulation. Young master, now that I have taken control of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, quickly inform my father. Luo Luo said hastily when she saw that Yi Xian had successfully passed the tribulation. I know, my clone has already gone. Yi Xian nodded silently. He had to leave a way out for himself. His clone did not follow him this time. If Luo Luo failed, he could still hide her in the storage space. Fortunately, Luo Luo did not let him down. Not only did she charm 3 sixth tribulation supremes, but she also killed a mid-stage sixth tribulation supremacy from a high-grade holy dynasty. Her strength frightened him. Hee, then let's go to the treasury. Luo Luo said and suddenly turned to look at the 3 people. I will lead the way for you 2 masters. The emperor hurriedly scooted over. The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, Bai Yang, was above everyone. Who would have thought that he would call Yi Xian master? This was a rare scene. The 2 of you can go and do what you need to do. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she directly pulled Yi Xian away while Emperor Bai Yang led the way. The Fox Charm Holy Dynasty had been established for 1,000 years, and Yi Xian was looking forward to seeing how many good things there were. Soon, Bai Yang led Yi Xian and Luo Luo into the treasury. The treasury of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty was located under a palace. The owner of this palace was the place where the retired emperor lived. Masters, please take whatever you want, Bai Yang said with a smile. Nonsense. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, take a look and see if there are any of these things in the treasury. Bai Yang took a look and immediately shook his head. These are all precious items. I'm afraid that only high-grade holy dynasties have them. However, I have seen these patterns once. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The patterns that Bai Yang mentioned were actually the patterns of the Devourer beast. Did that mean that Bai Yang had seen the Devourer beast before? Of course, it was possible that it was not the case. Even so, Yi Xian asked excitedly, where is it? It's in the cultivation ground of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, not far from the imperial capital, Bai Yang said. Take me there immediately. Yi Xian was a little agitated. At that moment, Bai Yang personally brought Yi Xian to the cultivation ground. This cultivation ground was filled with supreme saint beasts, birds, and beasts. The Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty had cultivated them for war. According to Bai Yang, the devouring beast was a black dragon and had the mark of the devouring beast on its forehead. This black dragon could not be charmed, and it often fought with other supreme sacred beasts. Every time it won, it would devour its opponent. Its strength increased very quickly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was almost certain that this black dragon was the devourer. Very quickly, Bai Yang led Yi Xian to the devouring beast. At the same time, Yi Xian also discovered a hidden effect of the eye of perception. Ding! Discovered devouring beast. If there was a devouring beast within the range of the eye of perception, it would actually sound an alarm. This was a good thing. This way, if Yi Xian happened to encounter a devouring beast, he would not miss it. Roar! The devouring beast also noticed Yi Xian and immediately pounced towards him. A mere peak Paragon Saint level 5 dares to roar in front of me? Yi Xian shouted and suddenly drew his sword. Rip! The sword flashed and the black dragon's head was cut off, and it died instantly. Yi Xian quickly went over and kept the corpse. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse and obtained 1 advancement point. This notification sound was something that Yi Xian had not heard for a long time. Finally, there is 1 more advancement point. I will keep it first and use it when necessary. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The previous advancement point was used to strengthen the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. Now that he had obtained another advancement point, it would also increase his strength imperceptibly. Very good. Continue to pay attention to this mark. Yi Xian reminded them. In fact, when he arrived at each city, he would subconsciously ask around for information about the devouring beast. Unfortunately, the devouring beast was extremely rare and until now, he had only seen 1. Then, he and Bai Yang quickly returned to the imperial capital. The emperor was not dead, so he could temporarily deal with some matters. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they were looting the imperial treasury. In the imperial treasury. Young master, why don't we empty the imperial treasury? It is more important to increase our strength. Luo Luo smiled slyly. If the imperial treasury is empty, where will we get the money to fight in case there is a war? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That's true, Luo Luo decided to put some things back. However, there were not many things in the imperial treasury. Most of them were with the emperor and the retired emperor, so they had been devoured by Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian devoured the entire imperial treasury, he would not be able to break through to the middle stage Paragon Saint level. After all, if there were so many heavenly treasures, how could there only be 3 sixth tribulation supremes in the Humei dynasty? At this time, Yi Xian's clone was still rushing to Silverwing City. Coincidentally, Yi Xian took the opportunity to carefully examine the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. The white-haired old woman came from a high-grade holy dynasty called the Royal Holy Dynasty. She belonged to a faction in the Royal Holy Dynasty called the Juyin Palace. Most of the people in the Juyin Palace are women who are good at mental attacks. The white-haired old woman came to the Humei dynasty this time to select some talented young women from the Humei clan to nurture, Yi Xian thought to himself. There were many things in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring, but most of them were used to increase one's mental strength. The devouring system could be immune to charms, but it could not resist illusions. Increasing one's mental strength could increase one's resistance to mental attacks. Therefore, Yi Xian chose to devour all of these things. As for the martial arts related to mental strength, Yi Xian did not learn them. Those martial arts were much weaker than the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye, so he gave up on them. However, Yi Xian found something that shocked him in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. It was a bronze token with 3 words engraved on it. Burning Sun Hall, Juyin Palace, Burning Sun Hall. After seeing the token, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Could this be related to the Yin Yang old ancestor? The Royal Holy Dynasty, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The jade token that old immortal Tianju gave him required him to surpass the supremacy realm to see its information. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the Juyin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were definitely not the same forces as the Yin Yang old ancestor. Since that was the case, he would make a trip to the Royal Holy Dynasty. The Juyin Palace mainly cultivates mental martial arts, including illusions, mental attacks, and controlling objects. The Burning Sun Hall's cultivation method is relatively simple, which is to raise the sovereign golden body. They walk the path of physique. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Juyin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were 2 forces that were hostile to each other. They would kill each other on sight. The enmity between them had a history of 100 years. Very quickly, 2 days passed. When the Silver Wing City Lord heard that his daughter had charmed the emperor, he fell from his chair. He knew that he was going to be the emperor, so he couldn't even stand properly. In order to save time, Yi Xian's clone used the Eye of the Void and opened a void door to bring him to the imperial capital. "Father, you will be the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty in the future. The three of them will assist you." When Luo Luo saw the Silver Wing City Lord, she jumped over and held his arm happily. Luo Luo's surname wasn't Luo, but Luo. Her father's name was Luo Yi. This time, Yi Xian was lucky. He descended upon Silverwing City once again and brought the entire Luo clan over. Since the founding of the Fox Sage dynasty, the imperial family had always been surnamed by. However, from today onwards, their surname would be Luo. Luo Yi was only a fourth tribulation supremacy, but Hu Lai and the former Emperor Bai Yang were always by his side, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Not only that, but Luo Luo had also charmed Luo Yi personally. This way, no one could attack Luo Yi. Of course, Luo Luo wouldn't order Luo Yi to do anything. As for Luo Luo herself, she was addicted to being a princess. About a week later. "Young master, now that the matters of the Fox Sage dynasty have been settled, where are we going?" Luo Luo jumped to Yi Xian's residence and asked. The Fox Sage dynasty was only a mid-grade sage dynasty, so they couldn't stay here anymore. Hence, they had to go to a higher-grade place. "Let's go to the Royal Sacred Dynasty." Yi Xian opened his eyes. These days, he had been using the art of the whale to refine the dragon luck and improve his sovereign golden body. Of course, he couldn't take too much of the dragon luck. After all, the dragon luck was very important to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Dragon luck was the foundation of a country. If it was too little, the heaven and earth yuan qi of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty would become scarce. Is the Royal Sacred Dynasty the high-grade sage dynasty where the Absolute Yin Palace is located? Luo Luo asked curiously. Yes, I have to investigate some things. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he didn't know if the Yinju Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had anything to do with that Yin-Yang old ancestor, Yi Xian still had to make a trip there. "Oh, are you going to investigate that Yin-Yang patriarch?" Luo Luo asked again. She was practically the closest person to Yi Xian now, so it wasn't a big deal for her to know this. "Yes." Yi Xian replied. "Since that's the case, let's go to the Burning Yang Hall. That Absolute Yin Palace cultivates spirit cultivation methods and is more difficult for us to deal with. The Burning Sun Palace mainly cultivates the golden sovereign body, so it's easier to deal with them." Luo Luo blinked her large eyes and said. Actually, Yi Xian thought the same. The Absolute Yin Palace mainly cultivated spiritual techniques. His burning eye of illusion, and eye of control did not have much effect. The Hall of Burning Sun mainly cultivated the sovereign golden body, and his comprehension of sword intent was not low. Even if he didn't use his Heaven's Eye, he would still be able to fight against the other party. If he used his Heaven's Eye, he would at least be able to fight someone one level higher. This was his conservative estimate. "We will depart tomorrow." Yi Xian decided to stay for one more day. He first called his clone over, and then fused with his clone to upgrade his cultivation. After that, he sent his clone to the Royal Sacred Dynasty to scout ahead. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were irreconcilable enemies, so Yi Xian wanted to send his clone to the Absolute Yin Palace, while his main body and Luo Luo went to the Burning Sun Palace. Very quickly, the next day arrived, and Yi Xian and Luo Luo set off immediately. The Royal Sacred Dynasty was a high-grade sacred dynasty, and there was still some distance between it and the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. On the way, they still had to pass through a few low-grade sacred dynasties. In about a week's time, they passed through these low-grade sacred dynasties and arrived at the Royal Sacred Dynasty. In the Blood Cliff continent, humans and foreign races could still coexist peacefully, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and other countries were more pedantic. In the Royal Sacred Dynasty, although the majority of people were humans, there were still some foreign races. Not only that, Yi Xian heard that there were also demon races. However, these demon races were not cursed. "Young master, what do we do now? Do we go directly to the Burning Sun Palace?" After entering the Royal Sacred Dynasty, Luo Luo asked. Before they had entered, Yi Xian's clone had already entered the royal sacred dynasty and headed to the Absolute Yin Palace's territory. Let's go directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Burning Sun Palace's strength is not weak in the royal sacred dynasty, and they mainly cultivate the sovereign golden body, which is suitable for us to cultivate. Yi Xian replied. Yes, I only have one spiritual attack, which is my charm. I mainly rely on my strength to fight. Luoluo nodded. Earlier, Yi Xian's clone had asked about the location of the Burning Sun Palace, so he brought Luoluo directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were not weak, and it was said that there were ninth tribulation sovereigns guarding them. The white-haired old woman that Luoluo had killed was only an outer court deacon of the Absolute Yin Palace. An outer court deacon had the strength of a sixth tribulation sovereign, which was enough to show the strength of the Absolute Yin Palace. The aptitude and strength of the disciples of the two great powers were not weak, and sixth tribulation sovereigns were more common there. Yi Xian and Luoluo could only be considered ordinary if they went there. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Burning Sun Palace's territory. Coincidentally, the Burning Sun Palace was recruiting disciples. Young master, the Burning Sun Palace is recruiting disciples, should we go? Luoluo held on to Yi Xian's arm and asked. At this moment, they had entered a city under the Burning Sun Palace's control. Let's go take a look, we don't have to join. Yi Xian said. They were only here to investigate, they didn't have to join. Of course, if they joined the Burning Sun Palace, the investigation would be easier. The Burning Sun Palace was extremely powerful, and every month, they would recruit odd job disciples and outer court disciples. If they met the requirements, they would be directly accepted as an outer court disciple. Yi Xian and Luoluo went to the Burning Sun Palace's recruitment point in the city, but unexpectedly, there was already a sea of people. There were at least 100 people. Almost all of them are 4th and 5th tribulation sovereigns, there are only a few 6th tribulation sovereigns. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the crowd. The people who came were all young, but the 6th tribulation sovereigns were estimated to be around 20 years old. As expected of a high-grade sacred dynasty, there are so many geniuses in such a small city. Luoluo couldn't help but say. You're only 14 years old, but you're already a 6th tribulation sovereign, it won't be a problem for you to enter the inner court, I guess you can only enter the outer court. Yi Xian said softly. The two of them started to line up, although they were strong, they still had to abide by the rules. As time passed, the people in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo decreased, but the line didn't shorten, instead it grew longer. When it was Yi Xian and Luoluo's turn, two people suddenly cut into the line in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo. Hey, don't you two know the rules? Luoluo subconsciously shouted. One of them was tall while the other was short. The taller one was 1.8 meters while the shorter one was less than 1.5 meters. Both of them were at the initial stage of the 6th tribulation supremacy. When the two of them heard Luoluo's words, they turned around angrily. Little girl, it's none of your business that we're cutting the queue. Shut up. The taller youth shouted angrily. The shorter youth also turned around. When he saw Luoluo's furry tail, his eyes lit up. Little brother, I'm a little sister. Be nice to her. After he finished speaking, he walked to Luoluo's side and said with a wretched smile, Little fox, are you alone? Go to the back and line up. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Luoluo shouted. She hated this kind of person the most. Perhaps it was because she was influenced by Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had always been upright and handsome in her heart. Oh, this little fox has quite a temper. The shorter youth smiled wretchedly and reached out to touch Luoluo's tender face. But in the next moment, an unprecedented pain rose in his heart. The shorter youth's hand was agitated and quickly reached to his chest to grab his clothes. His painful cry attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The taller youth hurried over. Humph, you're not even as tall as me and yet you want to touch me. Did you go berserk? Luoluo had a gloating look on her face. You know how to use a mental attack. The shorter youth said in astonishment. When he said this, everyone present took a step back. Mental attack, this was the territory of the Burning Sun Hall. Someone actually dared to cultivate a mental martial art. This was a challenge to the authority of the Burning Sun Hall. Good lord, you actually cultivated a mental martial art. You dare to come here instead of hiding. Do you want to join the Burning Sun Hall? What a joke. You must be sent by those old women in the Absolute Ing Palace. You want to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall as a spy? I knew it. How is it possible for a teenage girl to break through to the Sixth Tribulation Supremacy? Those with background would have entered the Burning Sun Hall long ago. Everyone, be careful. This little fox's attack is hard to defend against. The surrounding people retreated and avoided Luolua's eyes. They all knew that many mental attacks were performed through the eyes. As long as they didn't look at each other, it wouldn't be a problem. In an instant, Luolua was isolated. The people in the queue all dispersed, leaving only one person beside her. Sigh, I actually forgot about that. Yi Xian felt a bit guilty. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and not used the burning eye. Luoluo. They were in the city. Under normal circumstances, fighting was not allowed in the city. However, Luoluo dared to kill in front of so many people. She was extraordinarily bold. After seeing the Fifth Tribulation Supremacy die, Yi Xian understood that they were in big trouble this time. Humph, you two humans, die for me too. Luolua's gaze fell on the tall and short young men. Oh no. Their expressions changed. They felt a powerful aura. Although Luolua was only a Sixth Tribulation Supremacy, her strength was not something they could resist. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Luoluo had already rushed to their side when the short young man stood up. Rip! Rip! With two crisp sounds, two heads flew into the air. The two Sixth Tribulation Supremacies, the tall youth and the short youth, died one after another. They weren't from this city. They heard that the Burning Sun Hall was recruiting here today, so they came to sign up and wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall. But they didn't expect trouble to come from the mouth. Now, the people present didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even exclaim. Killing a Sixth Tribulation Supremacy in an instant. This strength was enough to kill all of them. How dare you? Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the outer sect disciple from the Burning Yang Hall had walked over. Behind him were two people, both of whom were at the middle stage of the Sixth Sovereign Stage, and the outer sect disciple in the lead had reached the peak of the Sixth Sovereign Stage. They were the ones who registered just now. They couldn't do anything about Luoluo killing people in the city. However, the person she killed just now wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall, so they couldn't do anything about it. Yi Xian looked at them with a heavy expression. The two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies were fine, but the peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy disciple in the lead was a little troublesome. Those who could join the Burning Sun Hall were not ordinary people. How dare the two of you commit murder on the streets? The lead disciple looked at Yi Xian and Luoluo, who were isolated, and asked sternly. Humph, I was the one who killed them. So what? Luoluo looked disapproving. Her aptitude was much higher than the three who had died. The two Sixth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists were already over 25 years old, which was a full 10 years older than her. If they could only accept one side, as long as the Burning Sun Hall wasn't blind, they would definitely accept her and not those two youths. The lead disciple actually knew that Luolua's aptitude was very high, but Yi Xian's burning eye just now was mistaken by others as practicing a mental-type martial technique. This was suspicious of them being spies of the Juyin Palace. The two of you must follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall to assist in the investigation. The lead disciple said in a very unyielding tone, as if he wouldn't allow Yi Xian and Luoluo to refuse. However, they also had the strength. Two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies and one peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy, how could they not deal with two early-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies? What if we refuse? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Then we can only treat you as spies of the Juyin Palace and capture you. The lead disciple's eyes flickered. Yi Xian and Luoluo looked at each other and said in their minds, I'll hold back the peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy later. You can deal with the remaining two, but it's best not to kill them. Okay. Luoluo nodded. She still trusted Yi Xian. After all, they weren't facing a peak 6th tribulation supremacy disciple of the Juin Palace, but the Burning Sun Hall. Both sides looked at each other quietly. The surrounding people felt that there might be a big battle coming and hurriedly retreated. Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already prepared for a big battle. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly approached. So powerful, it's at least a 7th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian was shocked and immediately used his eye of revelation to look. He saw an old man land on the lead disciple's head. What's going on? What's going on? After hearing this voice, the head disciple looked up and immediately said respectfully, Elder. Elder, as expected, it was the Burning Sun Hall's elder. Yi Xian and Luo Luo's hearts trembled. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to use the Eye of the Void to escape to their clones. Elder, these two people killed people in the city and cultivated spiritual-type martial arts. I suspect that they are spies sent by the Yinju Palace to infiltrate our Burning Sun Hall, the head disciple reported. Yinju Palace, the elder narrowed his eyes and sized up Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Then, he asked, Little girl, how old are you this year? 14. Luo Luo answered without thinking. A 14-year-old 6th tribulation supreme. Give her 6 years and she will be at least a 7th tribulation supreme. Her future achievements will definitely not be lower than Supreme Ba Jie's. The elder thought to himself. If Luo Luo was really only 14 years old, then Yinju Palace had really invested a lot. After all, she was a very good seedling. I remember that the Fox Charm clan is basically active in the Yinju Palace. Why are they here in our Burning Sun Hall? The elder continued asking. The Fox Charm clan was born with very high spiritual power and was very suitable for cultivating the martial arts of Yinju Palace. That was why the elder found it strange. Oh, does it matter where I am active? Anyway, I don't like Yinju Palace, Luo Luo answered casually. The elder pondered. He was not sure if Yi Xian and Luo Luo were spies sent by the Yinju Palace to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall. If he was sure, he would immediately kill Yi Xian and Luo Luo. But if not, then he would lose a good seedling for nothing. You two want to join the Burning Sun Hall? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Xian answered. Alright, then you two can enter the outer sect first. The elder suddenly agreed. This answer shocked the people below. The head disciple hurriedly said, Elder, isn't this inappropriate? If Yi Xian and Luo Luo were really spies, then wouldn't their scheme have succeeded? Bastard, shut up. Luo Luo shouted angrily. What did you say? The leading disciple shouted angrily. Enough. The elder hurriedly stopped him, saying, I know my limits. Yes, the leading disciple didn't dare to say another word. The surrounding people were also shocked. Yi Xian and Luo Luo had killed 3 people in front of so many people in the city. However, the Burning Sun Palace Hall didn't care. This outcome was out of many people's expectations. As for those 3 people, they had also died very miserably. After all, there was no one to avenge them. The leading disciple and the other 2 returned to their original positions and continued to recruit new disciples. Yi Xian and Luo Luo stood to the side, waiting quietly. Young master, where is your clone now? Luo Luo asked in his mind. He has successfully joined the Yin Palace, replied Yi Xian. He, I heard that after joining the Burning Sun Palace, as long as you kill a member of the Juin Palace, you can return to the Burning Sun Palace to receive a reward with the Juin Palace's identity token. At that time, won't we earn a lot? Luo Luo pursed her lips and looked at Yi Xian with her big eyes. The 2 of them were communicating in their minds. Others couldn't hear them, so they could say whatever they wanted. Yes, and you also killed an outer sect deacon of the Yin Palace. After joining the Burning Sun Palace Hall, you can exchange for cultivation resources. Unfortunately, that person is only a mid-stage 6th supreme martial artist. Yi Xian was a little helpless. That old woman was at least 80 years old. However, she was only a mid-stage 6th supreme martial artist. Her aptitude wasn't high, so she should be someone who helped the Yin Palace Hall manage the affairs. However, his clone was really useful. When his original body joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall and his clone joined the Yin Palace Hall, both parties' information could be exchanged instantly. Moreover, the identity token of both parties could be exchanged for heaven and earth treasures. Xian simply had double the experience. Soon, the 3 disciples finished their registration. "Alright, all of you, follow me back to the Burning Sun Palace Hall," shouted the leading disciple. That elder was originally just passing by. He didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Luoluo, so he stayed here. Sometimes, the Yin Palace Hall's team would come to kill them. This time, the Burning Sun Palace Hall had recruited more than 150 people in this city. Such a large team flew towards the Burning Sun Palace Hall. Their speed wasn't fast. After all, some of them were only 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, so they were led by some high-level people. However, on the night they left the city, the Yinju Palace's team appeared as expected. "Luoluo, be careful, there's an enemy." Xian, who had strong perception, hurriedly reminded her. In the Fox Princess Consort's secret realm, Luoluo's perception was stronger than Xian's. However, outside, it was probably less than half of Xian's. At this time, Xian had already sensed 3 powerful auras. They were at least 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Xian was also very helpless. He hadn't even joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall yet, and he was already being attacked. How was he supposed to play? Fortunately, there was an outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall hiding in this team of 100 people. His aura was successfully concealed by the 100 people, so the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall didn't discover him. Attack! After a low shout, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! 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 There were more than 10 sounds of something breaking through the air. The people from the Yin Palace Hall were skilled in illusions, spiritual attacks, and controlling flying swords. Their long-range attacks were very powerful. This time, the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall directly controlled several flying swords to attack. These flying swords swept into the crowd and began to crazily reap lives. At the same time, the hidden elder suddenly attacked. He was waiting for the other party's flying swords to come out of their sheaths. "Bold thieves, how dare you intercept my Burning Sun Palace Hall's team? You're courting death!" The elder shouted and quickly rushed over. The people from the Burning Sun Palace Hall mainly cultivated the Golden Sovereign Body, so this outer sect elder's speed was very fast. His strength surpassed the 3 ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall, reaching the mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. "Not good, we've been ambushed, retreat!" One of the ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall shouted. If they had the flying swords in hand, they could fight with this outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. However, the flying swords bypassed the outer sect elder and went to kill those 4th or 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, so it was very difficult for them to fight with the other party. However, that elder had already swept in front of them. "Set up the formation." The leader of the ambushers saw that they couldn't escape and shouted again. Illusory formation. In an instant, the elder fell into the illusory formation. Not only that, but there were also spiritual attacks from the 3 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists from the Yin Palace. At this moment, the elder was deep in a quagmire. Countless powerful flying dragons flew above his head, and the quagmire emitted gurgling sounds. Swoosh! Suddenly, a bloody mouth opened and bit down on the elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. "Humph, our 2 factions have been enemies for 100 years, how can we not be prepared?" The elder snorted and suddenly took out a white stone. In the next moment, the white stone shone brightly and instantly dispersed the illusion array set up by the 3 of them. The bloody mouth disappeared and the illusion array was broken. Illusion-breaking stone. When the 3 of them saw the white stone, their expressions changed drastically. The illusion-breaking stone was extremely precious and they did not expect the elder of the Burning Sun Hall to have it. Courting death. The outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall roared and threw out a punch. Boom! The head of one of the Juyin Palace's ambushers was directly blown apart. The other 2 ambushers had a gloomy expression as they quickly turned around and left. However, as long-range attackers, it was not easy for them to escape when the elder of the Burning Sun Hall approached them. "You want to leave? Stay." The elder of the Burning Sun Hall showed his prowess and directly blew apart the heads of the other 2 ambushers. Without the leader, the flying swords fell to the ground. In just an instant, more than 50 people were killed. It was a tragic sight. So strong, he's just an outer sect elder. Xian swallowed his saliva. Just now, he was hiding far away in fear of being hit by the flying swords. The Juyin Palace had many tricks up their sleeves. Illusions, mental attacks, and controlling the flying swords to attack the enemy from a distance. Although it was good, once the experts of the Burning Sun Hall approached them, they would be skinned alive even if they did not die. The sudden appearance of the Juyin Palace's ambush team shocked everyone. Fortunately, they were not in danger. After all, if it was not for this elder, they would all be dead. The remaining people felt pity for those who died, but no one dared to collect the corpses. All of them were collected by the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall, including the interspatial rings. Alright, let's continue our journey. The elder of the Burning Sun Hall shouted. The team continued to move forward. After that little episode, everyone was scared out of their wits. However, after that incident, the rest of the journey was very peaceful. A few days later, they arrived at the Burning Sun Hall. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the Burning Sun Hall, no matter how bold the Juyin Palace was, they would not dare to enter. Lin Yan, bring them in. The Burning Sun Hall's elder left after saying this. Lin Yan was the peak 6th Supreme Being leading disciple. When he heard these words, his eyes also brightened. Humph. Lin Yan snorted coldly and then led the remaining 100 disciples to register in the sect. Aya, this bastard will definitely find a chance to trick us. Luo Luo looked calm as her voice rang in Yixian's mind. It doesn't matter. We've already entered the Hall of Burning Sunday. He won't dare to make a move on us. Yixian was also very calm. Very soon, Lin Yan brought close to 100 people into the sect to register. He also distributed some outer court disciple items and residences. Eh? That Lin Yan actually didn't find trouble with us. Luo Luo said in surprise. Since you don't, then don't bother with him. Yixian glanced at Lin Yan. After Lin Yan distributed their residences, he directly left. Everyone in the Hall of Burning Sun had their own residence. However, Luo Luo didn't mind. After all, she was going to stay with Yixian. The others were also guessing the relationship between Yixian and Luo Luo in their hearts. One after another, they cast envious glances at Yixian. Even if a young girl from the Fox Charm clan was captured and turned into a slave, she was still very valuable. There would definitely be many people who would like to raise Luo Luo as a slave. Young master, what should we do now? In Yixian's residence, Luo Luo asked softly. The Hall of Burning Sun focuses on cultivating the sovereign golden body. Therefore, there will definitely be a way to strengthen the sovereign golden body. However, my clone found out that there is a flowing gold waterfall in the Hall of Burning Sunday. As long as you cultivate on the flowing gold waterfall, you will be able to strengthen your sovereign golden body. Yixian said as he stood up and led Luo Luo out of the door. The outer court of the Hall of Burning Sun was very big. After all, there were over 10,000 outer court disciples living here. After asking around, Yixian found out the location of the flowing gold waterfall. Splash! 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 Before they got close, Yixian heard the sound of water splashing. However, before he heard the sound, he had already sensed that there were many people around the flowing gold waterfall. Soon, they saw the waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was actually an ordinary waterfall. However, there was a flowing gold vein above the canyon. Therefore, flowing gold would flow down the waterfall from time to time. Flowing gold was a material that could break through the sovereign golden body. It was one of the materials used to forge upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. Therefore, the waterfall could cause damage to the sovereign golden body. The Hall of Burning Sun's method of strengthening the sovereign golden body was to continuously baptize in the flowing gold waterfall, allowing the flowing gold to fuse into the sovereign golden body and then repair it. This way, the sovereign golden body would become very strong. Wow, is that the flowing gold waterfall? Luo Luo looked at the flowing gold waterfall that was 100 meters tall and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, there were already many people under the flowing gold waterfall. Some of them were standing 10 meters below the waterfall, while others were in the middle. All of them were half naked and were enduring the pain caused by the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall starts from a height of 90 meters. The damage will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the sovereign golden body will become stronger and stronger. Every once in a while, we will have to go ashore to treat our injuries. Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the area and discovered that there were more than 10 people on the flowing gold waterfall. Some were at 90 meters, some were at 70 meters, and the strongest was already at 30 meters. The flowing gold waterfall started from the top to the bottom. The lower the waterfall, the stronger the impact and the stronger the power. Xian guessed that the expert standing at 30 meters was an inner disciple. He was probably stronger than the elder from before. "Young master, you have a bloodline. Go and try it," Luo suddenly said. The flowing gold waterfall was the place to strengthen the sovereign golden body. An ordinary person would be covered in blood after standing for 10 minutes. However, Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. He estimated that his recovery speed would definitely surpass the damage caused by the flowing gold waterfall. "This flowing gold waterfall is simply a treasure trove for me." Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. Others would have to go ashore to treat their injuries after standing for a while. They had to treat their injuries when they were lightly injured. If they had to wait until they were heavily injured, their injuries would be more difficult to heal. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he estimated that he could stand for 24 hours, which was equivalent to a full day. "Luo, I'll go and try." Xian immediately took off his shirt and rushed over. The first step of the flowing gold waterfall was 90 meters. This was the lowest difficulty, but it still required a 6th tribulation supreme to climb. Otherwise, the first wave of flowing gold waterfall would pierce through one's head. Xian was in the early stage of the Supreme Being level 6, but his Supreme Being golden body was stronger than others after refining the draconic luck. He was comparable to a level 6 Supreme Being level 6. However, he still decided to try standing on the 90-meter platform first. Rumble, the flowing gold waterfall was like a ferocious beast. Originally, it wasn't that strong, but there was an array at the top that increased the speed of the waterfall. The moment Xian stood on the platform, he stumbled and almost fell down. At the same time, his back and the back of his head were burning as if they were on fire. However, his Supreme Being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform. "I have to let the flowing gold break through my Supreme Being golden body and let it merge with my muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood. Otherwise, it won't work even if I stand here for a year." Xian thought for a while, then jumped down one step. 80 meters, Xian's Supreme Being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform, but at the 80-meter platform, his back was pierced by tiny flowing gold and was bleeding. However, these wounds healed quickly. "Haha, the bloodline of the divine tree of life is simply heaven-defying. I can even stand on the flowing gold waterfall for a day without a problem." Xian laughed loudly in his heart. He had made the right choice to come to the Hall of Burning Sunday. If he stayed here for a few days, Xian's Supreme Being golden body would be comparable to a 7th tribulation supreme. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water in the flowing gold waterfall was ordinary water, but there were flowing gold in the water from time to time. These flowing gold pierced into Xian's body and circulated through his blood, increasing Xian's Supreme Being golden body. However, this only increased the defensive power of the Supreme Being golden body. It couldn't increase Xian's offensive power. As for Luo, she stood at the side quietly and collected the flowing gold. How could she take off her clothes and stand on the platform to wash? Soon, Xian stood on the 80-meter platform for half an hour. At first, no one noticed him, but as time passed, he was gradually noticed. "Hey, brother, I've already come up 3 times. Why are you still up there?" A brawny man couldn't help but ask. "Haha, my sovereign golden body is slightly stronger," Xian replied casually. The burly man did not ask any more questions and continued to baptize his sovereign golden body. However, after persevering for a few minutes, he suddenly realized something. Xian's back was healing on its own. His wounds kept healing, but new ones kept appearing. What was going on? Don't be surprised. I had a fortuitous encounter before and ate a fruit that gave me the ability to heal quickly. Yi Xian felt the shock in his eyes and hurriedly said. When they were in the nihility god realm, the wood attribute's rejuvenation profound meaning could heal their injuries quickly. However, they were now supreme beings, and the profound meaning couldn't heal their sovereign golden body. Brother, you're so lucky. I had to go down for 20 minutes after persevering for 10 minutes. Your 1 hour is equivalent to my 3 hours. The brawny man couldn't help but look at Yi Xian enviously. The healing time was a little longer, but the medicine used to heal the sovereign golden body was what made many of the disciples' hearts ache. They were constantly burning money to strengthen their sovereign golden body. However, Yi Xian actually had the ability to heal himself. This made the brawny man very envious. Soon, the brawny man went down for treatment again. At the same time, he told the others about Yi Xian's secret. When the crowd heard this, they all had looks of envy and jealousy on their faces. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had become the focus of their attention. Time continued to pass. Damn, he's already been up there for 5 hours and hasn't come down even once. What a monster. It seems like he won't have a problem staying up there for an entire day. His 1 day is equivalent to our 3 days. Moreover, he doesn't need any medicine to heal himself. I can only stay in the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days when I'm out on a mission. Oh, look, he's at the 70-meter mark. The crowd suddenly cried out. 70-meter mark was equivalent to a 6th supreme pinnacle. Could it be that Yi Xian had the ability to withstand the impact of the 70-meter flowing gold waterfall? One had to know that there were many people in the Burning Sun Hall who didn't know what was good for them. There were often people who were eager for quick success and couldn't help but challenge higher-level opponents. In the end, their heads were pierced by the flowing gold waterfall and died miserably. The interspatial ring was also taken advantage of by others. Immediately, someone rushed over. If Yi Xian accidentally died, the interspatial ring would become an ownerless item. TSK, they're here to take advantage of others, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Previously, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a 6th supreme pinnacle. After a few hours of improvement, the flowing gold waterfall could no longer harm him at the 80-meter mark. Therefore, he moved to the 70-meter mark. However, when he reached the 70-meter mark, he almost fell down. There was an acceleration array at the top of the flowing gold waterfall. The power of the flowing gold waterfall couldn't be underestimated. Although Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was strong, he was only an early-stage 6th supreme. He could only stand at a distance of 70 meters. He estimated that he would only be able to stand at 60 meters if he raised his realm to the mid-stage supreme martial artist 6th stage. Wow, this brat is actually standing at 70 meters. He's only at the initial stage of 6th supreme martial artist. That's too terrifying. He possesses a physique that allows him to recover rapidly. How strong can his sovereign golden body be? He should be able to withstand at least 60% sword intent, right? 60% sword intent was already enough to hurt a 7th tribulation supremacy. Of course, this referred to those 7th tribulation supremacies who had not been strengthened. Their sovereign golden body was only improved by passing the tribulation, so it was not strong. But don't forget, Yi Xian was only at the initial 6th stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Once he broke through, he would be able to continue strengthening his golden sovereign body. The people below swallowed their saliva one after another. Not to mention the strengthening of the sovereign golden body, just the cost of the healing medicine that Yi Xian had saved was enough to make them speechless. Soon, a day had passed. Many disciples left because they did not have the healing medicine. However, they told others about this matter. Thus, many people came to watch Yi Xian temper his sovereign golden body, including the inner disciples. In a day, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body's defensive power had doubled. He estimated that he would be able to call it a day after tempering it for a period of time. As for the 60-meter mark, he could not go down for the time being. After all, his realm was not enough to stand there. At the same time, Lualua was too bored, so she jumped down by herself. Young master, that Lin Yan is coming to find trouble with me. Suddenly, Lualua's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. What? Yi Xian, who was under the flowing gold waterfall, suddenly raised his eyebrows. How dare he bully my Luoluo? He's courting death. Hold it in, Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted. When he was at the flowing gold waterfall, Luoluo ran to other places. However, he could communicate with Luoluo through the air, so he knew that Luoluo had already broken through to the mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. Xian immediately rushed out of the flowing gold waterfall and rushed towards the outer sect. He had a special connection with Luoluo, and the range of it was larger than the eye of perception, so he could lock onto Luoluo's location. Soon, he found Luoluo. At this moment, Luoluo was already surrounded by a group of disciples. He quickly went over and landed beside Luoluo. In front of Luoluo were the 3 outer sect disciples, and the leader was Lin Yin. Senior brother Lin, what's the matter? Xian had already put on his clothes and looked at Lin Yin as he asked. I was wondering why you disappeared, so you went to the flowing gold waterfall. That day, you dared to talk back to me in front of so many people. Do you think I will let this matter rest? Lin Yin snorted. Oh, so senior brother Lin wants to fight in the outer sect? Xian narrowed his eyes. Lin Yin had been in the Yang Hall for 2 years, so he understood the rules of the Yang Hall. Thus, he snorted and said, You two, follow me to the battle arena. I will teach you two a lesson. Pfft. When Luoluo heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother Lin, you are so shameless. You are a peak 6th Supreme Being, yet you dare to challenge someone of a lower realm. Indeed, a peak 6th Supreme Being actually dared to challenge an early stage 6th Supreme Being and a mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. How shameless. Some of the people surrounding Luoluo were brought by Lin Yin, while others were there to watch the show. When they heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. However, under Lin Yan's gaze, which was about to devour them, they held back. That day, weren't the two of you very bold? You seem to want to fight with me. Why, are you scared now? Lin Yan mocked. When he said this, Luoluo was unhappy and shouted angrily, Who is scared? Let's go, young master will beat him up. Young master, this phrase caused the surrounding people to be quite surprised. They understood that the young master that Luoluo was referring to was Xian. However, Xian was only an early stage 6th supreme martial artist. His aptitude was much worse than Luoluo's, so how could he be a young master? Just as the surrounding people were surprised, Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, Since senior apprentice brother Lin is so shameless as to challenge me, then I will fight senior apprentice brother Lin. Bastard, if you want to fight senior brother Lin, you'll have to get through me first. A lackey beside Lin Yin jumped out and pointed his sword at Xian. Cut the crap and lead the way. Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything more to these people. He knew that Lin Yin wouldn't give up if he didn't go to that battle arena today. He didn't want to be remembered by a certain someone in the Burning Sun Hall. Hence, he had to settle the grudge of that day. Good, you've got guts. If you can still be so cocky in the battle arena later, I will call you Grandpa, that lackey shouted angrily. However, unexpectedly, Xian rolled his eyes and muttered, I don't have a grandson like you. Immediately, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Xian, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. You've just entered the Burning Sun Hall and you've already offended a senior disciple. Your future path will definitely be much more difficult. That lackey wanted to continue his nonsense but was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Yin. The latter said in a low voice, There's no use in arguing. Once we're on the battle arena, you can do whatever you want. Humph. The lackey glared fiercely at Xian before following Lin Yan's footsteps. The crowd walked towards the battle arena. Along the way, they attracted the attention of a few people who followed them, ready to watch a good show. Soon, Xian and Luoluo followed behind Lin Yin and arrived at the battle arena. The Burning Sun Hall was a righteous sect. Hence, the battle arena only determined who was stronger and who was weaker, not life and death. Killing was also not allowed. Brat, get the hell up here. Lin Yan's lackey took the lead and jumped onto the battle arena, shouting at Xian. Xian remained silent and immediately jumped onto the battle arena. He was an early-stage Supreme Being, while his opponent was a mid-stage Supreme Being. However, he had suffered in the flowing gold waterfall for more than a day. His sovereign golden body had been refined to the point that it could be said to be invincible under the 7th Supreme Being level. Even if he stood there and let his opponent hit him, his opponent might not be able to break through his sovereign golden body. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" Lin Yan's lackey ridiculed. Some people below couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's. What was there to be proud of when he challenged him? Yi Xian stood quietly and nodded. "I'm prepared to give you a 10-move handicap." What? The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly. Give the opponent a 10-move handicap? The early stage Supreme Being Yi Xian actually gave a mid-stage Supreme Being opponent a 10-move handicap? Was he a fool or pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? What did you say? Lin Yan's lackey's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lin Yan below the battle arena. Lin Yan paused for a moment and nodded silently. In fact, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so arrogant. However, he felt that Yi Xian was somewhat extraordinary. After all, Luolua's aptitude was enough to enter the inner sect. Yi Xian was Luolua's young master, so his background might not be ordinary. "Alright, since you're courting death, I won't hold back." Lin Yan's lackey shouted and directly attacked Yi Xian. He raised his sword and directly attacked Yi Xian. Because his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's by 1 level, Lin Yan held back a little. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Xian with one strike. This strike contained 60% sword intent, which was enough to injure an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. However, when this sword ray swept in front of Yi Xian only raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Yi Xian's fist collided with the sword ray. In an instant, the sword ray was scattered by the punch. However, Yi Xian's fist wasn't injured at all. Even his skin wasn't broken. This time, the entire audience was shocked. The strike just now was enough to threaten anyone present, but it was defeated by Yi Xian barehanded. One must know that Yi Xian wasn't wearing gloves. What a powerful sovereign golden body. How did he temper it? He must be the young master of some large family. He grew up eating heavenly treasures. His sovereign golden body is probably comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. According to this, I'm afraid that only 65% sword intent can hurt him. How terrifying. He's only at the early stage 6th Tribulation Supreme Being. No wonder he didn't let his lackey fight. So that's why. The people below revealed a look of realization and began to whisper among themselves. Don't hold back. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly reminded. When the outer sect disciple heard this, he roared, "I don't believe it. Go to hell." Whoosh! 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 Wave after wave of attacks were launched at Yi Xian. Even a 6th Supreme Being wouldn't dare to underestimate this series of attacks. However, Yi Xian didn't move. He punched one after another and destroyed the sword radiance. 6, 7, 8, 9, rumble. 10. Yi Xian destroyed the 10th sword radiance with a punch. In the next moment, he took out a long sword. Whoosh! After giving his opponent 10 moves, Yi Xian finally made his move. He raised his sword and launched an attack that contained 65% sword intent. However, Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts in this attack. It was purely sword energy. Originally, he only had 60% sword intent. However, the Fox Charm dynasty had a rich foundation and had a set of sword intent phantom scrolls. Hence, he had comprehended 65% sword intent. Bang! This sword energy instantly hit the outer sect disciple's chest and sent him flying. Victory! Yi Xian only used one sword to send his opponent flying out of the arena and won the battle. Hiss! Everyone was shocked again. Not only did he take 10 attacks from his opponent with his bare hands, he even killed his opponent with one sword. He was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Young master, didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Why did you send him flying? Luo snorted coldly. It's okay. There's one more. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yan awkwardly. There was still a 6th Supreme Being follower beside him. After being stared at by Yi Xian, the follower immediately shivered. He shrunk his neck and took a step behind Lin Yan. Trash! Lin Yan shouted in a low voice. Brother Lin, one was sent flying by me, and the other is too scared to go on stage. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian smiled at Lin Yan with his sword in hand. Lin Yan's expression darkened, and he jumped into the arena without another word. He was a supreme martial artist at the peak of supreme martial artist level 6. How could he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was only at the initial supreme martial artist level 6? Instant kill, he could do it too. Senior brother Lin, do you want me to give you a few moves as well? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Scram. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan roared and attacked Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was just casually saying it. If Lin Yan really accepted it, then it would be a little difficult for him. After all, Lin Yan's strength in the outer sect was not bad. He was at the peak of the 6th supremacy realm and had even comprehended 65% sword intent. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not accept it. Since my burning eye has been exposed, I'll let you have a taste. The moment Lin Yan made his move, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Lin Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to miss his target. What? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he watched his attack pass by Yi Xian. It did not even touch a single hair on Yi Xian's body. After so many years of fighting between the Burning Sun Hall and the Yin Palace had always used these methods. Therefore, Lin Yan had also cultivated some martial arts that could defend against mental attacks. In addition to his cultivation, Yi Xian's burning eye did not weaken Lin Yan by even 10%. However, the burning eye allowed Yi Xian to seize the initiative. Swoosh! When Lin Yan's attack brushed past Yi Xian's body, the latter's attack was already halfway there. Bang! Lin Yan hurriedly raised his hand and defeated the sword light with one strike. Senior brother Lin, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. This time, it was the Eye of Illusion. Lin Yan was still enduring the intense pain from the burning eye. Now that he was faced with the Eye of Illusion, the illusion around him changed in an instant. The ground beneath his feet had disappeared, and he had sunk into the endless sea. The surroundings were extremely dark. At this moment, there was a sudden wave of air. A deep-sea giant beast opened its mouth and bit at Lin Yan. Is it real or fake? Lin Yan's face was gloomy. He had been in the Burning Sun Hall for 2 years, but this was the first time he encountered an illusion. Previously, the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall had a disillusionment stone that could instantly break through some low-level illusions. However, the disillusionment stone was extremely precious and he did not have it. Since he could not determine whether this deep-sea giant beast was real or fake, he would just treat it as real. Swoosh! Lin Yan raised his hand and struck with his sword. However, when the sword light swept past the deep-sea giant beast disappeared without a trace. It was fake. Not good. Lin Yan's face changed drastically. His attack had actually dispersed the illusion. This was a waste of an opportunity to attack. At this moment, there was a gust of wind. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Lin Yan turned his head and saw a sword light sweeping in front of him. Bang! As Lin Yan could not dodge in time, he was directly struck by the sword. Blood spurted out instantly. However, this was just the appetizer. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used his 2 sky eyes once again and Lin Yan fell into the illusion again. From the moment Lin Yan entered the arena to the moment Lin Yan spurted out blood, less than a second had passed. However, the people below were already stunned. Why did Lin Yan, who was at the peak of 6th supremacy, suddenly attack in one direction? One must know that Yi Xian was clearly in another direction. Illusion, it must be an illusion. That brat knows illusions. No wonder senior brother Lin attacked in different directions. It turns out that he made a mistake and attacked the creature in the illusion. I didn't expect him to know illusions. Senior brother Lin is in trouble now. Could it be that this brat can really challenge someone who is 2 levels higher? The surrounding people began to discuss again. Bullsh *T, senior brother Lin will definitely beat the *T out of that brat. The outer sect disciple who had shrunk his neck earlier shouted angrily. You're wrong. Let's see the situation in the arena first. Luo, who was not far away, could not help but snort. At this moment, the situation in the arena was still the same. Lin Yan was being suppressed by Yi Xian. The former had been in the illusion all along and had never seen Yi Xian. He could only see Yi Xian's attacks. Boom. 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 Lin Yan's sovereign golden body was not bad. Yi Xian's attacks could only barely break through it. However, Yi Xian had not used any martial arts since the beginning and had only used 65% of his sword intent. If the 65% sword intent was combined with martial arts, Lin Yan would probably be beheaded by Yi Xian in an instant. In other words, it would be an instant kill. Yeah, young master, you're so cool. Senior brother Lin, aren't you at the peak of sixth supremacy? Why are you so weak? No wonder you don't feel embarrassed. The battle had attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw that the one being beaten up was Lin Yan, who was at the peak of the 6th supreme level, they were shocked. That kid actually beat senior brother Lin Yan to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This is too fake. What's fake? This kid is very strange. Yesterday, he stood 70 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for an entire day and didn't come down. An outer sect disciple who had rushed over from the flowing gold waterfall said. What? An entire day? What a joke. It's true. I can testify. If it weren't for his low level, he would have gone 60 meters to refine his sovereign golden body. Just now, Yi Xian's sudden speed at the flowing gold waterfall had attracted the attention of many people. At this time, these people had already found the battle stage. However, at the same time, in a corner around the battle stage stood an old figure. It was a bald old man, but at this time, no one had noticed him as the battle was heated up. TSK. A sovereign golden body comparable to an ordinary 7th tribulation supreme. He can also use illusions and mental attacks. If he is nurtured, he will be a trump card for my Burning Sun Hall to deal with the Een Palace. This bald old man was not from the outer sect, but from the inner sect. He happened to pass by here, but he didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Yi Xian. However, some things had happened in the Burning Sun Hall recently, causing the disciples to be anxious. Therefore, the bald old man didn't directly appear. After thinking for a while, he left. Even if he didn't see the end of this battle, he knew the outcome. No, this couldn't be called a battle, but a monkey show. Yi Xian was a human, and Lin Yan was being played like a monkey. Forget it, I won't waste time. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold on the battle stage, and he fiercely slashed with his sword. Bang! Lin Yan's back was hit, and he couldn't help but fly forward, out of the battle stage's range. Defeated. Yeah, young master won. Luo cheered excitedly below the battle stage. As for Yi Xian, who had defeated Lin Yan, he jumped down and patted Luo's head, saying, "Let's go." To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to participate in this sort of show-off battle. After all, it was completely useless. It was a complete waste of energy and he wouldn't get any benefits out of it. However, for the sake of a long-term plan, he had no choice but to make a move. He didn't want senior brother Lin Yan to mock him every day. What if Luo couldn't control herself and killed Lin Yan? On the way back to their residence, Luo couldn't help but ask, "Young master, your golden body of supremacy has become so much stronger. It can even withstand 60% sword intent." That's right. The flowing gold waterfall is a good place. It's a pity that my realm isn't high enough. Otherwise, I could have gone to the 60-meter platform to temper my sovereign golden body. Yi Xian seemed a little helpless. Meanwhile, Luo's eyes spun about as she said, "Young master, I've noticed a good place. You'll definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of natural treasures if you head there." "Where?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "That place is called the Tower of Illusions. It exists in both the outer and inner sect. It's a place used to raise the mental state of the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. As long as you pass through a certain number of stages, you'll be rewarded with natural treasures." Luo explained. Tower of Illusions, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Tower of Illusions, as its name implied, contained countless illusions for the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall to break through. However, Xian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could break through the illusions and find the foundation of the illusion array. It's simply prepared for me. Luo, quickly bring me there. Xian hurriedly said. What he lacked the most now was natural treasures. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the 6th Supremacy Realm, then he could go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. His strength would greatly increase. I knew that young master would be interested. Luo giggled as she directly brought Xian to the Tower of Illusions. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tower of Illusions. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people at the bottom of the Tower of Illusions. Look, Senior Brother Gao has already reached the 6th level. If he can break through the 6th level, he'll be able to obtain a sovereign golden pill that can greatly enhance his sovereign golden body. Senior Brother Gao is indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple in the outer sect. He's not even 20 years old this year and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm. I'm afraid that he'll be able to enter the inner sect next year. Of course, Senior Brother Gao has already met the requirements to enter the inner sect. He just hasn't entered yet. His strength is even stronger than some of the inner sect disciples. I wonder if Senior Brother Gao will be able to break through the 6th level this time. This is the reason why he has always remained in the outer sect and refused to enter the inner sect. A group of outer sect disciples were discussing under the Tower of Illusions. Xian and Luo walked over to take a look. They discovered that the Tower of Illusions only had 6 levels. On each level, there was a projection of the disciples who were challenging the levels. Young master, look at the 6th level. Luo suddenly extended her slender finger and pointed at the 6th level of the Tower of Illusions. Xian followed her small hand and looked over. In the end, his gaze landed on the only projection on the 6th floor. The scene in the projection was of a man who was 2 meters tall, holding a long staff, and had thick hair. He was in a magma hell, and beside him, there were flame demons constantly attacking him. What he needed to do was to break through this illusion. As long as he broke through this illusion, he would be considered to have passed the level. The Tower of Illusions in the outer sect of the Burning Sun Hall only had 6 levels, while the inner sect had 9. The reason why Senior Brother Gao refused to enter the inner sect was because he hadn't passed the outer sect's Tower of Illusions. However, Xian's attention wasn't on that illusion. Luo, is this the ape clan? Xian asked. Yes, they were born with a unique understanding of the staff, so almost all of them use the staff as their weapon. Their staff intent improves very quickly. Luo nodded. Xian nodded silently. After looking at it for a while, he directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. Each level of the Tower of Illusions was a secret realm. Xian walked to the entrance of the Tower of Illusions and was stopped by an outer sect disciple. Junior brother, you want to challenge the Tower of Illusions? The outer sect disciple said to Xian. Yes. Xian replied and immediately handed over his identity token. Good, you will be transported to the 1st level of the Tower of Illusions. You must find the exit within 1 minute. The outer sect disciple took Xian's identity token and then directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. In the next moment, he was transported to a place. This was a canyon that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the sky, a flock of birds and beasts flew past from time to time. Their cries were very real. After all, some of these creatures were real and some were fake. So this is the Tower of Illusion? Xian smirked. The 1st level of the Tower of Illusion was the easiest challenge, and that was to find the exit. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this canyon, and he wouldn't be able to fly either. Even without using the Eye of Revelation, Xian had already found the exit, which was on the stone wall on his left. Because he had the Eye of Perception, he was actually in a palace, and the stone wall on his left was actually a door. Start the countdown. Just as the outer sect disciple's voice rang out, Xian had already rushed into the stone wall. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the outer sect disciple again. At this moment, the outer sect disciple was looking at Xian with an astonished expression. Xian was only in the early stage of the Supreme Being's 6th stage, But he actually found the exit in an instant. Congratulations, junior brother. You've passed the challenge. Do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple said to Xian. The results of the Tower of Illusion would not be kept. If one gave up, they would have to challenge it again next time. Every time they passed a challenge, they would be able to receive some corresponding heavenly treasures. Of course, these rewards would not stack, and each person could only receive them once. Continue. Xian said. Soon, they arrived at the second level of the Tower of Illusion. For this challenge, junior brother will also have to find the exit within a minute. The outer sect disciple's voice rang in Xian's ears. Xian looked around and realized that he was actually in the middle of a sea. There was only a floating board under his feet, and the floating board was moving up and down with the waves of the sea. In this illusion, he could fly, but he didn't. Hee. Xian laughed and stomped his right foot heavily. The floating board under his feet suddenly cracked. In the illusion, there were both real and fake. This sea was obviously fake, and so was this floating board. However, the floating board was actually a stone platform in disguise. Most importantly, this stone platform was the array base of the illusion array. When Xian stomped on the array base, the illusion array would disappear. There was actually another exit for this stage, but Xian felt that there was no need for that. After breaking through, he was teleported to the bottom of the Tower of Illusion. Congratulations, junior brother. Do you want to challenge the third round? The outer sect disciple continued asking. Continue. Xian nodded silently. Actually, this Tower of Illusions was built according to levels. The first floor corresponded to an early 6th Supreme Being, the second floor corresponded to a middle 6th Supreme Being, and the third floor corresponded to a peak 6th Supreme Being. What Xian was challenging now was the third level, which corresponded to the peak of Supreme Level 6. Junior brother, this stage may be a little dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple kindly reminded him. All right. Xian responded and entered the Tower of Illusion again. The third stage, the Illusion Realm, was not difficult for Xian. With the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, he easily found a few array bases and broke through. He broke through 3 stages in a row. Junior brother is really amazing. I don't understand. You passed the third stage in 1 minute. The fourth stage corresponds to a 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. Junior brother, do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple asked. Xian paused. He was only an early 6th Supreme Being, and the fourth stage corresponded to an early 7th Supreme Being. There was a difference of 3 whole realms. If it was just an illusion realm, he would not think much of it. However, there were some dangers in the illusion realm. In the past, some disciples had overestimated themselves and died in these dangers. However, with the strength of his sovereign golden body, he could give it a try. Continue. Xian nodded. A strange look flashed across the outer sect disciple's eyes, as if he was mocking Xian for overestimating himself. However, he did not say much. Alright, junior brother will enter the 4th level next. Xian mustered up his courage and entered the Tower of Illusion again. Junior brother, there will be no information in this stage. You must break through on your own. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple reminded him. Alright. Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around him changed. At this moment, he appeared in a grassland. Near him, there were countless ferocious beasts. Their auras were so powerful that Xian's heart palpitated. What powerful auras, but they are all fake. Only one of them is real. Xian narrowed his eyes. Both the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception allowed him to clearly understand this illusion realm. As for the real supreme sacred beast, it was a strange leopard with 3 tails. It actually has 3 tails like Luo Luo. However, this does not mean that I will let you go. Xian's eyes flashed. There were hundreds of illusions around him, and the 3-tailed leopard also noticed him at this moment. At this moment, the 3-tailed wild leopard was slowly approaching. The illusions also cooperated with him and moved closer to Xian. There were hundreds of supreme sacred beasts around him. Most people would continuously attack when they entered to see if these supreme sacred beasts were real. However, Xian did not need to use this method. He could confirm that there was a living creature around him. This stage has a time limit of 5 minutes. It seems that it won't be that easy. Let me deal with this three-tailed wild leopard first. Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, this was a 7th grade supreme sacred beast. It was very precious. Although he was only at the initial 6th grade supreme sacred beast, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a 7th tribulation supreme sacred beast. He did not care about a mere 7th grade supreme sacred beast. Bang! Immediately, Xian charged towards the three-tailed wild leopard. His actions also gave this three-tailed wild leopard a fright. This three-tailed wild leopard had been on the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion for some time. The Burning Sun Hall had given it good food and drinks. Its mission was to teach the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall a lesson. However, this was the first time it saw someone charging straight at it. Flowing Shadow Sword. Xian slashed out with his sword. A sword ray trailed behind a purple afterimage as it attacked the three-tailed wild leopard. The three-tailed wild leopard was a supreme sacred beast. Its intelligence was not low. It originally thought that Xian was just lucky, but after seeing this attack, its body trembled. Bang! The three-tailed wild leopard swung its tail and dispersed the sword energy. However, its tail was slightly injured. After all, Xian's sword intent was at 65%. The Flowing Shadow Sword was a middle-grade supreme martial art that Xian had copied down previously. Its power was not bad. However, it needed to increase its proficiency. The illusory realm did not matter. Xian wanted to increase the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword first. Whoosh! 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 After knowing Xian's attack power, the three-tailed wild leopard did not dare to take it head-on. It started to dodge. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 60%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 80%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. It is currently at 80%. In less than 5 seconds, Xian had increased the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword to 80%. Its power had at least doubled from before. At the same time, he was also exchanging blows with the three-tailed wild leopard. Roar! The three-tailed wild leopard roared and its three tails struck towards Xian like lightning. The latter's cultivation realm was too far apart and he was instantly struck. Bang! 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 The three-tail strikes caused Xian's abdomen to hurt. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was strong. Otherwise, his abdomen would have exploded. Beast, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Xian's eyes flashed and he directly used his Heaven's Eye on the three-tailed wild leopard. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Although the target was only a sovereign sacred beast, as long as it was a living creature, these two Heaven's Eyes would be useful. The three-tailed wild leopard was struck and immediately roared towards the sky in pain. Not only that, but it also fell into an illusion. This was the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. However, Xian was able to cast an illusion on the living creatures here, which was beyond many people's expectations. In a certain corner of the Tower of Illusion. This kid can not only see through those illusions in an instant, but also use illusions to confuse the three-tailed wild leopard. He's really amazing. A Burning Sun Hall elder who was controlling the illusion couldn't help but murmur. He was the controller of the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. He could see Xian's every move. At this moment, Xian had already fought hundreds of rounds with the three-tailed wild leopard. During these hundreds of rounds, although Xian was hit a few times, the divine tree of life's bloodline would immediately heal his internal injuries, so he was always in peak condition. However, the three-tailed wild leopard was in a miserable state. It was hit a few times by Xian's attacks and was already covered in blood. Alright, you've wasted a lot of time. Let me send you to the afterlife. After more than 100 rounds, Xian had also raised his Flowing Shadow Sword to 90% mastery. However, in order to break through the illusion as soon as possible, he decided to kill this three-tailed wild leopard. But at this moment, "Kid, spare its life." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, causing Xian to tremble. This voice should belong to an elder of the Burning Sun Hall. Alright. Xian also stopped attacking, and the three-tailed wild leopard also quietly retreated. After fighting for half a minute, Xian felt that it was a pity that he did not get anything. However, fortunately, the proficiency of the flowing shadow sword had increased, so it wasn't a loss. With 4 minutes left, Xian was not in a hurry. He ran in one direction while using his Eye of Revelation and Eye of Perception to scan his surroundings. This illusory realm stretched as far as the eye could see. It was both real and fake, but Xian used the Eye of Revelation to find the formation base of this illusory realm. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, an inconspicuous stone was shattered by Xian. This was the formation base of the 4th level of the illusory realm. The moment the stone shattered, Xian's surroundings changed. "Junior brother, congratulations on passing the 4th level." That outer sect disciple appeared in front of Xian again and said with a smile. Just now, he thought that Xian was overestimating himself. However, he did not expect Xian to have hidden his strength and break through the 4th level of the illusory realm in less than a minute. This was breaking the record. Xian only smiled. He also saw the playful smile on the outer sect disciple's face, but he did not say anything. "Junior brother, do you still want to challenge the 5th level?" The outer sect disciple continued. "No, I'll challenge again after I break through." Xian shook his head. "Alright, this is your identity token and proof of passing the level." The outer sect disciple did not say anything and directly returned the token to Xian. In the Hall of Burning Sun, there was only one identity token. If the disciples lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to replace it. After all, if their identity token fell into the hands of the Yin Palace, they could also exchange it for heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, Xian only needed to hold this identity token and go to the outer sect's Hall of Experience to receive the rewards for the 1st to 4th levels of the Tower of Illusion. "Thank you, senior brother." After thanking him, Xian directly left. The scene of him breaking through the 4th level was also noticed by others, but more people's attention was focused on senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao was still breaking through the 6th level of the illusory realm. Xian did not bother to pay attention to him and directly left. "Young master, where are we going now?" Luo asked. "To the Hall of Experience to receive the rewards first. We'll come back after breaking through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level." Xian replied. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. It was good enough for ordinary people to break through to the 2nd level, but he broke through to the 4th level, so the reward should be enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Soon, he brought Luo to the Hall of Experience. "Senior brother, please help me exchange these rewards." Xian handed over his identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple in the Hall of Experience was stunned for a moment. He could not help but size up Xian. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level? Junior brother is so strong to break through 4 levels in a row. The outer sect disciple could not help but praise. Then, he immediately went in to prepare the items for Xian. After a while, he came out with an interspatial ring. The reward for the 1st level of the Tower of Illusion is 100 high-grade supreme pills. The reward for the 2nd level is... The outer sect disciple muttered as he handed the interspatial ring to Xian. These rewards were all stipulated. Xian checked and confirmed that there were no problems. "Thank you, senior brother." Xian thanked him and took out a token. It was the token of the white-haired old woman that Luo had killed that day. Oh, a mid-stage 6th supreme level deacon of the Juyin Palace. 100 high-grade supreme pills. The outer sect disciple took out another 100 high-grade supreme pills and kept the token. After exchanging the rewards, Xian quickly left. It turns out that the identity token of the enemy camp is so worthless. After leaving the Hall of Experience, Luo could not help but complain. It's not that it's worthless. It's because his realm is too low. If he was a 7th tribulation supremacy, he would definitely get a lot. Yi Xian said. However, the rewards he received were enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Immediately, they returned to their residences and Yi Xian devoured the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the mid-stage of the 6th tribulation supremacy. Sure enough, Yi Xian broke through. Congratulations, young master, Luo Luo said with a smile. My sovereign golden body has improved a lot. Now, I can go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper myself, Yi Xian said with a frown. The Yingju Palace was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so Yi Xian could summon his doppelganger once. After fusing, the doppelganger broke through the void and returned to the Yingju Palace. Young master, what are you going to do now? Luo Luo asked. I'll go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, then I'll directly pass the remaining 2 levels of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian told her his plan. I heard that as long as someone can pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion, they can directly enter the inner sect, Luo Luo suddenly said. Yes, while I'm going to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, you should also try the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian said. His current goal was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve Luolua's strength. Don't worry, young master, with my current physique, even if I don't have any treasures, my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than others. If I cultivate normally, I'll break through to the peak of the 6th supreme in at most a month. Luo Luo patted her small chest with a proud look. Breaking through to the peak of the 6th supreme in a month, if others heard this, they would definitely think that they were idiots. However, Luo Luo had a special physique, so Yi Xian was not worried that her strength could not keep up. After breaking through, Yi Xian went to the flowing gold waterfall again. There were still many people there. Then, he took off his shirt and stood on the platform 60 meters away. The platform was the level of a 7th tribulation supreme. Yi Xian, a mere 6th supreme, dared to stand on it. He was really courting death. This was what the outer sect disciples were thinking. Unfortunately, they did not see the scene in the illusion. Not only did Yi Xian not get smashed to death by the small pieces of flowing gold, but he also withstood the impact of the huge water flow. Stupid humans, Yi Xian rolled his eyes at them and closed his eyes. Last time, he spent a day at the flowing gold waterfall. This time, he would need at least a few days to strengthen. Luo Luo also went to the Tower of Illusion to train, but unfortunately, her ability to break through illusions was not strong enough. She barely passed the 3rd level, but she also obtained many treasures and began to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been persistently tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. His monstrous physique had attracted many people's attention. 3 days, it's the 3rd day, he actually persisted for 3 whole days. It's too scary. I could only last for 10 minutes at the 70m mark, but he actually lasted for 3 days. Come quickly, there are quite a few inner sect senior brothers. They're probably here to ask about my constitution. Look, he doesn't seem to be injured anymore. With his sovereign golden body, even the 60-meter-long molten gold can't hurt him. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes amidst the discussions of the outer sect disciples. 60 meters is already useless to me. The speed of the flowing gold waterfall isn't fast enough. I can only go 50 meters, Yi Xian thought to himself as he left the platform. 50 meters, that was equivalent to a mid-level 7th supreme martial artist. With his current level, he would probably be washed to the bottom in an instant. It's time to try the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian put on his clothes. Back then, when he was an early level 6th supreme martial artist, he passed the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Now that he had broken through to the mid-level 6th supreme martial artist, with the tempering of his sovereign golden body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the 6th floor. However, whether he could pass or not still depended on luck. As long as he could pass, he would be promoted to the inner sect. There were still a few inner sect disciples at the flowing gold waterfall. When they saw Yi Xian coming out, they also surrounded him. Yi Xian understood what they wanted to ask, but he gave them a vague answer. In fact, he had a way to make a fortune, and that was through blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could heal any injuries below the level of 7th Supreme Martial Artist with just 1 or 2 bottles of blood. However, blood wasn't a safe method. If others found out, what if they imprisoned him and made him bleed continuously, just in case he didn't use this method? After leaving the flowing gold waterfall, Xian returned to the Tower of Illusion. Luo would occasionally come to the Tower of Illusion these few days, which allowed her to pass the 4th floor. At this time, there were still many people at the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, senior brother Gao from the Ape Clan happened to be challenging the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion again. However, the illusion this time was different from before. "Young master, you're here." Luo floated over from a distance. "Yes, I'm going to challenge the 5th floor." Xian nodded. "Oh, if young master passes the Tower of Illusion, he will be able to enter the inner sect." "I don't know when I will be able to enter." Luo pouted. "What are you afraid of?" "After a while, I will go and get some treasures for you. At that time, you will be able to improve quickly." Xian patted Luo's head affectionately. Then, he walked to the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Junior brother, it's you?" The 6th Supreme Peak Outer Sect disciple who received Xian the other day said in surprise. "Senior brother, I want to challenge the Tower of Illusion." Xian said directly. "Okay, but you know the rules, right? You can no longer receive the rewards for the first 4 floors." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. "Understood." Xian nodded. This time, he had his eyes on the 5th and 6th floors. The reward for the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Pills, while the reward for the 6th floor was a Sovereign Golden Pill that could greatly enhance the Sovereign Golden Body. If Xian consumed it specially, he would definitely be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. He might even break through to the 6th Supreme Peak. However, every challenge of the Tower of Illusion had to start from the 1st floor, so it was the same for Xian. 1st floor, passed. 2nd floor, passed. 3rd floor, passed. Xian passed the first 3 floors in less than 3 seconds, and when he reached the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Xian only spent half a minute to find the array base. "Junior brother, the next floor is the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. You have to be careful, this level is much more dangerous than the 4th floor." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. Xian nodded silently. The 4th floor only had 1 7th Supreme Sacred Beast. He estimated that there would be many 7th Supreme Sacred Beasts on the 5th floor. However, he was only at the 6th Supreme Peak back then. Now that he was at the 6th Supreme Peak, his Sovereign Golden Body was probably stronger than a 7th Supreme Peak. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, he entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. The 5th floor was still a grassland. The sky was blue, and there were hundreds of clouds as far as the eye could see. Xian looked around and realized that he was standing on a big rock. "There's nothing here. This is a wind spirit?" He raised his eyebrows. A wind spirit was a type of mutated beast. He still had a fire spirit in his devour space. When he captured the fire spirit, he wanted to give it to Caijue. However, Caijue had no use for it, so he kept it. However, wind spirits, fire spirits, earth spirits, and other mutated beasts were useless at the supremacy level. After all, the era of profundities had long passed. However, these wind spirits appearing on the 5th level were definitely not simple. Whoosh whoosh, at this time a wind spirit suddenly swept toward Xian at an extremely fast speed. What a sharp wind blade attack! It's enough to cut off the arm of an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. Xian was shocked. He quickly retreated and attacked at the same time. Flowing Shadow Sword. Whoosh, a sword ray pierced through the wind spirit. Xian was shocked. He did not expect that ordinary attacks would be useless against the wind spirit. However, he did not believe it. He raised his hand and slashed a few more times, but it still went through. "I need to use palm techniques or fist techniques." Xian's eyes flickered. Fist techniques and palm techniques had a large attack range and could directly kill the wind spirit. However, Xian did not know any fist or palm techniques, so he could not do anything to the wind spirit. The wind spirit was extremely fast, and there were two of them around. Even the Eye of Revelation could not see their weakness. Therefore, Xian decided to avoid them for the time being. Fortunately, my speed is extremely fast. I have 7 agility advancements, which increased my movement speed by 70%. These wind spirits can't catch up to me. Xian turned around and ran. He could not deal with these wind spirits. If he wanted to pass, he had to find the array base of the illusion array. He began to run wildly. A few wind spirits followed behind him, but they could not catch up to his speed. Found it. It's disguised as a stone again. With the Eye of Revelation, he found the array base in less than half a minute. He immediately slashed and destroyed the array base. When the array base was destroyed, the illusion array would disappear as well. However, it did not this time. The illusion array is still there. I did not pass. This means that this is not the only array base. Xian immediately reacted. It did not mean that there was only one array base. Roar. One by one, the ferocious supreme sacred beasts pounced towards Xian. However, Xian knew that they were just illusions, so he chose to ignore them. He continued to run, and within a few seconds, he found another formation base that was disguised as a rock. However, the illusion formation was still not broken. Finally, after shattering 4 of the array bases, he was finally able to break free from the illusion. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully breaking through. Xian was teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. The outer disciple approached him with a smile. Continue to the 6th floor. Xian said directly. All right. This outer sect disciple immediately realized that he was currently hugging Xian's thigh, even though his cultivation level was higher than Xian's. However, before that, Xian had to go to the Hall of Experience to collect the reward for the 5th level. That was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills. The Tower of Illusion could be challenged once a day. It was fine to take a break in the middle, but one would have to challenge again the next day. Xian went to collect the 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills and directly swallowed them. His cultivation level improved by a lot. As for the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, there was still one person challenging it, and that was senior brother Gao. Junior brother, the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion has no time limit, but it is extremely dangerous. If you can't hold on, remember to shout and I will teleport you out. The outer sect disciple reminded. All right. Xian nodded. Young master, you can do it. As long as you pass this level, you will be an inner sect disciple of the Burning Sun Hall. Lua waved her little fist behind her back and said. As soon as she said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just now, they were all focused on the 6th floor, so they did not notice that Xian had passed the 5th floor. Heavens, how is it possible for a mid-stage 6th Supreme to pass the 5th floor? Where did this brat come from? Senior brother Gao only passed the 5th floor a few days ago. I recognize him, he is that self-healing maniac who stood 60 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days. If a mid-stage 6th Supreme passes the 6th floor, it will break the record of the Burning Sun Hall. I remember that the record holder is a peak 6th Supreme. If he enters the inner sect, he will definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder. That may not be the case, it is a special period now. I heard that there are a few spies from the Yin Palace in the inner sect. It is not that easy to enter the inner sect. The people below were whispering to each other. At this moment, Xian had already entered the Tower of Illusion. Not long after, another projection appeared on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Everyone's attention was attracted by this new projection. Who will pass first? The 6th floor is actually the same illusion as senior brother Gao. After entering the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Xian was a little surprised. Senior brother Gao's illusion was a magma hell surrounded by a large number of flame demons. However, Xian was looking at a projection that day, so his Eye of Revelation was unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. There is no time limit for this level, Xian thought. Although he said so, he still immediately used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area. He was currently standing on a pillar that was more than 10 meters tall. Beneath his feet was blazing magma, and there were supreme being sacred beasts poking their heads out from time to time. There were also various birds flying in the sky, and even Xian could feel the blazing heat. This magma is actually real, but some places are just illusions. There are only a few magma pools, but some of the magma creatures below are real and some are fake. Xian narrowed his eyes and first looked around. The creatures in this illusion were all old monsters that had lived for many years. They were all captured by the experts of the Burning Sun Palace. They also understood their mission, which was to attack the challengers together with the illusions. However, Xian had already seen through the illusion. He directly jumped down from the stone pillar and went around those Supreme Being Sacred Beasts. The creatures in this illusion were comparable to 7th Supreme Being Sacred Beasts, but these Supreme Being Sacred Beasts did not specialize in speed. They only had strong physiques. Xian could not hurt them, but they could not catch up to Xian either. Xian used his extraordinary speed and began to move quickly. With the help of his Eye of Revelation and Eye of Perception, he quickly found the array base. In less than a minute, this illusion array was broken. I passed? Seeing that the illusion around him had disappeared, Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was surrounded by a white world. Since he had passed, why was he not teleported out? Xian could not understand. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a powerful mental attack hit him. Xian's mind paused, and in the next moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. That Gao Xiong has been trapped in the secret realm for an hour. This kid only took a minute to break the illusion. What a good seedling. However, it won't be that easy for him to enter the inner sect. An inner sect elder muttered in a corner of the Tower of Illusions. The Burning Sun Palace and Juyin Palace had been fighting for hundreds of years. When the disciples of the two sects saw each other, they would fight to the death. Some time ago, a few traitors from Juyin Palace appeared in the inner sect of the Burning Sun Palace, causing the Burning Sun Palace to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to enter the inner sect now. One had to go through a strict secret test. When Xian woke up, he realized that his surroundings had changed. He was back in Lianyun City in the eastern mainland. What's going on? Xian was a little surprised. The moment he woke up, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was Lu Er. He was 14 years old when he transmigrated. Lu Er was younger than him. However, after so many years, he was almost 24 years old. Lu Er was naturally 20 years old. Lu Er had been a beauty since she was young. In recent years, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her looks were comparable to Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. All these years, she had been taking care of the affairs of the Yi family and was very capable. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Xian sitting up, she smiled and said, "Young master, you're finally awake. An important guest is here." Important guest? Who is it? Xian couldn't help but ask. It's an envoy from Juyin Palace. Lu Er replied. Juyin Palace? Xian, whose head was still throbbing, trembled when he heard the name. He immediately reacted. With the Eye of Perception, he didn't sense anyone around him. This Lu Er in front of him was just an illusion. I'm still in the illusion. Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately reacted. This should be the special illusion of the Burning Sun Palace elder that infiltrated his inner world. A test. I heard that a spy from Juyin Palace appeared in the inner sect. If I want to enter the inner sect, I have to go through a test. Xian thought for a moment, then followed Lu Er out. This illusion was extremely realistic. Just now, Xian had fainted, and when he woke up, his memories were a little confused. If it wasn't for the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Insight, Xian's subconscious would have made him think that he'd returned to Lianyun City. Then, he followed behind Lu Er and went to see the Absolute Yin Palace's envoy. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary was an old woman with a powerful aura. Xian could sense it from afar. She was at least a 7th Tribulation Supreme. Lord Envoy, the young master is here, Lu Er said respectfully. The emissary gazed at Xian and said, City Governor of Lianyun City, Xian, now that Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by my Yinan Palace, all the powers that belong to Yang Incineration Hall must join my Yinan Palace. I'll give you 3 days of time to join my Yinan Palace, otherwise, your Lianyun City will be flattened by my Yinan Palace. Although her voice was not loud, her tone was firm, and she did not allow Yixian to refuse. Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by the Absolute Yin Palace? Yixian muttered with disdain in his heart. This was all a facade created by the Yang Incineration Hall's elder. He was afraid that if he agreed to join the Absolute Yin Palace now, he would immediately fail the assessment. That's right. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary nodded. Unexpectedly, Yixian suddenly attacked in the next moment. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary was shocked and hurriedly blocked the attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm a disciple of Yang Incineration Hall. What do you think I'm doing? Die!" Yixian shouted and charged over. In an instant, he exchanged blows with the other party. At this moment, in a corner of the Tower of Illusion. Oh? The inner sect elder who controlled the 6th floor of the illusion was a little surprised. In fact, that senior brother Gao had already passed the first illusion on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. At this moment, he was in the second illusion with Yixian. Not only that, senior brother Gao passed the first illusion before Yixian and entered the second illusion. However, after he fainted, his memory was a little blurred. He actually thought that he had returned to his hometown and heard that the Yang Incineration Hall had been annihilated. However, he did not immediately refuse and was considering it. Without a doubt, Yixian was more outstanding than him. Even if the Yang Incineration Hall was annihilated, Yixian would rather die than submit. However, one had to admit that this illusion was very realistic. Yixian actually fought with the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary. Of course, fighting was one thing, but daring to kill was another. The inner sect elder who controlled the illusion purposely let the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary reveal a few flaws, which was then caught by Yixian. Die! Yixian mercilessly slashed with his sword and chopped off the head of the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary. Plop, the head fell to the ground, but the corpse was still standing. Blood spurted wildly. "Why, young master, you're in big trouble." Lu'er was shocked and hurriedly said. "Lu'er, inform the others." "We're moving the clan," Yixian said to Lu'er. However, in the next moment, his head swelled again and he fainted. However, this was not the only test. After that, he woke up a few more times and almost had his memory confused. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, which allowed him to realize that this was an illusion. There were a total of 5 tests. There was even one where he returned to the Tianshui continent. However, after he reacted, he easily passed these tests. The time taken for the 5 tests added up to only 3 minutes. When Yixian and senior brother Gao were conducting the secret illusion test, they would not be projected outside the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, the inner sect elder could not actually see Yixian's illusion. He could only judge based on Yixian's words and actions. "Young master, why haven't you come out yet?" Luo's voice sounded in Yixian's mind. "Alright, I passed the secret test," Yixian replied. The eye of revelation, the eye of perception, and Luo would not allow him to be immersed in the illusion. After passing the 5 secret tests, Yixian had not yet been sent out of the Tower of Illusion. "Young man, you've passed the test. You can report to the inner sect today." Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yixian's ears. "Thank you, senior." Yixian cupped his fists toward the vast expanse of white in front of him. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Immediately after, he heard a group of cheers. He passed, he actually passed. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. Senior brother Gao is a mid-stage 7th supreme being and has tried many times but failed. However, this young man has only come twice and passed. What do you mean by this young man? He's the senior brother from now on. Do you want to die? Unbelievable. A mid-stage 6th supreme being actually passed the Tower of Illusion and entered the inner sect. This can be considered as breaking the Burning Sun Hall's record. "Young master, you passed?" Luo jumped over. "I passed," Yixian said with a smile. The reward for the 5th level of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade supreme pills, while the reward for the 6th level was a supreme golden pill. He had already received the reward for the 5th level, so there was only one supreme golden pill left. However, as long as he swallowed this supreme golden body, it would be good enough even if he couldn't pass the tribulation. Senior Brother Yi, congratulations! The outer disciples all ran over and clasped their fists. Although there were many experts at the peak of the 6th supremacy among them, and even the 7th tribulation supremacy, they were still outer disciples after all. On the other hand, Yi Xian would probably be able to report to the inner sect tomorrow. Yi Xian thanked them one by one. However, at this moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that it was Senior Brother Gao. At this moment, Senior Brother Gao's face was pale, but there was a slight smile on his face. It seemed that he had passed the test too. Ah, Senior Brother Gao, congratulations! The group of people in front of Yi Xian immediately turned around and jogged towards Senior Brother Gao. However, Senior Brother Gao ignored them and walked straight to Yi Xian, saying, "You're the one who passed the test before me, right?" "It was just a coincidence," Yi Xian said modestly. At the same time, he was secretly observing Senior Brother Gao's expression. However, Senior Brother Gao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Junior Brother Gao, you're really amazing. You're only at the 6th supremacy level, yet you've passed the Tower of Illusion and the Inner Sect Elders test. I'm impressed." Some people would very likely express disdain for Yi Xian after hearing the truth, but Senior Brother Gao didn't have such feelings. It was no wonder that he could pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. "Big Monkey, my young master is better than you." Luo looked proud. Haha. Senior Brother Gao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "My name is Gao Xiong. Since Junior Brother Gao has passed the Tower of Illusion, let's report to the inner sect together." Okay. Yi Xian also agreed. Immediately, they formed a team and headed to the inner sanctum of the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall had more than 10,000 outer sect disciples, but there were less than 1,000 inner sect disciples. However, other than those with aptitude, most of the inner sect disciples were 7th tribulation supremes and were extremely powerful. As outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect, Luo could only wait outside. Yi Xian and Gao Xiong entered the inner sect and went straight to report. An inner disciple said to Yi Xian and Gao Xiong, "You two, you still have a reporting mission to do. You will depart today and report to the City Lord's mansion in Broken Star City." Report mission? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Gao Xiong. Broken Star City was about a day's journey from Burning Sun Temple, and a round trip would only take 2 days. However, they had never heard of reporting missions. "I'm sure you've heard that a traitor from the Yin Palace has appeared in the inner sect recently. That's why we have this reporting mission. Of course, the two of you can depart tomorrow as well," said the inner sect disciple. Oh. Yi Xian took the reporting letter and put it into his devouring space. Then, they left the inner sect. "Senior Brother Gao, are you leaving today or tomorrow?" asked Yi Xian. "I'm a little tired today." "I'll leave tomorrow," replied Gao Xiong. Yi Xian paused and said, "Then I'll leave first." "Take care, Senior Brother Gao." It was just a reporting mission, so there was no need to move together. Yi Xian guessed that this reporting mission was probably to collect an identity token of the Yin Palace. After he finished speaking, he left with Luo. Of course, before leaving, he went to the training hall to collect a precious sovereign golden pill. The sovereign golden pill was something that all outer sect disciples coveted. At this moment, it was in Yi Xian's hand. Ding! The host has broken through and is now at the peak of the 6th tribulation supremacy. This sovereign golden pill allowed Yi Xian to break through, but it was not to the point where he could pass the 7th tribulation supremacy. "Young master, I want to go too." At this moment, Luo suddenly said. "Yes, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded silently. Immediately, the two of them left the Burning Sun Palace. Fragmentary Star City was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so the Yin Palace team would not appear to intercept them. However, they were wrong. Less than half a day after they left the Burning Sun Palace, 2 people stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. What powerful auras! 2 7th stage supremacies. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the Burning Sun Palace's territory, so it should not be so easy to meet people from the Yin Palace, so Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. At the same time, Yi Xian also hoped that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. Of course, if they were from the Yin Palace, he would not refuse. He could still deal with 2 7th-stage supremacies. After all, he had broken through at this time. Luo, be careful. There are 2 7th-stage supremacies approaching. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luo. Really? If they are only 7th-stage supremacies, I am not afraid. Luo looked like she was eager to fight, waving her small pink fists. Junior brother, please wait. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yi Xian and Luo paused and turned to look, only to see 2 young men in white approaching. One was in white, and the other was in green. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Junior brother, the 2 of us are also disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. The leading young man in white suddenly took out an identity token. He was indeed an inner disciple. Oh, senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Nothing, I just heard that you are going to the Fragmentary Star City to do a reporting mission. It just so happens that we are also going to the Fragmentary Star City. Why don't we go together? The young man in white smiled. Hearing this, Yi Xian also reminded himself. They were just going to the Fragmentary Star City. Was there a need to go together? No, we plan to rest along the way. Senior brother, please go ahead. Yi Xian directly retreated to the side with Luo, making way for the 2. The young man in white and the other person looked at each other, and a murderous intent suddenly flashed in their eyes. Kill! With a loud shout, the 2 young men in white directly took out their weapons, and then attacked Yi Xian and Luo. Sure enough, these 2 people were fishy. Luo, kill them. Yi Xian's voice sounded in Luolua's mind. These 2 people should be the spies of the Absolute Yin Palace hidden in the Burning Sun Hall. They hunted the people of the Burning Sun Hall and then gave their identity tokens to the people of the Absolute Yin Palace in exchange for cultivation resources. Humph, I knew these 2 were not good people. Young master, leave the other one to me. Not only that, even Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. If he could kill these 2 7th Supreme Martial Artist spies from the Juyin Palace, then his cultivation would improve by another level. These 2 people had also heard of the power of Yi Xian's golden sovereign body, so they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Although it was a little unfair to say 2 against 1, this was the reality. After all, Luo was only a mid-stage 6th Supreme Martial Artist. However, these 2 people soon realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. You bastards, how dare you attack the young master? You're courting death. Luo snorted angrily and charged towards the disciple in green. 65% claw intent was enough to pose a threat to these 2 people. The disciple in green also understood that Luo was not ordinary, so he immediately turned around and rushed towards her. Don't hold back, end this quickly. Yi Xian said to Luo in her mind. Okay. Luo responded. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw a white flash pass by the disciple in green. This move again? Yi Xian was shocked. Luo had used this move to instantly kill the old woman from the Juyin Palace last time. Instantly killing an opponent 2 levels higher, with this talent, entering the inner sect wouldn't be a problem. Aya, I'm so tired. This move can only be used once a day. Luo said helplessly. Once a day, that's already very good. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Of course, the most surprised person was the youth in white. His companion was actually instantly killed by Luo, who was 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, Yi Xian wasn't someone he could defeat in a short period of time. He was doomed. Junior brother, wait, I'm here to test you. The youth in white hurriedly shouted. He would never have thought that Luo would be able to instantly kill his companion. If he was Luolua's opponent, then he would be the one to die. What? Yi Xian and Luo were both shocked. These 2 people were here to test them? Nonsense. I passed the test long ago. Yi Xian's suppressed killing intent flashed once more as he shouted. It's true. The elder in charge of the inspection is nearby. After the white-clothed young man finished speaking, he shouted, "Elder, save me." His appearance seemed to be real. Yi Xian also hesitated. "Young master, what do we do now?" Luoluo suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. Just now, Luoluo had killed an inner sect disciple. If she killed another one now, it wouldn't make a difference. If what the white-clothed youth said was false, then it would be fine. But if what the white-clothed youth said was true, then it would be a tragedy. After all, they had accidentally killed a disciple who had come to test them. "Luoluo, we don't care anymore. Kill him." Yi Xian made his decision. Since he had already killed one, he would kill another one. A spy from the Absolute Im Palace actually dares to speak nonsense. Die! Yi Xian roared and attacked with all his might. Luoluo quickly cooperated with Yi Xian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. So fast. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, trembled. He turned his head and saw a gray figure in front of him, protecting the white-clothed youth behind him. "Elder." Seeing this, the white-clothed youth immediately showed a look of hope. This gray figure was an elder dressed in coarse hemp clothes, but his strength was extremely strong. "He is at least an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable." Yi Xian and Luoluo trembled. He was already prepared to hide Luoluo in the artifact space. He could deal with an early-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, but this was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. He had the strength to kill him instantly. "Li Tao is dead?" The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at the white-clothed youth. "Elder, Li Tao was killed by that little girl." The white-clothed youth pointed angrily at Luoluo. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at Luoluo. Being able to kill a 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable as a 6th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, this aptitude was not a problem for her to enter the inner sect. The gray-clothed elder turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, "Your assessment is over. Follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall." "You?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Did this mean that Luoluo could directly enter the inner sect of the Burning Sun Hall? "Elder, she killed Li Tao." The white-clothed youth shouted angrily. "Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple just now, and even he was almost killed by Yi Xian and Luoluo. How could he not take revenge?" "I know, but this is my fault. I will naturally report to the higher-ups when I return." After the gray-clothed elder finished speaking, he turned and left. But the white-clothed youth still wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He glared at Yi Xian and Luoluo, then put away Li Tao's body and followed the elder. "If this person wanted to kill us, it would be easy. It seems that this is indeed the assessment of the Burning Sun Hall, and that reporting mission is just a cover." Yi Xian thought to himself. Who asked them to be so weak? Oh, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Luoluo was unhappy. "Cough, you can also enter the inner sect now." "It's not bad." Yi Xian laughed dryly. Originally, this reporting mission was only done by him, and Luoluo just followed along. Unexpectedly, Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple instantly. This was something that the white-clothed youth and the elder of the Burning Sun Hall did not expect. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed disciple pretended to be members of the Juyin Palace and wanted to kill Yi Xian and Luoluo. This was also a test. After all, if Yi Xian was a member of the Juyin Palace, he would have revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not. Soon, Yi Xian and Luoluo followed behind the gray-clothed elder and returned to the Burning Sun Hall. "The two of you follow me, I will personally bring you to complete the inner sect registration," the gray-clothed elder said to Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and followed behind. Along the way, he could feel the envious gazes of the inner sect disciples. At the same time, the whispers of these inner sect disciples fell into Yi Xian's ears. "Elder Han? Among all the elders in the Burning Sun Hall, his strength can be ranked in the top 10? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only that, he suddenly remembered Elder Han's voice. Previously, he had heard Elder Han's voice in the Tower of Illusion. It turned out that Elder Han was the person who allowed him to enter the inner sect after he completed the test. Soon, Elder Han personally completed the registration for Yi Xian and Luoluo. From now on, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were inner sect disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. However, at this moment, the two of you have good aptitudes. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? After the registration, Elder Han suddenly turned around and asked. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, if his aptitude was good, there would be an elder who would accept him as a disciple. However, there were strong and weak inner sect elders in the Burning Sun Hall. This Elder Han was undoubtedly an expert. If they were to become his disciple, then their future would be smooth sailing. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Young master, do you want to be apprenticed? Luo Luo asked in his mind. This Hall of Burning Sun isn't as simple as we thought. It's not a bad idea to find a powerful master. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Then, he clasped his hands together and said, Disciple Yi Xian greets master. It was Luo Luo's first time being apprenticed, so she imitated Yi Xian's actions. Very good, you are my 7th and 8th disciples. There are 6 people before you. Elder Han nodded with a smile and said, Although I, Han Ming, am not the most powerful in the Hall of Burning Sun, I am proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace. You too can learn a thing or two from me. Proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace? When Yi Xian heard this, he was surprised. However, when he recalled Elder Han's methods, he calmed down. Elder Han was an expert. His spiritual attack could make Yi Xian faint instantly, making him vulnerable. At the same time, he also had the ability to confuse people's memories. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in illusionary techniques or spiritual attacks. After all, he already had the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. Elder Han was only able to confuse him previously because of the suppression of their realms. If Yi Xian were to attack a 4th Tribulation Supreme, his Eye of Illusion could make the other party live in an illusion, never to wake up. A single use of the Burning Eye would definitely cause the other party to suffer a mental breakdown. However, this was a good teacher for Luo Luo. Luo Luo's spiritual power was naturally higher than other races. If she learned illusionary techniques and spiritual attacks, her strength would increase exponentially. She might even be able to increase the effect of her charm. Alright, since the two of you have become my disciples, these are my welcome gifts. Elder Han suddenly took out 2 jade bottles from his Qianquan ring. Yi Xian and Luo Luo each took a jade bottle. When they opened it, they were stunned. Sovereign golden pills, and 5 of them? Yi Xian was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to pass the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusions, but he only managed to obtain 1 sovereign golden core. However, this Elder Han gave him 10 sovereign golden cores in one go. Experts were indeed filthy rich. Little girl, your cultivation level is still too low. Hurry up and raise it. Otherwise, you won't even be able to learn a thing or two from me. Elder Han looked at Luo Luo and said. Hehe, master, I won't disappoint you. Luo Luo wasn't the least bit pretentious as she directly kept the 5 sovereign golden pills. Not only that, but Yi Xian also hurriedly kept them into the devouring space. With these 5 sovereign golden cores, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation, and the success rate would definitely be 100%. You all can refine the sovereign golden pill first. I still have some matters to attend to. If you have any problems, come and find me. After Elder Han finished speaking, he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they left under the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples as they headed towards their newly allocated residences. Young master, I'm going to refine the sovereign golden core. After returning to her residence, Luo Luo immediately closed the door. The sovereign golden core was the same as the jade blood essence pill. It could greatly enhance the sovereign golden core, and at the same time, increase one's cultivation level. Even a 7th Tribulation Supremacy would be envious. Luo Luo had obtained 5 sovereign golden cores at once, and her cultivation level was only at the 6th Tribulation Supremacy stage. If she used her bloodline to refine all 5 sovereign golden cores, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the 7th Tribulation Supremacy stage. Yi Xian didn't want to let Luo Luo surpass him, so he hurriedly swallowed the 5 sovereign golden cores. The sovereign golden core suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding, the host has met the requirements to pass the tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you want to pass the tribulation? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Since the success rate was 100%, he naturally wanted to pass the tribulation directly. Immediately, tribulation lightning began to gather in the sky above the courtyard. The sovereign tribulation was very powerful, and countless people had died because of it, let alone the seventh tribulation. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was already comparable to an ordinary seventh tribulation supremacy stage, and after refining the 5 sovereign golden cores, it was even more powerful. A mere seventh tribulation supremacy stage was nothing to him. Soon, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 7 sovereign tribulation lightning strikes were completed in one go. Yi Xian stood quietly in the courtyard, not even frowning. Ding, tribulation successful. Current 7th tribulation supremacy stage, beginning to reconstruct the sovereign golden body. After the 7th sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Yi Xian finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. I finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Now I can be considered an advanced supremacy stage. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Now, he could go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine his sovereign golden body. When he was at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage, he could challenge 60 meters. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 40 meters. After informing Luo, Yi Xian directly left and headed for the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was still the same. It was extremely quiet. Other than the sound of the waterfall, there weren't many sounds. However, Yi Xian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. That madman is here again. How many meters is he going to challenge this time? I heard that he passed the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. He should have gone to report for the mission. Why is he back? Could it be that he has already completed the mission? That can't be. Senior brother Gao just set off. Yi Xian ignored these voices and directly rushed to the flowing gold waterfall. This time, it was 50 meters. 50 meters, as expected of madman. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. 50 meters corresponded to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. However, after Yi Xian went up, the water flow accelerated by the array couldn't even break through Yi Xian's golden body of supremacy. Oh my god, my golden body of supremacy is so strong that it can directly cross 50 meters? Yi Xian was shocked. Immediately, he rushed to the 40-meter position. It's done. I wonder how long it will take this time. Yi Xian began to temper his golden body of supremacy. He estimated that after this time, he might be able to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy. Of course, one's realm had to be high enough to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to receive the tribulation of supremacy. The group of people below looked at Yi Xian and were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. However, it wasn't that easy for Yi Xian to temper his golden body of supremacy this time. On the 5th day after he arrived at the flowing gold waterfall, a few people came to look for him. When the group of disciples below saw him, they were also a little surprised. Isn't that Senior Brotherly? I heard that he went out to train, and now he's back. Senior Brotherly is an expert who can squeeze into the top 100 of the inner disciples. Last year, he failed to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy, and his cultivation level regressed. He should be back now. I wonder when he will pass the tribulation again. I heard that Senior Brotherly's younger brother, Li Tao, died. Could this be the reason? What, Li Tao? The people below whispered to each other. However, their discussion couldn't escape Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Li Tao's older brother? He raised his eyebrows. That Li Tao was the disciple in green who was instantly killed by Luolua's ultimate move. He didn't expect that he had a brother who was at the peak of the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the young man in white from that day. At this moment, the young man in white was pointing at him and talking to a man beside him. You're Yi Xian? the man said to Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian flew out of the flowing gold waterfall and said, "That's right. Where's the girl who killed my brother?" Senior brother Li shouted angrily. This sentence made the surrounding people tremble. Senior brother Li Ting's brother, Li Tao, was really dead? Your brother's skills were inferior, so it's fine that he died. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Yi Xian took out a shirt and put it on, then rushed in front of Li Ting. You're courting death. Li Ting was furious. How could he not be angry when his brother was dead? Moreover, Yi Xian dared to talk to him like that. He was courting death. However, just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed youth suddenly stood in front of him. Senior brother Li, don't be rash. There are sect rules. The white-clothed youth hurriedly reminded him. Then what do you think we should do? Li Ting looked at the white-clothed youth. At this time, Li Ting also knew that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already under Elder Han Ming's tutelage, so it was impossible to kill them. Otherwise, Li Ting would have killed Yi Xian long ago. But at this time, Li Ting, Wang Qingping. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed youth rushing over. Li Ting, Wang Qingping, you two were randomly selected for a training mission. You'll be forming a team soon. Go and gather immediately. The black-clothed youth said to Li Ting. Damn it. Li Ting cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to curse in public. After all, this black-clothed youth's status was higher than his. Also, is junior brother Yi Xian under Elder Han Ming here? The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted. Yi Xian looked at the black-clothed youth in surprise and said, I'm Yi Xian. Senior brother, what's the matter? Training elder summons you. The black-clothed youth said. Training elder, hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This training elder had a high status in the Burning Sun Hall. His strength was ranked in the top 5. He was the hall master of the training hall and often issued training missions. However, Yi Xian didn't accept the mission. Why was he summoned? It seemed that he had also been selected by that random experience mission. When Li Ting heard these words, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Not only that, the white-clothed young man also did the same. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He packed up and left with the black-clothed youth. Li Ting and the white-clothed youth followed behind him, sneering all the way. Very quickly, the black-clothed youth brought Yi Xian and the others to the training hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few inner court disciples gathered here. Luoluo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He turned his head and found that Luoluo was also in the training hall. A few days ago, he was tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. Luoluo was called by Han Ming to guide him. At the same time, Luoluo had also broken through to the peak of 6th supremacy. In a few days, she would be able to undergo her tribulation. Senior brother Li, that's her. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly pointed at Luoluo. Li Ting had also noticed Luoluo and immediately revealed an angry expression. Young master, who is this guy? Luoluo asked, not understanding the situation. That's Li Tao's brother. Yi Xian casually replied. Oh. Luoluo naturally wouldn't forget the unlucky guy who was instantly killed by her. Although she was 3 realms lower than Li Ting, Luoluo still had a calm expression. Luoluo, what's going on now? Yi Xian looked at the surrounding inner disciples and asked curiously. Luoluo replied, we've been selected. Next, we have to form a team with the others and do the training mission together. But we just entered the inner sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Master can't do anything about it. Luoluo helplessly shook her head. So it's mandatory. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he suddenly understood the gazes of Li Ting and the white-clothed youth. After Yi Xian, more inner disciples came in one after another. These disciples who were selected weren't weak. The weakest was a 7th supremacy, and the strongest was a mid-8th tribulation supremacy. They were considered the top disciples in the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, the training elder also appeared. So strong. Is this a 9th tribulation supremacy? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. A ninth tribulation supremacy was enough to annihilate everyone present. Everyone, a new round of training missions has been issued. Next, you will form a small team of 5 to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will receive a large amount of contribution points. Of course, you can also refuse. If anyone refuses, you can withdraw on the spot. The training elder glanced at the dozens of people below. I withdraw. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Someone immediately shouted. All right, you can go. The training elder nodded. At this moment, Luoluo asked in his mind, Young master, are we going? Go. Xian replied. This was a randomly selected mission. The contribution points were higher than ordinary missions. Completing one was equivalent to completing 3 ordinary missions. Therefore, not many people withdrew. In the end, only 4 people withdrew. Very good. Next, I'll divide you into groups. The training elder nodded and began to call out names. Although these dozens of inner disciples were randomly selected, they weren't randomly assigned to groups. Various factors had to be considered. Xian stood there quietly. He only hoped that he would be assigned to the same group as Luoluo. Wang Gang, Li Teng, Xian, Lu Taining, Wang Qingping. The training elder shouted. Hearing this, Xian and Luoluo's expressions changed. They weren't assigned to the same group. This was troublesome. Young master, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I still have many ways to escape. Once I break through, no one among the 7th tribulation supremacies will be able to do anything to me, Luoluo said hurriedly. When Xian heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the same group as Li Teng. Of course, he also knew that this was just luck. After all, Li Teng didn't have the ability to command a 9th tribulation supremacy. Wang Gang is the youth in black who brought me here just now. He's a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Li Teng is also a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Wang Qingping is the youth in white. He's an early stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Lu Taining is a mid-stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Xian thought about it in his mind. If it was before, he would have been afraid. However, now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy, he wasn't afraid even if the 4 of them joined forces. What was there to be afraid of when it was just Li Teng and Wang Qingping? Kid, you're dead meat. Li Teng stood behind Xian with a fierce gaze. All of you, set off within 3 days. The training elder said. Immediately, everyone left the training hall. The leader of Xian's team was Wang Gang, and the target of the training mission was already in his hands. At this moment, he called Xian and the other 3 over. If all of you have nothing else to do, we will set off tomorrow. The black-clothed youth Wang Gang said to Xian and the other 3. Leader, what is our training mission? The mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist Lu Taining asked. Wang Gang handed over the parchment in his hand and said, Kill the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City, an early stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. Their team consisted of 2 peak 7th Supreme Martial Artists, 1 mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist, and 2 early stage 7th Supreme Martial Artists. However, they were all elite disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, so it wasn't a problem for them to challenge those of a higher rank. Therefore, this mission wasn't difficult for them as long as they cooperated well. Celestial Ocean City is in the Juyin Palace's territory, and the City Lord seems to be the deacon of the Juyin Palace. Lu Taining said with a smile, Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Li, with the 2 of you here, this mission will definitely be completed smoothly. This little brother has benefited greatly this time. Don't be careless, there are many people in the Celestial Ocean City Lord matter. If an expert from the Juyin Palace passes by, it will be troublesome. Go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Wang Gang said to Xian and the other 3. Then, they dispersed in a hubbub. Brat, you actually didn't withdraw from the mission, this time you will die miserably. Li Ting suddenly caught up with Xian and said in a low voice when he passed by him. Xian didn't care at all. If this Li Ting was courting death, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Luo, be careful when you are doing the mission. If you encounter something wrong, run away. Xian reminded. Don't worry, I told my senior brother that I am going to undergo tribulation, so we will set off in 2 days. At that time I will be a 7th tribulation supreme martial artist. Luo giggled. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He believed in Luo's strength. Luo had a mysterious bloodline in her body, and her moves were endless. As long as Luo made a breakthrough, the mission would not be too dangerous. Yi Xian and Luo returned to their residence. Not long after, Han Ming came over. Master. Yi Xian and Luo. You've just entered the inner sect and you've already been given a random training mission. I can't do anything about it. Take this illusion-breaking stone. Thank you, Master. As for Luo, Han Ming had already given her a set of claw intent. It was also at 75%. Then, Han Ming left first. Tomorrow, Yi Xian would set off to do the mission. He didn't go to the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. Instead, he stayed in his residence to watch the sword intent. His defense was already very strong, but his attack power was a little weak. A 65% sword intent could only barely hurt Li Teng, who was at the peak of the 7th Supreme Being. The next day arrived quickly. Yi Xian bid farewell to Luo and went to meet up with Wang Gang and the others. That brat didn't quit. Li Teng's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would quit the mission if he and Yi Xian were in the same group. Very good. Everyone is here. Let's go. Wang Gang looked around and took the lead. Yi Xian looked calm. He ignored Li Teng and Wang Qingping and followed. He reckoned that he would gain a lot from this mission. At that time, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. Their group wasn't the first to set off. Some groups had already set off yesterday. Sky Ocean City was quite a distance away from the Burning Sun Hall. With their speed, it would take them about 3 days. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian was constantly comprehending the sword intent recorded in the Devouring system. He was striving to raise his sword intent to 70%. His aptitude was not bad. In addition, he had already comprehended most of it. In these 3 days, Yi Xian really managed to raise his sword intent to 70%. Along the way, Li Teng and Wang Qingping kept whispering to each other. However, their conversation entered Yi Xian's ears without missing a single word. Furthermore, they didn't know about it. However, Li Teng didn't dare to say that he wanted to kill Yi Xian. He usually used other things to hint at him. Alright, Sky Ocean City is in front of us. When we enter the city later, don't tell anyone that we are disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Wang Gang reminded Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian nodded to show that he understood. They had entered the territory of the Yin Palace. If they said that they were disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, wouldn't they be courting death? Soon, the 5 of them entered the city. I don't know when the information I sent to the Sky Ocean City's City Lord was sent. Just in case, the 5 of us will split up and scout for information. We'll meet here in half an hour. Wang Gang arrived at a restaurant and said to Yi Xian and the others. Then, Yi Xian and the others split up again. I'm the best at scouting for information. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He had the eye of control. He could use it even on the streets without giving himself away. However, before that, Yi Xian was still prepared to go all out. He directly walked into a weapon shop. There were countless Supreme Divine weapons on display inside, and the owner of this weapon shop was only a 6th Supreme Divine Weapon Peak cultivator. Eye of Control. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on the weapon shop owner. Ding. Control successful. The weapon shop owner was unknowingly controlled by Yi Xian. Then, he approached him with a smile. Ayaya, welcome, brother. Please come to the back. The weapon shop owner respectfully invited Yi Xian to the back. Everyone could guess what was going to happen next. The weapon shop owner's wealth was all in Yi Xian's pocket. Not only that, Yi Xian also asked around. After using him, Yi Xian didn't kill the weapon shop owner. After all, it wasn't easy to kill him. It was a pity that Luo wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could let Luo charm the weapon shop owner. Then, Yi Xian went to control the next weapon shop owner. Sky Ocean City was considered strong. Of the remaining 9 chances, Xian went straight to 3 auction houses. The remaining 6 chances were quite good as well. After 9 chances, he was actually about to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. The Eye of Control is really a godly skill. Xian couldn't help but praise in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to hurt the shop owners, he would have continued fishing. When the time came, he would have explored the entire city. Even the peak of the 7th Supreme Being might not be a problem. Unfortunately, it was almost time for the rendezvous, so Xian didn't continue. Instead, he went straight to the restaurant. Soon, Xian saw Wang Gang and the others again. I've already found out that other than the City Lord, there are 3 peak 7th Supreme Beings and 4 mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings in the City Lord Manor. Wang Gang himself had found out the specific information and told Xian and the others. Captain, since that's the case, shall we go straight in? Lu Taining said somewhat anxiously. Sure. When the time comes, I'll hold off the City Lord of Sky Ocean City. The 4 of you quickly deal with the others. Wang Gang nodded. The Burning Sun Palace and Absolute Yin Palace had been fighting each other for so many years. It was almost always a head-on battle. There was no need for any tricks. Okay. Xian and the others nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed towards the City Lord Manor. At this time, the people in the City Lord Manor were completely unaware of it. Soon, Xian and the others arrived at the City Lord Manor. Without saying a word, they went straight in. The random training mission required the City Lord Manor's severed head. As long as the severed head was brought back, the mission would be considered completed. Wang Gang and the others went straight into the City Lord Manor and immediately set off a storm of blood. Although we're a small team, we're fighting for ourselves now. I need to take some good loot. Xian's lips curled up slightly. With the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Revelation, he was able to find things very quickly. Not only that, he was also able to sense auras. Thus, he specifically looked for soft persimmons to bully. Those below the 7th Supreme Martial Artist level were not a match for him. I'm about to break through. More. Xian narrowed his eyes. After Li Teng and Wang Qingping charged into the City Lord Manor, they immediately split up. Although they hated Xian, this wasn't the right time to make a move. It was better to earn some money first. Brat, how dare you trespass into the City Lord's mansion? You're courting death. Suddenly, a 7th Supreme Martial Artist consecrator of the City Lord Manor flew over. You're the one courting death. Xian glared at him. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Under the 2-pronged attack, this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist instantly lost 20% of his battle prowess. Flowing Shadow Sword. As Xian slashed out with his sword, a sword ray dragged along a long afterimage and directly killed this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist without any hesitation. After his opponent died, Xian quickly rushed over and collected his interspatial ring. Not enough. Just a little more. Xian narrowed his eyes and swept over again. Celestial Ocean City's City Lord Manor's revered elders were at least 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Anyone of this realm couldn't escape Xian's pursuit. Of course, Xian would sometimes hold back and only take their interspatial ring instead of taking their lives. How dare you, Burning Sun Palace's thief, appear in my Ending Palace's territory? You're courting death. A shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Xian turned his head and saw that Wang Gang was already fighting with a middle-aged man. It seemed that this person was Celestial Ocean City's City Lord, their target for this random training. However, Xian didn't care about this. He quickly circled around the City Lord Manor. Using his Eye of Perception, he quickly found another mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist revered elder. Die. Xian didn't hold back this time and directly killed this revered elder. The moment he obtained the revered elder's interspatial ring, his aura skyrocketed. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist. The system's notification made Xian's battle intent increase by a notch. Coincidentally, the moment he broke through, his Eye of Perception suddenly swept across a familiar person. Wang Qingping, this Wang Qingping was the young man in white who was almost killed by him and Luo Luo. He was also one of Li Ting's lackeys. Yi Xian quickly swept over. When the other party saw Yi Xian, his body also trembled. At this time, he just happened to kill a revered elder of the city Lord Manor and obtained his interspatial ring. Eye of control. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately used his eye of perception. Ding. Control successful. The eye of control could only control 10 people for the time being. When controlling the 11th person, the control of the first person would automatically disappear, just like the eye of the void. After controlling the other party, Yi Xian directly went over to Wang Qingping and took his interspatial ring, emptying everything inside. "How are you and that Li Ting going to deal with me?" asked Yi Xian. "I don't know. Li Ting has been complaining along the way, but he didn't tell me." Wang Qingping shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. Dealing with a disciple of the same sect was a serious crime. If it was discovered, it would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Ting didn't tell Wang Qingping about it. "Forget it, you can go on your own." Yi Xian didn't care about Wang Qingping anymore and continued to wander. Li Ting was a 7th supreme martial artist. He had failed his tribulation once before, but someone intervened, so he survived. After a year of cultivation, he returned to his peak, so his strength was more shocking. Not many people in the city Lord Manor could withstand one move from him. At this time, Wang Gang was fighting with the city lord of Tianyang City, so he didn't have time to care about others. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he should secretly control Lu Taining and Li Teng, who were at the middle stage of the 7th sovereign realm. That Li Ting's master is also an elder, his strength is not bad, and these elders of the Burning Sun Palace Hall more or less all cultivate some mental power cultivation method. Maybe this Li Ting also has some mental power cultivation method. If he fails, we will be exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He decided to control Lu Taining first. Even if he couldn't use him in the future, he could let Luo Luo charm him. Found him. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian instantly found Lu Taining and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, Lu Taining was fighting with a 7th supreme martial artist. His strength was not bad. "Senior brother Lu, let me help you." Yi Xian shouted and rushed toward Lu Taining. Okay. Lu Taining's opponent was stronger. He felt that he couldn't deal with him alone, so he agreed. Flowing Shadow Sword. The attack of Sword 1, which was fused with 70% power, broke through the air. The 7th supreme martial artist consecrated raised his hand and blocked the attack. Originally, he could deal with Lu Taining alone, but now that Yi Xian was involved, it was a little more difficult. At this time, Burning Eye. Yi Xian was currently at the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being realm, only one realm away from the peak of the 7th Supreme Being realm. Hence, the effect of the Burning Eye was not weak. Unfortunately, almost all of the people in the Juyin Palace's territory practiced spiritual cultivation techniques. Hence, the effect of the Burning Eye was slightly weakened. "Good lad, you even know spiritual attacks. Go." The city lord's mansion's revered elder bellowed and suddenly threw out a long sword. Under his control, the long sword attacked Yi Xian. The 3 specialties of the Juyin Palace were illusions, spiritual attacks, and flying sword control. The revered elder of the city lord's mansion was currently using the flying sword control technique. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see some threads condensed from true energy that were controlling the long sword. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and quickly drew out his sword. In the blink of an eye, the true energy threads were cut off by him, and the high-quality high-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon fell into his hands. "I'll take your sword." Yi Xian bellowed and directly took his opponent's weapon. After all, he was still using a mid-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon earlier. "Good job, Junior Brother Yi," Lu Taining yelled. He was also glad that his opponent did not use a flying sword at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Now, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion had lost his trump card. Coupled with the fact that he was besieged by Yi Xian, he was quickly defeated. Rip. With a crisp sound, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion, who was at the peak of the 7th Supreme Being realm, was beheaded by Yi Xian. "Junior Brother Yi, let's level." Before Lu Taining could finish his sentence, he was directly struck by Xianxia's eye of illusion. Then, it was the burning eye. Lu Taining was at the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being realm, the same level as Xian. However, he did not practice any spiritual cultivation techniques, so his resistance was extremely weak. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. With a system notification, Lu Taining became Xian's servant. Xian turned his head and glanced around. When he saw that there was no one else around, he hurriedly put away the universe rings of Lu Taining and the 7th Supreme Being Peak Worshipper. His cultivation level increased by quite a bit. In the City Lord Manor, other than the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, who was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, there were 3 other 7th Tribulation Supreme martial artists. Now that Xian and Lu Taining had dealt with one, there were only 2 left. However, Xian did not sense the auras of the other 2. That Lu Taining does have some ability. To think that he could take care of 2 7th Supreme martial artists so quickly, Xian's heart froze. Fortunately, he wasn't prepared to deal with Lu Taining. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. At this moment, there weren't many threats left in the City Lord Manor. Only that Supreme Grade 8 City Lord was left. However, when Xian turned his head to look, he discovered that the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City had also been killed by Wang Gang. The Burning Sun Hall's inner sect is indeed a gathering of elites. This Wang Gang isn't even ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect. Xian watched as Wang Gang put away the corpse of the Heavenly Ocean City Lord and the Universe Ring. Mission completed. Senior brother Wang is really amazing. Lu Taining also quickly went over and flattered him. Junior brother Li, you're not weak either. Wang Gang replied. He had taken the lion's share of the mission this time. Lu Taining had killed 2 7th Supreme martial artists, so his harvest was not bad. As for the rest, they were divided between Xian and the other 2. Of course, all of these harvests went into Xian's pocket in the end. Senior brother Wang, now that the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, then we. Lu Taining's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, my Burning Sun Hall is a righteous sect. Since the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, let's leave. Wang Gang shook his head. Although it was a pity, since Wang Gang had said so, Lu Taining didn't dare to say anything and left with Wang Gang. Xian did the same as well. However, in this team, other than Wang Gang and Lu Taining and Wang Qingping were Xian's servants. Their actions were very fast. After killing the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, they immediately left. Hence, it was already too late when the people from Juyin Palace received the news. However, when the experts from Juyin Palace arrived at Heavenly Ocean City, one of them handed over a portrait. Humph, this is the portrait of the disciples from Burning Sun Hall. The expert from Juyin Palace narrowed his eyes and left immediately. After completing the mission, Wang Gang led Xian and the other 3 out of Heavenly Ocean City. However, they didn't plan to return to Burning Sun Hall directly. After all, it wasn't easy to come to Juyin Palace's territory, so they naturally wanted to collect some interest. 5 people in a team is too eye-catching. Why don't we split into 2 or 3 teams? At this time, Lu Taining suddenly suggested. Indeed, 5 people is too eye-catching. It's better to split up. Wang Gang nodded and said, I won't participate. I'll be fine by myself. What about you guys? When Lu Taining suggested this, Xian knew what he was going to do. Hence, Xian immediately controlled Lu Taining. I'll go alone too. Lu Taining said. Me too. Wang Qingping added. Now, there was only one person left. I'll go alone too. Xian secretly said in his heart as he secretly glanced at Lu Taining. When his voice rang out, Lu Taining's eyes flickered as expected. Alright, since that's the case, we'll split up. I'll return to Burning Sun Hall to hand in the mission in 7 days. Wang Gang said to the 4 of them. Very quickly, the 5 of them quickly split up and went their separate ways. If Lu Taining didn't come looking for them, Xian wouldn't have bothered to deal with him. After all, Xian had other things to do. However, if Lu Taining came looking for them himself, Xian wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After splitting up, Xian called Lu Taining over and found a place to rest. Do you know why Burning Sun Hall and Absolutine Palace are so irreconcilable? Xian asked. It said that the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Een Palace were siblings. Later on, due to some matters, they formed two factions. The older brother built Burning Sun Hall, while the younger sister built Absolute Een Palace. Lu Taining answered. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Siblings, this information was very important to him. Then the Yin Yang ancestor seems to be a combination of siblings. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, the founders of the Hall of Incinerating Sun and the Palace of Absolute Een were two different people. Then do you know if the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Een Palace are still alive? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure either. However, our hall master is the founder's disciple. Lu Taining shook his head. Alright, I understand. You can leave first. Yi Xian nodded, then let Lu Taining lead by himself. Because he felt that Li Ting was probably coming. Yes. Lu Taining replied and left directly. As for Yi Xian, he quietly waited on the spot. As expected, half an hour after Lu Taining left, Li Ting finally came looking for him. Aya, junior brother Yi, why are you here? What a coincidence. When Li Ting saw Yi Xian, he approached him with a sinister expression. Senior brother Li, why are you here? Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. Hee, I'm just passing by. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be here. Why don't we travel together? Li Ting grinned. Sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Li Ting didn't expect Yi Xian to agree because he always thought that Yi Xian would avoid him. When they parted ways earlier, he was afraid that Yi Xian would approach Wang Gang, but unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't. If that was the case, it would suit him perfectly. Li Ting rushed over. Yi Xian looked at him and said, Senior brother Li, let's get straight to the point. You want to avenge your younger brother, Li Tao, right? Li Ting didn't expect Yi Xian to get straight to the point and shed all pretense of cordiality. His expression darkened, but just in case, he smiled and said, How could that be? Li Tao was incompetent and was killed by your servant girl. It was a complete misunderstanding. Why would I come to find trouble with junior brother Yi? Hearing his words, Yi Xian naturally didn't choose to believe him. He only sneered, Senior brother Li, are you coming over now to ambush me? Li Ting's body trembled when he heard this. Indeed, he wanted to sneak attack Yi Xian and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian was only at the early stage 7th supreme level before, but after the battle with the city lord of Celestial Ocean City, Yi Xian suddenly broke through to the mid-stage 7th supreme level. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't have the confidence to kill Yi Xian in one strike. If there were people around, he would be exposed. Without waiting for Li Ting to speak, Yi Xian directly attacked. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was he waiting for? Burning eye. Yi Xian glared. In the next moment, Li Ting felt a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, he had cultivated a mental cultivation method and was resistant to mental attacks. Junior brother Yi, you dare to attack me? You're courting death. In the end, Li Ting still acted like a sinister villain. After letting out a loud roar, he endured the pain and launched an attack at Yi Xian. A 75% sword intent could at least severely injure Yi Xian, but Yi Xian would not fall for it so easily. Come, let me see your strength. Yi Xian also shouted and started fighting with Li Ting. In terms of realm, Li Ting was one level higher than Yi Xian. In terms of sword intent, Li Ting was also half a level higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was no weaker than Li Ting's. After the beast god bloodline had mutated twice, his agility had been upgraded 7 times, which could increase Yi Xian's speed by 70%. This was far from what Li Ting could catch up to. After seeing Yi Xian's explosive speed, Li Ting finally understood why Yi Xian was not afraid of him. It turned out that Yi Xian was pretending to be weak. So what if you're fast? You're going to die today. Li Ting shouted in his heart. Suddenly, he summoned a long sword. In the next moment, the long sword flew up on its own. Good boy, I knew you had a trump card. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Burning Sun Palace and the Een Palace had fought for so many years that many 8th Tribulation Supremes had fallen. Therefore, the Burning Sun Palace had many illusions, illusory formations, mental attacks, and even methods to control flying swords. As the disciple of an elder, how could Li Ting not know? However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. Because he knew how to do it too. Flying sword, go. Yi Xian summoned a flying sword and attacked Li Ting. What a joke. His doppelganger had successfully infiltrated the Yin Palace. Although he had not entered the inner sect of the Yin Palace, it would not be a problem for him to learn the method to control flying swords. In an instant, the two flying swords came into contact. Clang! 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 The sound of the two flying swords colliding rang out. When Li Ting saw Yi Xian's flying sword, Yi Xian was shocked. He said, "How is this possible? Didn't you just become Elder Han Ming's disciple?" Yi Xian did not bother to answer this question. Li Ting blurted it out because he was surprised. The method to control flying swords could be obtained through many channels, such as auction houses. Therefore, the person who used flying swords was not necessarily a member of the Yin Palace. The gap was instantly evened out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Do you think I only have one flying sword? You're too naive. Yi Xian sneered and threw out two more flying swords. 3. Li Ting had just learned it, but Yi Xian, who had the devouring system, only needed a thought to learn it. The three flying swords attacked Li Ting directly. This is impossible. Li Ting could not help but shout out loud. Even the elite disciples of the Yin Palace could only control two flying swords at most. However, Yi Xian could control three flying swords at once. How was this possible? Looking at Li Ting's soulless expression, Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He liked to see this kind of expression. Otherwise, he would have directly thrown out three flying swords from the start. Why would he need to split them twice? Senior brother Li, you already have the intention to kill me. If you don't die, I will have a lot of trouble in the Burning Sun Hall in the future. Therefore, please be on your way. Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Li Ting's ears. The person who killed Li Ting's younger brother, Li Tao, was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. Yi Xian was not afraid of Li Ting finding trouble with him, but he was afraid that Li Ting would attack Luo Luo. In Yi Xian's heart, Luo Luo was his younger sister. If anyone dared to touch Luo Luo, only death would await them. If there was anyone to blame, then blame Li Tao's bad luck. With the appearance of the three flying swords, Li Tao's advantage was instantly lost. He was immediately suppressed by Yi Xian and the three flying swords. He could not fight back. Yi Xian had not fought to his heart's content in a long time. Only such a battle could improve his sword intent. Although he had a set of sword intent projection, it would take him at least a month to comprehend it slowly. Therefore, he wanted to use Li Ting to improve his sword intent. In the Burning Sun Hall, there were many geniuses who had comprehended sword intent when they were half-step supremes. However, there was not a single one who had comprehended sword intent when they were in the Void God realm. Ding! 70% sword intent has transformed. Current level is 75% sword intent. After Yi Xian and Li Ting had fought hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian finally heard a notification sound. 75% sword intent, the same as Li Ting. Before Yi Xian had comprehended it, Li Ting had already been beaten to the point where he could not fight back. His body was covered in blood. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended 75% sword intent, Li Ting would definitely die if he was hit by his attack. Junior brother Yi, don't. Let's talk nicely. Don't kill me. Li Ting actually started to beg for mercy. Yi Xian had always thought that Li Ting was a person with backbone. He did not expect him to be subdued in the face of death. However, he would not be at ease if Li Ting did not die. After all, he did not know when Li Ting would attack Luo Luo. Senior brother Li, Yi Xian was just about to speak. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh no, my clone is in danger. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a void door opened in front of him, and he directly entered it. The three long swords lost their control and fell to the ground. Li Ting watched as Yi Xian disappeared before his eyes, and he was completely stunned. Then, he immediately reacted and turned around to leave. Although he did not understand why Yi Xian suddenly disappeared at such a critical moment, nor did he know what method Yi Xian used to leave, he knew that as long as Yi Xian returned, he would definitely die. At this moment, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and shuttled to his clone's side. Previously, his clone had successfully joined Juyin Palace as an outer sect disciple. When he killed his way into the city lord mansion, his clone was actually wandering around Tianyang City with a few disciples of Juyin Palace. His purpose of letting his clone join Juyin Palace was to gather information on both sides, and at the same time, to gain benefits from both sides. But now, his clone had suddenly encountered a mysterious expert from Juyin Palace. When this mysterious expert saw him, he actually directly attacked and seriously injured his clone. During the battle in Tianyang City's City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian's original body had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm, but he had forgotten to merge with his clone and upgrade his clone's realm. Therefore, his clone's Supremacy Golden body was much weaker than his original body. In addition, the mysterious expert was an 8th Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert, so he was able to seriously injure Yi Xian's clone with one blow. If another blow came, Yi Xian's clone would die. Therefore, Yi Xian's original body directly abandoned Li Teng and broke through the void to come to his rescue. At this moment, there was already a woman standing in front of Yi Xian's original body and clone. 2 flying swords were floating beside her. When the woman saw Yi Xian's original body suddenly appear, Yi Xian was shocked. It was fine if they looked exactly alike, after all, twins were not rare, but even she could not see how Yi Xian appeared. What was that strange void door? Could it be a secret realm? The woman guessed in her heart. The void door did look like the entrance to a secret realm, but it was not so. At this moment, Yi Xian's original body suddenly merged with his clone. In an instant, the clone's cultivation level rose to the middle stage of the 7th Sovereign Realm. Not only that, even the 70% sword intent instantly rose to 75%. What? The woman doubted her eyes again. It was one thing for someone to suddenly appear that looked exactly like Yi Xian, but now, it was actually for one. She knew that she had used an illusion. Break to break illusion break, the woman took out a breaking illusion stone. However, the breaking illusion stone didn't emit any light. This meant that she wasn't in an illusion and there was no illusion around her. Therefore, the breaking illusion stone didn't have any effect. What's going on? The woman did not understand and asked, what kind of trick is this? After Yi Xian's original body and clone merged, they separated again, which gave the woman another shock. It was not an illusion, but he had such a trick. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Xian ignored her question and asked, why did you attack my puppet? This woman should be from the Juyin Palace, but Yi Xian did not understand why she would suddenly attack him. Puppet, when the woman heard this, she had a few guesses in her heart, but she did not think too much about it and directly answered, you are a spy from the Burning Sun Palace. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Juyin Palace and slaughter the city lord's mansion in Xianxia City? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. His clone did not participate in the battle in Xianxia City. How did this woman know? It seems that someone spread our portraits. Although my clone is wearing the robes of the Juyin Palace, it is not credible in the eyes of the other party. Yi Xian immediately understood, but he did not say much and directly attacked. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords attacked the woman. 3? The woman was shocked again and hurriedly used her 2 flying swords to block them. When the flying swords attacked, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on her. However, there was a difference of 2 realms between him and this middle-aged woman. Moreover, she was from the Juyin Palace and had a higher spiritual resistance, so the burning eye was not very useful. Yi Xian's expression was serious. This woman was at least 3 times stronger than Li Teng. However, Yi Xian was not worried because he was now working with his clone. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 flying swords flew out. Yi Xian's original body and clone each controlled 3 flying swords. Together with the original body and clone, it was equivalent to 8 attacks. What? 6 flying swords. The woman was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Even the elites of the Juyin Palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. Only a few elders could control 3 flying swords. However, at this moment, the 2 people she saw could actually control 3 flying swords. They were simply monsters. However, she did not have the time to care so much because there were attacks coming from all directions at every moment. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and clone had the same attributes. The Flowing Shadow Sword that had been upgraded to 100%, and together with the 75% sword intent, it was enough to injure this supreme grade woman. The most powerful aspect of the Juyin Palace was actually not illusions, nor was it spiritual attacks, nor was it controlling flying swords. Instead, it was easy to control flying swords and infuse the flying swords with sword intent. Even an outer sect disciple could control a flying sword. If the disciples of the Juyin Palace were to join forces in a group battle, their battle strength would definitely be much stronger than that of the Burning Sun Palace. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, was the nemesis of the Juyin Palace. Poof. 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 Amidst a few muffled sounds, the woman's true energy threads were directly cut by Yi Xian. In an instant, the woman could no longer control her 2 flying swords. Haha, you're in trouble. Yi Xian laughed loudly and continued to attack. 2 people and 6 flying swords. Even if the woman was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, she could not cope with them. In the blink of an eye, the woman fell into a disadvantageous position and was beaten back by Yi Xian. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The woman cursed angrily in her heart. Her strength was considered decent among those of the same level. It would not be a problem for her to deal with 5 peak Supreme Grade 7s. However, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage Supreme Grade 7s. Including his original body and clone, there were only 2 of them. Yet, she could not fight back at all and could even accurately cut her true energy threads. He was the nemesis of the Juyin Palace. Brat, take this. The Yin Palace's illusory techniques and mental attacks were usually launched with the eyes. Yi Xian, who was well aware of this, closed his eyes before the woman used her illusory techniques or mental attacks. The woman snorted. The tables were about to turn. But in the next moment, she realized that she was too naive. Yi Xian could still continue fighting with his eyes closed. It was no different from when he had his eyes open. She would never have thought that Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could still continue fighting even if he was blind. Moreover, the original body and the doppelganger shared their vision. Simply put, the woman was still at a disadvantage. Boom. 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 The deafening sounds of their battle continued to spread. After the woman's 2 flying swords were cut by Yi Xian, she did not even have the time to retrieve new flying swords. Injuries began to appear on her body. Attacks came from all directions. Even a mid-stage Supreme Being expert had to be cautious. It was not easy for her to hold on until now. As time passed, Yi Xian's advantage grew. At this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a fatal flaw. Swish, a cold light flashed. One of the flying swords controlled by Yi Xian directly cut off her wrist. You're finished. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He quickly rushed over and took her interspatial ring. Although there were not many good things in it, it could more or less increase Yi Xian's cultivation. This is, after obtaining the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw a more precious heavenly treasure. At the same time, it was also something that he had been searching for. Nirvana Grass, this was a necessary item to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian immediately used this Nirvana Grass to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Ding! The Eye of Nirvana has been successfully activated. The Eye of Insight, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, the Burning Eye, and the Eye of the Void. After these Sky Eyes, Yi Xian finally activated another Sky Eye. The Eye of Nirvana was a purely offensive technique. I'll start with you. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Nirvana. 2 rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. After the 2 rays of silver light shot out, they converged into a slender silver slash. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver slash cut through the woman's neck. The woman's eyes widened. This move was so fast that even she couldn't react in time. The pain that came from her neck made her realize that there was nothing she could do. A thin red line slowly appeared on her fair neck. Soon after, her head fell to the ground. Xian was shocked. The offensive power of this Eye of Nirvana was truly explosive. After all, the opponent was an 8th Tribulation Supreme. His 75% sword intent could indeed injure an 8th Tribulation Supreme being's golden body of supremacy, but the speed of the Eye of Nirvana was too fast. It killed his opponent in the blink of an eye. His attack power is really strong. However, the consumption of his eye power is a little too high. Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The one who used the Eye of Nirvana was his original body, but after using it, his original body's vision was a little blurry. This was the after effect of using too much eye power. However, all in all, Xian had another trump card, an extremely powerful one. The woman's head fell to the ground, and she died quickly. Xian hurriedly put away her body, then flew into the air. When Xian returned to the place where he fought with Li Teng, the latter had disappeared without a trace. This was also within Xian's expectations. After all, Li Teng couldn't defeat him, so why would he stay and wait for him to return? Then, Xian began to check the woman's interspatial ring. The woman was an inner disciple of Juyin Palace. There were many good things in her interspatial ring, but what surprised Xian were some portraits. How is this possible? There are portraits of everyone in this random experiential learning mission. Xian raised his eyebrows. There were dozens of portraits in the interspatial ring. There were portraits of Wang Gang, Wang Qingping, Lu Taining, and even Luo Luo. A spy from Juyin Palace. Xian suddenly thought of this. It seemed that the portraits had been leaked before they left the Hall of Burning Sunday. Wait, Li Ting doesn't seem to be among these portraits. Xian searched carefully and found that 3 portraits were missing. Li Teng was one of them. Perhaps Li Teng was a spy from Juyin Palace, and so were the other 2. As expected, spies were everywhere. He could use his doppelganger to go to Juyin Palace, but Juyin Palace could also send others to be spies in the Hall of Burning Sunday. The 2 factions were playing a secret game. Oh no, Luo Luo. At this time, Xian remembered an important problem. Luo Luo was also selected for the random experiential learning mission, and was currently doing the mission in Juyin Palace's territory. Fortunately, he could talk to Luo Luo through the air. Luo Luo, what are the names of the other 4 people in your team? Xian asked. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo answered in surprise, and then reported the names of the other 4 to Xian. When Xian heard one of the names, his expression changed. Luo Luo, that Yang Long is a spy from Juyin Palace, you have to be careful. Xian quickly reminded her, and then asked, where are you now? Ah? No way. After Yang Long completed the mission, he went back to the Hall of Burning Sun by himself. Luo Luo replied. He went back? But you still have to be careful. Our portraits have been sent to Juyin Palace. As long as we are seen, they will attack us without hesitation. Xian reminded her again. Oh, then I will be careful. I am in Blood Flame City now. Also, I heard a piece of news. Luo Luo suddenly said with a smile, and her tone sounded very proud. It seemed that there was something important. What is it? Xian asked curiously. I heard that a secret territory appeared near Blood Flame City, and it was said to belong to the 10,000 Swords Manor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty several hundred years ago. This 10,000 Swords Manor was no weaker than the Hall of Burning Sun and Juyin Palace at that time. However, the most important thing is that there is a sword-shaped stone in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Luo Luo explained. 10,000 Swords Manor? What is that sword-shaped stone? Xian asked again. Luo Luo explained, comprehending from those scryer recordings is too slow. The speed of comprehending this stone is at least 10 times, or even 20 times. This stone is a treasure of the 10,000 Swords Manor, 10 times, 20 times? Xian's eyes lit up. Even if he didn't fight, it wouldn't take long for him to fully comprehend the sword essence by comprehending the sword-shaped stone. As a 7th Supreme with full mastery of sword essence, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would be wary of his attacks. Good stuff. Xian revealed a greedy look after hearing that and said, Bloody Flame City? I'll go there now. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Luo Luo replied. After finding out about the sword-shaped stone, Xian rushed to Blood Flame City at full speed. In just half a day, he arrived at Blood Flame City. Then, he found Luo Luo. With the help of the 5 sovereign golden cores, Luo Luo had successfully passed the tribulation. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the middle stage of the 7th Supreme. Her cultivation speed was no slower than Xian's. At the same time, in an inn in Bloody Flame City. Luo Luo, what's the situation now? Xian asked. It's been a few days since the news about the secret realm. I'm afraid that the surrounding forces have already gone there. Not only that, but Juing Palace might have also learned about it. So, if you want to go there, you'd better hurry. Luo Luo replied. They're already there? Xian squinted his eyes and chuckled, what about the city lord of Bloody Flame City? He's also there, Luo Luo answered subconsciously. In the next moment, she understood what Xian wanted to do. Since that's the case, let's loot this Bloody Flame City first. Xian revealed a wretched expression. Bloody Flame City and Sky Ocean City were both in the territory of Juing Palace. The strength of the two cities was similar, and the city lords were both 8th Tribulation supremacies. Xian, who had the Eye of Control, and Luo Luo, who could use charm, were the perfect partners. The two of them began to wander around Bloody Flame City and looted the entire city. Not only that, but they also looted the city lord's mansion. Although they didn't reach the peak of the 7th Supreme, they still gained a lot. As long as the secret realm was successful, they could at least reach the peak of the 7th Supreme. Hee, young master, our cooperation is flawless. We'll become rich in the future. Luo smiled evilly. At the same time, the two of them left Bloody Flame City and headed for the secret realm. Even 100 cities wouldn't be able to exchange for the value of that sword-shaped stone. Xian said. I know. The other forces have all gone. That absolute palace might have also received the news. We have to hurry over, or else the items will be taken away by others. That secret realm was 1 day's distance away from Bloody Flame City. However, Xian and Luo Luo were extremely fast. They met quite a few people who wanted to explore the secret realm. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability was greatly improved. Even a peak 7th Supreme was no problem for her. As for an early 8th Supreme, she could control them as long as they had weak willpower. Soon, they found the secret realm. It was no wonder that no one had discovered the secret realm until now. It was in a cave in the deep sea. When Xian and Luo Luo entered the secret realm, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Originally, there was no light in the deep sea cave, but after entering the secret realm, there was a sun. This secret realm should be in a corner of the world. The entrance of the secret realm is a portal that leads to that place, Xian thought to himself. He guessed so because he couldn't break the void and teleport to the location before he entered the secret realm. Therefore, he thought that the secret realm was equivalent to a portal that sent him and Luo Luo to a corner of the world. This corner could be on the Blood Cliff continent, or it could not be. Xian didn't intend to think about this question for the time being. At this moment, he and Luo Luo had already entered the secret realm. Myriad Sword Manor, one of the top forces of the Royal Sacred Dynasty, disappeared for unknown reasons. However, Myriad Sword Manor is very dangerous. Young master, we have to be careful. Luo Luo reminded beside him. Okay. Xian nodded, then used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area. They landed at the foot of a mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw 2 puppets holding swords. So these are the sword-shaped puppets of Myriad Sword Manor, Xian murmured. Sword-shaped puppets were extremely powerful weapons. The people of Myriad Sword Manor could control these puppets to fight. Although the sovereign golden body could only be destroyed with sword intent, the sword-shaped puppets were sealed with sword intent by the experts of Myriad Sword Manor. That was why their fighting strength was so strong. Aya, these 2 sword-shaped puppets have been destroyed, Luo Luo couldn't help but say when she saw the 2 sword-shaped puppets on the ground. Yes, there are many bloodstains on the ground. It seems that those people suffered heavy injuries as soon as they entered. Xian nodded. These 2 sword-shaped puppets were guarding the mountain gate. Although they were strong, the appearance of the secret realm had caused a huge commotion. Many experts of Absolute Yin Palace had come, and there might even be a ninth tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian and Luo Luo started to climb the mountain. They couldn't fly in this secret realm, so they had to walk. They followed the path and found many sword-shaped puppets that had been dismantled. However, because these puppets were damaged, Yi Xian didn't know how strong they were. "Young master, there's a pavilion over there." Luo Luo suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian had already seen it. After nodding silently, he quickly brought Luo Luo over. Forging Pavilion. When the two arrived at the bottom of the pavilion, they saw a huge signboard at the entrance. With the eye of revelation and eye of perception, Yi Xian knew that there was no one in the forging pavilion. "Let's go up and take a look," Yi Xian said. Myriad Sword Manor's forging ability was also very strong in the past. They had almost monopolized all the weapons in the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, there might be forging materials in this forging pavilion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo went up to the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. There were also sword-shaped puppets in this forging pavilion, but they had been cleaned up by others. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, Yi Xian searched very carefully. With the eye of revelation, he could see through almost everything in the forging pavilion. He could even see the residue on the forging table. However, when Yi Xian ascended to the 7th floor. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luo Luo asked curiously. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he walked straight to a wall in a room on the 7th floor. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there was an interspatial ring hidden behind the wall. "Is this a mechanism?" He walked to the corner of the wall and suddenly knocked on it twice. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the wall suddenly opened up. Luo Luo was very surprised. She did not expect there to be such a hidden place on the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. If Yi Xian did not have the eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find this hidden room. Something that could be hidden here must be very valuable. Yi Xian quickly walked over, picked up the interspatial ring, and quickly checked its contents. Unfortunately, it did not contain any worldly treasures or precious forging materials. Instead, it contained some forging blueprints and a small sword. There were many forging blueprints. There were more than 100 types of swords. Adding all the other types of weapons together, there were more than 1,000 blueprints. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there were 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being spiritual treasures? Yi Xian subconsciously cried out in surprise. When Luo Luo heard this, she was also shocked. "Young master, there are Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring?" They were not unfamiliar with Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being experts used Supreme Being divine weapons. Above the Supreme Being realm was the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm were divided into Human Body realm, Vital Energy realm, and Spirit realm. Their corresponding realms were Rank 1, Rank 2, and Rank 3 Supreme Being spiritual treasures. However, there were actually 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring. However, this was not the most valuable thing. Yi Xian took out the small sword from the interspatial ring. The small sword was silver in color and had exquisite workmanship. However, it was not a finished product. This small sword is the embryo of a supreme spiritual treasure. "It hasn't been completed yet," Yi Xian murmured. Among the 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, there was a blueprint called the Shadowless Sword. This shadowless sword was extremely thin, and when swung, it would become transparent, making it very difficult to defend against. Ding! Shadowless Sword forging blueprint copied successfully. Yi Xian immediately copied all the blueprints into the Devouring system. Unfortunately, the Shadowless Sword was only a sword embryo, and a large amount of forging materials were required to complete it. This 10,000 swords manor hasn't been built yet. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the required forging materials. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although the Shadowless Sword was only a sword embryo, it was countless times better than the supreme divine weapon he was currently using. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to use the Shadowless Sword. "Young master, what did you get?" Luoluo blinked her big bright eyes and stared at the interspatial ring in Xian's hand. Some forging blueprints. Among them, there are 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints: the Shadowless Sword, the Everlasting Regret Saber, and the Fallen Star Whip. This small sword is only a sword embryo, Xian explained. After hearing the word supreme spiritual treasure, Luoluo's eyes lit up. She said, "Young master, if you get the materials in the future, remember to help me forge it." "You want the Fallen Star Whip, right?" "Sure, if I get the materials, I'll help you forge it." Xian agreed without hesitation. "Thank you, young master." Luoluo giggled, as if saying, "You know me the best." This time, they were really lucky. The previous group of people did not manage to find this mechanism, so the sword embryo of the supreme spiritual treasure fell into Xian's hands. They immediately left the forging pavilion and walked up the mountain path. Xian walked up the mountain path. Along the way, he saw many dismantled sword-shaped puppets. It seemed that coming in late wasn't a bad thing. The second place that Xian and Luoluo arrived at was called the Sword Cleansing Pool, a place that could be used to upgrade a supreme divine armament. However, this was completely useless to humans, so Xian only used his eye of insight to scan it for a moment before continuing on his way. Then, they arrived at the place where the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived. "Young master, I feel that there's something good here," Luoluo said intuitively, looking around. "That's not necessarily true." Xian smiled. The villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived here. However, before the two of them, many people had arrived, so the good stuff must have been taken away. At this moment, rumble. A loud sound entered Xian and Luoluo's ears. Someone is fighting. Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and found more than 10 figures. "Young master, should we go?" Luoluo asked. "Let's go and take a look." Xian nodded. The people in front of them were probably not strong. After clearing hundreds of sword-shaped puppets, they were more or less injured and their battle strength decreased. Xian wanted to go over and see if he could get some benefits. After all, some people might have already obtained something good, or they might be fighting over some treasure. Xian and Luoluo immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they found a few people wearing the Burning Sun Hall's disciple robes fighting with another group of people. Burning Sun Hall? Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet his own people here. The Burning Sun Hall's disciples were made up of 2 men and 1 woman. The young man leading them was very powerful. He blocked 3 mid-stage supreme beings by himself, while the other 2 were not weak either. They had reached the early stage supreme being realm. Mid-stage supreme being realm, they are already core disciples. With this strength, they can at least be ranked in the top 20, Xian was speechless. The Burning Sun Hall was divided into outer and inner disciples. Core disciples were the disciples of the elders. Obviously, these 3 were all core disciples. When the young man leading them saw Xian and Luoluo, his expression changed drastically. They couldn't hold on against more than 10 people. Now that there were 2 more, they had to run. "Young master, should we help?" Luoluo turned to look at Xian. "We are Elder Han's disciples. Seeing that one of us is in trouble, we should help." Xian nodded. In the next moment, he and Luoluo charged out. Although he had already obtained the sword embryo of the Shadowless Sword, he didn't want to use it just to be safe. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Xian and Luoluo joined the battle. After seeing their actions, the 3 Burning Sun Hall's disciples were surprised. They suspected that Xian and Luoluo were also disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. The experts were all held back, so Xian and Luoluo's target was the 7th Supreme Being and 7th Supreme Being Peak Supreme Being. These people were all wearing the same uniform. It was unknown which big city they were from, but they actually had 3 8th Supreme Being experts. However, since Xian had interfered, he naturally wasn't afraid of the power behind them. After all, Xian didn't even care about Juyin Palace. Flowing Shadow Sword. Xian attacked those people crazily. At this time, he left his clone at the entrance of the secret realm and didn't follow him. If he encountered danger in the secret realm, his clone could break through the void to rescue him. Of course, his original body could directly break through the void and return to the entrance of the secret realm, then leave. After all, he could have 3 positions in the void. Shadowless Sword and Eye of the Void were his trump cards, so he wouldn't reveal them for the time being. However, even so, his battle strength was outstanding. No one below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level could take a hit from him. Boom. 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 The sounds of battle were very loud, but with the addition of Xian and Luo, the number of people from the more than 10 families quickly decreased. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of the situation? The 8th Tribulation Supreme Being roared angrily and rushed toward Xian. Want to leave? Stay. A black-cloaked youth from Burning Sun Palace shouted angrily and stopped the other party. Soon, Xian and Luo finished off all the people below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level. At this time, excluding him and Luo, the family had 3 8th Supreme Being level experts and 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. In terms of numbers, Burning Sun Palace didn't have an advantage, but they were all elites. The leading youth had no problem facing 3 experts of the same level. In addition, the black-clothed youth and the white-clothed girl also joined forces and held back 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. Their strength was very strong. Luo joined forces and killed that gray-clothed elder. At this time, Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto an 8th Supreme Being gray-clothed elder. Yes, young master. Luo responded, then turned into a flash of lightning and swept toward the gray-clothed elder. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the combined efforts of Xian and Luo, the gray-clothed old man was instantly killed. Of course, Xian was only holding him back. The one who killed the gray-clothed old man was actually Luo's ultimate move. This girl, she's using her skills again. Xian was helpless. This Demon Fox Flash was one of Luo's trump cards. It could only be used once a day. It was such a waste to use it here. Young master, don't worry. Now, the Demon Fox Flash can be used 3 times a day. Luo seemed to understand Xian's thoughts and hurriedly said. Is that so? Was Luo. Able used Luo. Oh was. Now, Luo was. Luo was. Now, Luo was left. Xian quickly put away the gray-clothed elder's universe ring. Unfortunately, the gray-clothed elder didn't have many things in his universe ring. Luo, don't use Demon Fox Flash anymore. Xian reminded her. Got it. Luo said in a very perfunctory tone. However, she would still listen to Xian. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace didn't feel any pressure, so Xian didn't feel the need to end the battle so quickly. It was better to keep their trump cards. The leader stopped the 3 8th Supreme Beings. The black-clothed man, the white-clothed woman, and Xian were in charge of killing the other 4 8th Supreme Beings. Originally, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman felt some pressure. However, with the death of the gray-clothed elder and the addition of Xian and Luo, the pressure was gone. The 4 of them fought 4 8th Supreme Beings together. They didn't say anything and just silently fought with their enemies. Xian's opponent was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was burly and looked very powerful. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Xian. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Xian weakened his opponent's spiritual power while attacking him. This middle-aged man's strength was slightly weaker than the woman he'd met that day that heavily injured his clone. Moreover, Xian's cultivation had increased by quite a bit after looting Blood Flame City, so he didn't need to use 2 weapons to assist in his attack. Go. At this moment, a mid-stage 8th Supreme Being suddenly shouted. Then, everyone moved in his direction. You want to leave? Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, so he chased after them. However, the leader of the Burning Sun Palace shouted, Friend, don't chase after them. Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard this, but didn't continue to chase. There were still 3 mid-stage 8th Supreme Beings and 4 early-stage 8th Supreme Beings left. They weren't people he could deal with now. Since the leader didn't chase after them, he and Luo would be courting death if they did. After the group ran far away, the three youths cupped their fists at Xian. I'm Wen Kong, a disciple of the Burning Sun Palace. Thank you for your help, the leader said. Although Xian and Luo Luo were only mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings, their strength was impressive. They even killed an early-stage 8th Supreme Being Grey-Clothed Elder, so they were worthy of their attention. So it's senior brother Wen. Xian grinned and hurriedly cupped his fists. He remembered that the disciple who was ranked 10th in the inner sect was called Wen Kong. Oh? So it's junior brother. Wen Kong was a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid. He continued to ask, Junior brother, you don't look familiar. May I know which elder you're under? I'm Xian, we're all under Elder Han Ming. We just entered the inner sect not long ago. Xian replied. Elder Han Ming? Wen Kong frowned. Elder Han Ming's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the elders. Although he was only at the peak of 8th Supreme Being, he was already very powerful. The three of them had been training outside and didn't return to the Burning Sun Palace, so it was normal that they didn't know. Junior brother Yi, it's not that we're suspicious, but please show us your identity. The black-clothed youth said. No problem. Xian directly took out his identity token, and Luo Luo also took it out. Every disciple of the Burning Sun Palace only had one token. If they lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of money to get another one. After checking Xian and Luo Luo's identity tokens, the black-clothed youth nodded silently. However, they didn't completely believe Xian, because they couldn't prove that Xian was really called Xian. Moreover, there were also disciples from the Yin Palace who had infiltrated the Burning Sun Palace. However, Wen Kong was a mid-stage 8th Supreme Being. If Xian and Luo Luo had any strange changes, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, I'm sorry. The black-clothed youth said. It's fine. Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords Villa either. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly smiled and asked, Senior brother Wen, did you find anything here? No, we've encountered many sword puppets since we entered, but I did get a map of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Wen Kong shook his head and took out a map and handed it to Xian. Xian also understood that Wen Kong and the other two didn't believe him. Even if they found something, Wen Kong would say no. After receiving the map, Xian quickly copied it into the Devouring system. In the 10,000 Swords Villa, other than the forging pavilion, the sword purification pool, and the residential area, there was also a place called the Sword Tomb. Are all the good things in the 10,000 Swords Villa in the Sword Tomb? Xian couldn't help but ask. That's right, I think so too. Wen Kong nodded and said, Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, the people from Juyin Palace might have entered the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's very dangerous for you to wander outside. Why don't you join us? We can take care of each other. Just now, Xian and Luo Luo had helped them a lot, so this favor had to be returned. Hearing this, Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other, then the former nodded and said, Okay, then we'll have to trouble you, senior brother Wen. You two are Elder Han Ming's new disciples, and your aptitudes are so good. If you encounter the people from Juyin Palace, then the Burning Sun Hall will suffer a great loss, Wen Kong said. The man in black and the woman in white didn't object and nodded. Therefore, Xian and Luo Luo joined Wen Kang's team to explore the 10,000 Swords Villa. After obtaining the map, they went straight to the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb, as the name suggested, should be the place where the experts of the 10,000 Swords Villa died and were buried. However, when Xian and the others arrived at the Sword Tomb, they found that wasn't the case. The Sword Tomb, which was full of broken swords, turned out to be a sword tomb. At the same time, there was a strange formation around the Sword Tomb. Young master, look over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed at a place. Xian, Wen Kong, and the others followed her finger and saw a long sword flying through the air. Someone's there? The woman in white said subconsciously. No, that's a broken sword. No one would use a broken sword. The sharp-eyed Wen Kong shook his head and said, This sword tomb should be a defective product forged by the 10,000 Swords Villa. It said that the flying sword technique of Absolute Yin Palace came from the 10,000 Sword Villa. The fact that this broken sword is flying in the air doesn't necessarily mean that it's being controlled by someone. It could also be a sword formation, said the black-cloaked man. A sword array was a type of array formation. The 8 desolate wind-killing array that Yi Xian had once used could also be considered a sword array. However, what surprised Wen Kong and the others was that Luo Luo actually called Yi Xian young master. However, they didn't think too much about it. After all, a fox girl like Luo Luo was often sold as a slave. Luo Luo should have been bought by Yi Xian and joined the Hall of Burning Sun together. Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation and said, "There are quite a few broken swords flying in the air. If we step into this sword formation, I'm afraid we'll be attacked by them." That's right. However, since we're already here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. There should be quite a few people before us. We can't let them get the treasures first. Wen Kong nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them stepped into the sword tomb. The sword tomb was rather dark, so they had no choice but to use their sword rays to open a path. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, didn't need to. "Senior brother Wen, there are 2 broken swords coming from your left." The 5 of them had just stepped into the sword tomb when Yi Xian warned them. Wen Kong and the others were a little surprised because they didn't hear anything. However, they soon believed that there really were 3 broken swords coming from the left. Whoosh! 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 Wen Kong quickly slashed 3 times with his sword and knocked down the 3 broken swords. However, the 3 broken swords continued to fly over after being knocked away for a while. They know how to follow us. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He only saw a strange energy enveloping the 3 broken swords. The sound of the 3 broken swords piercing through the air was very soft. In addition to the darkness of the sword tomb, ordinary people would have a hard time discovering them. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. Although these 3 broken swords are annoying, their attack power isn't high. I'll just keep an eye on them. The man in black said. All right. Wen Kong nodded. This team of 5 was led by him. The woman in white was on the right, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were on the left, and the man in black was at the back. After advancing for a while, 2 more broken swords attacked them. However, at this time, the 3 broken swords chasing behind them suddenly turned around. I see. The broken swords also have a range. As long as we leave that range, the broken swords will fly back on their own, Wen Kong said. Yi Xian and the others also realized this. Since that was the case, it was simple. The 3 broken swords shrunk to 2. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this wasn't so simple. The difficulty didn't decrease because the number of broken swords decreased. Instead, it increased. In this sword formation, the deeper we go, the faster the speed of the broken swords, and the stronger the attack power. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the others had also realized this. They could still handle the current situation. However, in the next moment, they heard a clear sound. Oh no, it's the sword-shaped puppets. Stop. Wen Kong, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian and the others also stopped when they heard this. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings with his Eye of Revelation. He didn't find anything around them. This sound was coming from very far away. Rumble. As expected, someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets ahead. Senior brother Wen, should we go over? The man in black asked. Let's go and take a look. Wen Kong nodded. They had seen how powerful the sword-shaped puppets were. The weakest of the sword-shaped puppets was at the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, their defensive power was amazing. If Wen Kong wasn't at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, they wouldn't have been able to make it this far. However, since someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets, they could go and take a look. If it was the people from Juyin Palace, then they could take advantage of the situation. When they got closer, they realized that it wasn't the people from Juyin Palace, but the group from before. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Wen Kong snorted. Humph, they attacked us just now. This is a good chance for revenge. The man in black responded. At this moment, the 7 warriors were fighting the 2 sword-shaped puppets. Let's go. Wen Kong let out a low roar and led the charge. At this moment, the 7 of them were fighting the 2 peak 8th supreme sword-shaped puppets. It was a good opportunity for them to make a move. Luo Luo, let's go too. After Xian said that to Luo Luo, he directly charged over. This time, he didn't intend to hold back and directly threw out 3 flying swords. Among Wen Kang's trio, the lady in white also knew how to control 2 flying swords. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have taken them out. With the support of 3 flying swords, Xian's battle prowess at least doubled. It was more than enough to deal with an early 8th supreme. Of course, the Eye of the Void was not used for the time being. This was Xian's trump card. If he used it, the other party would be on guard in the future. In an instant, Wen Kang's group of 5 quickly entered the battle. "Damn it, it's you guys!" The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. These 2 peak 8th supreme sword-shaped puppets were already enough to deal with. Now that Wen Kang's group of 5 had charged in, this was going to be troublesome. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, one of them suddenly fell to the ground and his head was thrown into the air. The one who killed him wasn't Wen Kang's trio, nor was it Xian. It was actually Luo Luo. Hee, even if I don't use the demon fox flash, I'm still very strong. Luo Luo giggled and twisted her waist. Xian's heart trembled. He had to work harder, otherwise he would be left behind by Luo Luo again. If that happened, he would be in for a tragedy. Originally, the other party had 4 early 8th supreme. Now that one of them had died, there were only 3 left. Just now, they had escaped. This time, Xian wouldn't let them leave so easily. Bang! Under Xian's all-out attack, an early 8th supreme was pierced through by a flying sword. Immediately after, Xian slashed with his sword and directly cut off his opponent's head. At the same time, the white-clothed woman and the black-clothed man each killed one of them. Now, only the 3 mid-stage supreme being experts were left. 2 of them were being held back by the 2 sword-shaped puppets, while the 3rd was fighting Wen Kang. Previously, Wen Kang was already able to fight 1 against 3. Now that it was 1-on-1, he was able to defeat his opponent in the blink of an eye and kill his opponent in less than 10 rounds. At this moment, there were only 2 enemies left. Go! The 2 of them looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Chase! Wen Kang would not let go of this opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Unfortunately, the 2 sword-shaped puppets suddenly turned around and attacked him. Damn it! Wen Kang cursed angrily. It seemed that he was going to fail again. However, at this moment, 2 flashes of light suddenly flashed past. Demon Fox Flash. Eye of Nirvana. 2 cold rays of light flashed past. The 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists who were running away seemed to have sensed something. When they turned their heads to look, their eyes widened. These 2 attacks were Xian's and Luolua's trump cards. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Xian was going all out. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists who were running away at full speed had their heads chopped off one after another. Hee, 2 universe rings are in my hands. Luoluo giggled. She kept the universe rings on the 2 corpses, then quickly returned. Out of the 7 people, Wen Kang, the black-clothed man, and the white-clothed woman each killed 1 opponent. However, Xian and Luoluo each killed 2 opponents, and 2 of them were mid-stage supreme martial artists. One must know that Xian and Luoluo were only mid-stage supreme martial artists. This was an entire realm above them. Where did these 2 people come from? When Wen Kang and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help but shudder. If Xian and Luoluo had used these 2 attacks to attack them, they were afraid that, gulp. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva. However, they believed that Xian and Luoluo were from the Burning Sun Hall. After all, if they had attacked them, apart from Wen Kang, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman would have died. At this moment, Luoluo had already handed over all the universe rings to Xian. Ding, the host has achieved a breakthrough. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 7th supreme martial artist. After obtaining 4 universe rings, Xian finally heard the system notification. This was also the reason why he had used the Eye of Nirvana. As long as he achieved a breakthrough, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if the Eye of Nirvana was exposed, it would not matter. As for the remaining items, Yi Xian directly gave them to Luoluo. However, Luoluo could not refine them here. Junior brother Yi, come over and deal with these two sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian and Luoluo were chasing after the two, Wen Kong and the other two were holding back the two puppets at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist level. They did not have many people, so it was a little difficult. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Luoluo, the pressure was reduced by a lot. I'll hold them back first. You guys go and destroy one of the sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted. Understood. Yi Xian and the other three nodded. The sword-shaped puppets were 2 meters tall and held large swords in their hands. Their attacks were very ferocious and were enough to seriously injure any mid-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly cultivated the golden body of sovereigns and their physique, so they were much faster than the Yin Palace. Even the black-clothed man could dodge the attacks of the sword-shaped puppets. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and the other three's attacks all landed on the sword-shaped puppet. Unfortunately, his 70% sword intent was unable to break the armor of the sword-shaped puppet. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Luoluo could do it. 80% claw intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Hee, I just had a breakthrough. Luoluo's voice directly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian became more and more interested in Luoluo's bloodline. What kind of bloodline did Luoluo have? What was that tuft of golden tail hair? Since Yi Xian's attacks could not hurt the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist, he acted as bait and attracted the attacks of the sword-shaped puppet, while Luoluo and the other two were responsible for attacking. In less than 10 seconds, the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist was defeated by the 4 of them. Then, it was Wen Kang's turn. Wen Kang's strength was indeed not bad. When Yi Xian and the other 3 had interfered, his sword-shaped puppet was already full of wounds. With Wen Kang's strength, defeating the sword-shaped puppet alone was not a problem. Soon, both sword-shaped puppets were destroyed. When the second sword-shaped puppet fell, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Wen Kong and the other 2 dared not underestimate Yi Xian and Luoluo. I didn't expect junior brother Yi and junior sister Luoluo to be so strong. Now, even if we encounter the Yin Palace's team, we won't have to be afraid. Wen Kong said. Yi Xian and Luoluo could only laugh dryly. Those 2 moves were their trump cards. If they didn't use them, they might not be as strong as Wen Kong. Of course, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th Supreme Being peak, his strength was above the other 2. He should be able to fight Wen Kong. Alright, let's continue on our way. After Wen Kong finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the sword tomb. They had already encountered a 8th Supreme Being peak sword-shaped puppet before reaching the depths. If they continued, would they encounter a 9th Supreme Being? However, since they were already here, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. Sword-shaped stone, there might be a sword-shaped stone in this sword tomb. If they obtained it and successfully brought it back to the Burning Sun Palace, the Burning Sun Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Yi Xian and the others continued on their way. Following that, they encountered many flying broken swords. However, compared to the sword-shaped puppets, these broken swords were much less dangerous. The sword tomb was very dark. Everyone used their sword energy to open a path. However, half an hour after they entered the sword tomb, a ray of light suddenly entered their eyes. There's a golden light in front. Wen Kong said in a low voice. Yi Xian immediately used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area. However, the golden light was too far away and he couldn't clearly see what the source of the light was. They quickened their pace. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The number of broken swords on the ground suddenly increased. Along the way, Yi Xian and Luoluo had been collecting these broken swords. After all, they were considered forging materials. However, when they reached this place, they were shocked. The ground was filled with broken swords. This was a sea of swords. The countless broken swords made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a huge golden sword that was at least 100 meters tall. This huge golden sword was inserted into the roof of a golden palace. Beside this golden palace, there were a few figures. "Be careful, don't go there." When Kong stopped and said, "There are experts from the Yin Palace there." At this time, they had not completely walked out of the shadow. Moreover, they were still far away, so the group beside the golden palace did not notice them. Yi Xian quickly scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There were more than 10 people outside the golden palace, and all of them had powerful auras. After all, those who could make it here were not weaklings. However, Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the crowd. Li Teng. Sure enough, Li Teng was a spy sent by the Yinju Palace. After he sent the portrait out, he returned to the Yinju Palace. The one with the folding fan in his hand is Ma Qing, who is ranked 5th in the Juyin Palace. He is a peak 8th supreme martial artist. In addition, there are 3 mid-stage supreme martial artists around. They are very strong. When Kong narrowed his eyes and said softly, 8th supreme martial artist peak, this was the strength of the top disciples of Absolute Yin Palace and Burning Sun Hall. Although when Kong was strong, he still couldn't challenge Ma Qing. After all, the other party was also an elite. "Senior brother Wen, what should we do?" The woman in white asked in a low voice. "Let's take a look first. That thing should be in the Golden Palace." However, the team from the Juyin Palace didn't seem to find a way to enter the palace. Wen Kong replied. Yi Xian continued to observe. However, his eye of revelation couldn't break into the palace. He also wanted that sword-shaped stone, but he only needed to record it. He didn't care who got the stone in the end. However, looking at the current situation, it would not be so easy to obtain the sword-shaped stone. The group from the Yinju Palace was his biggest obstacle. If I was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I would be qualified to fight with those people. Unfortunately, I'm only at the peak of 7th Supreme Martial Artist. I haven't even reached the level of Tribulation Transcendence yet. Yi Xian was helpless. He was only 1 realm away, so he definitely couldn't fight Ma Qing head-on. As for the other 3 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists, Yi Xian didn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. Yi Xian and the other 4 people looked over and found that the golden sword suddenly fell down. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Why did the golden sword suddenly fall down? He observed for a moment and found that the group of people also looked flustered. Obviously, they didn't expect this result. The speed of the golden sword falling down was very slow. However, as it tilted, the roof of the palace began to crack. Soon after, countless golden swords flew out from inside. The golden light that filled the sky frightened Yi Xian and the other 4 people. After the golden swords flew out, they directly attacked the team from the Juyin Palace. Thousands of long swords dancing in the air scared the group of people out of their wits. Attack quickly! The white-clothed youth, Ma Qing, who was holding a folding fan, immediately shouted. After seeing this scene, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out a long sword and started to attack crazily. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The storm of thousands of golden swords flew toward the team from the Juyin Palace. Not only that, hundreds of swords flew in all directions. There were even 200 to 300 swords that flew toward Yi Xian. We've been discovered. Let's go. Wen Kang's expression changed greatly. The golden swords were so strange and didn't look simple. Yi Xian and the other 4 people retreated and attacked at the same time. Fortunately, the golden swords weren't very strong. It was unknown whether it was because there were too many of them or because they were too far away. Each of Yi Xian's attacks could knock down several golden swords. In less than 5 seconds, the hundreds of golden swords all fell to the ground. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and picked up a golden sword. Luo Luo watched Yi Xian put away the golden swords and said curiously, "Wow, you can put them away?" Yi Xian also didn't expect that the golden swords could be put away. Moreover, the quality of the golden swords was very good. They were all upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. If he could put away all of the nearly 2,000 golden swords, he might be able to pass the tribulation. Junior brother Yi, let's go and take a look. At that moment, Wen Kong suddenly shouted. Then, he rushed toward the Golden Palace with the other two people. The storm of golden swords was mainly attracted by the team from the Juyin Palace. Hundreds of golden swords left the team and flew in other directions. There were probably other people hiding in the surroundings. With the Juyin Palace as bait, this was a good opportunity to enter the Golden Palace. However, when Wen Kong approached the Golden Palace, thousands of golden swords flew out from inside. Wen Kong was depressed. He didn't expect there to be so many golden swords inside. However, these golden swords couldn't stop him. Senior brother Wen will block them for you. You go in. Although there were many golden swords, they would fall when they were hit by a heavy blow. They couldn't fly back up and hurt people, so they were easier to deal with. However, someone had already done so before Wen Kong. Ma Qing from the Yin Palace had cut through all obstacles and entered the Golden Palace. Not only that, but another figure also dashed out from the darkness and rushed in as well. Because this figure had rushed out from the opposite side of Yixian, even Yixian, who had the Eye of Revelation, couldn't see through the Golden Palace. Therefore, he didn't notice such an expert. Yixian didn't go in because he felt that he couldn't win against Ma Qing. Therefore, he and Luo Luo had been waiting outside to collect the golden swords. Young master, I have another 100 here, Luo Luo threw her own interspatial ring to Yixian. Yixian took the golden swords inside and threw the interspatial ring back. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 golden swords flying outside. If Yixian were to obtain all of them, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to the level of tribulation. At that time, he would be able to obtain Ma Qing's sword-shaped stone. Yixian was even more relieved to see that his two senior brothers and sisters weren't interested in the golden swords. They were only responsible for knocking down the golden swords. As for the golden swords that were knocked down, they were naturally collected by Yixian and Luo Luo. Yixian's cultivation started to improve rapidly. It's too slow to collect the golden swords. At this moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed and fell on the group of people in the distance. Instead of collecting the golden swords, it was better to kill people. Li Ting took the opportunity to escape because his clone was in danger. He didn't expect to appear here. Now, Yixian was going to kill him. Young master, I'll go too. Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Together, kill without mercy. Yixian said. Okay. At this moment, Yixian and Luo Luo charged over. Although there were 3 mid-stage supreme martial artist experts in that group of people, the rest were nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Li Teng, who was mixed in the crowd, also noticed Yixian. His body trembled as he said in shock, "Why is this kid here?" That day, he had been beaten up by Yixian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He still remembered this grudge in his heart. Senior brothers and sisters, that brat is the new super genius of the Burning Sun Hall, please kill him. Li Ting immediately shouted. Leave the Burning Sun Hall to me. Hearing this, an expert from the Absolute Yin Palace at the early stage of the sovereign level shouted loudly before charging towards Yixian. The elites of the Absolute Yin Palace could basically control 2 flying swords. Furthermore, they were proficient in illusions and mental attacks. Their strength was not weak. Yixian was still closing in, but he already felt a piercing pain in his head. This was the other party using a mental attack. You can, and so can I. Yixian's eyes flickered as he used the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion. He was only 1 level away from the other party. In addition, his Heavenly Eye bloodline had advanced twice. Even if the other party had mental resistance, his battle strength would be reduced by 10 to 20%. Swish! Swish! 2 flying swords attacked Yixian. At this moment, Eye of Nirvana. A silver light suddenly appeared and directly crossed the distance of 10,000 meters, instantly cutting off the other party's head. Not only that, the Eye of Nirvana also passed by him and directly killed the enemy team. Swish! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yixian's Eye of Nirvana directly killed close to 10 people. However, Li Teng was barely hanging on by a thread. Hit him! Yixian's eyes flickered again. This time, he used the Eye of Control, and the target was Li Teng. At this moment, Li Teng was at the same level as Xian and was instantly controlled. Immediately, he attacked a middle-stage supreme martial artist from Juyin Palace. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind suddenly appeared. Before the woman from Juyin Palace could react, she was struck by Li Teng's sword that contained 75% sword intent and flew out. What? The other two people were shocked. As a spy from Juyin Palace and Burning Sun Hall, why would Li Teng suddenly attack his own people? Could it be that he was a double agent? Immediately, another senior sister from Juyin Palace directly attacked Li Teng. Swish! Li Teng's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. He probably would never have thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. At this moment, there were only 3 middle-stage supreme martial artists from Juyin Palace left in this group, and one of them was injured. Young master, it's my turn. Luo Luo suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the injured woman from Juyin Palace. Even Xian couldn't react to this speed. Demon Fox Flash. Swish. The woman from Juyin Palace who was injured by Li Teng couldn't react in time and was directly cut in half by Luo Luo's flash. However, she didn't die immediately. Soul-splitting claw. Luo Luo hurriedly added another claw and scratched the woman's throat. Blood immediately spurted out. You little bitch, go to hell. The other woman was furious and attacked Luo Luo. Bam! This attack that contained 80% sword intent directly hit Luo Luo's body and directly cut her in half. However, Xian wasn't worried at all because the one who was hit by the attack just now was only Luo Luo's clone. The real Luo Luo didn't actually go over, and the one who used Demon Fox Flash just now was also her clone. Luo Luo's Demon Fox clone is not bad, but unfortunately, it will collapse after 1 second. Xian's eyes lit up. The Demon Fox clone could only live for 1 second, so after the clone used Demon Fox Flash to kill the enemy, it would collapse automatically even if it wasn't attacked. Now, it was 2 against 2. Junior Sister Chen. When the man from Juyin Palace saw his beloved die, his eyes immediately turned red. At this moment, he no longer blocked the golden swords and directly attacked Xian. You're courting death, Eye of Nirvana. Xian's eyes flashed again, and a silver slash broke through the air. The Eye of Nirvana's attack power was extremely strong and was at least equivalent to 85% sword intent. When Xian, who was at the peak of 7th Supreme, used the Eye of Nirvana, it was enough to threaten a peak 8th Supreme. Swoosh! Rip! This expert from Juyin Palace couldn't block it and was instantly beheaded. However, after using the Eye of Nirvana, Xian's eyes were directly blinded. This was because he had exhausted too much of his eye power. However, Xian wasn't afraid because he still had the Eye of Perception. Not only that, but his clone also directly broke through the void and instantly arrived. Xian's original body and clone shared the devouring space, but they didn't share eye power. After the clone arrived, it directly merged with Xian's original body, and its strength was directly increased by 10%. Eye of Nirvana. After fusing together, Xian used his strongest attack on the last woman in the middle stage of the Yinan Palace. The silver slash pierced through the air. The woman couldn't block the attack and was killed immediately. After using the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Void 3 times in a row, even if he recovered some of his eye power after fusing with them, it wasn't enough. As a result, Xian went blind again. Luo Luo, hurry up and get the items. Xian hurriedly said to Luo Luo. Luo Luo had already rushed over and handed the interspatial rings of the corpses to Xian. After obtaining so many interspatial rings, he immediately devoured the items inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Not enough. The blind Xian shook his head and cloned again to attack the storm of golden swords. With the Eye of Perception, he could continue to fight even if he lost his sight. At the same time, his eye power was slowly recovering. On the other side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman were shocked. Xian and Luo Luo had joined forces and killed more than 10 experts of the Yinan Palace. Even they could only look up to such strength. No, even if Wen Kong was here, he wouldn't be able to block that silver slash. Xian and Luo Luo kept striking down the golden swords while collecting them. Xian's cultivation increased little by little. Just a little more and I can pass the tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly even though he hadn't regained his sight yet. 100 swords, 200 swords, 300 swords, Yi Xian kept devouring the golden swords. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the seventh tribulation supreme. After he had swallowed a total of 1,000 golden swords, the system's melodious notification finally rang out. Ding! The host has met the tribulation requirements. The current success rate is 98%. The system notified. 98%. It was very close to 100%. However, Yi Xian still had a clone beside him. Ding! The current success rate is 100%. Begin the tribulation. After Yi Xian merged with his clone, he directly began to receive the 8th level of the sovereign tribulation. Perhaps only he had the courage to pass the tribulation under such circumstances. What? Junior brother Yi is going to pass the tribulation? The black-clothed man was shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw Yi Xian. However, at that time, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage 7th tribulation supreme. Now, he had grown to such a level. Moreover, he dared to pass the tribulation here. He was simply courting death. There were still thousands of golden swords hovering in the sky. At that moment, he moved closer to Yi Xian, preparing to protect Yi Xian. Even though Yi was surrounded by Luoluo, Yi Xian couldn't make any mistakes. However, in the next moment, his footsteps stopped. What surprised him was that Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, was actually able to retaliate. When other people passed the tribulation, they had to use all their strength to resist it. They couldn't afford to be distracted. However, Yi Xian was not only passing the tribulation, but also defending himself against the golden swords around him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Boom! 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 3 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Each bolt was stronger than the previous one, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. He easily passed through 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. But at that moment, boom, suddenly, a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. This wasn't the sound of tribulation lightning striking down. Instead, it came from the Golden Palace. An explosion suddenly resounded from the Golden Palace, and then a figure flashed out from within it. It was Ma Qing. Behind Ma Qing were 2 people. One was Wen Kong, and the other was a middle-aged man that Yi Xian had never seen before. Wen Kong was currently working with the middle-aged man to kill Ma Qing. Junior brother, the sword-shaped stone is with Ma Qing. Wen Kong immediately yelled. Yi Xian's body trembled. As expected, there was a sword-shaped stone. Although he was still passing the tribulation, he had to take action for the sake of the sword-shaped stone. After Ma Qing came out and saw that his team of Juyin Palace had been killed, he was furious. When his eyes fell on Yi Xian, a silver slash flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Whoosh, the nirvanic slash pierced through the sky. Ma Qing was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly raised his hand to attack. Bang! Ma Qing's attack, which was infused with 85% of sword essence, collided with the nirvanic slash. However, to his surprise, his attack was slightly weaker. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash destroyed Ma Qing's attack and attacked him. However, as an elite disciple of Juyin Palace, Ma Qing wasn't easy to deal with. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 2 flying swords controlled by Ma Qing had destroyed the nirvanic slash. Boom! At the same time, Yi Xian's 6th tribulation lightning struck down. What? He's breaking through? Ma Qing, Wen Kong, and the middle-aged man were shocked. How could a person who was passing the tribulation unleash such a powerful attack? The 6th tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head, causing the genuine qi in his body to expand. Brat, you're courting death. Ma Qing's eyes turned red. A genius like Yi Xian must be killed in the cradle. Whoosh, another sword radiance swept towards Yi Xian. However, the sword radiance destroyed Yi Xian's afterimage. Yi Xian's original body had already run far away. Not only could a person who was passing the tribulation attack, but he could also run away. Was he a freak? Bastard, how dare you interrupt young master's tribulation? Luoluo shouted angrily. In the next moment, the fur on her tail and ears turned golden. That's, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He saw Luoluo's tail suddenly flash. It was that tuft of golden fur. Luoluo, who had turned into a golden fox, suddenly experienced a surge in her aura. She met Ma Chang's sword radiance head-on and actually destroyed it with a single claw. Heavens, when did Luoluo's attack power become so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that he couldn't see through Luoluo anymore. Luoluo's 3 fox demon flashes had been used up. But now, Luoluo had turned from a white fox to a golden fox. Her battle prowess had skyrocketed to the point where she could fight Ma Chang. Terrifying. Boom, another bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning descended from the sky. This was the 7th bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning. Yi Xian was only 1 bolt away from becoming an 8th tribulation sovereign. At the same time, Luoluo had already blocked Ma Chang's path. Claw shadows and sword radiance filled the sky. Ma Chang, who was being held back by Luoluo, was instantly caught up by Wen Kong and the middle-aged man. Give me that sword-shaped stone. My imperial family will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Now, the surrounding people finally knew his identity. He was from the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty. Don't even think about it. A single sword-shaped stone could create many experts. As long as the Yin Palace could obtain this sword-shaped stone, they might become even more powerful than the royal family. How could they give up on the sword-shaped stone, when Kong and the middle-aged man from the royal family were both in the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm? The former was still manageable, but the middle-aged man was very difficult to deal with. Although Ma Chang was at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, which was 1 level higher than Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he had just broken through. If it was only Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he would not have any problems. However, with Luoluo's participation, Ma Chang felt a lot of pressure. No, it was not pressure. Under the joint attack of the 3, he could not fight back at all. Damn it! Ma Chang cursed in his heart. If he continued to hold on to the sword-shaped stone, he might be killed by the 3 of them. After he made a decision in his heart, he took out a sword-shaped stone and threw it at Wen Kong. This sword-shaped stone was the sword-shaped stone. Its appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's the sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He only took a glance at it before he heard a system notification. Ding! Sword-shaped stone discovered. Will you carve it? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Of course, his goal was to get this sword-shaped stone. How could he refuse? Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 1%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 2%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 3%. The speed of carving was very slow. Yi Xian was very anxious. At this moment, the sword-shaped stone fell into Wen Kang's hand. Ding! Carving stopped. The sword-shaped stone was taken by Wen Kong, so the carving of the stone was stopped. Hand over the sword-shaped stone. When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately turned around and attacked Wen Kong. Bang! Wen Kong was too slow to take the sword-shaped stone. He was severely injured by the middle-aged man and was sent flying. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Chang's trap. When he saw the sword-shaped stone just now, his brain spasmed and he took it. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Chang's trap. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, his goal was the sword-shaped stone. Seeing the stone flying towards him, how could he not catch it? You dare to plot against senior brother Wen? Go to hell. Luoluo wasn't distracted by the appearance of the sword-shaped stone. She shouted angrily and continued to attack Ma Chang. Yi Xian had been assisting Luoluo from the very beginning, but he didn't dare to get close to Ma Chang because the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning was coming. Boom! Finally, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian took the sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully transcended the tribulation. You are now an 8 tribulation supreme being at the early stage. You are currently rebuilding your golden body of supremacy. he had finally broken through, Xian couldn't help but smile. However, he had just passed the 8th level of tribulation, so he was still in the process of rebuilding his sovereign golden body. The sovereign golden body was in the process of rebuilding, so his defense was the weakest. Any attack from the people present would be able to cut off his head. Young master, I'll hold this guy back. You go and take the sword-shaped stone. Luo's voice sounded in Xian's mind. All right. Although he didn't know how Luo became so strong and jumped 4 levels to challenge Ma Qing, it wasn't the time to care about that. Xian immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man. Wen Kong was weaker than the middle-aged man. With a crisp sound, his wrist was cut off by the middle-aged man and he was sent flying. Wen Kang's interspatial ring fell into the hands of the middle-aged man from the royal sacred dynasty. Retreat. After the middle-aged man got the interspatial ring, he quickly turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Xian, who had just recovered some of his eye power, immediately used the Nirvanic eye on the middle-aged man's back. Nirvanic cut. Xiao. The silver slash tore through the air. When the middle-aged man heard the sound behind him, he quickly turned around. However, it was too late. Rip. The middle-aged man was instantly killed by the silver slash. His entire body was cut in half by the Nirvanic cut. Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring of the middle-aged man and Wen Kong. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 4%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 5%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 6%. The carving of the sword-shaped stone was extremely slow. It was 10 times slower than when Xian was carving the demonic god statue. However, it didn't matter. After all, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Among the people present, who could fight with him? Ding. Reconstruction of the sovereign golden body completed. The system notified again. In the next moment, Xian was cut in half. When Ma Qing saw this scene, his body trembled violently. One Xian was already so strong. Now there was another one? Let's go. Immediately, Ma Qing quickly turned around. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Xian quickly rushed over. He was even faster than Ma Qing. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Ma Qing. Xian's original body, doppelganger, and Luo joined forces. Ma Qing couldn't withstand them at all. Young master, do you want to use charm? Luo reminded him. No, just kill him. Xian shook his head. Ma Qing was an elite disciple of the Yin Palace. His spiritual resistance was probably very high. Moreover, he didn't have much eye power now. Therefore, he didn't use charm. Eye of Nirvana. Xian's eyes flashed. Ma Qing, who was restrained by Luo, saw a silver slash coming at him. He was scared out of his wits. This guy even killed his own people? This was a question in Ma Qing's mind. This Nirvana rend might kill Luo too. However, how could Xian attack Luo? Swish, at this moment, Ma Qing's body trembled. He realized that Luo had disappeared. Within a certain range, Xian could hide Luo in the artifact space. Therefore, at the critical moment, Xian hid Luo. Swish. Ma Qing's body was cut in half diagonally. However, he didn't die immediately. However, he was quickly beheaded by Xian, who rushed over with the invisible sword. Ma Qing, who was ranked 5th among the inner disciples of the Yin Palace, died just like that. This matter finally came to an end. However, just as Xian thought that this was the end of the matter, a powerful aura suddenly rushed in his direction. Immediately, his expression changed. Not good, a powerful enemy is attacking. It might be the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Xian shouted in a low voice. Wen Kong and the other two, who were still surprised by Xian's strength, were frightened when they heard this. A 9th tribulation supremacy, that was the top fighting force of the royal sacred dynasty. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to kill all of them. That aura quickly approached, but Yixian didn't stay idle. He quickly rushed to Wen Kang's side and directly opened a void gate. Quick, go in. Yixian said somewhat anxiously. Wen Kang, who had lost an arm, didn't dare to delay and directly passed through the void gate. The man in black and the woman in white also went in. The Eye of the Void required a large amount of eye power to open a void gate. At the same time, maintaining the void gate also required a continuous consumption of eye power. After Yixian and the others entered the void gate, a person rushed out from a dark corner. Stay here. A loud shout rang out, but Yixian had already passed through the void gate. The person who rushed out from the corner was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her aura was very powerful. She was definitely the ninth tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. The void gate opened by Yixian was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm. When they came out of the void gate, Wen Kang and the others were shocked. What kind of method is this? Wen Kang was shocked. Senior brother Wen, don't worry so much. Let's leave the secret realm first and return to the Burning Sun Hall. Yixian said. The ninth tribulation supremacy saw them enter the void gate and estimated that she would arrive soon, so they had to leave quickly. Okay. Wen Kang didn't care about his arm now. Although the sovereign golden body of an eighth tribulation supremacy was more difficult to repair, as long as he handed the sword-shaped stone to the Burning Sun Hall, he wouldn't be afraid of a lack of treasures. At that time, not only would his arm grow back, he would also obtain a large amount of treasures. However, when Yixian led Wen Kang and the other two out of the secret territory, they found that the deep-sea cavern outside the secret territory was heavily surrounded. More than 10 powerful auras pressed down on everyone. More than 10 eighth tribulation supremacies. Yixian was shocked. Among these dozen or so eighth tribulation supremes, there were two whose auras were not weaker than Ma Chang's. However, what truly frightened him was that there was actually a ninth tribulation supreme martial artist outside the secret realm. Someone who came out of the secret realm. This ninth tribulation supreme was an old woman. When she saw Yixian, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" However, before Yixian could speak, someone shouted, "Palace Master, the one with the severed arm is Wen Kang. They are from the Burning Sun Hall." Not good. Yixian's expression darkened. He quickly used the Eyes of the Void to break through the void. Wen Kang and the other two thought that they were going to die. When they saw the void door, they hurriedly rushed in. What a strange technique. Stay here. The ninth tribulation supreme martial artist immediately attacked. Immediately, a wave of energy enveloped Yixian. However, at that moment, half of Yixian's body had already stepped into the void door. Damn it! Yixian cursed angrily. He directly summoned his clone and slapped the back of his original body. At the same time, his doppelganger also quickly entered the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Everyone was shocked. Breaking open the void, and another person who looked exactly like him appeared. What kind of technique was this? Damn it! The sword-shaped stone must be in his hands. The palace master of Juyin Palace cursed angrily. Yixian had saved him in the nick of time. If he had been a moment later, the void door would have closed. At that time, if he had fallen into the hands of Juyin Palace, he would have been done for. He would have been raped and killed by the people of Juyin Palace. Previously, Yixian could directly break open the void in the Hall of Burning Sun and summon his doppelganger. In other words, the Hall of Burning Sun had always had a location in the void. Therefore, Yixian's void door led directly to the Hall of Burning Sunday Puff. At that moment, Yixian, who had just come out of the void door, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This blood was not because of the slap from his doppelganger. It was because he had overused his sky eyes. Damn it. When I overused my sky eyes and did not have enough eye power, it consumed my vitality. Yixian said helplessly in his heart. Overusing his sky eyes consumed his vitality. That was why his eyes had disappeared. Vitality was lifespan. After knowing this fact, he did not dare to use his sky eyes carelessly anymore. Young master, are you okay? Luoluo, who had also been released from the void by Yixian, hurriedly asked. I'm fine. I just got slapped by myself. In order not to worry Luoluo, Yixian lied. Then, he said to Wen Kong, senior brother Wen, please inform the others. He had already inscribed 80% of the sword-shaped stone. When the experts from the Hall of Burning Sun arrived, he estimated that he would have finished inscribing it. He was already starting to wonder what kind of reward he would get. Okay, I'll go now. Wen Kong did not care about his broken arm and left with his junior brothers and sisters. The higher-ups in the Hall of Burning Sun would definitely not expect to get a sword-shaped stone. There were also 9th Tribulation Supremes in the Hall of Burning Sunday. Almost all of them had comprehended 90% of the sword intent. However, the sword-shaped stone had a different value to them. Not long after Wen Kong left, Yixian heard a notification sound. Ding! Sword-shaped stone inscription successful. Now, this sword-shaped stone was no longer of any use to Yixian. Even if he lost it, he would not feel bad. Luoluo, what happened to you just now? At this moment, Yixian suddenly asked. Although Luoluo was not injured, her face was pale. At this moment, her hair had already returned to its original white color. After hearing this, Luoluo immediately took out the tuft of golden hair that was hidden in her tail. She said with a crying face, "Woo-woo, in that state just now, I needed to continuously use this tuft of golden hair. In that short period of time, I used up 5 of them." Yixian was speechless. He reminded her, I see. Then you should use it sparingly in the future. This tuft of golden hair is related to your bloodline. Don't use it up when the time comes. Okay. Luoluo pouted and nodded obediently. This was the first time she used the golden hair to increase her strength. At that time, she was only in the middle stage of the 7th Tribulation Supremes. She was actually able to fight evenly with Ma Qing, who was at the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supremes. After all, her strength would increase as her cultivation level increased. If she used it again when she was at the 8th Tribulation Supremes, she would not be afraid of even a 9th Tribulation Supremes. Soon, several powerful auras entered Yixian's sensing range. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Burning Sun Hall had arrived. This group of experts all rushed into Yixian's residence. There were more than 10 people who rushed in, and most of them were elders. One of them was even Yixian's master, Han Ming. However, this group of people stood respectfully behind an elder. Needless to say, this elder was the Burning Sun Hall master. When he saw Yixian, he said nervously, "You obtained the sword-shaped stone?" "Greetings, sect master." Yixian pretended to be heavily injured as he said this. Then, he took out the sword-shaped stone from the devouring space. The moment the stone appeared, a commotion broke out. Sword-shaped stone, it really is the sword-shaped stone. The Incineration Sun Hall master raised his eyebrows and took the sword-shaped stone. Although he had comprehended 95% of the sword essence, the sword-shaped stone was more attractive to him than anyone else. He held the stone and said to Yixian, "You have done a great job this time. Tell me what you need." Yixian was waiting for this sentence. Before this group of experts arrived, Yixian had already written down what he wanted. What was left was the necessities for the Heaven's Eye, the forging materials for the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip, and of course, the heavenly treasures. The Burning Sun Hall master took the piece of paper and glanced at it. Then, he raised his eyebrows. Yixian was asking for too much. I have only heard of the Eternal Flower and the Golden Sunstone. The Burning Sun Hall doesn't have them. However, we do have the materials for the Heaven's Eye. The Burning Sun Hall master muttered, other than the first few items, the rest are not a problem. The first few items were the necessities for opening the Heaven's Eye. Even the Burning Sun Hall didn't have them. Okay. Yixian nodded immediately. Although he was a little disappointed, he was still easily satisfied. The rest of the items were enough for him to make a breakthrough and forge the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip. Palace Master, at that time, junior brother Yi killed Ma Qing from the Absolute Yin Palace. At the same time, there was also a group of experts from the royal dynasty. At this moment, Wen Kong suddenly spoke. An expert from the royal family? When the Inferno Sun Hall master heard this, he couldn't help but frown. In the royal sacred dynasty, the one they didn't want to provoke the most was the royal clan. When the secret realm was discovered, there were even powerful warriors from the royal family nearby. What bad luck! However, the sword-shaped stone is already in our hands, and it is impossible for us to hand it over. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace snorted coldly. That's right, this is our chance. As long as we have the sword-shaped stone, we can destroy the Eam Palace. Even if it's the royal family, we don't fear them. The elders began to speak angrily. Yi Xian, you're injured now, so you'll need treatment first. I'll get someone to send the items over later. When the leader of the Burning Sun Palace finished speaking, he left with the group of people. Yi Xian, I didn't expect that you would be able to kill Ma Qing, who was at the peak of the 8th Supremacy Realm. It seems like I don't have the qualifications to be your master anymore. Han Ming walked over and said to Yi Xian. Master is too serious. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Even if I transcend the Supremacy Realm, you will still be my master. Yi Xian said respectfully. He was very grateful to Han Ming. After all, if it wasn't for the 10 Supremacy Golden Cores, he and Luo Luo's strength wouldn't have increased so much. If that was the case, what happened after that day would have been different. If Yi Xian went out to do some random missions, he would have died 9 times out of 10, not to mention killing Ma Qing and obtaining the sword-shaped stone. Han Ming nodded his head in satisfaction and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. A genius like you can't be limited to the Supremacy Realm. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Since you helped the Burning Sun Hall obtain the sword-shaped stone, the Hall Master will naturally allow you to comprehend it. With your aptitude, you might be able to comprehend sword force. After hearing this, Yi Xian was astonished. This was the first time he heard of this term. He immediately asked, Master, what is sword force? Sword intent is something that we Supremacy Realm experts learn. Above sword intent is sword force. Han Ming explained, sword force has a total of 3 realms. They are minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with a sword? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, do these 3 realms correspond to the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm, human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster? That's right. Han Ming nodded his head and said, as long as you comprehend sword force, you will be invincible in the Supremacy Realm. Unless your opponent also comprehends sword force, no one will be able to block your attacks. Not only that, even a 9th stage human body disaster expert might not be able to comprehend the minute sword force. It depends on your aptitude. From Han Ming's words, Yi Xian knew that there were only 3 realms. The minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with a sword. Not only could the sword-shaped stone rapidly increase one's sword intent, it could also allow one to comprehend sword force. It was a good item. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Haha, I have confidence in you. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. If you can comprehend sword force and reach one with the sword, even a spirit disaster expert would not be able to block your attacks. Han Ming said with a smile. Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. One with the sword was the final realm of sword force. It corresponded to the spirit disaster realm. How could it be that easy to comprehend? However, Han Ming was right about one thing. He could definitely break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Soon after, Han Ming left. As for Yi Xian, he stayed in the residence with Luo Luo, waiting for the items from the Burning Sun Hall Master. Not long after, an elder brought the items over. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't have the necessary materials to open his Heaven's Eye, he had obtained the materials for the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip, as well as a large amount of heavenly treasures. After the elder left, Yi Xian poured some items into the devouring space, then threw the universe ring to Luo Luo. Luo Luo, take it yourself. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he began to forge the Supremacy Realm spiritual treasure. The Shadowless Sword's embryo was already forged, so it didn't require much materials. The Fallen Star Whip's materials were also sufficient. In addition, there were forging blueprints for the two Supremacy Realm spiritual treasures, so Yi Xian only spent a second to forge the Supremacy Realm spiritual treasure. Ding! The Shadowless Sword has been successfully forged. Ding! The Fallen Star Whip has been successfully forged. Two system notifications sounded. Yi Xian swung the Shadowless Sword lightly, and the blade disappeared. It was as if Yi Xian was using the hilt to slash someone. Unfortunately, the Shadowless Sword was just for show. For someone of his level, the Shadowless Sword was useless. Then, Yi Xian took out the Fallen Star Whip. The Fallen Star Whip was also a level 1 supreme spiritual treasure. Yi Xian struck the ground with it. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the Fallen Star Whip. As long as it hit the enemy, there would be an explosion effect, increasing its power. Luo Luo, the Fallen Star Whip is ready, but you don't know how to use it. Yi Xian handed the Fallen Star Whip over and asked. Hehe, it's in my inherited memory. Also, it can help me quickly comprehend sword force. Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. Quickly comprehend sword force? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This girl actually had such a good thing in her inherited memory. No wonder she chose to forge the Fallen Star Whip instead of the Shadowless Sword. In addition, sword force was actually a general term. After all, sword force was the most common weapon. In addition to sword force, there were also knife force, and so on. However, people were used to calling it sword force. This girl's bloodline is too mysterious. I can't believe she even has this. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Luo Luo, did you take all the things you wanted? Yes, these things are all very high level. I can refine them very quickly. Maybe my realm will be higher than yours? Luo Luo smiled and handed the interspatial ring back. Ahem, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring awkwardly and found that at least 4/5 of the things inside were gone. Ding! The host has broken through. You are now at the mid-stage of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. The system notified. Those things were only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. If he gave everything to him, he could at least reach the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. However, he didn't say much. After all, Luo Luo was only in the middle stage of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist. She was 2 realms lower than him. When Luo Luo's realm increased, her strength would also be very strong. For the rest of the time, Luo Luo was refining the heavenly treasures that even the elders were envious of. Yi Xian was also sitting there quietly. He had already recorded the sword-shaped stone in the Devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could study it at any time. I only have 70.5 sword intent. The people from the Absolute Ing Palace will definitely come knocking on my door. I have to increase my strength so that I can participate in the battle when the time comes. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and began to study the sword-shaped stone. It would take at least 3 days for the Absolute Ing Palace's team to arrive from the 10,000 Swords Villa's secret realm entrance. And in these 3 days, Yi Xian's strength could still improve by quite a bit. Yi Xian was meditating on the sword-shaped stone in his residence. In less than an hour, he heard a notification sound. Ding! 75% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After half a day. Ding! 85% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After a day. In Yi Xian's residence, the sovereign tribulation lightning started to gather above him. This was Luolua's breakthrough. In a day, Luolua relied on her extraordinary refining speed to break through from the 7th Supremacy Realm to the 7th Supremacy Realm peak. At the same time, she also reached the limit and successfully received the 8th Supremacy Tribulation. Rumble. 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 8 consecutive sovereign tribulation lightning struck down. Luo, who was in the courtyard, stood there quietly and took the 8 sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. Among the cultivation resources given by the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall, there were hundreds of sovereign golden pills. Previously, Luo had spent a lot of time refining the utmost being golden pellets. However, as her cultivation level increased, her refining speed also increased. In addition to her bloodline and charm fusion crystal, Luo refined 100 utmost being golden pellets in a single day. The 8th Supremacy Tribulation was no threat to Luo. Rumble. After the last Sovereign Tribulation lightning struck, Luo broke through to the 8th Supremacy realm. Now, Luo's combat power was probably comparable to a 9th Supremacy realm. If she consumed golden hair and transformed into a golden fox, even the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall would have to take her seriously. There are 2 more days. Continue to cultivate. After Luo successfully passed the tribulation, Xian continued to comprehend the sword-shaped stone. When the Yingju Palace came knocking on his door, he would show off his skills. If the Patriarch of the Yin Palace was still alive, he might come. At that time, the Patriarch of the Burning Sun Hall would definitely appear. As long as the siblings were related to the Yin-Yang Patriarch, Xian would naturally ask about it. Of course, even if he didn't ask, he still had the round jade pendant left by old immortal Tianju. As long as he broke through to the 3 sovereign disasters, he would know about the Yin-Yang Patriarch. The remaining 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, Luo refined a large amount of things. Although there were still a lot of medicinal effects left in her body, and there were still many heavenly treasures left, she directly broke through to the 8th Supremacy realm, the same level as Xian. Luo and Xian signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused Xian's beast god bloodline to mutate twice. Therefore, his growth speed increased by 30%. Xian expected such a fast cultivation speed. In these 2 days, although Xian's realm didn't increase, he continuously comprehended the sword-shaped stone, and had already raised his sword intent to 90%. In the Supremacy realm, the highest level was the 9th Tribulation Supremacy realm, and the sword intent was only 95%. When the sword intent transformed to 100%, it would condense into power and sword force. In 3 days, Xian's sword intent had increased from 75% to 90%. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was extremely strong. Even in the entire Burning Yang Hall, there were probably less than 3 people who could withstand a single strike from him. Because the Burning Sun Hall was peaceful, Xian and Luo continued to cultivate. They didn't know if the Yin Palace was scared or something, but they still hadn't arrived after 3 days. Could it be that they were afraid that the Burning Sun Hall's ancestor was still alive, and would rush out and catch them all in one fell swoop? However, just as Xian was thinking about this problem, a roar suddenly came from the sky. "Bastards of the Burning Sun Hall, get the hell out here." This was a woman's voice, and it sounded very old. Not only that, Xian had heard this voice before. It was the palace master of the Yin Palace. "They're here." After hearing this roar, Xian and Luo opened their eyes at the same time. "Hee, they're finally here. If they didn't come, I would have been bored to death." Luo stretched her back and walked out. Xian was also helpless. This girl really wanted to see the world in chaos. But speaking of which, he had comprehended the sword-shaped stone for 3 days, and his strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to when he was in the Myriad Sword Manor's secret realm. When Xian walked outside, he discovered that the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall and the others were hurriedly cutting through the air and flying towards the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall. Xian and Luo quickly followed them. The disciples of the Burning Sun Hall who were alarmed by the sudden shout also hurriedly followed after him. Who was it that had the guts to come to the Burning Sun Hall and make a ruckus? The Burning Sun Hall was one of the top powers in the royal sacred dynasty. There weren't many who dared to challenge them. Moreover, the voice belonged to an old woman. Thus, the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall guessed that the people who came were from the Juyin Palace. When the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall obtained the sword-shaped stone, he had already started making arrangements and notified the elders outside to return. This time, there was going to be a huge battle. When Xian arrived at the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall, he saw that there was already a group of people outside the protective array. There were more women than men in this group. They were the group from the Juyin Palace that Xian had encountered in the secret territory of the Myriad Swords Matter. The palace master of the Juyin Palace was also among them. "Everyone, my Burning Sun Hall and your Juyin Palace have been fighting for hundreds of years. This is the first time you have gathered so many people to come here. May I know the reason?" The Burning Sun Hall master pretended not to know anything and asked. Cut the crap. You already know the answer and you still want to pretend that you don't know anything? The palace master of the Jewine Palace walked out with his walking stick. Humph, I haven't even said that your Jewine Palace planted a spy in my Burning Sun Hall and you're already making false accusations? The Burning Sun Hall master snorted coldly. At this time, a female disciple of the Jewine Palace suddenly walked forward and pointed at Xianxia, Palace Master. It was him that day. Everyone's gaze followed her finger and landed on Xianxia. Me? What about me? Xianxia walked out. Brat, let's not beat around the bush. That sword-shaped stone was snatched by you, right? The Palace Master of the Jewine Palace looked at Xianxia. Senior, why do you think so? Xianxia asked in return. As soon as he finished his words, someone jumped out and said, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Xianxia sneered and said, what a joke. When I left the secret territory that day, I was surrounded by a group of you palace masters. Your palace master even wanted to capture me. Your palace master wanted to capture me. That's right. If it wasn't for junior brother Ye's secret skill, I'm afraid that we would have already been killed. My Burning Sun Hall has fought with your Ju Palace for so many years. When have you ever shown mercy? Although the sword-shaped stone fell into Xian's hands in the end, Wen Kong and the other two had contributed quite a bit, so they obtained quite a few benefits. 3 days ago, Wen Kong had consumed a heavenly treasure and grown a new arm. This sentence made the people of the Jewine Palace speechless. If they put themselves in Xian's shoes, how could they not run when they encountered the palace master of the Jewine Palace? We didn't come here today for this matter. There were a few experts from the imperial family in the sword tomb. They witnessed the whole thing. The palace master of the Jewine Palace snorted and said, that brat killed Ma Qing, who was ranked 5th in the inner sect of the Jewine Palace. He also killed a great elder of the imperial family. This is the truth. Then, senior, how can you prove that what he said is true? Xian asked again. At that time, the team of the Jewine Palace had been killed by Xian. At the same time, Xian did find other people. But after Xian killed Ma Qing, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Master of the Jewine Palace came. So, Xian didn't have time to kill other people. What those people said was only a verbal statement of facts. There was no concrete evidence. Humph, I don't care so much. I only know that the sword-shaped stone is in your palace of the Jewine Palace. Today, you better hand it over. Otherwise, your palace of the Jewine Palace will be destroyed soon. The palace master of the Jewine Palace saw that they had no choice but to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You dare to say that you will destroy my palace of the Jewine Palace? The palace master of the Jewine Palace laughed when he saw the other party's expression. You better choose to believe that we don't plan to keep the sword-shaped stone for ourselves. We will give it to the imperial family. The palace master of the Jewine Palace replied. What a joke. If you get the sword-shaped stone, will you give it to the imperial family? The palace master of the Jewine Palace sneered. The palace master of the Jewine Palace continued, do you know how the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed hundreds of years ago? An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. After the sword-shaped stone of the Myriad Sword Villa was exposed, it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. What? After the palace master of the Jewine Palace finished speaking, the people of the palace of the Jewine Palace were shocked. Not only that, the people of the palace of the Jewine Palace were also shocked. It was their first time hearing this secret. The Myriad Sword Villa was a powerful force hundreds of years ago. It was not any weaker than the palace of the Jewine Palace and the palace of the Jewine Palace. However, it chose to disappear in the end because it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. Even the palace master of the Jewine Palace did not know about this secret. Really? The palace master of the Jewine Palace swallowed his saliva. Although the palace of the Jewine Palace was powerful, the imperial family could secretly destroy the Myriad Sword Villa that was comparable to the palace of the Jewine Palace hundreds of years ago. Why else do you think the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed? That secret realm was the place where the Myriad Sword Villa was forging. However, when the imperial family's experts arrived, they did not know that the sword-shaped stone was exposed. Therefore, other than the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa, no one survived. The palace master of the Jewine Palace explained. After hearing this, the people of the palace of the Jewine Palace felt that it made sense. Yi Xian himself had entered the Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm. However, he did not meet anyone from the Myriad Sword Villa in the secret realm. After all, it was just a place for forging. When the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed, only the villa master left. He probably returned to the secret realm when he was being hunted down and destroyed the entrance to prevent the imperial family from finding it. Because it was a secret place for forging, all the people inside were men. However, the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance himself. If he did not destroy it, the imperial family would definitely find the entrance. It was also because of this that all the people who stayed in the secret realm died in the end. According to Wen Kong, there were many tombs in the palace. One of them was the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa. After thinking about it, Yi Xian also felt that it was very scary. The villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance to the secret realm to avoid being hunted down. What was even more helpless was that the people who stayed in the secret realm were all men. If there were some women, the Myriad Sword Villa would not have been completely wiped out. They could have lived in the secret realm and not been destroyed. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian did not understand. The secret realm was actually a corner of the world. The entrance to the secret realm was equivalent to a portal. That was why Yi Xian's Eye of the Void could not return to the Burning Sun Palace directly from the secret realm. He had to leave the secret realm first. Yi Xian guessed that the secret realm was an island, or there was a formation around it that prevented people from leaving. But then again, the Burning Sun Hall master hesitated after hearing those words. "Old man, I advise you to hand it over to us," the palace master of the Yin Palace said. These words sounded like he was thinking for the sake of Burning Sun Hall, but no one present was an idiot. The sword-shaped stone was extremely precious. Even if the Burning Sun Palace master could not keep it, they would still be rewarded if they handed it over. How could the Yin Palace master take the sword-shaped stone away? "You guys have a good plan. You want me to hand over the sword-shaped stone to you, then you will hand it over to the imperial family?" The Burning Sun Palace master sneered. Without a doubt, this sentence was an admission. At this point, they had no choice but to admit it. "So, the sword-shaped stone is in the Burning Sun Palace master?" The palace master of the Yin Palace narrowed his eyes. "That's right," the Burning Sun Palace master shouted. In the next moment, a stone that looked like a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the sword-shaped stone. When the palace master of the Yin Palace and the others saw it, their eyes lit up. "This is the sword-shaped stone?" The palace master of the Yin Palace raised his eyebrows. Even the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty did not have a sword-shaped stone. Otherwise, why would the 10,000 swords manor be destroyed? Yi Xian knew how precious the sword-shaped stone was. He only spent 3 days to raise his 75% sword intent to 90% sword intent. A single sword-shaped stone was enough to create a top force that could even fight against the imperial family. A few hundred years ago, the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty was afraid that the 10,000 swords manor would become stronger, so they destroyed it. "It is impossible for me to hand over the sword-shaped stone." The sword-shaped stone was obtained by the disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. "It is impossible for the Yin Palace master to take it away." The Burning Sun Palace master put the sword-shaped stone away. "Humph, the Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm was found in the territory of my absolute Yin Palace. How about this? The Jewine Palace will also take a step back. We will hand over the sword-shaped stone to the imperial family, and we will split the reward equally," the palace master of the Jewine Palace suggested. "So what if the 10,000 swords manor's forging mystic realm is in your absolute Yin Palace's territory? Your Jewine Palace is still in the royal sacred dynasty. Doesn't that mean that everything in your Jewine Palace belongs to the royal clan?" An elder of the Burning Sun Hall coldly snorted. The palace master of the absolute Yin Palace glanced at her and said, "So, you don't agree?" "Not bad," the Burning Sun Hall master replied. He could have given it to the royal family by himself, so why did he have to share the benefits with another person? As long as one was not a fool, one would not do such a thing. Most importantly, he was in the territory of the Burning Sun Palace. Now that the Yinju Palace had come knocking on his door, it was an excellent opportunity. So long as he killed all these people from the Yinend Palace, then the Yinend Palace would be finished. However, right at that moment, suddenly, a powerful aura caused everyone to tremble. This powerful aura came from the team of the Yinjuin Palace. The team of the Yinjuin Palace started to split into two, then a figure slowly walked out. It was a red-clothed lady who looked to be in her 30s. Ancestor. When the palace master of the Yinju Palace saw this person, he respectfully greeted her. Boom, this form of address frightened the people from the Burning Sun Hall. Was this red-clothed lady the founder of the Yinjuin Palace? So powerful, I'm afraid she is a ninth supreme being. Yi Xian shuddered. The Burning Sun Hall master was only a ninth supreme being, and this lady was even more powerful than him. Greetings, senior. The Burning Sun Hall master did not expect this red-clothed lady to be here, so he hurriedly greeted her respectfully. The red-clothed lady ignored him and said softly, "Senior brother, are you not coming out to see me?" Although her voice was soft, it reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire Burning Sun Hall. However, the way she addressed him frightened the others. Senior brother, that's senior brother? Aren't they siblings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He understood that the red-clothed lady was greeting the founder of the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, another voice echoed in the air. Junior sister, let's go back. It was obvious that the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was not dead. Senior brother, don't you know the importance of the sword-shaped stone? The red-clothed lady shouted again. This time, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall finally came out. He was a white-clothed youth with dashing eyebrows. So powerful, I can't sense any aura from him. He's just like an ordinary person. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. With the eye of perception, he could not sense the other party's realm. This person was definitely much more powerful than the red-clothed lady, and might be about to pass the human body disaster. Senior brother, you finally came out. The red-clothed lady smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no other purpose today." What do you want to say? The youth with dashing eyebrows asked. The sword-shaped stone is very useful to us, but you have to know that it's not something we can get our hands on. The 10,000 Swords matter is a good example. If we don't hand it over to the imperial family, I'm afraid that our two factions will end up like the 10,000 Swords matter. The red-clothed lady said. Unexpectedly, the youth with dashing eyebrows immediately said, "I won't give up on this sword-shaped stone." Senior brother, you're still as stubborn as before. Since the imperial family hasn't arrived yet, we still have a way to share the sword-shaped stone. The red-clothed lady said. Share the sword-shaped stone. After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Was the two factions joining forces? Even if our two factions join forces, we won't be able to go against the imperial family. You're saying that you want to open up a secret realm and let my Burning Sun Hall and your Yinending Palace enter together to comprehend this sword-shaped stone? The youth with dashing eyebrows squinted his eyes. That's right, we can follow the example of the 10,000 Swords matter. As long as we destroy the entrance to the secret realm, even the imperial family won't be able to find it. The red-clothed lady nodded. The reason why the 10,000 Swords matter didn't have a single person in the secret realm was because those who stayed there hundreds of years ago were all men, and there wasn't a single woman. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly consisted of men, while the Yinending Palace had many women. As long as they joined forces and brought some supreme saint beasts into the secret realm, they could live a good life. Then why are you not willing to give up on this stone? If the Imperial army arrives, the Burning Sun Hall will definitely be destroyed. The lady in red reminded him. I will not give up. The man with sword-like eyebrows replied. Both parties were in a stalemate. After hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of pressure. It was a good way to enter the secret realm. Although there were men and women, old and young, and even supreme sacred beasts, who could stay in a sealed place for hundreds of years, however, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was unwilling to give up on this stone. If the Imperial army arrived, the Burning Sun Hall would definitely be destroyed. Master, the Burning Sun Hall master frowned and looked at the young man with sword-like eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already opened up a new secret realm. This secret realm has two entrances. If the Imperial army arrives, we will enter and destroy this entrance. The young man with sword-like eyebrows was not worried at all. What? When the others heard this, they were shocked. No wonder the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was so calm. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Junior sister, please go back. The young man with sword-like eyebrows said to the lady in red. However, at this moment. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening sound entered everyone's ears. When they listened carefully, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. It's the Imperial Dragon. The young man with sword-like eyebrows and the lady in red's faces changed. They had heard this sound once before. Quick, let everyone enter the secret realm entrance under my secret cultivation room. The young man with sword-like eyebrows hurriedly ordered. The news should have only reached the Imperial family after 3 days. The young man with sword-like eyebrows did not expect them to arrive so quickly. When the young man with sword-like eyebrows finished speaking, a huge figure descended from the sky. It was a brown giant dragon that was at least a few thousand meters long. It was extremely huge, and there were various strange patterns on its body. Immediately after, people jumped down from the dragon's back one by one. The Imperial army had finally arrived. Burning Sun Hall, how dare you hide a sword-shaped stone? I will give you 10 breaths to hand it over to me. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire sect. A rough-looking man rushed over, followed by 2 people wearing the Imperial family's uniform. 3 Knights Supreme Being Peak Supreme Beings. The young man's expression changed. He was in trouble now. At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master had already started to evacuate the disciples. However, how could 10 breaths of time be enough? Although there were only 1,000 soldiers from the Imperial family, all of them were elites of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist realm and above. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were still 3 Ninth Tribulation Supremacies from the royal family and more than 20 Ninth Tribulation Supremacies. This wasn't something that the Burning Sun Hall could deal with. Hehe, it seems like you don't want to hand it over. All soldiers, listen up, break the formation. The boorish man shouted when he saw the Burning Sun Hall evacuating its disciples. In an instant, countless attacks were launched at the grand array of the Burning Sun Hall. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Women of the Xianxia Palace, back off for me. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. The boorish man shouted at the Xianxia Palace as he attacked. At this moment, Absolute Palace was in a dilemma. The lady in red obviously wanted to help the young man, but the young man's intentions had been seen through. The Imperial family army had already started to attack. Once the formation was broken, the Burning Sun Hall would be in danger. Ancestral Master, what should we do? The Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace asked with a frown. Let's retreat first. The lady in red said softly. In fact, she still wanted to help the Burning Sun Hall. Although the enmity between the Xianxia Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had been accumulating for hundreds of years, it was actually caused by some disciples 100 years ago. At first, the Xianxia Palace accidentally killed a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, so the conflict arose. However, the lady in red hadn't appeared to resolve it in the past 100 years. Only by continuing to fight could she ensure that her senior brother wouldn't forget about her. Immediately, the Xianxia Palace's team retreated a long distance. This time, the Xianxia Palace had also brought many experts. Other than the lady in red, the Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace, and the Great Elder, there were also 4 Ninth Tribulation Supremacies. If they joined forces with the Burning Sun Hall, they wouldn't be afraid of the Imperial army. However, behind the Imperial army was the entire Imperial family. Once they made a move, they would be challenging the authority of the Imperial family. At that time, the entire Xianxia Palace would be dragged into the water and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Rumble. The entire Imperial army was attacking the protective mountain array. Fortunately, there were experts in the Burning Sun Hall controlling the array. Otherwise, after a few rounds of attacks, the protective mountain array would have been broken. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the Imperial army was attacking, while the Burning Sun Hall was defending. Yi Xian, who was in the Burning Sun Hall, was already burning with fighting spirit. However, he hoped that the Burning Sun Hall could successfully retreat. As long as all of them entered the secret realm and destroyed the entrance, they would be safe. Although he didn't know where the other entrance to the secret realm was, judging from the expression of the young man with the sword eyebrows, the other entrance wouldn't be easily found by the imperial family. Perhaps it was in another sacred dynasty. However, looking at the current situation, there didn't seem to be enough time. I didn't expect the imperial army to arrive so quickly. What a blunder. The young man with the sword eyebrows' eyes flickered. He guessed that the imperial army must have rushed through the secret realm, which was why they arrived so quickly. If he knew that this would happen, he would have already given the order to retreat. Lin Zhantian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the sword-shaped stone and I'll guarantee the safety of the Burning Sun Hall. The rough man shouted. Lin Zhantian was the name of the Burning Sun Hall's founder. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Zhantian roared. He estimated the strength of the protective mountain array and said, "Elders, prepare for battle." The elders of the Burning Sun Hall had already taken out their weapons. There were more than 40 elders in the Burning Sun Hall. They were all at least 8th Tribulation Supremes. "Founder, we can also fight." One of the disciples shouted. The inner disciples of the Burning Sun Hall were almost all 7th Tribulation Supremes. There were also quite a few 8th Tribulation Supremes. They could fight against the experts of the imperial family. "We are willing to live and die with the Burning Sun Hall." "Yes, live and die together." A group of disciples and deacons shouted one after another. Many of them grew up in the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall was their home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, they naturally had to stand up and stop it. "All right." The young man with the sword eyebrows shouted. At the same time, he glanced at the Burning Sun Hall master beside him. "Master, the sword-shaped stone has been taken away by junior brother." The Burning Sun Hall master said. His junior brother was the vice hall master of the Burning Sun Hall. The Inferno Sun Hall master nodded. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, he was still very nervous. After all, the royal army actually sent out 3 9th stage supreme martial artists. On their side, there was only one 9th stage supreme martial artist and him, a 9th stage supreme martial artist. If they fought, they would not have the upper hand. However, if the Yingju Palace could help, the outcome would be different. The people of the Yingju Palace were good at illusions and mental attacks. They could also control flying swords. Their team battle ability was very strong. If they could get their help, they would definitely win this battle. Boom! 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 The strength of the protective array weakened bit by bit. In the Inferno Sun Hall, Yi Xian had already secretly taken out the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword. He could not provoke the 3 9th stage supreme martial artists, but he could find trouble with the others. With my current realm, bloodline, and Shadowless Sword, killing a 9th stage supreme martial artist is not a problem. Lualua's strength is not bad either. If other people are added, it's not impossible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, the 3 9th stage supreme martial artists were troublesome. He hoped that Lin Zhantian, as the founder of the sect, could hold them back. "Luoluo, don't be too far away from me later. Try to charm as much as you can. If you encounter danger, call me immediately." Yi Xian reminded in his mind. "Okay." Luoluo nodded. Luoluo had merged with the charm fusion crystal previously, and her charm ability had greatly increased. With her 8th stage supreme martial artist realm, as long as it was not a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist, she would have no problem. At this moment, rumble! A loud sound was heard, and the protective array was finally broken. "Kill!" Lin Zhantian shouted as he led the charge towards the imperial army. "Lin Zhantian, you are seeking your own death." The rough man shouted and led the experts under his command. However, he still formed a team and bypassed Lin Zhantian, directly entering the Inferno Sun Hall to find the entrance to the secret realm. "Don't let them in." The Inferno Sun Hall master shouted and led a few people to kill, preparing to intercept this team that wanted to sneak into the secret realm. A great battle began. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had participated in such a large-scale battle. Previously, in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's Sky Prison, he had weaved through tens of thousands of soldiers. However, he didn't dare to wander around here. After all, he hadn't gone to the flowing gold waterfall to strengthen his sovereign golden body yet. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian summoned his doppelganger. He summoned 6 flying swords and attacked the Extreme King army. At the same time, he kept swinging his shadowless swords to attack the 8 Tribulation elites. The two sides had already clashed head-on. Brat, your aptitude is not bad. Go to hell. A peak-level supreme martial artist from the royal family headed straight for Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and glared at him, casting a burning eye. Luoluo, who was following behind Yi Xian, took this opportunity to use her charm. Luoluo's eyes turned pink. Not only that, but that 8th supreme martial artist was also the same. The charm was a success. After the charm was successful, this 8th supreme martial artist took off his interspatial ring and threw it at Yi Xian. Then, he turned around and attacked his own people. Bam, a mid-level supreme martial artist's head was cut off before he could react. What are you doing? His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. However, some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that something was amiss. There's someone from the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Someone warned. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whistling wind. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded in the air. This talkative consecrator's head was directly smashed by Luoluo's fallen star whip. Humph, who asked you to be a busybody? Luoluo snorted unhappily. Those from the Yin Palace cultivated spiritual techniques and had high spiritual resistance. However, the imperial family, like those from the Burning Sun Palace, still cultivated their sovereign golden body. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo's cooperation was flawless. One weakened spiritual power, while the other charmed. They were simply invincible. However, the charm could only easily charm those below the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist level. It was not a problem for 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo gave up. Luoluo, let's go find the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. Okay. Hearing this, Luoluo giggled and followed. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were more than 29th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists in the imperial family. As long as he killed these people, the pressure on the Burning Sun Palace would be reduced. At this time, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist targeted by Yi Xian was fighting with an early-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist Elder from the Burning Sun Palace. Yi Xian killed more than 10 people along the way. When he got close, he directly slashed with his sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was definitely not something an ordinary 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist could block. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Rip. This beam of sword light directly split the opponent's body into 2 halves. What? The elder from the Burning Sun Palace was shocked. An opponent who was on par with him was actually killed in a second. He turned to look and found that the killer was only a mid-stage 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Xian. Before he could react, Luoluo hooked the fallen star whip and directly threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Very good, next. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Even if it was not all of a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's wealth, it was comparable to that of 10 peak 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Before the elder could react, Yi Xian went to find the next target. Yi Xian's original body and Luoluo worked together, while his doppelganger was killing the 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His original body's cultivation was still increasing. He was destined to shine in this battle. However, he was still unable to control this battle. Yi Xian once again killed a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, then turned to scan with the Eye of Revelation. Lin Zhantian was already fighting with the burly man. The former was fighting 1 against 3, but Lin Zhantian's opponents were the imperial family's high officials. 1 against 2 was already his limit. In a 1 against 3 situation, he did not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, his golden body was strong, otherwise, he would have been defeated. Ancestral Master can't hold on for long. I must weaken the opponent's strength as soon as possible, Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Flying swords swept into the crowd and attacked the imperial family's experts. What? The imperial family's experts turned to look and saw the people from the Yin Palace flying towards them. Old women, you dare? The burly man shouted. The Absolute Yin Palace finally made a move. Although the Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had a grudge against each other, the lady in red would not ignore Lin Zhantian. You old woman, today I will uproot both of your sex. The rough man turned around and attacked the lady in red. With one less opponent, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now, he was not afraid of the other party. With the addition of the Absolute Yin Palace, the situation was reversed. The pressure on the experts of the Burning Sun Hall was reduced by a lot. However, there were casualties at the start of the battle, and the experts of the Burning Sun Hall fell one after another. Don't let others take it, Yi Xian reminded in his mind. To him, these were all experience points. Moreover, they were fighting in the air, so his 7 agility advancements were not effective. Otherwise, his killing speed would at least double. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. She waved the fallen star whip in her hand. Every time it hit someone, it would destroy their sovereign golden body. If the whip hit the head, unless it was a 9th tribulation supremacy, they would definitely die. However, there were not many people who used the whip. Moreover, Luo Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, so naturally, there were people who wanted to attack her. That is a supreme spiritual treasure? A mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy noticed Luo Luo and immediately rushed over. Supreme spiritual treasure, there was actually a supreme spiritual treasure. This was a huge gain. One had to know that in the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only one supreme spiritual treasure. Luo Luo, you are being targeted. Yi Xian felt the aura approaching Luo Luo. Come, young master, let's kill him. Luo Luo did not care at all. All right. Yi Xian smiled devilishly. His original body and clone approached at the same time. 3 attacks from 3 directions. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. 3 flashes of light rushed towards the mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. What? He was startled. This speed scared him. Just as he was about to escape, his escape route was blocked. Hiss. Hiss. 2 crisp sounds rang out. He dodged one Nirvana Rend, but the other Nirvana Rend and Demon Fox Flash passed him. His entire body was instantly cut into 3 pieces. At the same time, his universe ring was hooked by Luo Luo Luo's fallen star whip and fell into Yi Xian's hand. This person probably didn't expect to die here. He must have brought quite a lot of things with him. Luo 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 oh 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 Luo Luo oh 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 Luo Luo oh 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 Luo oh 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 Luo oh 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 Luo oh oh Luo Luo. If Yi Xian killed the remaining 5, he would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Luo 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 oh Yi Xian immediately called for Luo Luo, and together with his doppelganger, they rushed towards the nearest 9th tribulation supreme martial artist. Whether it was Yi Xian himself, his doppelganger, or Luo Luo, all of them had the ability to easily kill an early-stage 9th supreme martial artist. If the 3 of them joined forces, even a mid-stage 9th supreme martial artist would have to temporarily avoid them. They killed their way over and killed many people along the way. The Eye of Nirvana consumed too much of his life force. After the previous lesson, Yi Xian didn't dare to casually use his life force to replenish his eye power. Yi Xian and Luo Luo teamed up and targeted another mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family. At this moment, this expert from the royal family was fighting with the first elder of the Burning Sun Hall. The latter was being beaten back repeatedly. Fortunately, there was still a 9th tribulation supreme venerable from the Yin Palace helping. Otherwise, the Burning Sun Hall Grand Elder would have died long ago. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian immediately joined the battle and launched an attack at the mid-stage supreme martial artist. 2 streaks of cold light pierced through the air, giving the other party a fright. What a powerful attack. This mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family was shocked because the attack launched by Yi Xian's original body was even more powerful than his. Yi Xian's original body wielding the shadowless sword and infusing it with 90% sword intent was enough to break through the opponent's golden sovereign body and even kill him instantly. Slash. The mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family slashed with his sword with all his might and defeated the attack of Yi Xian's original body. However, the moment he made his move. Swish. Bam. Suddenly, a long silver whip hit his arm. After an explosion, his arm was blown into two pieces. Luo Luo, who was wielding the fallen star whip, wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's clone. However, there was still a gap between her and Yi Xian's original body. Nevertheless, it was enough to threaten the opponent. The imperial family consecrator was shocked when his sword-wielding arm was blown off. His golden sovereign body was extremely powerful, but it was actually blown apart by a mid-stage supreme martial artist little girl. How was this possible? 95% whip intent or a sovereign spiritual treasure. He instantly reacted. In the next moment, he took out another high-grade sovereign divine weapon and charged towards Luo Luo. Hee hee. Luo Luo chuckled. Her laughter was very innocent. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of light again. The imperial family consecrator was shocked once again. Just as he was about to make a move, the ray of light swept past him and his head was instantly thrown into the air. Demonic fox flash. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart, Luo Luo seems to have used this demonic fox flash for a long time. It shouldn't be a sovereign martial art. It should at least be a transcendent martial art on the same level as a sovereign spiritual treasure. Or perhaps, it should be a divine ability. The current him was no longer the inexperienced brat who had just stepped out into the world. The realm above the sovereign stage was called the three minor disasters of the sovereign stage. They were the human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster. These three were just minor disasters. After the spirit disaster, there was a great disaster. This great disaster was a shackle, similar to the sovereign tribulation. After the great disaster, the realm was called the manifestation realm. As for the divine ability, it was the name of the manifestation realm, just like the sovereign martial arts of the sovereign stage. After witnessing Luo Luo's strength, Yi Xian guessed that the bloodline in Luo Luo's body was very powerful. It might even surpass the three minor disasters of the sovereign stage. It was at least at the manifestation realm. In fact, Yi Xian could give Luo Luo a bloodline seed, such as the sword god bloodline. However, Luo Luo had a mysterious bloodline that could mutate the beast god bloodline. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't be sure. What if Luo Luo consumed the sword god bloodline and concealed the mysterious bloodline? Or perhaps, the sword god bloodline would be concealed by the mysterious bloodline and wouldn't have any effect. If that was the case, Yi Xian would have wasted a bloodline seed. Most importantly, Luo Luo didn't want it. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't force her. After the death of the ninth stage sovereign consecrator, Yi Xian obtained his universe ring and his cultivation improved. At this moment, 2 of the 5 mid-stage supreme beings had already fallen. Not only that, Yi Xian and his doppelganger had also recovered quite a bit of their eye power. Immediately, they went to find their third target. Along the way, those who blocked their way were all killed by them. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian and Luo Luo once again joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Their target was actually discovered, but they didn't expect the attack to be so powerful, so they were killed in a moment of carelessness. The third mid-stage supreme being had fallen. Luo Luo, you will assist me next. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Young master, I can still use Demon Fox Flash twice. Luo Luo suddenly replied. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly, you little girl, why didn't you tell me that you improved after breaking through? I forgot, Luo Luo cutely stuck out her tongue. She had already used Demon Fox Flash 3 times, but she could still use it twice, just enough to deal with the remaining 2 mid-stage supreme beings. At this moment, they continued to search for their target. At the same time, Yi Xian handed the invisible sword to his doppelganger, Because it was his doppelganger who used Eye of Nirvana, now it was his turn to use it. The Gemini bloodline was really useful, but it was a pity that the realm of the Gemini bloodline couldn't be shared, so it had to be combined once. If his doppelganger could also increase his doppelganger's level, how good would that be? Eye of Nirvana. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the 3 attacks, another mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell. At this moment, Xian was very close to the peak of the 8th supreme being. As long as he killed the last mid-stage supreme being, this battle would be over. However, Xian's killing of 4 mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell into the eyes of one person. Not good, we are gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Xianxia, go and kill the twins and that fox. The rough man shouted while dealing with the red-cloaked woman. The Xianxia he was talking about was actually one of Lin Zhantian's opponents. It's not that easy to leave. Lin Zhantian quickly blocked in front of the other party. In a 1 versus 2 situation, he could still handle it. Just now, he had also been paying attention to Xian's side. He didn't expect Xian to be able to kill 4 mid-stage supreme beings in a row. His strength was really explosive. The situation was reversed in an instant. The last mid-stage supreme martial artist was fighting with the palace master of Juyin Palace. However, Xian and Luoluo had already approached them. Now, Xian and his doppelganger were unable to use the Eye of Nirvana, but Luoluo still had one more Demon Fox Flash. The 3 of them, together with the palace master of the Juyin Palace, killed the last middle stage 9th supreme martial artist in an instant. 2 supreme spiritual treasures? The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace was also shocked. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only 1 supreme spiritual treasure. But now, 2 had appeared at the same time. What was going on? While she was still in shock, Xian had already obtained the last interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 8th supreme martial artist. When the system notification sounded, Xian immediately merged with his doppelganger. The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace felt that his eyes were blurry again. Last time, Xian had split into 2 in front of him and successfully escaped. This time, the 2 actually merged into 1. What was going on? After the merger and the next realm was upgraded, Xian separated again. Since he had broken through, it was more or less time for him to take charge of this battle. Immediately, his original body and doppelganger rushed towards Lin Zhantian. As for Luoluo, she continued to stay here. At this moment, there was no one who could threaten Luoluo, so Xian was more at ease. After breaking through, Xian's battle strength had increased tremendously. It was no problem for him to deal with a peak 9th supreme martial artist. As long as he helped Lin Zhantian hold 1 back, then Lin Zhantian would have no problem dealing with 1. Of course, with Xian holding the supreme spiritual treasure, he might be able to kill one of them. In an instant, Xian rushed in front of Xianxia. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. A peak 9th supreme martial artist was already the top battle strength of the royal sacred dynasty. Although Xian was only a peak 8th supreme martial artist, with the shadowless sword and bloodline in his hand, he could definitely contend with a peak 9th supreme martial artist. He actually has a supreme spiritual treasure, he is mine. Xianxia suddenly revealed a greedy expression. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, Lin Zhantian would definitely be beaten up like a dog. Unfortunately, Xian was not so easy to deal with. Boom. 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 With the shadowless sword, Xian's original body's attack power was not something Xianxia could block, so he could only dodge. Due to the addition of the red-robed woman, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now that Xian had come to hold another person back, Lin Zhantian's arrogance immediately rose. Die. Lin Zhantian's entire body seemed to be burning as he directly sent his opponent flying with a punch. The 95% fist intent directly injured his opponent. At that moment, he took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. As long as he could kill a peak 9th supreme martial artist, this battle would be settled. The rough man also swallowed his saliva. He felt that the situation was not good, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Originally, 3 peak ninth supreme martial artists, 5 mid-ninth supreme martial artists, and more than 10 early ninth supreme martial artists were enough to sweep away any power in the royal sacred dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Yin Palace dared to interfere. Not only that, but 2 super geniuses with supreme spiritual treasures appeared and killed all 5 mid-ninth supreme martial artists of the royal sacred dynasty. If this continued, the 3 of them would most likely die here. Go? The rough man was hesitant. However, at this moment, bold thief. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar fell into everyone's ears. This voice was 10 times louder than the rough man's voice just now. With just 4 words, the group of people below were directly stunned. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared in the air. Wang! Yi Xian also felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. His entire body was in a daze. Although his battle strength was strong, his realm was still too low. Who exactly was it that made more than half of the people lose their battle strength with just a roar? Yi Xian immediately shook his head and opened his eye of revelation. When he looked up, he saw an old man descending from the sky like a celestial. At this moment, the old man just happened to throw out a palm. This palm was incomparably huge, even bigger than the dragon just now. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly recalled Luo Luo back. In the next moment, this huge palm came crashing down. Rumble! Rumble! As the giant palm fell, the ground cracked. The people in the air felt as though the entire world was trembling. Fortunately, Luo Luo had already been hidden in Yi Xian's storage space, so she was safe. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, run. He has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Luo Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm. When Yi Xian heard this, he looked at the old man who had killed over 100 people with a single strike. He was completely dumbfounded. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm? Didn't that mean that he had passed the human body disaster? A Supreme Being cultivated the Supreme Being golden body. However, the Supreme Being golden body only meant that his defense was strong. Once a Supreme Being passed the human body disaster, even if it was only the first stage of the human body disaster, his physique would be greatly improved. In comparison, even 10 Lin Zhantians wouldn't be a match for that old man. That old man was comparable to over 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, enough to sweep through the entire royal sacred dynasty. More importantly, that old man was vicious and merciless. That palm strike of his had even killed many of his own people. Insightful eye. Yi Xian hurriedly swept his gaze over and found that those who survived were relatively far away. As long as they were hit by that palm strike, not a single one of them survived. He glanced around and found a familiar figure in the group of dead people. Master? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Han Ming hadn't been able to dodge that palm strike and had his bones shattered. He was already dead. Not only that, even the palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace had died under that palm strike. That was a mid-stage Supreme Being. Bastard! Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Unexpectedly, that sentence attracted the old man's attention. That old man had clearly just arrived. Otherwise, he would have already attacked Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had a Supreme Being spiritual treasure in his hands. Retired Emperor, that brat has a Supreme Being spiritual treasure. The burly man suddenly roared. What? The old man was shocked. Supreme Being spiritual treasure? There was only one Supreme Being spiritual treasure in the entire royal sacred dynasty. Now, another one had appeared. Brat, hand over the supreme spiritual treasure to me, and I'll spare your life. The old man spoke to Yi Xian in a condescending manner. After all, he was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty, a cultivator who had transcended the supremacy plane. In his eyes, supremes were nothing more than ants. However, Yi Xian still had a chance to escape. Brat, I don't like to wait. Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself. When this voice sounded out, regardless of whether it was Yi Xian's original body or his clone, they both quickly broke through the void. Although he really wanted to save Lin Zhantian and the others, the old man in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He could only escape. Otherwise, he would have to sacrifice himself. Just as Xian's true body stepped into the void door, the old man rushed down. You want to leave? Die. The old man used his palm as a saber and slashed out viciously. Xiao. The saber chi also passed through the void door and slashed towards Xian. Fortunately, half of the saber chi was blocked by the void door, but even so, Xian's abdomen was directly penetrated. At this moment, somewhere in the royal sacred dynasty, Xian, who had passed through the void door, spat out a mouthful of blood. If the void door had closed slowly, his heart would have been cut in half. Young master, are you all right? Luo hurriedly asked. Just now, Xian did not have much eye power, but in order to escape the old man's pursuit, he had no choice but to overdraw on his life force. At this moment, both his original body and clone were blind. This was the after effect of overdrawing on his life force. I'm fine, I didn't hurt my heart. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The void positioning could locate a total of 3 places. One of them was the Burning Sun Hall, while the other 2 were based on the requirements. The place where he was now was just outside the 10,000 Swords Manor secret territory. Who's there? Before Xian could catch his breath, someone shouted. With the eye of perception, Xian could sense a large group of people around him. They were all wearing armor, and it seemed that they were from the imperial family. The imperial family killed my master. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Xian's original body's injuries began to heal. In the next moment, he transformed into a god of death. In just a few breaths' time, this group of 100 people died at the hands of Xian. Among them, there was even a 9th tribulation supremacy. Young master, what should we do now? Luo asked. Xian let Luo out and thought carefully for a moment. Just now, everything was hanging by a thread. If I had left a little later, I'm afraid I would have died there. If the Vice Palace Master of the Burning Sun Hall saw that something was wrong and destroyed the entrance to the secret territory, then they might have had a chance to live. I'm afraid that if the entrance was not destroyed and the sword-shaped stone fell into the hands of the imperial family, no one in the Burning Sun Hall or the Yin Palace would have survived. Xian sighed. The scene from before was still fresh in his mind. If he had not left, there would only have been a few more corpses. He was only a peak 8th supremacy. Even if he had broken through to 9th supremacy, he was still far from being a match for that old man. Really, it would have been better if we had just handed over the sword-shaped stone. Why did we have to cause the destruction of our sect? Luo also did not understand. If they had handed over the sword-shaped stone obediently, they might have been rewarded greatly. That way, the Burning Sun Hall would not have been destroyed. Not only that, but so many people would not have died. That old man's palm strike killed our master. We have to avenge him. Xian looked at the corpses around him with flickering eyes. Han Ming had died under that old man's giant palm strike. Not only that, but there were also many elders and disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Since he was a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, he naturally had to avenge the Burning Sun Hall. Hearing this, Luo was also angry. She finally had a master, but he was killed by a single palm strike. Immediately, she shouted angrily, "Young master, shall we directly kill our way into the Imperial Palace?" Imperial Palace? Xian's eyebrows twitched. The Imperial Palace was the most heavily guarded place in the entire country. The imperial capital of the royal sacred dynasty was so deep that it could drown people. However, with their current strength, they had the ability to do so. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, only the retired emperor had passed the 3 sovereign disasters. However, this was not a child's play. Xian had to plan carefully. If the entrance to the secret realm that the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall escaped from was destroyed, the retired emperor might not return to the imperial palace. However, if the entrance to the secret realm was discovered and the sword-shaped stone was recovered, the retired emperor would probably take the stone back to the imperial palace. Of course, there were other possibilities. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace only had 2 peak 9th supremacies. They were Lin Zhantian and the red-robed lady. As long as the old man found the other entrance to the secret realm, he could send peak 9th supremacies to worship it. There was no need for him to do it personally. In fact, Xian felt very helpless. If the void lock was located in the imperial capital, then he could directly break through the void lock and travel to the imperial capital. At that time, they would have the upper hand. But now, they had to rush for time. Young master, then let's go quickly. That old man actually killed master. I will definitely make him regret it. Luo said angrily. Xian was the same. Why did he become so strong? Wasn't it to protect his family and friends, although the eastern continent was guarded by old immortal Tianju, who knew how long he would guard it? If someone stronger than old immortal Tianju came to the eastern continent, then the eastern continent would be destroyed. Only with strength could one protect their family and friends. Let's go. Xian said in a low voice, then rushed in a certain direction. He had to race against time. As long as he arrived an hour earlier than the royal sacred dynasty's retired emperor, then the entire imperial palace would be under his control. In order to make things easier, he also sent his clone to other places, which was to plunder the various main city lord mansions. In the royal sacred dynasty's main cities, the city lords were at least 9th tribulation supremes, and each of them had extraordinary wealth. Xian was currently at the peak of the 8th tribulation supremes. If he cooperated with Luo, it wouldn't be a problem for him to control a 9th tribulation supremacy. Moreover, the main body and clone shared the devouring space and the storage space, so Luo could run between them. They immediately set off. The main body rushed to the imperial capital, while the clone started plundering the main cities. This secret realm was actually closer to the Juyin Palace, but in the previous battle, the Juyin Palace helped a lot. Otherwise, the Elder Assembly of the Burning Sun Hall would have collapsed in an instant. Xian estimated that the imperial army was already advancing towards the Juyin Palace. In less than an hour, Xian found a city. Although it wasn't the main cities, it was not bad. The peak of the 8th tribulation supremacy clone directly killed his way in, took control of the city lord, and took a large amount of good things. Then, he rushed to the next location. The whole process only took 3 minutes. Time slowly passed. As time passed, the cultivation of Xian's original body grew stronger and stronger. After all, everything he obtained was devoured by his original body, so his speed naturally increased. Although the imperial family consecrators who came to the Burning Sun Hall were very strong, they didn't bring many things with them. However, after Xian's doppelganger and Luo worked together to charm the other party immediately handed over all their wealth. Therefore, in less than half a day, Xian's gains had already surpassed the gains from that battle. 1 day later. Ding! Host has met the requirements to transcend the tribulation. The current success rate is 95%. Do you wish to transcend the tribulation? When Xian heard the notification, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he let his clone use the eyes of the void. Young master, can you transcend the tribulation? Luo also passed through the void door and arrived beside Xian's true body. Yes. Xian nodded and merged with his clone. Ding. The current success rate of tribulation is 100%. Do you wish to undergo tribulation? Yes. After merging with his clone, his strength increased by 10%. The success rate of transcending the tribulation was directly over 100%. At this moment, the place where he was transcending the tribulation was only half a day's journey away from the imperial capital. Above Xian's head, the 9th level tribulation began to condense. This was already the last level of the supremacy tribulation. As long as he transcended this level of tribulation, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, no one below the 3 sovereign disasters would be a match for him. Rumble. The supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. Xian just stood there quietly, accepting the baptism of the supremacy tribulation lightning. Rumble. The second supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. The first half of the 9th level tribulation lightning was child's play. However, the second half of the tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous one. Since the founding of the royal sacred dynasty, countless people had died under the 9th level tribulation lightning. At least 10,000 people had died. And those who succeeded in transcending the tribulation were estimated to be less than 1%. However, the 9th level tribulation lightning was child's play to Xian. Rumble. 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 Another 3 supremacy tribulations struck down. At this moment, Xian had already endured 5 supremacy tribulation lightning. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt several powerful auras. Luo Luo, there are people. Xian reminded her. To be able to attract young masters' attention, their strength is definitely not simple. I will go and rob them. Luo Luo laughed lightly and prepared to follow Xian's gaze. No need, let them come over themselves. Xian just stood there quietly. Alright, but I think it's another group of people who want to take advantage of the situation. Luo Luo had a look as if she had already seen through it. In the wild, when meeting someone undergoing tribulation, under normal circumstances, one would go and take a look. After all, undergoing tribulation was not a small matter. Many people would take advantage of the situation and attack the other party. If one was careless and the other party was struck to death by the tribulation lightning, then they would have profited. At this moment, within the range of Xian's senses, several 9th tribulation supremacies were rushing towards him. One of them was even a mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. However, Xian and Luo Luo did not care at all. Not only Xian, but even Luo Luo's strength was not ordinary. A mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy was just a matter of a few whips to Luo Luo. Soon, those people rushed over. How strange, undergoing tribulation on a plane. How audacious. A burly man looked at them with a mocking expression. Xian looked at them coldly. There were a total of 5 people, for early-stage 9th tribulation supremacies, and 1 mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. Their strength was not ordinary. They were probably from some large faction in the imperial capital, or they belonged to the imperial family. Big brother, there's also a little girl from the Fox clan. She's so pretty and looks like a virgin. She's also a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. If we give her to the imperial family, we'll definitely get a good price. A small-eyed man came forward and smiled vulgarly at the burly man. Xian was a peak 8th tribulation supremacy, and Luo Luo was a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. Although they were only a step away from the peak 8th tribulation supremacy, they would probably be able to break through to the peak 8th tribulation supremacy by the time they entered the imperial capital. However, this strength was really not worth mentioning for the 5 people in front of them. The burly man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Little brother, didn't your clan elders tell you that you have to find a hidden place to undergo tribulation? Haha. Hearing this, Xian grinned and said, I've never chosen a place to undergo tribulation. It doesn't matter even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. However, the moment he said that, the other party laughed out loud. What shameless boasting. Kid, do you have any last words? The small-eyed man asked. No last words, as long as you have the ability to kill me. Xian smiled and didn't want to waste any more words. He directly said to Luo Luo, kill the other 4. Charm the mid-stage supreme being. Yes, young master. Luo Luo immediately took out her fallen star whip and attacked instantly. Xian originally wanted to continue talking nonsense, but he suddenly remembered that he was in a race against time. It was better to end this quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Luo's whip was very fast. It directly hit the small-eyed man's head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the small-eyed man's head exploded. The other 4 people were stunned. They saw that Luo Luo was only a mid-stage supreme being, so they didn't move. However, they didn't expect her attack to be so powerful. One whip was enough to kill one of their companions. That's a supreme being's spiritual treasure. Kill. The leader of the brawny men immediately reacted. However, before they could attack, Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, quickly slashed 3 times with his sword. Whoosh! 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 3 sounds broke through the air. The remaining 3 early-stage supreme beings were all killed. At the same time, Xian also used the burning eye on the mid-stage supreme being brawny man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo quickly used her charm. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the charm fusion crystal greatly increased Luo's charm ability. Even if she couldn't succeed, she could still weaken the opponent by a large amount. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. When the system notification sounded, the brawny man was subdued by Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's servant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. I'm Xiaxan from the imperial capital's Xia family, the brawny man began to introduce himself. From their conversation just now, Yi Xian knew that he wasn't from the imperial family. However, when Yi Xian heard the brawny man's words, he was also surprised. This strong man's younger sister was actually the crown princess. The crown princess was the crown prince's official wife. If the crown prince was not deposed, she would be the empress in the future. As long as his sister became the empress, he would be the imperial uncle. Yi Xian didn't expect to meet someone of such status. He immediately asked, "Do you know if the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty is in the imperial capital?" "I don't know." Xiaxan shook his head. It had only been a day and a half since the incident at the Burning Sun Hall. If the retired emperor had not obtained the sword-shaped stone, he would not have returned. However, if he had obtained it, he would most likely have returned to the imperial capital. Therefore, Yi Xian might need Xiaxan to inquire about some matters. Immediately, Yi Xian collected all the items in their interspatial rings. Boom! At the same time, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has successfully transcended the tribulation. He is now an early-stage 9th tribulation supreme venerable. By the time the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he was almost invincible among the supreme beings. Then, he led Xiaxan and continued on their journey. There was still half a day's journey to the imperial capital. However, Yi Xian's speed was much faster after his breakthrough. He estimated that he would only need 3 hours to reach the imperial capital. Although he had the sword-shaped stone in his body, with his current strength, 90% sword intent and 95% sword intent did not matter. His strength was between the Supreme Being and the 3 sovereign disasters. With the sovereign spiritual treasure, he could easily kill a mid-9th Supreme Being with a single strike. Even a peak 9th Supreme Being would not be able to block it. The weaker ones would be killed instantly. However, if he were to face that palm strike, he was still too weak. Unless he broke through to the mid-9th Supreme Being or peak Supreme Being, he might be able to defeat that palm strike with his shadowless sword and bloodline. Yi Xian continued his journey. His clone also broke through the void and left the imperial capital, continuing to plunder the main city. 3 hours later, they arrived at the imperial capital. Xiaxan, go and see if the imperial capital has issued a warrant for us. Yi Xian ordered. Yes, master. Xiaxan nodded and immediately rushed to the imperial capital's gate. He was the crown princess's brother, so he could be considered a relative of the imperial family. Naturally, the city guard recognized him. Soon, he returned. How is it? Yi Xian asked. Master, you are not wanted. The retired emperor has not returned yet, Xiaxan replied respectfully. Not wanted? That was good, however, the city guard might not know whether the retired emperor had returned or not. Perhaps the retired emperor had already returned, but he did not know. After all, the retired emperor was an expert who had surpassed the supreme being level. Since they were not wanted, they could easily enter the city. Moreover, with Xiaxan around, even if they were wanted, it would be fine. Yi Xian followed Xiaxan into the city. Since Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, Yi Xian directly hid her in his storage space. Young master, what should we do now? Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. Just go. Although they had already arrived at the imperial capital, Yi Xian did not choose to go to the imperial capital just to be safe. The auction house in the imperial capital was jointly established by the 4 great clans of the imperial capital. Yi Xian went to the auction house first because he wanted to see if there was anything he needed. However, just as Yi Xian was rushing to the auction house, Xiaxan suddenly slapped his head and said, Master, I remember. One of the things you want has been auctioned before. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. It's the heartbreak fruit. It was auctioned at the imperial capital's auction house a month ago, but I forgot who bought it, Xianxia said hurriedly. The heartbreak fruit was a must for Yixian to open a third eye. It's the heartbreak fruit? It's the thing to open the eye of decomposition. Yixian's eyes widened and said, hurry, hurry. He had already opened a lot of third eyes, and every one of them was very useful. Every time he opened a third eye, his strength would increase. After hearing this news, Yixian hurriedly asked Xianxia to bring him to the imperial capital's auction house. Using his identity, Xianxia directly called the auction house manager over. There were a total of 4 auction house managers in the imperial capital. The one Xianxia called over was his second brother, Xiahai. Xiahai was the same as Xianxia, a mid-stage ninth supreme being. Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen to deal with that 9th rank supreme being sacred beast? Why are you back so soon? After seeing Xianxia, Xiahai asked in surprise. Then, his gaze fell on Yixian. This little brother is, Yixian did not waste any time and directly released Luoluo. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. Who bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago? Yixian asked directly. Xiahai paused for a moment, as if trying to recall something. The heartbreak fruit was rare, but its price wasn't very high, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, he replied, I think it was the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, Yixian and Luoluo looked at each other, then at Xianxia. Wasn't Xianxia and Xiahai's sister the Crown Prince's wife? Okay, I understand. Yixian nodded. The Crown Prince had bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago. If the Crown Prince used it, it would be a tragedy. You guys, go to the treasury and bring everything to me. Yixian ordered again. He didn't come to the auction house just for the items needed to open his heaven's eye, but also for the huge amount of wealth. This is an important treasury. It requires 4 people to open it together, Xiahai replied. Then call the other 3 people one by one. Yixian continued. Yes. Xiahai nodded and left. He didn't dare to disobey Yixian's orders. The 4 great clans of the imperial capital were the Xia, Chen, Lin, and Yuan clans. Soon, Xiahai called the Chen clan's manager over. Without a doubt, the manager was also under Yixian's control, followed by the Lin and Yuan clans. Now that the managers of the 4 great clans were under Yixian's control, Yixian could enter the auction house's treasury. This time, Yixian wouldn't be merciful. He directly emptied the treasury, leaving nothing behind. This treasure trove was worth at least 10 main cities. Moreover, this wasn't referring to the 10 main cities, but the value of the entire main city. Young master, give me 1 more day and I will be able to pass my tribulation. Luoluo was in a good mood after obtaining a large amount of heavenly treasures. Although she was only at the mid-8th stage of the Supreme Being realm, she was about to reach the peak. With these heavenly treasures, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th tribulation Supreme Being realm in 1 day. As for the rest, they were all swallowed up by Yixian. The combined wealth of the 4 great clans is probably even more than this auction house. However, the 4 great clans all have 9th Great Martial Saint realm experts. Although they can kill the other party in an instant under the circumstances of a sneak attack, once they are discovered, they will only alert the enemy. Yixian thought. If the Emperor Emeritus wasn't in the imperial capital, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was invincible among the supreme beings. After thinking for a while, Yixian decided to take a gamble. And his decision was to kill all the 9th supreme martial artists of the 4 great clans and gather all the wealth. It happened to be the middle of the night, so it was convenient for him to do things. Xianxia, Xiahai, take me to the Xia clan. Yes. Xiahai and Xianxia looked at each other. The Xia clan was one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital. Although Xiatian was only a mid-9th stage supreme being, their father, Xiaxian, was a peak 9th stage supreme being. Before going to find Xiaxian, Yixian wanted to control the Xia clan's patriarch, Xiatian. Soon, he followed Xiahai and Xianxia to the Xia clan and found Xiatian. Second brother, there's an auction tomorrow. Why are you back? Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen? When Xiatian saw the 2 of them, he was also very surprised. However, before Xiaxan and the other two could speak, Yi Xian directly released Luo Luo. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. Yi Xian took control of the Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Tian. Do you have the authority to access the Xia clan's treasury? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Xia Tian nodded. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He thought that only the Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Xian, could access the Xia clan's treasury. Since Xia Tian had the authority, he would save the trouble and avoid alerting the enemy. Okay, take me there. I want all the Xia clan's wealth. Yi Xian didn't hold back. Xia Tian didn't dare to disobey. He led Yi Xian and the others to the Xia clan's treasury. Every power had a place to store their wealth. They couldn't put everything on one person. These things had to be put in a safe place. Even Xia Hai and Xia Shan didn't know about the Xia clan's treasury. Only the patriarch of each generation knew about it. Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at the Xia clan's treasury under Xia Tian's lead. After Xia Tian handed all the Xia clan's treasures to Yi Xian was shocked. The treasures in the Xia clan's treasury were almost comparable to the entire auction's treasury. Very good. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Next, he used the same method to control the patriarchs of the other 3 clans and obtained their treasures. His actions were stealthily done. After he plundered the 4 great clans, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Luo Luo, who was beside him, felt Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketing. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on breaking through, young master. It's not enough. With my current strength, I still can't fight against the retired emperor." Yi Xian shook his head. He knew his limits. Even with his current strength, he couldn't block the attack just now. Although he wouldn't be killed instantly, he would at least be seriously injured. Therefore, he still couldn't fight against the retired emperor. However, if he broke through to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist and activated the Disintegration Eye, he might be able to. Now that I've broken through to the mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, no one can stop me even if I kill my way into the Imperial City. However, I can't guarantee that the old man hasn't returned yet. Yi Xian thought to himself. Young master, what should we do with these people? Luo Luo asked. These 4 great clans are all relatives of the emperor. They all have people in the imperial palace. Moreover, they have done many shady things in secret. Kill them all and leave one alive. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He controlled the top echelons of the 4 great clans, so their secrets naturally couldn't escape his interrogation. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans had the blood of countless innocent people on their hands. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were killed. Yi Xian had no qualms about killing them. In less than half an hour, the 4 great clans' patriarchs and 4 shopkeepers were all killed by Yi Xian. Only Xia Shan was left. Now, bring me into the imperial city and find the crown prince. Yi Xian said to Xia Shan. Yes, master. Although his own brothers had been killed by Yi Xian, he still didn't dare to betray Yi Xian. This was the strength of the Eye of Control. Apart from the limited number of eyes, the Eye of Control was stronger than Luolua's charm in every aspect. Bewitchment required the use of spiritual energy, but the Eye of Control didn't. Furthermore, the bewitched could be easily seen through by others, and in certain circumstances, the bewitched could break free from the bewitchment. If Xia Shan's master was Luo Luo, and he was bewitched by Luo Luo, and Luo Luo ordered Xia Shan to personally kill his brothers, Xia Shan would hesitate. This meant that Xia Shan could break free from the bewitchment on his own and regain his freedom. With the Eye of Control, Xia Shan wouldn't hesitate, and wouldn't betray Yi Xian. Of course, breaking free from the bewitchment on one's own usually happened when one's emotions fluctuated greatly. When one's emotions fluctuated greatly, one's spiritual energy would suddenly increase. However, as long as the master's spiritual energy was strong enough, the bewitched wouldn't be able to break free even if they killed their entire family. Xia Shan brought Yi Xian alone to the imperial city. It was already late at night, and the number of guards in the imperial city at night was twice as many as in the day. Who are you? When Xiaxan approached the gates of the imperial city, he was stopped by a general. "It's me." Xiaxan walked over and revealed his identity. "So it's Duke Xia." The general immediately recognized Xiaxan. At this time, his gaze landed on Yixian, and he said, "He's my younger cousin. I'm here to look for my younger sister." Xiaxan directly replied. Oh. Duke Xia, please." The general didn't doubt him at all, and directly shouted, "Let him in." Xiaxan was considered a top figure in the imperial city, and he frequently entered the imperial city through his connections. He had a good relationship with the crown prince, so even if he brought a group of people in, nothing would happen. With him around, Yixian successfully infiltrated the imperial city. After that, Xiaxan brought Yixian to look for the crown prince. There were more than 10 princes in the imperial sacred dynasty, but the one who became the crown prince in the end was the 13th prince, who was only 22 years old. This crown prince was younger than Yixian, but his realm was exactly the same as Yixian's. They were both mid-stage supreme being. However, when Yixian was an early-stage supreme being, he could easily control Xiaxan and the others. Now that he had broken through to mid-stage supreme being, even a peak supreme being wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. At the same level, Yixian didn't need Luo. "Young master, I've broken through. I think I'll be able to undergo tribulation tomorrow." When Xiaxan brought Yixian to the crown prince, Luoluo's bell-like voice rang in Yixian's mind. As an Yixian artifact, Luoluo could still cultivate in the artifact space. Alright. Yixian's eyes flickered. If Luoluo was allowed to break through to the 9th tribulation supreme level, she would be an invincible existence among the supreme level experts. However, if she wanted to contend against the retired emperor, she would probably have to use that tuft of golden hair. After a while, Xiaxan led Yixian to the crown prince's sleeping quarters. "We want to see the crown prince," Xiaxan said to a general outside the crown prince's chamber. "Alright, please wait a moment, Duke Xia." The general nodded and immediately entered the crown prince's chambers. At the same time, Yixian used his eye of revelation to scan the area. The crown prince's chambers were very large and there were many people living here. However, Yixian also had the eye of perception. Together with the eye of revelation, he quickly found the crown prince, who was in the middle stage of the supreme being supreme level. At this moment, the crown prince was in the middle of a piston movement. It was unknown whether the person under him was Xiaxan's sister or another concubine. Soon, the general found the crown prince. However, the crown prince was in the middle of something. Naturally, the crown prince was furious when the general suddenly disturbed him. The general, who was refused entry, ran out with a gloomy face and said, "The crown prince said he won't see you. He has to see him even if he doesn't want to," Yixian said in his heart. His eyes flashed and the general's face suddenly turned ferocious. In the next moment, he looked at Yixian very respectfully. "This way, please." The general, who was in the middle stage of the supreme being supreme level, suddenly stepped aside. The surrounding imperial guards were shocked. Didn't the crown prince say he wouldn't see him? Why did the general change his mind? However, they didn't dare to ask. Yixian forcibly took control of the general and entered the crown prince's palace. Then, under the general's lead, they found the crown prince's residence again. "Damn it, didn't I say I won't see you?" The crown prince, who was in a small palace, was furious. He directly jumped down from his bed without even putting on his clothes. However, at this moment, boom! The palace's door was suddenly forced open. The crown prince was stunned. He was about to say, "How dare you barge in?" However, when he saw the person who had entered the palace first, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Who are you?" The crown prince immediately released his vital energy because he felt that Yixian's cultivation level was not lower than his. Could he be an assassin? Just as he finished speaking, he happened to see the general and Xiaxan close the door of the palace, one on the left and one on the right. "Who I am is not important." Yixian didn't want to waste time with him. His eyes flashed. The burning eye, the eye of control. In the next moment, the crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty became Yixian's servant. "Greetings, master." The crown prince, who was naked, knelt down on one knee. Behind him, the concubine lying on the bed had a very interesting expression. She didn't even have time to cover her body. She just watched. The crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty actually knelt in front of a young man and called him master. She couldn't understand this. Could it be, after being dazed for a moment, the concubine's eyes lit up. She hurriedly got off the bed and ran naked to the crown prince's side. "Greetings, Lord Emissary," the concubine hurriedly shouted. Her face was flushed and her hair was a little messy. However, she didn't dare to touch it because she saw that Yi Xian's expression was very serious. Just now, Yi Xian had rushed in with an aggressive aura. Someone who dared to do this in the palace definitely came from that place. Yi Xian glanced at the concubine and was slightly surprised. This concubine's skin was white and her figure was hot. Such a great beauty was kneeling in front of him naked. This was the first time this had happened. As long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to remain calm. "Young master, I feel that your heart is beating faster. What's wrong with you? Quickly let me out." Luo felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian and hurriedly said. "It's nothing. Just stay here." Yi Xian was sweating and hurriedly comforted her. If Luo saw the naked crown prince, she would probably beat him to death. "I have control." This concubine's strength wasn't strong. She was only in the 8th stage of the Supreme Being realm. She was easily controlled by Yi Xian. "Put on your clothes and wait at the side," Yi Xian said to the concubine. "Yes." The concubine nodded. She took out a cloak from her spatial ring and put it on before walking to the side. The crown prince also stood up and put on his clothes. "Do you still have the heartbreak fruit you bought at the auction?" Yi Xian asked directly. "Yes." The crown prince nodded. The crown prince immediately took out the heartbreak fruit from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. The moment Yi Xian took the heartbreak fruit, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Ding! The eye of dissection has been successfully activated. A system notification rang out. The eye of dissection was a very unique heavenly eye. It could dissect an opponent's attacks, weapons, and even the opponent's body. This eye of dissection looks very powerful. The amount of eye power it consumes is probably not to be underestimated. Yi Xian decided to give it a try. He immediately turned his head and looked at the big mouth where the crown prince and his concubine had fought for 300 rounds. Eye of dissection. 2 invisible rays shot out from Yi Xian's eyes and hit the big mouth. In the next moment, the big mouth began to rapidly disintegrate into ashes. So powerful. And the amount of eye power it consumes is much less than the eye of the void. Yi Xian was overjoyed. "Young master, I want to see it too," Luo shouted in his mind. "All right." Yi Xian let Luo out and then took out an upper-grade sovereign weapon. Eye of dissection. The 2 invisible rays hit the upper-grade sovereign weapon. In the next moment, the upper-grade sovereign weapon began to disintegrate, and in less than a second, it turned into ashes. It seemed that the speed of disintegration was related to the strength of the object being disintegrated. Wow, even an upper-grade sovereign weapon was disintegrated. So powerful. Luo's eyes widened. A upper-grade sovereign weapon was stronger than a 9th Tribulation Supremacy's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian disintegrated it in a second. It was really terrifying. The crown prince and his concubine were also dumbfounded and hurriedly swallowed their saliva. Although the 2 disintegration rays were invisible to the naked eye, they could feel that if they hit a person, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would die. Now, Yi Xian had the confidence to contend with the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty. After all, he still had a chance to advance. Of course, this was only what he thought. To be safe, it was best to advance to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supremacy. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took the crown prince's and the concubine's universe rings and took everything away. "Let me ask you, is your grandfather in the imperial city?" Yi Xian asked. "He seems to have gone out. I don't know when he'll be back." The crown prince shook his head. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. After all, that old man was the retired emperor. Even if he returned, he couldn't report to the crown prince. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze landed on the concubine again. He asked, "Why did you call me Lord Messenger just now?" He found it very strange because most people would be at a loss when they saw the scene just now. However, this concubine seemed to have thought of something. She didn't even wear clothes and ran over naked to kneel. Clearly, there was something fishy. I thought Master came from that place," the concubine said with a red face. "Where?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "Master, she thinks you're from the Holy Land," the crown prince suddenly said. Holy Land, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. However, he could guess that this Holy Land was definitely more powerful than the royal sacred dynasty. "What kind of place is the Holy Land? Tell me in detail," Yi Xian asked again. "The Holy Land is a secret realm. My Blood Cliff continent is a continent under the Blood Cliff sect. At the same time, our Blood Cliff continent isn't the only one. There are many other continents. Simply put, the Blood Cliff continent is a place to send geniuses to the Holy Land," the Crown Prince explained. "What, there's more than one Blood Cliff continent?" Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, even Luo was shocked. "That's right. Our Blood Granite continent is the smallest, so the Holy Land sent Manifestation Realm experts to begin pushing the islands around the Blood Granite continent and merging them together. As a result, our current Blood Granite continent is growing larger and larger." The Crown Prince nodded. "Wanxiang Realm, merging the islands with the Blood Cliff continent?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Above the Supreme Being was the three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm, and above that was the Wanxiang realm. He didn't expect that after reaching the Wanxiang realm, he could actually move islands. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Earth. The Blood Cliff continent under his feet was like Asia. The Wanxiang realm experts thought that Asia was too small, so they merged the surrounding islands into Asia. Of course, although the 7 continents on Earth weren't connected, they were all called the Blood Cliff continent. For example, they were responsible for sending geniuses to the Blood Cliff sect. "How can one enter the Blood Cliff sect?" Yi Xian asked again. "Only those who meet the entry requirements can enter the Holy Land. Of course, if you obtain the Blood Cliff scattered around the Blood Cliff continent, you can also exchange it for a spot to enter the Holy Land," the Crown Prince replied. "Blood Cliff, huh?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the Yinyang Patriarch. That Yinyang Patriarch should be from the Holy Land. Then what are the entry requirements of the Blood Cliff sect? Yi Xian continued to ask. "Reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level at the age of 20, the Crown Prince answered without thinking. F***ck. Hearing this, Yi Xian fainted. He was already 24 years old, but he was only in the middle of the Supreme Being 9th level. Perhaps only Luo had this qualification. How many sects are there in the Holy Land? What level of power is the Blood Cliff sect in the Holy Land? Yi Xian asked again. Many, probably more than the countries on the Blood Cliff continent. Every power has many continents under their control, and the Blood Cliff sect is considered the lowest level. The Crown Prince replied. There are more powers in the Holy Land than countries, and the Blood Cliff sect is only the lowest level. Yi Xian was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He estimated that any random sect in the Holy Land would be able to sweep across the Blood Cliff continent. After all, the entry requirement for the Blood Cliff sect was to reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20. Then, do you have any Blood Cliff sect in the Royal Sacred Dynasty? Yi Xian continued to ask. Since they couldn't reach the entry requirements, they could only rely on the Blood Cliff sect to enter the Holy Land. There is one. My imperial grandfather paid a huge price to privately exchange for it from the Holy Land's emissary. The Crown Prince nodded. Really? Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed an overjoyed expression. Luo breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20 was a certainty. Moreover, she didn't even need to wait until the age of 20, she would be able to do it after a period of time. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem for her to enter the Blood Cliff sect. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do it unless he broke through the 3 lesser disasters of the Supreme Being level. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another question and asked, If you want to use the Blood Cliff sect, who will you send in? My imperial grandfather will go in by himself, the crown prince replied. So selfish. Luo Luo couldn't help but ridicule. Wait, your imperial grandfather exchanged for the Blood Rock. Does that mean there isn't much left in the national treasury? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping. Yes. The crown prince nodded. F*CKU #YENS% at B. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He originally wanted to control the emperor of the royal sacred dynasty and empty the national treasury. He didn't expect the national treasury to be empty. However, Yi Xian calmed down when he thought about how the retired emperor used half of the national treasury to exchange for the Blood Rock. That young old ancestor is definitely in the Holy Lands. If I want to find the Judgment Scripture and Judgment Scripture, I have to enter the Holy Lands. Therefore, this Blood Rock must be exchanged. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although there wasn't much left in the national treasury, Yi Xian still had to make a trip there. He immediately asked the crown prince to lead the way to his father. The emperor of the royal sacred dynasty was the ruler of a country. Naturally, his strength couldn't be too low. That was why he was at the peak of the 9th level supreme being. However, this wasn't worth mentioning to Yi Xian. Under the crown prince's lead, Yi Xian arrived at the emperor's palace. Your Highness, the emperor has already gone to bed. A peak 9th level supreme being expert stopped the crown prince. It's only 9 at night and you're already asleep. Didn't you say that you have a lot of things to attend to every day? Is this still the emperor? Yi Xian glared at him. The peak 9th level supreme being expert frowned. In the next second, he was controlled by Yi Xian. Your Highness, please follow me. The expert led Yi Xian and the crown prince into the palace. Because this was the imperial city, Yi Xian didn't dare to make a move. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there were many experts guarding the palace. Once he made a move, he would be exposed. Right, how many peak 9th level supreme being experts are there in the imperial family? After entering the emperor's palace, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Including my imperial father, there are 10. The crown prince replied. Out of 10 peak 9th level supreme being experts, 3 were dispatched to destroy the burning Sun Hall. Even the retired emperor personally came was enough to prove the value of the rock. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the emperor's residence. Father, something bad has happened. The crown prince shouted anxiously outside the palace. After a while, the palace door opened, and a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. What happened? The emperor said in surprise when he saw the crown prince standing outside the door. At this moment, Yi Xian had already released Luo Luo. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the two of them had already started fighting. Burning Eye. Charm. Eye of Control. These 3 moves were enough to control a person at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level 9. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the emperor actually resisted the first Eye of Control. Not good, there are thorns, the emperor immediately spoke. But at this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly used the second round. Ding. Control successful. When the notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed in again because there was another woman inside. She should be the Empress. The Empress was only at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level, so she was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Has the retired emperor returned? Yi Xian still asked the same question. No, he went to destroy the burning Sun Hall and hasn't returned yet. The emperor shook his head. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Bring me to the imperial treasury. Yes. The emperor replied. He immediately put on his clothes and brought Yi Xian to the imperial treasury. A high-grade holy dynasty's imperial treasury was enough to make anyone go crazy. However, at this moment, the imperial sacred dynasty's imperial treasury didn't have much left. It was barely enough to run the entire dynasty. If another holy dynasty attacked, the imperial sacred dynasty might not have enough funds to fight. However, if the retired emperor entered the Blood Rock sect, the imperial sacred dynasty would naturally rise in power. The other high-grade holy dynasties wouldn't dare to start a war. Sigh, I can't break through to the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level. If I hadn't exchanged for that Blood Rock, I would have been able to. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. The current him didn't have the confidence to fight the retired emperor. At the same time, he didn't know what happened to the people from the Burning Sun Hall. No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, filled with killing intent. That night, the imperial palace seemed to be peaceful, but in reality, a huge change had happened. In order to destroy the Burning Sun Hall, the emperor sent 3 peak ninth venerables. Therefore, including the emperor, there were 7 peak ninth venerables in the imperial palace. The emperor was also among the 7, and they were all secretly controlled by Yi Xian. As for the others, they were all charmed by Luo Luo. Now, they just had to wait for the retired emperor to return. That night, Yi Xian hid by the crown prince's side. If the retired emperor returned, the emperor would immediately send someone to inform him. At noon the next day, Luo Luo began to undergo her tribulation. 9th level supremacy tribulation. It wasn't a rare thing to undergo tribulation in the imperial palace. Everyone thought that it was the crown prince's subordinate who was undergoing tribulation. Luo Luo had full confidence in this 9th level supremacy tribulation. After 9 consecutive tribulations, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation. After Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. With Luo Luo's current level, she was invincible among the supremacies even if she didn't use the Fallen Star Whip. If she used the Fallen Star Whip and assisted Yi Xian, the two of them should be able to fight the retired emperor. Old man, we've been waiting for your return. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, not bothering to hide the killing intent in them. However, it was really a coincidence that not long after Luo Luo broke through, the emperor sent someone to deliver the news. The team that went to the Burning Sun Hall has returned? After receiving the news, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. I wonder what happened to the Burning Sun Hall. Were they destroyed or captured? Master, the people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace have all been captured. The retired emperor has also returned and ordered them to be beheaded at the entrance of the imperial palace at noon tomorrow. A peak 9th supremacy tribulation venerable reported to Yi Xian. All captured and beheaded at noon tomorrow? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the retired emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so. At the same time, Yi Xian also understood what the retired emperor wanted to do. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace were audacious and dared to go against the imperial palace. Therefore, the retired emperor wanted to intimidate the other powers in the imperial palace before he went to the Blood Rock sect. Where are those people locked up? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. They are locked up in the imperial prison. There are more than 10,000 of them. The venerable continued to report. More than 10,000 people. This caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. Not only was Luo Luo angry, but so was Yi Xian. Although there were people from the Juyin Palace, the majority of them were from the Burning Sun Hall. The retired emperor could have killed the higher-ups of the two sects, but there was no need for him to kill the disciples. So many of my fellow disciples will be executed in public at noon tomorrow. No, we can't let him succeed. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Where is that old man now? After the retired emperor came back, he went straight back. He should be going into seclusion. The consecrator continued. Seclusion? Very well, bring me to the heavenly prison. Yi Xian said coldly. Since that old man wasn't here, he could save Lin Zhantian and the others and fight against that old man together. That old man probably wouldn't have thought that the entire palace was under Yi Xian's control, including his own son and grandson. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that the people he just captured would be released immediately. However, before going to the heavenly prison, Yi Xian went to find the emperor and asked him to lead him personally. Under the emperor's lead, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the heavenly prison. Welcome, Your Majesty. The 3 Knights Supremes who were sent to suppress the Burning Sun Hall were the guards of the heavenly prison. When they saw the emperor, they quickly knelt down. However, the moment they knelt down, Yi Xian suddenly walked out from the corner. I have control. Before the 3 Knights Supremes could react, they were all controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the 10 Knights Supremes in the royal sacred dynasty were all servants of Yi Xian. At that moment, Yixian quickly rushed to the deepest part of the heavenly prison. More than 10,000 people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Juyin Palace were imprisoned here. However, because their Qianquan rings were taken away and their bodies were sealed, they couldn't even open the door, let alone break through the heavenly prison's array. Hall Master. At this moment, Yixian had already reached the deepest part of the heavenly prison. He directly shouted towards the inside. Near the entrance of the heavenly prison was a group of Burning Sun Hall disciples, but there was an elder among them. It's you? This Burning Sun Hall elder was very surprised. Why are you here? I've infiltrated the imperial city. Elder, I'll let you out first. Without another word, Yixian opened the door and removed the shackles from the elder's hands. When the incinerating Sun Hall Master and the others heard the commotion, they hastily squeezed through the crowd and walked out. Yixian, it's actually you. The incinerating Sun Hall Master was astonished. Palace Master, I'm very sorry for that day. If I hadn't left, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape death. Yixian said guiltily. He removed the shackles from the Burning Sun Hall Master's hands and asked, "Where is the Patriarch?" Being asked this question, the Burning Sun Hall Master revealed an aggrieved expression. Master and Master were killed by that old man. Dead? Yixian raised his eyebrows, but it made sense. Lin Zhantian and that red-clothed lady were both Ninth Supreme Being Peak and posed a threat to the imperial family, so they were killed first. Palace Master, don't worry. I will kill that old man and avenge the Patriarch and Master. Yixian said with righteous indignation. Now, I'll let you out first. No, there are so many of us. Once we are let out, we will definitely be discovered by the imperial family. When that time comes, that old man will come out again and none of us will be able to leave. The Burning Sun Hall Master directly refused. He really thought that Yixian had infiltrated the imperial city. However, he definitely wouldn't have thought that the entire imperial palace was already under Yixian's control. No, the entire imperial palace is now under my control. After Yixian finished speaking, he turned around and said, "Everyone, come here." The next scene would be unforgettable for the Burning Sun Hall Master. The boorish man and the other two ninth stage supreme martial artists who had threatened to destroy the Burning Sun Palace Hall appeared in front of the Burning Sun Palace Hall Master. Not only that, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown behind him. If these people were to combine their auras together, it would be enough to intimidate the 10,000 people in the imperial prison. However, the best part was yet to come. With the emperor in the lead, these people quickly walked behind Yixian and then all of them knelt down. Master! They shouted in unison. This sentence scared the hell out of the Burning Sun Hall Master. Palace Master, after I left that day, I infiltrated the imperial palace and took control of all these people. Right now, there's only that old man in the imperial palace. He has no helpers, Yixian explained. What? When the Burning Sun Hall Master and the 10,000 people behind him heard this, they were so shocked that they could swallow a quail egg. Controlling the Emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty, at this moment, the Burning Sun Hall Master's gaze swept across a person. It was a cute girl with 3 white tails. The Burning Sun Hall Master also recognized her. She was one of the disciples of the deceased elder Han Ming. She was also Yixian's follower, Luo Luo. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm others. However, it was a little unrealistic to charm a few Ninth Supreme Being experts. However, it was only now that the Burning Sun Hall Master realized that Yixian's aura wasn't any weaker than his. Even Luo Luo was an early Ninth Supreme Being. Gulp. The Burning Sun Hall Master finally understood how heaven-defying the two of them were. The eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall was also a Ninth Tribulation Supreme Being. However, he was already over 35 years old. Furthermore, he died under the palm of the retired emperor together with the palace master of the Absolutine Palace. However, in front of Luo Luo and Yixian, the eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall wasn't even worth mentioning. He was completely like an ant. Is this true? An old man beside him reacted. He was the vice palace master of the Burning Sun Hall and was also one of Lin Zhantian's disciples. Facing this question, Yixian also felt a little helpless. The truth was already in front of him, yet he was still asking if it was true. Could it be that the few Ninth Supreme Being experts behind him were fake? It's true. The entire Imperial City is now under my control. That old man should have taken the sword-shaped stone and gone into seclusion. Therefore, he won't know that I let you guys out. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good, this is really good. Oh my god, I thought that we were going to die tomorrow. Let's go. While that old man isn't here, let's leave quickly. A group of Burning Sun Hall's disciples shouted. Not only that, even the female disciples of the Absolute Een Palace revealed a look of hope. Alright, let's go. The Burning Sun Hall master replied. There were a total of 12,000 people in this huge imperial prison. Their Qianquan rings had all fallen into the hands of the imperial family. To be more precise, they had all been counted and kept in the imperial treasury. Very soon, the 10,000 people escaped from the prison. The imperial guards outside were dumbfounded as they stared at each other. In such a situation, they should have taken out their weapons, but the one who released the prisoners was the emperor. What could they say? Tens of thousands of disciples from various sects appeared in the imperial city. The scale of the scene left everyone dumbfounded. Palace Master, you all leave first. I will deal with that old man. Yi Xian said to the Burning Sun Palace Master. Yi Xian, revenge is a dish best served cold. But that old man has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Even if we work together, we won't be a match for him. The Burning Sun Palace Master said worriedly. It's fine. I will let them launch a sneak attack. That old man will never expect his son to do such a thing. When the time comes, let's see if he will kill or not. Yi Xian said with a slight smile. In fact, he was going to kill the retired emperor, but he didn't want to worry the Burning Sun Palace Master and the others. Good, this is a good plan. His own son has betrayed him. Let's see if he can put righteousness before family. The Burning Sun Hall Master's eyes lit up. The disciples of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Een Palace behind him also had their eyes lit up as they cheered loudly. The emperor and the others were Yi Xian's servants. No one would expect them to launch a sneak attack on the retired emperor. At that time, if the retired emperor were to kill them in a fit of rage, it would be fun. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to witness such a scene. Yi Xian, be careful. You are the future of our Burning Sun Palace Master. One of the elders reminded. Yi Xian and Luo Luo controlled the emperor and peak experts of a high-ranked holy dynasty. With them around, the Burning Sun Palace Master could sit back and relax. Of course, the prerequisite was that they didn't die. I will. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he ordered the crown prince who was charmed by Luo Luo to lead the 10,000 people away. As for him, he began to reorganize the troops. The 9 peak supremes of the royal sacred dynasty, including the emperor, were all under Yi Xian's control. When the time came for them to launch a sneak attack, even if the retired emperor was an expert of fleshly body disaster, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time, right? Young master, are we going over? Luo Luo asked. Go. When the time comes, hide nearby and wait until the ambush is over before making a move, Yi Xian nodded and replied. This time, he was very determined. After all, this time, his original body and avatar were going out together. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian led the emperor's group of 10 towards the place where the retired emperor was in seclusion. Not long after, they arrived. This was an inconspicuous palace in the imperial city, but this was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Following that, Yi Xian ordered the 10 emperors to move closer to the retired emperor while he, his doppelganger, and Luo Luo hid nearby. As long as they didn't show themselves, they wouldn't attract the retired emperor's attention. The emperor brought the 9 supreme martial artists with him and approached the palace. Then, he said, Father, bad news. Those people you captured have been rescued by an expert. Since they were going to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to put on an act. Since the retired emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone, he was naturally in the midst of comprehending it. If he could comprehend the sword force, then he would be a big shot. However, this seclusion wasn't a very important matter. If he wanted to, he could do so. Therefore, the retired emperor quickly walked out. What's going on? An aged voice resounded. The retired emperor finally showed himself. He wanted to use the Burning Sun Palace and the Absolute Een Palace as a warning to others, but now, they were actually rescued by someone. This was a slap to his face. Father, this is the letter left behind by the mysterious expert. The emperor didn't say much and directly passed the letter over. The retired emperor stretched out his withered hand and was about to receive the letter, but at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Huff, huff, huff. The 10 people, including the emperor, all made their move. 10 supreme martial artists simultaneously launched a sneak attack. Even if the retired emperor was an expert of the mortal body disaster, he still couldn't react in time. What? The retired emperor's eyes widened. The 10 people were very close to him, and the emperor was right beside him. Therefore, the sneak attack this time all landed on him. A martial artist cultivated the sovereign golden body, and the first of the 3 sovereign disasters was the mortal body. The retired emperor's mortal body had far surpassed everyone's imagination. The 10 supreme martial artists' full-strength sneak attack actually couldn't kill him, and only caused him light injuries. The retired emperor's sovereign golden body was useless, but the defense of his mortal body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body. However, all of this was within Xianxia's expectations. Even if he was only an expert of the mortal body disaster, 10 supreme martial artists wouldn't be able to contend against him. The retired emperor was very puzzled by the sneak attack of his own son, but when he saw Xianxia's 3 figures, he understood. You actually charmed them, you're courting death. He roared, and his aura instantly soared. Just as his voice rang out, the 10 people around him were sent flying, and then he rushed towards Xian. In fact, Xian was still a little disappointed. If the 10 people had seriously injured the retired emperor, then their chances of victory would be much higher. An expert of the mortal body disaster is indeed different. Their speed is actually much faster than mine. Xian secretly swallowed his saliva, and at the same time, his eyes flashed, and immediately attacked from several thousand meters away. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Charm. This battle was very important. If they lost, there was a high possibility that they would die. Therefore, Xian and Luo were extremely alert. At the same time, 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. It's just an illusion and a mental attack. This old man has lived for nearly 100 years, so how can my mental strength be something you can imagine? The retired emperor coldly snorted, and raised his hand to slash out with his sword. This slash was enough to kill any supreme martial artist. However, Xian's attack wasn't just for show. Flowing Shadow Sword. Xian, who was holding the supreme martial artist's shadowless sword, also slashed out. This slash was also enough to kill any supreme martial artist. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, and shockwaves rolled out. In the end, Xian was at a disadvantage. However, one shouldn't forget that Xian still had a doppelganger. Adding the doppelganger's attack, it was just right. A supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary, to actually be able to block my attack. However, the supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure will soon be mine. The retired emperor's eyes were filled with greed. Even the powerful imperial family couldn't create a supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Back then, the 10,000 Swords Manor had coincidentally obtained 3 supreme martial artists' spiritual treasure blueprints, which allowed them to create a sword embryo. However, they couldn't create a complete supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Xian was only able to create the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip because he had the Devouring system. If you want my supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure, then let's see if you have the strength. In the next moment, the 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. At the same time, the 10 Ninth Supreme Being experts also rushed over quickly. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Xian's original body and doppelganger took turns to use it. Even though there was a difference of a small realm and a large realm between them, it was fine as long as it was effective. At this moment, the 2 sides had already come into contact. The retired emperor, who was at the 1st grade of human body disaster, had a physique much stronger than Xian's. Even though the latter had a 70% increase in agility, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. Boom. 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 The two sides were engaged in an intense battle of vital energy. In this aspect, Yi Xian was slightly better. After all, his original body and doppelganger could block the opponent's attacks. Luo Luo, on the other hand, could use the Fallen Star Whip to attack. In addition, she had the 6 flying swords and 10 backup. What an annoying girl. The retired emperor also coveted the Fallen Star Whip. After dodging an attack, he actually reached out to grab it. Unexpectedly, with a bang, the retired emperor's left hand was drenched in blood as it was knocked away. Luolua's attack just now didn't hit him, so he didn't know that the Fallen Star Whip had such an effect. Good chance. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luoluo. At the same time, his eyes flashed rapidly. Eye of Nirvana. Demonic Fox Flash. After the retired emperor failed once, Yi Xian found an opportunity. Immediately, he saw 2 flashes of light, one silver and one white with golden threads. Xiao. Xiao. The 2 flashes of light flashed past. The retired emperor dodged Luolua's demonic fox flash, but was struck by the more powerful Eye of Nirvana. Fortunately, he blocked it at the critical moment with the high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon in his hand. A high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon was even harder than a 9th Supreme Being's golden sovereign body. The Eye of Nirvana couldn't break it. However, the impact was so strong that even the retired emperor's right hand trembled. What a powerful attack. If my body was hit, I would at least be seriously injured. Cold sweat broke out on the retired emperor's forehead. Although he had been hit, he used the force of the impact to distance himself from Yi Xian. However, he had neglected one thing. His current situation was that he was surrounded by a fierce tiger in front of him and a jackal behind him. Behind him, there were 6 flying swords and 10 9th Supreme Martial Artist peak allies. Xiao. 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 Countless attacks were launched at him. Even though his speed was fast, it was inevitable that he would be hit a few times. Fortunately, his physical body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body, so he only suffered light injuries. You do have some ability. If I want to get rid of you, I have to be ruthless. Yi Xian's expression froze. Now, he made a decision in his heart. Ding. Heavenly Eye God Race Bloodline Evolution successful. The system prompted. He still had some advancement points, which he obtained from killing a devourer beast in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's breeding ground. He had been keeping it as a backup. Today, he would use it to strengthen his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Immediately, the effect of all the Heaven's Eyes increased by a notch. Fuse. Since it was only the bloodline of his original body that had evolved, he still needed to fuse with it. After fusing with it, his combat power increased by another 10%. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. This time, the retired emperor could no longer remain calm. Since just now, the burning eye had been tormenting his mind. He was in great pain, but he endured it. But now, the power of the burning eye had increased by more than a little. The retired emperor, who was burned by the burning eye, couldn't help but let out a low cry of pain. In this battle, Yi Xian was in peak condition except for a little consumption of his eye power. However, the retired emperor's body had suffered a few light injuries, and his mental injuries were even more severe, so the situation was not good. His face was gloomy, and he made a decision in his heart. Kill. 10 9th Supreme Martial Artists were harassing him, which was very disadvantageous for him, so he had to be ruthless. Immediately, he turned around and attacked the 10 people behind him in a frenzy. His attack speed was very fast. After all, he was a first-grade human body disaster super expert. In the blink of an eye, countless sword rays flashed. Hiss. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as the retired emperor killed 6 9th Supreme Martial Artists in an instant. Vicious and merciless indeed. Yi Xian shuddered. Back then, the retired emperor's giant palm not only killed a large number of experts from the Burning Sun Palace and Absolute Yin Palace, but also killed many of his own people. So this time, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. Due to the retired emperor's powerful physique, if he wanted to seriously injure him, he could only use the disintegration eye, which was harder to defend against. Luo, prepare for close combat. Yixian suddenly said. Okay. Luo immediately nodded, indicating that she understood. They had already discussed a countermeasure before this. Immediately, Luo used a secret technique to forcibly increase her strength, which was to start burning that tuft of golden hair. This time, she had no choice but to use her trump card. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. After feeling Luo's sudden increase in strength, the retired emperor's expression became more serious. It seemed that he had to show some of his true strength. Mystic Moonslash. The retired emperor raised his right hand and slashed towards Luo. This was his unique technique. If he had used this technique at the start, Yixian would have to use the Eye of the Void to block it. Not good. Yixian could see that this technique was extraordinary, so he immediately thought of something. In the next moment, Luo disappeared from everyone's sight and reappeared next to Yixian. What? The retired emperor was shocked and thought to himself, teleportation? Retrieving an object couldn't be considered a true teleportation because there was a distance to retrieve it. Furthermore, Luo could only appear next to Yixian. However, using this technique to help Luo dodge the sword gleam was a good idea. After the attack failed, the retired emperor was caught up by Yixian and Luo. Now, it was time to go all out because at such a close distance, it was much harder to dodge the attack. Demon Fox Flash. After getting closer, Luo used her unique technique again. A white light flashed towards the retired emperor, but he blocked it with his sword. However, Luo didn't only have the Demon Fox Flash, she also had the Demon Fox Clone. Boom! A shockwave swept out. The retired emperor thought that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect that it was just a clone. At the same time, Yixian finally activated a technique that he had just learned. Disintegration Eye, 2 invisible energy rays shot towards the retired emperor. These 2 rays couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they could be felt. Sizzle. The 2 rays landed on the retired emperor's weapon. Just as the retired emperor was about to scoff at this attack, he realized that his weapon had started to disintegrate into countless tiny particles. In the blink of an eye, only half of the high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon was left, and it was still rapidly withering. This scene frightened the retired emperor so much that he hurriedly threw away the weapon in his hand. But at this moment... Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! Meteor Strike! Yixian's original body and clone attacked together, and Luo also used the powerful whip technique she had learned from the inherited memories. This time, even if the retired emperor didn't die, he would be reduced to skin. Pung! Pung! The retired emperor dodged one of the Eye of Nirvana, but he was struck in the chest by the other one. Not only that, he was also struck in the back by Luo's whip. The 2 powerful attacks collided, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. His chest and back were already in a mess, and blood was spurting out, making him look extremely ferocious. After fighting for so long, he was finally heavily injured. An expert of human body disaster actually has such a powerful physique. The Eye of Nirvana is actually unable to kill him. Yixian was shocked. One must know that a casual attack from him could cut a peak Supreme Divine Warrior in half. The Eye of Nirvana's attack was stronger than his sword intent attack, but it was only able to heavily injure his opponent. This was enough to prove that his opponent had a powerful physique. However, the battle was about to end. The retired emperor, who had suffered 2 attacks, in addition to the mental damage, had lost at least 40% of his battle prowess. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! Demonic Fox Flash! 3 cold lights lit up at the same time. The retired emperor, who was heavily injured, didn't have the ability to dodge the 3 attacks coming from different directions, and was instantly struck by them. Can't do. The retired emperor's mouth that was full of blood couldn't help but open as he spat out 3 words. These were the last words he would say in his life. The 3 attacks all landed on his body, crushing his heart. Luo's demonic fox flash directly cut off his head. The retired emperor, who was at the first layer of human body disaster, finally died. Pudong. His head fell to the ground, but because his chest and back were heavily injured, the blood didn't spurt too high. Pudong. Another muffled sound, and the corpse fell to the ground. Huff huff. Looking at the corpse of the retired emperor, Yi Xian and Luo Luo both heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Luo's hair also returned to its original state. That old bastard is finally dead. We've finally avenged our master. Luo Luo was immediately overjoyed. He is truly difficult to deal with. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, I'm afraid we would all die here today. Yi Xian also broke out in cold sweat. Now that the retired emperor was dead, his interspatial ring belonged to Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurried over and removed the retired emperor's Qian Kuan ring. As the strongest cultivator in the royal sacred dynasty, the retired emperor didn't need to hide his wealth. Hence, this Qian Kuan ring was his entire fortune. Yi Xian emptied the contents into his devouring space and quickly checked them. At this moment, there was a red stone in his devour space. Blood rock. Is this the blood rock? The pass to enter the Holy Lands? Yi Xian took out the blood rock and examined it. With this blood rock, he could enter the Holy Lands. Luo Luo would soon have the qualifications to enter the Holy Lands as long as she broke through to the peak of the Ninth Supremacy realm. Now that he had avenged his master and obtained the blood rock, this matter was finally settled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to go wild with joy, ding! Discovered devouring origin. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, causing Yi Xian to freeze in place. What was the origin of devouring? However, just by hearing the name, it was definitely related to the devouring system. While Yi Xian was still pondering, the system notification rang out again. Devouring origin can be used to upgrade the devouring system. Do you wish to upgrade it? When Yi Xian heard this notification, he couldn't help but shudder. Upgrade the devouring system? Young master, what's wrong with you? Luo Luo asked anxiously when she sensed Yi Xian's abnormality. Yi Xian ignored Luo Luo's question. No, it was as if he didn't hear her at all. He quickly scanned his surroundings and realized that there was a strange stone in the universe ring of the retired emperor. The pattern on the stone was exactly the same as the pattern on the devouring beast. Devouring origin. Upgrade. He immediately replied. What a joke. If the devouring system could be upgraded, it would naturally be upgraded. Unless his brain was fried. Ding. The devouring system is upgrading. The current progress is 1%. The system notification rang out. At the same time, a panel appeared. The progress bar had risen to 1%. The progress bar rose very slowly. It didn't rise by 1% even after a few seconds. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, it was an upgrade system. Even a computer required a lot of time to reinstall its system. What more the devouring system? Yi Xian waited quietly for a minute. However, he realized that the progress bar was still at 1%. It seemed that the devouring system wouldn't be upgraded so quickly. Luo Luo, this young master has struck gold this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she didn't know how he had struck gold, Luo Luo could tell from Yi Xian's expression that Yi Xian was overjoyed. Congratulations, young master. Luo Luo smiled. The stronger Yi Xian was, the happier she was. This was the self-cultivation of a human. This time, it was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He actually obtained a devouring origin. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he never expected that it could be used to upgrade the devouring system. He wondered what kind of functions the devouring system would have after the upgrade. The devouring origin had already been used by Yi Xian to upgrade the devouring system. However, Yi Xian quickly took out a pen and paper and asked the emperor, "Have you seen this pattern before?" The emperor and the other 3 people looked at it and shook their heads. The devouring origin was usually found on the devouring beast. Now that they had the devouring origin, they could expand their search range in the future. Hurry up and give the order for the entire Sage dynasty to search for this symbol. Inform me as soon as you find anything. Yi Xian said to the emperor. Yes, master. The emperor nodded. He didn't even look at his father's corpse and left immediately. Even though the battle was intense, this was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Hence, no one knew that the retired emperor had fallen. While the devouring system was still being upgraded, Xian entered the retired emperor's palace. He scanned the place with his eye of revelation but didn't find anything hidden. Luo Luo, hurry up and cultivate. Once you reach the peak of the ninth supreme, we will go to the Holy Land. Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo also understood why Xian wanted to go to the Holy Land. Moreover, with their strength, they were almost invincible in the Blood Cliff continent. Therefore, they had to go to a higher place. However, Luo Luo was only at the early ninth supreme level. If she wanted to reach the peak of the ninth supreme level, she would need at least a month. This was a conservative estimate. Now that everything was settled, Xian and Luo Luo could go into seclusion. Their clone could also go back to the eastern continent to visit and report their safety. Xian stayed in the retired emperor's palace. In the following time, he kept looking at the progress bar in his mind. After an hour, the progress bar only increased by 1%. It seemed that it would take more than 4 days for the devouring system to finish upgrading. There were still many good things in the retired emperor's yin and yang ring, but they were not enough for Xian to break through, so Xian gave them all to Luo Luo. Luo Luo had the effect of the beast god bloodline. Her cultivation speed was as fast as a rocket. She cultivated for a day, which was equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 days. Very quickly, 4 days passed. Soon, the devouring system will finish upgrading soon. In a corner of the royal sacred dynasty, Xian sat on the ground anxiously. At this time, the progress bar in his mind had already reached 99%. Just a little more and the devouring system would finish upgrading. Half an hour later. Ding, the devouring system has been upgraded. Ding, the sword god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the beast god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the tree of life bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the Gemini bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline has been upgraded. The continuous notifications almost made Xian faint. The devouring system had been upgraded. Not only that, it had also upgraded all 5 of his bloodlines. After the upgrade, the perception of the sword god bloodline was increased by 60%, and the power of the sword skills was also increased by 60%. His beast god bloodline strength increased to 4, agility increased to 8, monster growth speed, monster attribute, and monster expansion all increased to 4, beast king's deterrence and devour increased to 5, and even beast king's rage, which he hadn't used for a long time, increased to 6. In the virtual god realm, one had to rely on ultimacy, territory, and emperor's will. In the supreme realm, one had to rely on sword will and sovereign golden body. Hence, the beast king's rage was of little use. However, if he reached the 3 lesser disasters of the supreme martial artist, then the beast king's rampage should be able to be used as a trump card again. The human body disaster of the 3 sovereign disasters mainly focused on increasing one's physique. Thus, the beast king rampage could be put to good use again. The beast god bloodline had improved the most, and the tree of life bloodline's recovery speed and detoxification ability had also improved by 3 times. The Heavenly Eye god race had used the devour points to upgrade twice. In addition to the devour points given to him by the system this time, he had already upgraded to 4. But next, it was time for the main event. Ding! Refining the second doppelganger. After hearing this notification, Xian's body fiercely trembled. Second doppelganger? Previously, he had used the twin fruits to refine his first doppelganger. But now, with the system's upgrade, the advancement path that originally required 5 advancement points to upgrade had actually been upgraded once. Haha, a second doppelganger. Now I have 3 lives. Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. His original body, first doppelganger, and second doppelganger were equivalent to having 3 lives. Not only that, but even the advancement path of combining doppelganger had been upgraded. Double combination increases my strength by 20%. Triple combination increases my strength by 30%. Unknowingly, Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. If his original body, first doppelganger, and second doppelganger were to combine, then his strength would directly increase by 30%. Good, this is really good. From now on, I will leave 1 doppelganger in the eastern continent to accompany my family, while my original body and the other doppelganger will go out and explore. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. Although 10% of his strength was not bad, he still needed to take care of his family and friends. Leaving one doppelganger in the eastern continent was not only to accompany his family, but also to leave himself a way out. In the future, if his original body and first doppelganger were to die, then the second doppelganger would be his original body. At least he would not die. Ding, the second doppelganger has been successfully refined. The system notified. Yi Xian immediately summoned his second doppelganger. It doesn't matter whether the first doppelganger or the second doppelganger. The one going to the eastern continent will be the second doppelganger. Yi Xian directly listed the second doppelganger as his first doppelganger. Ding, the twin bloodline has been successfully connected. The system notified again. This time, Yi Xian was completely confused. What did the twin bloodline have been successfully connected mean? But in the next moment, he understood. After the twin bloodline had been successfully connected, then in the future, when his original body devoured heaven and earth treasures, his doppelganger would also benefit and increase his cultivation base. In other words, even if Yi Xian devoured heaven and earth treasures now, his second doppelganger, who was on his way to the eastern continent, would also increase his cultivation base. Simply put, the three doppelganger would share the same data. If one of them was to increase his cultivation base, the other two would be updated from time to time. Haha, this is going to be awesome. Yi Xian was already grinning from ear to ear. The upgraded system had brought him too many surprises. In the future, even if his doppelganger worked separately, he would be able to devour heaven and earth treasures directly without saving them for his original body. If his original body comprehended sword force, then the other two doppelganger would be able to use sword force even if they did not merge. This was the bloodline connection. The bloodline upgrade was completed, but the system notification continued. Ding, the exchange system has been upgraded. Ding, the forging system has been upgraded. Ding, the treasure system has been upgraded. Ding, the mission system has been activated. Ding, the treasure system has been activated. After 5 consecutive notifications, Yi Xian could not help but check the upgraded system. Originally, the exchange system was useless in the Tianshui continent. It could only be used to exchange for some small items, such as equipment, which had to be forged by oneself. However, now that the exchange system had been upgraded, one could directly exchange for supreme divine weapons and supreme spiritual treasures. Previously, the currency was devouring crystals. Now, there was a new currency called super devouring crystals because of the new system. However, with Yi Xian's wealth, he couldn't even afford a single supreme spirit treasure. Originally, the forging system could forge weapons and armors as long as one had a forging blueprint. Now, after the upgrade, there were more tricks. For example, weapons could be tempered with mystical fire, and could be strengthened to create resonance sets. The resonance set was a set of equipment that would be much more powerful than before. Currently, Yi Xian could forge the divine sword set, divine beast set, and so on. However, there was a set called the glorious set, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. These sets appeared according to the bloodline. The divine sword set and divine beast set naturally corresponded to the divine sword bloodline and divine beast bloodline. However, the glorious set was the set of the Heavenly Eye clan's glorious eye. The glorious eye was a very powerful heavenly eye. After using it, one's chi would turn golden, and one would temporarily learn various powerful skills. The glorious set was used to complement the glorious eye, and could greatly enhance the glorious eye's effect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had never heard of the materials for these sets. It was not that he was ignorant, but that they were too rare. Next was the treasure system. Yi Xian's divine beast bloodline could allow Yi Xian to have several treasure sets, but he felt that they were useless. His first treasure set was called Megatron, but it was burned to ashes by Jiang Tianjin's inextinguishable inferno. After the upgrade, he could now level up the monster. However, the level up required devour points, which were the original advancement points. It could also be considered as the corpse of a devouring beast. However, when Yi Xian saw the new function of the upgrade, his body trembled. Resurrection, the reincarnation system had an additional resurrection function. Heavens, it can actually resurrect a monster. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and quickly glanced at the panel. He noticed that the first monster, Wei Zhentian, could be resurrected. Ding. As the system has been upgraded, the system host has one chance to resurrect a monster. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian was so excited that he wanted to kiss it. He never expected that he would be given a chance to resurrect a monster. Young master, you're almost drooling from your smile. Luo Luo suddenly appeared. Looking at Yi Xian's expression, she could not help but ridicule him. Haha, Luo Luo, come and meet your companion. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he used the chance to resurrect a monster. Ding. Wei Zhentian's resurrection is successful. When the notification sounded, a fist-sized green stone appeared on Yi Xian's shoulder. Ba Ji. At this moment, the small stone suddenly jumped and extended its mini arms and legs. Wei Zhentian, long time no see. Yi Xian was so moved that he was about to cry. Back then, in the Xianxia palace, he was not strong enough. In order to protect him, Wei Zhentian was burned to death by Wei Zhentian's inextinguishable flames. Now, it was finally resurrected. Wei Zhentian happily hugged Yi Xian's face and intimately rubbed against it. Here, I'll give you something to eat. Yi Xian took out an ore from his universe ring. Wei Zhentian did not say anything and directly swallowed it. Back then, Wei Zhentian was only a divine beast at the spirit stage. However, after swallowing this ore, its level rapidly increased. Spirit stage, Void God stage, Void God stage King, Void God stage Emperor, Sovereign Sacred Beast. In just a few breaths' time, Wei Zhentian had become a supreme sacred beast. After all, this ore was a material that could be used to forge a high-grade supreme divine weapon. A single piece of ore was enough for Wei Zhentian to reach the 6th grade supreme divine beast level. One had to know that the beast god bloodline had a 40% increase in monster growth. However, one piece was not enough for Wei Zhentian. I'll give you all the ores, but not this blood rock. Yi Xian took out all the ores so that Wei Zhentian could eat his fill. Yi Xian also noticed that after reviving, Wei Zhentian's speed of refining ores wasn't just a little bit faster. Could it be that something strange had happened? He glanced at the interface and realized that Wei Zhentian was no longer an earth spirit. Instead, he was called Earth Monarch. Sure enough, there was a change. However, Wei Zhentian's mutation did not cause the beast god bloodline to mutate like Luo Luo did. Soon, Wei Zhentian had swallowed all the ores. After transforming from an earth spirit to an earth monarch, his refining speed was shockingly fast. In just a few breaths' time, he had become an 8th grade supreme sacred beast. What a cute rock. Young master, what is it? Luo Luo grabbed Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian quickly explained. Earth monarch? I never thought that an earth spirit could mutate. Can it fight? Luo Luo asked curiously. Before Yi Xian could speak, Wei Zhentian, who had fallen into Luo Luo's hand, suddenly turned into a small storm and rapidly expanded. Then, it turned into a green heavenly dragon. Roar! Wei Zhentian roared at the sky. Wow, it looks so powerful. Luo Luo's beautiful eyes were wide open. She also wished that she could have such an ability. Unfortunately, she was only a 3-tailed fox. After the monster system is upgraded, I can still upgrade monsters. However, it requires a lot of devour points. Where am I supposed to find a devourer monster? Yi Xian was helpless. Wei Zhentian's mutation should be an upgrade from an earth spirit to an earth monarch. However, after Luo Luo's mutation, the monster system panel showed a question mark. It was obvious that Luo Luo's bloodline was much more noble than Wei Zhentian's earth monarch. While Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were playing, Yi Xian placed his attention on the newly activated mission system and treasure system. The mission system was similar to the training hall in the sect. As long as one completed the mission, one would be able to obtain some benefits. Some rewards could not be bought through the exchange system. However, the normal mission rewards were naturally not that good. Other than the normal missions, there was also a type of random mission. This type of random mission could only be triggered under certain circumstances. After completing it, the rewards would be very generous. Random mission can possibly reward devour points? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The original Devour system was called advancement points. It could only be used to upgrade bloodlines. After the upgrade, it was called Devour points. Other than upgrading bloodlines, it could also be used to exchange for items and upgrade monsters. Xian did not expect that he would be able to directly complete the random mission and obtain Devour points. This was awesome. However, the random mission only had a few lines of explanation. It did not say where or how to trigger it. It was considered a random encounter. As for the newly activated treasure system, Xian did not know much about it. He quickly took a look. Ding, the host can now refine the treasure Skyquake sword. The treasure material is the Shadowless sword. With Wei Zhentian as the weapon spirit, the compatibility is 100%. Do you want to refine it? When Xian looked over, the system notification sounded. With Wei Zhentian as the weapon spirit? Xian was stunned. He quickly looked at the system's explanation. The treasure system required a weapon spirit and a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit could be a weapon or something else. As for the weapon spirit, it must be something with self-consciousness. For example, Wei Zhentian. The treasure can be strengthened without limit. As long as the host does not die, the treasure will not be destroyed? After Xian finished reading, he could not help but swallow his saliva. Unlimited strengthening meant that the treasure could grow like Wei Zhentian. However, as long as the host did not die, the treasure would not be destroyed. If I let Wei Zhentian be the weapon spirit, as long as my 3 bodies do not die, Wei Zhentian will not die. That was Xian's understanding. At that moment, Xian called Wei Zhentian over and asked about it. The master and the weapon spirit were telepathic. Although Wei Zhentian could not speak, it agreed. Okay, then I will refine you into a treasure. Xian nodded and kept Wei Zhentian. Ding, begin refining treasure. Ding, the treasure Skyquake sword has been successfully refined. The Skyquake sword was a light green longsword. Its body was translucent and emitted a faint green light. It was similar to the wind dragon slash that Xian once obtained. Without waiting for Xian to speak, the Skyquake sword suddenly disintegrated and turned into a green rock. Wei Zhentian. Haha, I've refined Wei Zhentian into a sword. Xian looked at Wei Zhentian in his hand and with a thought, he turned it back into the Skyquake sword. The Skyquake sword was now Xian's treasure. As long as Xian didn't die, Wei Zhentian wouldn't die and could be considered invincible. Xian quickly glanced at the panel and discovered that Wei Zhentian's realm had been forcefully raised to a transcendent sacred beast. After all, the Skyquake sword's material, the Shadowless sword, was a supreme spiritual treasure. From now on, Xian could use ores and other items to strengthen the Skyquake sword. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's realm would also increase. After forging Wei Zhentian into the heaven-shaking sword, Xian discovered that there was actually another skill in the heaven-shaking sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. This 10,000 swords returned to origin could only be used once a day. It seemed to be a very powerful skill. However, although the name was 10,000 swords, there were only 100 swords. Immediately, Xian stood up and threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the Skyquake sword split into 100 Skyquake swords and danced in the air like lightning. If there was an enemy inside, they would be instantly shredded into pieces. If I had used this move when I was fighting against the retired emperor, I'm afraid he would have been shredded into pieces by the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Xian looked at the 100 Skyquake swords dancing in the air and thought again. Spiritual sword array. In the next moment, the 100 Skyquake swords circling in the air above the palace quickly enlarged and turned into giant swords. Bang! 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 One by one, enormous swords that shook the heavens suddenly descended and pierced into the surroundings of Xian. Over 100 enormous swords that shook the heavens directly surrounded Xian, leaving no room for escape. This was the spiritual sword array, a defensive technique. Xian looked around at the spiritual sword array that not even an ant could enter. He immediately clapped and cheered. Very good. Wei Zhentian, return to your original form. Xian was very satisfied. Immediately, the heaven-shaking giant swords disappeared one by one, leaving behind only the heaven-shaking sword. Next, the Skyquake sword transformed again. Following Wei Zhentian's will, it transformed into a green pony. Young master, you're so powerful now. If you were this powerful a few days ago, we wouldn't have to fight so intensely. Luolua's eyes lit up as she praised. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. However, if his devouring system had been upgraded that day, he wouldn't even need to use the 10,000 returning swords. He could just rely on his bloodline to deal with the retired emperor. After all, after the devouring system was upgraded, all of his bloodlines had advanced once. By now, Yi Xian had already experienced both the upgraded and newly unlocked systems. However, there was still a system that had yet to be unlocked that attracted Yi Xian's attention. The bloodline fusion system. The host is still missing a battle bloodline. It is unable to be unlocked. This was the reason why the bloodline fusion system had yet to be unlocked. After Yi Xian saw it, his eyes lit up again. Now, he already had 5 bloodlines. The Sword God bloodline, the Beast God bloodline, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, the Gemini bloodline, and the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. He had 2 Constitution bloodlines and 2 support bloodlines. However, he was still missing a battle bloodline. It seemed that the bloodline fusion system could only be unlocked by having 6 bloodlines in one body. I wonder if I can fuse the battle bloodline with the battle bloodline, or can I just choose any one of them? Yi Xian didn't understand either, but he knew that the bloodline fusion system must be very powerful. Unfortunately, the battle bloodline wasn't expensive, but the battle bloodline expansion slot was extremely expensive. Yi Xian only hoped to buy the battle bloodline expansion slot before he reached the 3 sovereign disasters. As for the new battle bloodline, he had already chosen it. After the devouring system was upgraded, the bloodline had also been upgraded. However, he couldn't afford the battle bloodline expansion slot, so he only gave it a cursory glance. Now that the devouring system had been upgraded, Yi Xian couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Luo hadn't broken through to the mid-stage 9th sovereign realm, so Yi Xian wanted to take this opportunity to visit the other high-grade holy empires. Luo, I'm going out for a while. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian, who was playing with him. N. Luo replied softly. Only Yi Xian's main body went out. His first clone was still here to comprehend the sword-shaped stone. If Yi Xian's main body was in danger, he could immediately send Luo and Wei Zhentian into the storage space and let his main body out. However, Yi Xian could be considered to be invincible in the Blood Cliff continent. There were a total of 4 holy empires in the Blood Cliff continent. Other than the Royal Sacred Dynasty, there were 3 more. This time, Yi Xian's target was the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty, which was the closest to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. In terms of strength, the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty couldn't be compared to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. However, the treasures in the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's treasury were definitely more than the Royal Sacred Dynasty's. Yi Xian rushed at full speed. In just 5 days, he had already reached the imperial capital of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty from the Royal Sacred Dynasty. The Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty was also a peak 9th supreme being. There was also an expert in the imperial capital who had passed human body disaster. With my current strength, I can directly kill my way in. There is no need to use the Eye of Control. However, it's better to be safe. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly arrived outside the imperial capital. Without waiting for the imperial capital's general to speak, Yi Xian directly controlled him. Lord, please enter. The imperial capital's general directly led Yi Xian in. The soldiers guarding the imperial capital were also very surprised. They had been guarding the imperial capital for so long, but this was the first time they saw Yi Xian. However, they didn't dare to ask too much. After successfully entering the imperial capital, Yi Xian directly said, "Bring me to your emperor." Yes. The imperial capital's general respectfully replied. With him leading the way, Yi Xian didn't need to look for the emperor himself. Soon, he arrived at the emperor's court. In a dignified and luxurious hall, one official after another respectfully bowed. A middle-aged man sat on the dragon throne. He was the emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty. However, Yi Xian just directly walked in. General Hong, who is he? When the emperor saw the imperial capital's general, he was very surprised and asked. It was time for the imperial capital's court. What was the imperial capital's general doing here instead of guarding the imperial capital? Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly used the Eye of Control on the emperor. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had been upgraded twice by the advancement points. After the Devouring system was upgraded, it was upgraded once more. Therefore, the effect was much stronger than before. Yi Xian only used the Eye of Control once to successfully control the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's emperor. Ah, so it's Lord Envoy. The civil and military officials were still kneeling. They didn't dare to turn around and could only listen. Soon, they felt that the emperor had been abducted, so they could only continue kneeling. But what surprised them was that the envoy was only a mid-stage supreme being. But they didn't think too much about it. It must be because their cultivation level was too low. Just like that, Yi Xian abducted the emperor during the court session and asked him to bring him to the national treasury. The national treasury of the royal sacred dynasty had been used by the retired emperor to exchange for the blood rock. But before he could use the rock to enter the sacred land, he was killed by Yi Xian. The blood rock and the sword-shaped stone fell into Yi Xian's hands. However, the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty didn't do that. They knew that even if they sent people to the Blood Rock sect, they would only send the lowest level people. It was better for them to develop in the Blood Rock continent. They would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. Yi Xian let the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty's emperor bring him to the national treasury. But the moment the door was opened, a powerful aura covered the entire area. "Son, why are you not in the court session? What are you doing in the national treasury?" An old voice sounded. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old man in green robes flying over. "Greetings, father." The emperor hurriedly greeted him. If it was before, Yi Xian would definitely be shocked. But when he saw the retired emperor of the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty, he didn't care at all. "Who is this kid?" The retired emperor of the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty flew over and looked at Yi Xian. At this time, the emperor should be in the court session. But why did he bring a young man to the national treasury? "Don't ask. Your son is under my control. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave," Yi Xian said calmly. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of the other party. In this world where the strong were respected, heavenly treasures belonged to the strong. "What did you say?" When he heard Yi Xian, the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty glared at him. He turned around and saw that his son was kneeling beside Yi Xian. It meant that Yi Xian was telling the truth. A ninth supreme being being controlled by a ninth supreme being was truly inconceivable. "No, you're not a mid-stage ninth supremacy," the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty exclaimed. "Forget it, you're the one who's courting death." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, two figures appeared beside him. "Luo, Wei Zhentian. Young master, are you going to charm him?" Luo looked at the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty and asked curiously. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he used Burning Eye on the old man. "Charm." Luo didn't hesitate and used her charm. The two mental attacks penetrated into the old man's head. "You're courting death." The old man was shocked and hurriedly threw out a punch. However, a giant shield suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and blocked the punch. Although Wei Zhentian was refined into a treasure, it could still transform. Moreover, it had the hardness of a supreme being's spiritual treasure. "Wei Zhentian, bind him," Yi Xian shouted. Gotcha. Hearing this, Wei Zhentian immediately disintegrated into a suit of armor, which then charged toward the old man in pieces. "Get lost." The old man threw out a punch crazily. However, with his cultivation level, he couldn't destroy a supreme being's spiritual treasure. After a few crisp sounds, the old man put on the armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. At that moment, he couldn't move at all. "What is this thing?" The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty was shocked. He was a first-grade human body disaster expert. He could split mountains and split the earth with a punch. He had an extremely strong physique, but he was actually sealed by a strange thing. How could this be possible? Burning Eye. Charm. The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty couldn't move at all. He could only become a target. His willpower was constantly being weakened. Yi Xian had never tried to control a human body disaster expert. Although it was a small level and a big level above, Yi Xian's heavenly I clan bloodline was already powerful. Moreover, he had advanced 3 times. It should be possible for him to control a human body disaster expert. The asterisk starred, "Where did you come from?" The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty shouted angrily. In just 2 seconds, he felt pain that he hadn't felt in decades. No matter how strong his willpower was, he couldn't withstand such torture. Burning Eye. Charm. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Another round of mental attacks. At that moment, the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's face twitched. He was hit by the Forbidden Eye of Illusion? Yi Xian was overjoyed. It seemed that the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's mental strength had been weakened by him. Eye of Control. This time, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control. Ding, control successful. When the system notification sounded, the green armor that Wei Zhentian had turned into shattered instantly. Then, it reformed into the Skyquake sword, which floated in the air. Greetings, Master. The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty knelt on one knee. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now, he had a human body disaster servant. Then, he took the Grand Emperor's interspatial ring. After sweeping it with his fist, he threw it to Luoluo. Luoluo found many good things in it. She immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Originally, she estimated that she would need a month to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. But now, the time could be shortened. Go in. At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the emperor to enter the treasury. There were many things in the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's treasury, but it wasn't enough for Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. Pass down the order to find this pattern. After that, Yi Xian ordered the emperor to search for the Devouring rune. Then, Yi Xian quickly left the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty and headed for his next target. The entire Blood Cliff continent seemed to have become Yi Xian's backyard. No one could stop him. Half a month later, Yi Xian swept through the remaining 2 high-grade holy dynasties. One of them was the Lion Emperor Holy Dynasty of the Beast Race. After plundering the 4 high-grade holy dynasties, Yi Xian's realm rose to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level as expected. At that moment, in a certain corner of the Blood Cliff continent. Although I broke through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level, I still can't pass the human body disaster. Yi Xian had a headache. Even if he robbed all the holy dynasties in the Blood Cliff continent, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. So, he gave up. Young master, in a few more days, I will be able to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. Luolua's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Alright, you continue to cultivate. This young master will go visit those mid-grade holy dynasties. Yi Xian replied. Devour points could be used to upgrade one's bloodline, to upgrade one's body, or to exchange for other items. There were many uses for them. As for the source of Devour, it was a necessity to fuse one's bloodline. Of course, it could also be used to exchange for treasures. In short, there were 3 types of currency: Super Devour Crystals, Devour Points, and Devour Source. Battle Bloodline expansion was very expensive, but if one could obtain Devour Points, they could replace a large amount of Super Devour Crystals. Unfortunately, devouring beasts were not easy to find. Yi Xian passed through more than 10 mid-grade holy dynasties, but he couldn't find any in the treasury. Young master, I've already broken through to the peak of 9th supremacy. Just as Yi Xian was preparing to continue his journey, Luoluo sent him another message. Alright, I'll return immediately. Yi Xian nodded, then broke through the void and teleported several times. He had 4 spatial coordinates, so he easily passed through dozens of holy dynasties and returned to the royal sacred dynasty. Young master, can we leave now? Luoluo asked when she saw Yi Xian return. Yi Xian nodded. It had been more than half a year since Song Suijing and Song Jiejue were captured by the Yinyang old ancestors. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Now, their group was very strong. Whether it was Yi Xian or Luoluo, they both had the strength to fight against a human body disaster expert. Wei Zhentian was even more powerful. Because it had fused with the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword, it was already at the supreme spiritual treasure level. In addition to the spiritual treasure system, it was now undying, unless Yi Xian's main body and 2 clones fell. However, Yi Xian left his second clone in the eastern continent, and old immortal Tianju was in the eastern continent. Although it wasn't 100% safe, there was still a 99% chance. After tidying up, they prepared to set off. However, just as they were about to set off, a powerful aura suddenly entered Yi Xian's detection range. So strong, this aura is several times stronger than the human body disaster experts of various countries. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. At this time, his nerves were already tense. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a powerful person on the Blood Cliff continent, so he guessed that this person should be from the Holy Land. This was a young man dressed in red. He looked to be around 30 years old. He flew directly above the royal sacred dynasty's imperial city and shouted, "Where is Wu Gaoyi?" This sentence entered the ears of everyone in the imperial city, causing them to be astonished. Who was Wu Gaoyi? How dare you trespass into the imperial city? A general who didn't have eyes yelled and led a small team to rush forward. Noisy. Unexpectedly, the red-clothed young man waved his hand a few times, and a few palm blades instantly killed the entire team. What a joke. A mere supreme being dares to challenge the experts of the 3 sovereign disasters. Others may not know who Wu Gaoyi was, but Yi Xian did. Wu Gaoyi was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty whom he and Luo Luo had joined forces to kill. Immediately, the emperor flew forward and respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Envoy. My father is out. In 7 days, the Blood Cliff Sex team will pick you up. If you are late, you will bear the consequences." The red-clothed young man said in a low voice. No, my father has already given the Blood Cliff to a genius of the royal family." The emperor hurriedly shook his head. Immediately after, Yi Xian and Luo Luo flew up. At the same time, Yi Xian still held the Blood Cliff in his hand. "Good, then leave with me now." The red-clothed young man nodded slightly, preparing to leave with Yi Xian. The emperor hurriedly pointed at Luo Luo and said, "Lord Envoy, her aptitude is not bad. She is only 15 years old this year and has already broken through to the peak of the 9th sovereign realm. She has met the requirements of the Blood Cliff sect. Please bring her along with you." The Blood Cliff sect's requirements were to break through to the peak of the 9th sovereign realm before the age of 20, and Luo Luo was only 15 years old. She definitely met the requirements. However, there were many heavenly treasures in this world that could preserve one's appearance. It was impossible to judge from one's appearance 15 years old, huh? Not bad. Your royal sacred dynasty has finally produced a genius after so many years. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Shortly after, he took out a purple crystal and threw it to Luo Luo. "Hold on to it." Luo Luo caught the purple crystal. In the next instant, the purple crystal shone brightly, flashing for a total of 15 times. Indeed, 15 years old. Even in my Blood Cliff sect, such aptitude is not bad. The red-clothed young man was very satisfied. What he said was the truth. After all, the place where Luo Luo lived in was the Blood Cliff continent, not the Sacred Lands. If Luo Luo had grown up in the Sacred Lands, she would have already passed her human body disaster. At this time, the red-clothed young man's gaze landed on Yi Xian. However, he can only enter my Blood Cliff sect with the help of the Blood Cliff sect. He still has to work in the labor hall for 3 full years or pass his human body disaster before he can be promoted to a disciple. Labor hall, 3 full years, Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. The labor hall was obviously a place for laborers. Moreover, he had to work there for 3 full years. However, it was not necessary to work there for 3 full years to be promoted to a disciple. After all, there was still the path to breakthrough. Alright, my Blood Cliff Sex team will arrive in 7 days. Let's go. The red-clothed young man grabbed Yi Xian and Luo Luo, one in each hand, and flew directly into the distance. This Blood Cliff continent was one of the 10 territories under the Blood Cliff sect. Moreover, it was not very valued, so the red-clothed young man was the only one guarding it. As for the entrance to the Sacred Lands, it was not on the Blood Cliff continent, but on a small island on the edge of the Blood Cliff continent. The red-clothed young man grabbed Xian and Luo, and spent 5 days to return to the small island. Before they landed, the small island was already in an uproar. "Master is back." Xian looked at the small island and swept it with his eye of revelation. His face turned pale with fright. On the shore of the small island, there were more than 100 beautiful women. Moreover, their strength was not weak. They were at least 9th Tribulation Supremes. "These are my wives and concubines. Stay on the small island for a night and don't run around. If you delay, you will bear the consequences. Tomorrow, I will send you into the sacred lands, and my Blood Cliff sect team will escort you back to the Blood Cliff sect." The red-clothed young man directly left Xian and Luo behind, and then entered a palace under the escort of the 100 beautiful women. *CK. Xian was already so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. This red-clothed young man was only an ordinary disciple of the Blood Cliff sect, but on this Blood Cliff continent, he was a tyrant. "What a playboy. Looks like he's not a good person," Luo said softly. This sentence almost scared Xian to death. Fortunately, Luo said it directly in his mind and did not open her mouth. "Don't speak carelessly. I'm afraid that this person is a 2nd or 3rd grade human body disaster expert," Xian warned. Although he also felt that this red-clothed youth had a little too many wives and concubines, even if he had 3 a day, it would still take a month. "Young master, I won't say it. However, if it's only 2nd grade human body disaster, we should be able to deal with it, right?" Luo asked curiously. Hearing this, Xian nodded. "Me and you together with Wei Zhentian should be able to fight a 2nd grade human body disaster expert. However, we shouldn't be able to fight a 3rd grade human body disaster expert, unless we make a breakthrough." "Oh, I'll go and cultivate. If I don't have any worldly treasures, I estimate that I'll need at least 3 months to pass the 1st grade human body disaster." Luo pouted. 3 months was already an extremely frightening number. Even the retired emperor had spent an entire 10 years, as well as a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to break through to the 1st layer of human body disaster. "Don't worry, when we reach the sacred land, I'll get the worldly treasures for you," Xian vowed. In his hand, there was a sword-shaped stone. Previously, he had given the stone to the Burning Sun Hall Master, but later on, he found out that the stone was extremely precious, even more precious than a supreme spiritual treasure. If he revealed the secret of the stone, that red-clothed youth might just kill him and steal it. Therefore, Xian wanted to find an opportunity to give the stone to him after entering the sacred land. Unfortunately, the stone was a comprehension item, so it wouldn't have much value if he devoured it. During this day, Xian and Luo casually found a place on this small island to pass the time. Ever since the devouring system was upgraded, there was an additional mission system. This mission system was pretty good, but it was a pity that Xian was currently in the Blood Cliff continent. The missions here were all very low-level missions, which were nothing more than killing people, hunting supreme sacred beasts, finding materials, and the like. The rewards were also cheap, such as low-grade supreme divine weapons. Therefore, Xian didn't want to waste his time. However, when they reached the sacred land, the missions would be more effective. After completing the mission, he would be rewarded with precious ores, supreme martial arts, and even the necessities for opening his heaven's eye. However, for Xian, the most attractive thing was the devour point. Xian and Luo stayed on the island for a day. The next day, the red-clothed young man came looking for him. "My Blood Rock Sex team will be here soon. The 2 of you, follow me," the red-clothed youth said to Xian and Luo. Xian and the other 2 quickly followed him and entered the palace of the red-clothed youth. The Holy Land was actually a huge secret realm that was countless times larger than the Blood Cliff continent. The entrance to the secret realm was beneath the palace. Soon, Xian saw the entrance to the secret realm. "Come in." The red-clothed youth led Xian and Luo inside. After Xian and Luo passed through, they couldn't help but shiver. They looked around and found that the Holy Land was no different from the Blood Cliff continent. However, the yuan qi in the Holy Land was at least 10 times that of the Blood Cliff continent. They stopped at the edge of a cliff, and in front of them was a boundless grassland. My blood rock sect might not be a big deal in the Punlai Holy Land, but to you, we are a big deal. Kid, since you entered using the blood rock, you can choose not to enter the blood rock sect. The red-clothed youth said to Yi Xian. I choose to enter. Yi Xian nodded. What a joke. The yuan qi in the Holy Land was so abundant. If he cultivated there, his cultivation speed would be at least 10 times faster than the outside world. There were probably many experts who had passed human body disaster. Wandering in the Holy Land alone was simply courting death. It was better to find a place to understand the Holy Land first. However, Yi Xian found out something from the red-clothed youth's words. There was probably more than one Holy Land. The Holy Land where the Blood Rock sect was located was called the Punlai Holy Land. He just didn't know if the Yinyang Old Ancestor was in the Punlai Holy Land. Lord Envoy, have you heard of the Yinyang Old Ancestor? Yi Xian asked. Yinyang Old Ancestor? The red-clothed youth frowned. He didn't know why Yi Xian asked this, but he still replied, I haven't heard of him. Has he appeared in the Blood Rock continent before? Yes, I was lucky enough to see him half a year ago. He should be from the Holy Land. When he left, he should have brought a man and a woman with him. Yi Xian immediately nodded and took out a portrait. Oh, it's this senior. The red-clothed youth immediately recognized him and said, the Blood Rock continent is under the control of my Blood Rock sect. There are many experts here, and this senior is one of them. Then, Lord Envoy, do you know who this senior is? Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He had previously guessed that the Yinyang Old Ancestor came from the Holy Land, and now it was confirmed. I'm not sure. Even the experts from the Wanxiang realm have come to the Blood Rock continent before. They usually come to the Blood Rock continent to explore and excavate, and occasionally help to expand the territory. I was lucky enough to see them a few times, and this senior you speak of is probably even stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm. He isn't someone I can come into contact with. The red-clothed youth shook his head and asked, why? Do you need this senior for something? Stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. He didn't expect the Yinyang Old Ancestor to be so powerful. Those from the Wanxiang realm had the ability to move islands. Even 10,000 Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them. However, this Yinyang Old Ancestor was even stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm. Yi Xian immediately felt a huge pressure. Yi Xian calmed down and replied, no, I was just lucky enough to see that senior that day. I didn't expect that senior to be so strong. Oh, indeed. That senior is the strongest person I've ever seen. The red-clothed youth thought that Yi Xian was related to the Yinyang Old Ancestor. He didn't expect that he had only met him once. Yi Xian didn't want to spread the news that Song Suijing and Song Jujue were captured by the Yinyang Old Ancestor just in case. Then, senior brother, have you heard of old immortal Tianju? Yi Xian continued asking. Old immortal Tianju? The red-clothed youth frowned and said, nope. This answer surprised Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to take out the portrait of old immortal Tianju, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Yi Xian and the other two turned their heads and saw a giant blood-red bird flying over. My Blood Rock Sect's team is here, the red-clothed youth said. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant blood-red bird flew over their heads. So fast, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva because his eyes of perception found an aura that was many times stronger than the red-clothed youth. Oh, the 10th Blood Rock continent sent 2 people this year? Lord Deacon, this little girl's aptitude has reached the sex standards, the red-clothed youth said respectfully. The red-clothed old man's gaze locked onto Luo Luo's body and said, it's actually a little fox. This is the first time I've seen it. After he finished speaking, he took out a crystal to test Luo Luo's age. 15 years old, not bad, not bad. This is the best result in the history of the 10th continent. The red-clothed old man nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Yi Xian and said, kid, how old are you? 24. Yi Xian answered honestly, at the same time handing over a blood rock. With this blood rock, you can work in the labor hall for 3 years. The red-clothed old man took the rock and said, you too, get on the back of the blood rock bird. Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard this and flew up with the red-clothed old man. When they arrived on the back of the blood rock bird, they found that there were already many people on it. These people were all very young, and some had even reached the realm of human body disaster. Sigh, our blood rock continent is too low level. These people should be from other blood rock continents. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. From the crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty, he found out that there wasn't just one blood cliff continent. There were quite a few. These geniuses gave Yi Xian immense pressure. The blood rock bird began to fly. This red-clothed old man was only a deacon of the blood rock sect. He was in charge of picking up newcomers in this area every year. And Yi Xian's blood rock continent was not the last, so they still had to go around. Next, Yi Xian and Luo Luo stayed on the back of the blood rock bird for 7 days, picking up more than 10 people before flying to the blood rock sect. During this time on the back of the blood rock bird, Yi Xian relied on his eye of perception to hear many things from the surrounding people. For example, the blood rock bird they were riding on was nurtured by the blood rock sect. Another example was that the blood rock sect was built on a blood rock mine. Those who did not meet the requirements to enter the blood rock sect had to work in the labor hall for 3 years. During these 3 years, they had to mine blood rock. The blood rock can be used to forge Supreme Being spiritual treasures. If it was given to Wei Zhentian, it would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength. Now, I'm going to be sent to mine blood rocks. With the devouring space, I'm going to make a fortune. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Those who entered the blood rock mine were not allowed to wear universe rings. The blood rock sect would issue universe rings to prevent people from stealing blood rocks. However, no one would be able to discover Yi Xian's devouring space. When the time came, he would be able to do some sneaky things. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was excited because he had found a way to make money. After another week, the blood cliff bird finally arrived at the blood cliff sect. The red-robed old man jumped to the ground, and a disciple immediately came to greet him. All right, those who meet the entry requirements, come with me. The rest follow him to the labor hall. The red-clothed old man said. Young master, my aptitude is not bad. When the time comes, I will help you get it. Luo Luo said in his mind. No need, I can get it out myself. You just focus on cultivating. Yi Xian directly refused. All right, then Luo Luo will leave first. Luo Luo giggled, then left with the red-clothed old man. Looking at her departing figure, Yi Xian revealed a sorrowful expression. Because it was like this every time. When Luo Luo was in the royal sacred dynasty, she was directly recruited as a consecrated, and he was only a small captain of the imperial guard. At this time, he looked around and found that there were more than 30 people like him who were sent to the labor hall. All of you, follow me. A red-clothed disciple of the blood rock sect said. Those who stayed with Yi Xian were all peak supreme beings, but they were all over 20 years old. Therefore, they had to stay in the labor hall for 3 full years, or break through the 3 minor disasters during this time. Yi Xian mixed in with these people and followed the red-clothed disciple to the labor hall to register, then distributed some things and accommodation. Now, you are all odd jobs disciples of the blood rock sect. I think you already know that the most important task of the labor hall is to mine blood rocks. Every person has to hand in 30 blood rocks every month, which is 1 piece per day. If you are found to be lazy, you will be expelled from the blood rock sect. The disciple said. Senior brother, what if we mine a few more blood rocks? Someone asked. You still have to hand in the extra rocks, but it will be recorded. Every person will get 1 blood rock every day, which is 30 pieces per month. If you mine more blood rocks, for example, 40 pieces, then you will get 1 blood rock as a reward, which is 1/10 of the total. The red-clothed disciple explained. After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. To put it simply, every month, they had to dig out at least 30 blood rocks. If they dug out more than 10, they would get 1 blood rock as a reward. If they dug out more than 100, they would get 10 blood rocks as a reward. How greedy. I will collect as many as I dig out tomorrow. Yi Xian secretly laughed. With the devouring space, he only needed to hand in 1 blood rock every day. Soon, he returned to his residence to rest. Luo Luo had already been taken away by the red-clothed elder. With her talent, there should be someone who would accept her as a disciple. Not long after, Luo Luo sent back a message. Young master, an elder has accepted me as a disciple. Luo Luo's delighted voice rang in Yixian's mind. Elder? That's right. What is his cultivation level? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Master told me not to ask too much. Luo Luo replied, but he gave me 1,000 blood rocks. 1,000 blood rocks. After hearing this, Yixian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Other people would work hard in the blood rock vein for an entire day, and they would only get 1 or 2 blood rocks. Moreover, they would have to hand them all in, but Luo Luo actually got 1,000 blood rocks. It should be known that even a first-grade supreme spiritual treasure of the lowest quality would require 100 blood rocks. If a servant disciple could dig out 4 blood rocks every month and hand in 30 pieces, they would get a blood rock every month as a reward. That would be 12 blood rocks a year. If they wanted to buy a supreme spiritual treasure, they would need to spend 9 years. Young master, do you want it? As long as you break through the first-grade human body disaster, you can be promoted to an official disciple, Luo Luo asked. Not for now. I will go to the blood rock vein tomorrow to take a look. When the time comes, you can directly exchange your 1,000 blood rocks for heavenly treasures for your own cultivation. Also, give me some forging materials. Young master, you can go and forge a supreme spiritual treasure, Yixian said. Okay. Very soon, a day had passed. This was Yixian's first day in the Blood Rock sect. The next day, Yixian went to the assembly early in the morning. This new batch of odd job disciples needed to go to the Blood Rock vein to mine. The red-clothed disciple from yesterday also arrived on time. Alright, you 35 people, follow me to the Blood Rock vein. Let's go. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he took the lead and flew in a certain direction. After flying for an hour, they finally saw a pillar of pink light that soared into the sky. That's one of the mines of my Blood Rock sect. It's the smallest one. When the time comes, you are only allowed to bring weapons into the Blood Rock vein, the red-cloaked disciple said. Senior brother, is there any danger in the Blood Rock vein? Someone asked worriedly. Yes, there is. There's a transcending saint beast called the Blood Rock Spider. It's comparable to a first-stage human body disaster. You have to be careful when you excavate the stone walls, because sometimes you will find the nest of the Blood Rock Spider. However, you don't have to worry. There are disciples of my sect guarding the Blood Rock vein. If a Blood Rock Spider appears, they will kill it, the red-clothed disciple replied. Hearing that there was danger, the people present couldn't remain calm. One had to know that they were still supremes, while the weakest Blood Rock Spider was comparable to a first-stage human body disaster expert. If they really found it, they would be dead. The probability of finding a Blood Rock Spider's nest isn't high. It might not even appear once a month. If someone really finds it, then they will have to pray for good luck. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he went to the side of the pink light pillar. That pink pillar of light came from a huge hole in the ground, which was the Blood Rock mine. After that, Yixian and the others handed over their interspatial rings and received a new one. Yixian also took out a supreme-level divine weapon and pretended to be pretentious. Alright, from now on, you will come here by yourselves. Remember, you must excavate 30 blood rocks every month. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he turned around and left. There were still a few disciples of the Blood Rock sect at the entrance of the mine. They were in charge of guarding Yixian's interspatial ring and identity token. After that, Yixian took the new interspatial ring and jumped into the Blood Rock vein. The Blood Rock mine had just been opened, so it wasn't very big. Before Yixian even landed, he sensed hundreds of people, all of whom were here to mine the Blood Rock. The great majority of these people were attacking the stone walls with weapons in hand. Of course, there were also some people who practiced martial arts, so they used their fists to smash things. However, the toughness of the stone wall was beyond Yixian's expectations. This mine was filled with pink rocks, but they were just ordinary rocks. The real blood rock was dark red, not these pink rocks. Yixian glanced around and discovered that his perceptive eye could cover the entire bloodstone mine. To be on the safe side, he found an empty tunnel and started mining. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian and said, "It's up to you." Wei Zhentian immediately reformed into a drill and started digging madly into the depths of the mine. As for Yi Xian, he directly took out a new shadowless sword. Flowing shadow sword. Bam, the stone wall in front of him exploded, but the defensive power of the stone wall was beyond his expectations. His sword only managed to cut a meter into the wall. He turned to look at Wei Zhentian and found that Wei Zhentian had drilled 5 meters into the wall. "Wei Zhentian, we'll split the loot," Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Since normal attacks didn't work, he would try something else. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and a silver light shot out. "Eye of Nirvana." Boom, the stone wall exploded once again. This time, it was 5 meters away. "I didn't expect that even the Eye of Nirvana wouldn't work. Since that's the case, let's try the disintegration eye." Yi Xian glared again and shot out 2 disintegration rays. Bzzzt, the disintegration rays hit the stone wall and it quickly turned into ashes. What a fast disintegration speed. Yi Xian was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the stone wall in front of him became much more spacious. At least 100 square meters had been disintegrated. However, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Would the disintegration eye disintegrate the blood rock as well? Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian suddenly threw a blood rock over. Other people can only dig 1 meter into the stone wall in an hour. My speed is considered fast. Yi Xian thought for a while and then placed the blood rock on the ground. Disintegration eye. 2 more disintegration rays were fired, and this time, they hit the blood rock directly. He felt helpless because the blood rock wasn't easy to obtain. It would be a tragedy if the disintegration ray disintegrated the blood rock. Fortunately, the blood rock wasn't an ordinary thing. It wasn't disintegrated by the disintegration ray. After seeing this, Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his feelings. After all, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had evolved 3 times. However, this was good news for him. Since it can't be disintegrated, then it's easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, he summoned his first doppelganger. Then, he and his doppelganger attacked together. Using the disintegration eye at the same time doubled their efficiency. The disintegration eye consumed less eye energy than the Eye of Nirvana, but the divine tree of life couldn't recover eye energy. Therefore, Yi Xian was mining while searching. Found it. The divine eye chapter can increase eye energy and the recovery speed of eye energy. Yi Xian found something good in the new exchange system. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough super devouring crystals, so he had to devour the blood rock he obtained. The first level of the divine eye chapter requires 10 blood rocks. What a scam. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Now, he still lacked 9 blood rocks to exchange for the first level of the divine eye chapter. Fortunately, he had Wei Zhentian. "Little Tian, mine 9 blood rocks for me first," Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Just now, Wei Zhentian had only mined for a short while. In fact, he was lucky to have obtained a blood rock. As for the second blood rock, Yi Xian had to wait for half an hour. 10 blood rocks also took Yi Xian an entire morning. Ding! Host has learned the Divine Eye chapter. The system notified. Spending 10 blood rocks to exchange for the first level of the Divine Eye chapter was indeed worth it. Yi Xian had just learned it, but his eye energy limit had doubled. My eye energy recovery speed has also increased. Good, the efficiency has increased again. Yi Xian was wild with joy. In a day, he could at least collect 30 blood rocks. More importantly, he could pass the human body disaster with just a few more blood rocks. At that time, his mining speed would at least double. Another half a day passed. When Yi Xian devoured the 20th blood rock, he finally heard the system's notification. End of chapter 940. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.